Title: The Reluctant Hero's Journey. The original title, after being overthrown by the Saintess, I became invincible, introduces the protagonist's quest to condense 9 golden elixirs, suggesting an extended period of cultivation at the golden elixir stage. Bai Wuji, labeled as a natural waste, struggled for 3 years without establishing a foundation. His fate shifted when his master was poisoned, leading him to sacrifice his purity to assist her. Subsequently, he was summoned by the Saintess as her husband, inciting the wrath of the Holy Sun. Desperate to increase his cultivation to survive, he faced the challenge of being unable to establish a foundation due to his innate limitations. Just as despair enveloped him, a moment of inspiration led to the emergence of a primordial spiritual treasure, the 9-Colored Linglong Tower. Chapter 1. Betrayal of the Master. Wuji, I have been afflicted by Huagong San, and my powers have temporarily vanished. I require a period of seclusion. Your senior sisters are away on their travels. For now, I entrust Xianxia to you. Yunming Yao, adorned in a moon-white dress that accentuated her graceful curves, possessed an alluring presence. Her delicate features, combined with her flowing hair, created an enchanting visage. In that moment, her beauty radiated like a blossoming peach flower. Her breath quickened, and her mesmerizing eyes captivated all. Her dainty feet rested languidly, skin as smooth as sheep fat, exuding an ethereal blush. The elegance of her form was breathtaking. As Yin Mingyao spoke, Bai Wuji, caught off guard, suddenly realized he was staring, his heart racing. Wretched disciple, where are your eyes wandering? Her fury ignited. Bai Wuji, startled, stammered. Master, I was merely admiring your beauty. Could it be that you have been poisoned? Indeed, not only have I been afflicted by Huagong San, but I have also been given a potent drug. I urgently need to enter seclusion to expel the toxins. Master, with your powers diminished, how can you expel the poison? Perhaps I could assist you. Regret washed over him as he suggested it. The notion of dual cultivation with his esteemed master seemed inappropriate. Upon hearing his proposition, Yunming Yao's face flushed deeper, her eyes narrowing with a glint of menace. How dare you harbor such audacious thoughts, wretched disciple? Bai Wuji hastily clarified. Master, do not be angered. I only wish to assist you in this dire situation, where mishandling could lead to your demise. I can manage my own affairs without your meddling. With a haughty snort, she turned away, yet her frailty betrayed her, stumbling as she walked, vulnerable to collapse at any moment. Bai Wuji found himself torn. He recognized the toxic influence of the Xiaoyao San, a pernicious poison that could not be expelled even with full cultivation. Only through dual cultivation could it be alleviated. His master was his greatest support. Should anything happen to her, his future would be bleak. Resolute, he pursued her, his heart affirming his decision as he beheld her graceful silhouette. At that moment, Yin Mingyao spun around, startling him into halting his advance. Wretched disciple, what do you intend? Bai Wuji inhaled deeply, mustering courage. Master, I have a request that I hope you will grant. Speak quickly. Impatience etched her features as the poison pressed heavily upon her. Bai Wuji's gaze lingered on her, his throat tightening with desire. Despite having seen her many times, the allure of her beauty stirred an intense yearning each time. Yunming Yao, sensing his fervent gaze, felt her anger swell. If you dare to steal another glance, I shall have your eyes. Her fury was palpable. How had she not perceived his audacity before? Bai Wuji sensed the lethal intent emanating from her. A primal urge to flee ignited within him. Were her powers intact, he would never dare to act so recklessly, for she could easily obliterate him. Regaining his composure, he clasped his hands together. Master, please do not be angered. I mean no offense. Yun Mingyao's fury subsided slightly. What is it that you seek? Bai Wuji took another deep breath, his resolve unwavering. Master, I wish to assist you in expelling the poison. I implore you to permit me. Do you truly believe your meager abilities are sufficient? As she spoke, realization dawned upon her, igniting a blend of shame and wrath. You wretched disciple dare to entertain such thoughts. I could easily end your life. Bai Wuji, captivated by her beauty, became emboldened. Master, I act solely out of concern for your well-being. Without my help, your life hangs in the balance. Even in death, I will not allow you to desecrate me. Begone. Yin Mingyao clenched her fists, beads of sweat forming on her brow, betraying her anxiety. As the youngest peak master of Qingyun's sect, she was revered as the most extraordinary prodigy in its history, her beauty unmatched, admired by countless suitors. Her elevated status had shielded her from vulnerability, but now, weakened and exposed, she feared for her safety against Bai Wuji's intentions. Despite her attempts to assert her authority, Bai Wuji remained undeterred, advancing towards her. "Stop right there." Yun Mingyao's voice thundered once more. "Master, I cannot stand idly by as you suffer. Please forgive my actions." Bai Wuji approached with sincerity, his expression earnest. "Do not come any closer." Panic enveloped her. She could not fathom Bai Wuji's audacity to target her, his master, with such intentions. Resolute, he pressed on, intent on alleviating her torment. "You treacherous disciple, I will see you dead." Her threats fell silent, disbelief filling her gaze as she realized the gravity of the situation. "Wretched disciple, how dare you? I am your master." After an eternity, calmness returned. Bai Wuji, astonished, discovered that he had ascended from the 5th to the 9th level of qi refinement, achieving an unprecedented leap. Such a rapid advancement was unparalleled. Even the most gifted individuals would require years to achieve what he had in mere hours. As he gazed upon his slumbering master, her delicate features and serene demeanor captivated him. Overcome by impulse, he leaned in, preparing to kiss her when her eyelashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened. Bai Wuji trembled, a chill racing up his spine. Chapter 2. The Saintess announces her search for a spouse. Upon awakening, Yun Mingyao found herself face to face with Bai Wuji's seemingly innocent visage, startling her. Memories flooded back, and the harsh reality settled in. Her decades of purity had been lost in an instant. No, this cannot be true. She refused to believe it, yet the evidence before her, combined with her discomfort, confirmed that this was no dream. "Bai Wuji, I will kill you." Yun Mingyao raised her hand and lightly placed it upon Bai Wuji's chest, yet this gesture was more akin to a caress than a strike. Bai Wuji seized her delicate wrist, playfully remarking, "Master, will you allow me to argue my case?" "Let me explain." "Silence. Do not address me as master. I have no disciple who would betray their teacher and ancestors." Yun Mingyao withdrew her hand, pulling the quilt over her body, which bore the marks of their earlier encounter. Upon hearing her words, Bai Wuji immediately lost his composure. "Master, I admit to riding on your coattails, but I will never concede to the charge of betraying my ancestors. I did all this to save you." "Be quiet." Yun Mingyao retorted angrily. "You are clearly lusting after my body while pretending to be so noble. Truly shameless." "Master, I speak only the truth. If I had not acted as I did, you would have perished." Bai Wuji's expression was earnest. He acknowledged his feelings for his master, yet his actions were indeed motivated by a genuine desire to save her. "I would rather die than accept your form of salvation." Yun Mingyao gritted her teeth in fury. "Bai Wuji, you shall wait. Once I regain my strength, the first thing I shall do is eliminate you." A chill ran down Bai Wuji's spine, for he sensed the deadly intent in her words. However, he harbored no regrets about his actions, knowing he would do the same even if given 100 chances. He was a soul from Blue Star, reincarnated into this world. Shortly after his birth, he was diagnosed as a natural waste, and 3 years ago, he failed the entrance examination for Qingyun, being the first to be eliminated. To quote those who ridiculed him, he was the worst of the worst, destined never to establish a foundation. Yet he bore a deep grudge. If he could not become a warrior, he would never avenge himself. Thus, he knelt for hours, hoping to move the higher-ups of the sect with his sincerity. But all they saw was a laughingstock, cursing, mocking, and bullying him until he fainted at the sect's gate. He thought he was destined to meet his end, yet to his surprise, Yun Mingyao, impressed by his perseverance, saved him and accepted him as her personal disciple. Without Yun Mingyao, he would have long since perished and would not have achieved what he had today. Therefore, he could not bear to watch her suffer and fade away in agony. "If Master wishes to kill me, I bear no grievances. However, I see that your strength seems to have recovered somewhat, perhaps due to our earlier practice together. Would you allow me to assist you further?" Bai Wuji smiled broadly. "Unruly disciple, how dare you?" Yun Mingyao exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Having taken her original essence was not enough. Now he sought to engage in further intimacy. Treachery against teacher and ancestors. "Master, you intended to kill me, yet my actions are solely for your prompt recovery as Bai Wuji spoke, he embraced her, causing Yunmeng Yao to feel a wave of tingling sensations coursing through her body, akin to an electric current washing over her. This strange and unique feeling unexpectedly ignited a sense of anticipation within her. Damn it, why am I feeling this way? Could it be that I possess a tendency for masochism? Yunmeng Yao's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. She had previously devoted herself solely to cultivation, never having even touched a man's hand until this day. Only now did she realize the intricate wonders of the connection between men and women. But this was forced upon her, and by this unruly disciple, no less. How could this possibly be acceptable? Unruly disciple, cease this at once. Yunmeng Yao attempted to push Bai Wuji away, yet she was unaware that her strength was so feeble it could barely budge a cat. Bai Wuji replied, "Master, please forgive me. I act solely for your benefit, scoundrel. S.O.B., as the saying goes, a day is but a day, and time truly flies by." Bai Wuji was astonished to discover that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation, having reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement, mere moments away from establishing his foundation. His master was indeed a tying body. Engaging in dual cultivation with her should yield far greater benefits. Yet he could only blame his innate deficiencies for his slow progress. Having been in the sect for 3 years, despite consuming numerous elixirs, he had only managed to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement, falling short even of the outer disciples, having received his master's original essence. And with each passing day, he still had not established a foundation. Bai Wuji glanced at Yunmeng Yao, who, having lost her strength and labored throughout the day, had fallen asleep. Her serene appearance was utterly adorable, evoking a powerful urge within him to cherish her. He felt immense gratitude toward his master. Although his actions were meant to help her detoxify, he too had gained significantly from the experience. "Dear master, I know you currently harbor resentment toward me. Yet I believe that as time passes, affection will blossom, and you shall inevitably come to love me." Despite these thoughts, a shadow of worry lingered in Bai Wuji's heart. What if, before affection could blossom, my master regains her strength and decides to eliminate me? It appears I must find a way to establish my foundation swiftly. If the situation turns dire, I may need to leave the sect and venture forth. However, with my wasteful physique, establishing a foundation is exceedingly difficult. Yet if I consume several foundation establishment pills, perhaps there is still hope. Resolute in his decision, Bai Wuji departed the cave and rode a spirit crane to the main peak. He made his way directly to the mission hall, the place where the sect issued tasks, and completing these tasks would grant him corresponding contribution points. Contribution points were the currency of the sect, redeemable for techniques, elixirs, and spells. With only a handful of spirit stones, he could not afford to purchase foundation establishment pills, so he had no choice but to take on tasks. Upon entering the mission hall and surveying the multitude of tasks, he felt overwhelmed. Recently, a foundation establishment thief had emerged in Luoyang City, and a reward of 10 contribution points was offered for his capture. Tasks such as gathering qixing flowers from the Wanyao forest. These were all the most basic of assignments, yielding 5 to 10 contribution points upon completion. Yet to undertake these missions, one must possess at least foundation establishment cultivation. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. Disheartened, Bai Wuji exited the mission hall, realizing that the path of taking on tasks was not viable. He would need to seek alternative methods. Quickly to the training grounds. The Holy Maiden is publicly seeking a consort. As Bai Wuji prepared to return, he was suddenly struck by this sensational news. Regarding the Holy Maiden Lin Ruoshi, he had only heard her name, never seen her in person, but it was said that she was as beautiful as a celestial being, rivaling Yunmeng Yao. Moreover, Lin Ruoshi's ascension to the status of Holy Maiden was not merely due to her looks, but rather her remarkable talent for cultivation and profound strength, reputedly surpassing many elders. However, it was customary for a Holy Maiden to marry the Holy Son. What could this public consort recruitment possibly mean? Chapter 3. No more disputes. The Saintess is my brother. What has transpired? Bai Wuji inquired, grasping the arm of a male disciple from the outer sect. The disciple, who was in a hurry to reach the training grounds, was initially annoyed by the interruption, but his irritation faded upon seeing Bai Wuji clad in the attire of a direct disciple, causing him to falter in surprise. "Greetings, brother. It is as follows. The Saintess is publicly seeking a husband, and we must hasten to the venue. the disciple replied anxiously. Isn't the Saintess supposed to marry the saint's son? Bai Wuji asked, perplexed. Ah, brother, you are unaware that the Saintess and the saint's son are sworn enemies. Thus, she adamantly refuses to wed him. To ensure that the saint's son gives up entirely, she has chosen to publicly seek a husband, allowing any disciple of Qinjianmen the opportunity. The disciple elaborated, a foolish grin spreading across his face as if lost in thought. Such good fortune? Bai Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement. His master intended to kill him upon restoring his powers. Waiting for love to blossom seemed futile. If he could become the Saintess's husband, even if his master sought his demise, he would have to exercise caution. Without hesitation, Bai Wuji sped toward the training grounds. Lin Ruoxi, the goddess in the hearts of countless male disciples, had her announcement of seeking a husband reverberate through the sect, igniting a frenzy among the male disciples, who rushed to the training grounds, which soon became overcrowded. Upon arriving, Bai Wuji was captivated by a celestial figure suspended in midair. The celestial maiden, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exhibited a graceful and ethereal presence, her attire billowing as if she were an otherworldly being. A purple veil obscured her visage, inciting an irresistible curiosity to unveil her beauty. She stood silently in the air, and the crowd below erupted in fervor. It was evident that she was Lin Ruoxi, the Saintess of Qinjianmen. Nearby, a scholarly-looking young man, Zhang Difu, the saint's son, also hovered in the air. Bai Wuji had little interest in the man, his gaze unwaveringly fixated on Lin Ruoxi. Her figure was simply enchanting. The more he beheld her, the stronger his feelings grew. The Saintess is truly exquisite. Should she choose me as her husband, I would gladly sacrifice 30 years of my life, he mused. Do not indulge in daydreams. The Saintess is far too proud to consider one of us ordinary disciples. She will likely select from the direct disciples. Others nodded in agreement. With thousands of disciples, Qinjianmen was divided into 5 ranks: outer sect, inner sect, core, direct disciples, and the saint's son and saintess. Direct disciples ranked just below the saint's son and saintess. Although some were not particularly powerful, their talents were exceptional, promising immense future achievements, excluding Bai Wuji, of course. Saintess, I advise you not to act recklessly. Look at the individuals present, aside from myself, who is worthy of you. Zhang Difu boasted arrogantly. Even if I randomly selected someone to marry, it would not be you. Lin Ruoxi retorted coldly, scanning the crowd for a suitable suitor. Disappointment washed over her, as every gaze was filled with fervent desire, making her uncomfortable. Saintess, choose me. Surely, aside from the saint's son, there is no one more exceptional than I, Wang Tong proclaimed, stepping forward. He was a direct disciple of the sect leader and among the most elite disciples after the saint's son and saintess. Wang Tong, your self-importance is astounding. Of course, below the saint's son, I am the most outstanding. You are insignificant. A short-statured disciple named Jiang Xiaobai interjected, equally a direct disciple, though his prowess matched Wang Tong's. Wang Tong's temper flared. Jiang Xiaobai, I suggest you recognize your place. Someone of your caliber would only discuss the saintess. You know nothing, Jiang Xiaobai retorted. Though my appearance is average, my inner beauty is beyond your comprehension. What inner beauty? You are nothing but a cesspool of filth. Their argument escalated, on the verge of becoming physical, when Lin Ruoxi, impatient, shouted, Both of you, be silent. I will choose neither of you. Saintess, aside from us. Who else can you choose? Select me. I will treat you well. Wang Tong pleaded earnestly, having long harbored feelings for Lin Ruoxi. Jiang Xiaobai, unwilling to concede, added, If you choose me, I will obey your every command, even if it leads to my demise. Bai Wuji, overhearing, raised his thumb in admiration. This fellow was truly a devoted admirer, evoking feelings of inferiority within him. Initially, he harbored a flicker of hope, but now he relinquished it. His cultivation was the lowest, his talents lacking. While handsome, appearances mattered little in the realm of cultivation. Thus, the Saintess would undoubtedly overlook him, unless the sun rose from the west. Just as Bai Wuji prepared to depart, Lin Ruoxi suddenly declared, among those present, The one with the lowest cultivation level after 3 years in the sect shall become my husband. At her proclamation, the crowd erupted in chaos. Zhang Difu was furious. Lin Ruoxi, what jest is this? If you refuse to marry me, how can you choose someone with the lowest cultivation? How could they be worthy of you? Indeed, Saintess, why not select me? I excel in every aspect and will surely satisfy you. Wang Tung insisted, not ready to accept defeat. Lin Ruoshi ignored him, reiterating, I shall state once more, among those present, the one with the lowest cultivation after 3 years in the sect will be my husband. Why? What could possibly be the reason? The crowd was bewildered. Lin Ruoshi had her own thoughts. A disciple with 3 years in the sect and the lowest cultivation level would be an absolute failure, making them easier to control. I am the lowest in cultivation. The Saintess is mine. An inner sect disciple exclaimed joyfully. The distinction of being an inner sect disciple came from the fact that outer sect disciples who failed to establish their foundation within 3 years would be expelled. Once an outer sect disciple established their foundation, they would be promoted to inner sect status. Lin Ruoshi had deliberately excluded outer sect disciples, knowing that the higher-ups would never allow her to associate with them. Inner sect disciples were a more acceptable choice. Soon after, dozens of others stepped forward, all of whom had just begun to establish their foundations. Zhang Difu smirked, Saintess, with so many candidates, do you intend to select them all as husbands? Let's see who is the eldest. Lin Ruoshi was resolute in selecting the most inconsequential individual, which infuriated Zhang Difu. Nevertheless, 2 of the oldest candidates began to bicker, as they were born on the same day. After observing the 2, Lin Ruoshi frowned at their unattractive appearances. Enough of the quarrel. The Saintess is mine, Bai Wuji declared, stepping forward with confidence. Chapter 4. It is time for us to cohabit direct disciple. 9th level of Qi refinement. How is this possible? The 2 disputing male disciples stood dumbfounded upon seeing Bai Wuji. The crowd erupted once more. Who is this person? A direct disciple, yet only at the 9th level of Qi refinement? It must be false. No, wait. I remember now. He is the legendary Bai Wuji, the greatest failure of Qinjianmen in a millennium. The greatest failure of a millennium is a title bestowed upon Bai Wuji by others. The entrance examination assesses one's root bone, classified into 9 grades, where the 4th grade is considered acceptable. Bai Wuji, however, possesses the most inferior 1st grade root bone, hence the title of the greatest failure of a millennium. So, he is the one who feigned vulnerability to be taken as a direct disciple by Yunmeng Xinzi. How could I have forgotten? 3 years in the sect, yet still at the 9th level of Qi refinement as a direct disciple. He truly deserves the title of the greatest failure of a millennium. The crowd sneered, yet simultaneously felt envy and jealousy, for he was indeed the one who best met the Saintess's criteria, inciting feelings of admiration and resentment. Amidst the scorn and derision of the crowd, Bai Wuji had long since grown accustomed. He raised his gaze to Lin Ruoshi and declared, Holy Maiden, I have been in the sect for 3 years. Yet I remain at the 9th level of Qi refinement. No one is lower than I. I wonder if your previous words still hold any weight. Zhang Difu, sensing the urgency of the moment, interjected, Holy Maiden, you must think carefully. He is the greatest waste of a millennium. Marrying him would be akin to placing a beautiful flower in a pile of dung. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuji immediately retorted, a flower placed in dung blossoms more vibrantly. If the Holy Maiden were to accompany me, she would surely glow with radiance every day. You wretched fool, you're courting death. Zhang Difu's aura erupted with terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. In an instant, Bai Wuji felt a weight pressing down upon him, as if an invisible mountain had settled on his shoulders. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he could only grit his teeth in a desperate attempt to endure. In his heart, Bai Wuji cursed, Zhang Difu, you scoundrel. Should I have the chance, I will surely eliminate you. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, the oppressive force suddenly vanished. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized Lin Ruoshi had appeared before him, unbeknownst to him until now. Lin Ruoshi fixed her gaze upon Zhang Difu and coldly declared, If you dare to lay a hand on him, it will be a matter of life and death between us. Zhang Difu remained unfazed, replying, I do not believe you would truly risk everything for a waste. Lin Ruoshi disregarded his words and addressed the crowd, her voice resonating with authority. From this day forth, Bai Wuji shall be my husband. Anyone who dares to harm him must first seek my approval. As Bai Wuji listened to her crisp and commanding proclamation, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. After years of feeling powerless, fortune had finally turned in his favor, and he was to become the man of a goddess like Lin Ruoshi. He thought to himself that perhaps it was a sign from his ancestors. Lin Ruoxi, are you serious? Zhang Difu was genuinely alarmed now. He had assumed that such a proud woman would be joking about publicly seeking a husband. But now Lin Ruoxi had made a declaration that changed everything. The cultivation world differs from the secular realm. There is no need for registration, and a wedding can be held or not, as long as a single word suffices to bind them as partners. Lin Ruoxi's words were an announcement to all that she intended to forge a partnership with Bai Wuji. Indeed, it is true. Lin Ruoxi never ist. She stated with unwavering confidence before turning to Bai Wuji. Come with me. Certainly, Bai Wuji replied, filled with excitement. Having just learned the meaning of true manhood from his master, he was now to experience it with the Holy Maiden. He would gladly trade a few days of life for this opportunity. Lin Ruoxi then soared into the air. Wait for me. Take me with you. Bai Wuji called out anxiously. Prior to establishing a foundation, one could not fly. Lin Ruoxi paused mid-air, then extended her hand, summoning a purple silk ribbon that coiled around Bai Wuji's waist. In the next moment, he was lifted into the air, joining her as they soared toward the distant peaks. Holy Sun, what should we do now? The sycophantic Lu Ming inquired cautiously. How would I know what to do? Zhang Difu snapped, slapping him soundly. What a pity to see such a fine cabbage about to be trampled by a pig. Someone lamented. Zhang Difu's teeth ground together in rage at this remark. Lu Ming hastily reassured him. Holy Sun, you need not worry. The Holy Maiden practices dual cultivation of martial and spiritual arts. Her physical prowess is formidable, and Bai Wuji is still unestablished. Even if she agrees, he cannot break through that barrier. To hell with you. Zhang Difu raised his hand and struck Lu Ming again. Seething with anger, she is mine. No other man should even dare to touch her. You are correct, Holy Sun. It was my error. The Holy Maiden would never allow that waste to touch her. Seeking him as a husband is merely a facade, Lu Ming responded obsequiously. Zhang Difu's fury subsided somewhat, yet his expression remained grim. Even so, in name, she has still placed a green hat upon me. It seems I must resort to some extraordinary measures. Odison, you wouldn't be considering forcing her, would you? Lu Ming ventured boldly. I would like to, but that little vixen's cultivation is on par with mine, so I can only employ some special means. Zhang Difu produced a small vial and handed it to Lu Ming. Go to Shun Nu Peak and secretly pour this into the spirit spring. Lu Ming's demeanor changed drastically. Holy Sun, spare me. If the Holy Maiden discovers this, she will surely kill me. If you do not go, I will kill you right now. Zhang Difu threatened menacingly. Lu Ming's face paled, and he could only acquiesce helplessly. Shun Nu Peak, the sacred mountain where all past Holy Maidens trained, was renowned for its picturesque scenery, flowing springs, and melodious cranes, creating an ethereal paradise. Within the cave abode, the air was thick with spiritual energy. Lin Ruoxi sat upon a meditation cushion and regarded Bai Wuji, saying, This is my cultivation cave. Aside from my closed-door meditation chamber, you may use any other area as you wish. And where is our bedroom? Bai Wuji asked eagerly, thinking that if he could obtain Lin Ruoxi's essence, he might very well succeed in establishing his foundation. Moreover, Lin Ruoxi was an exquisite beauty. Sharing a bed with her was a delightful prospect. There is no bedroom. What? No bedroom at all? Do you not sleep at all? Bai Wuji queried. Meditation suffices. Sleep is unnecessary, Lin Ruoxi replied nonchalantly. Bai Wuji was utterly taken aback. Although cultivators could meditate in place of sleep, the act of sleeping was an indulgence. More importantly, without a bedroom, how could they consummate their union? Was it to be done on the ground? That seemed feasible as well. Ruoxi, may I call you that? Bai Wuji ventured tentatively. Yes, Lin Ruoxi responded tersely. Ruoxi, it is getting late. Shouldn't we rest? Bai Wuji asked, rubbing his hands together excitedly. I still have to cultivate. If you wish to rest, find a place for yourself, or you may return to your original location, Lin Ruoxi stated. That simply won't do. Today marks our union as partners, and we must rest together. Since there is no bedroom, let us consummate our union here, Bai Wuji declared, approaching Lin Ruoxi. He gazed at her graceful figure and creamy skin, eager to taste her sweetness. Chapter 5. A devious plot against me. Bai Wuji stood before Lin Ruoxi, reaching out to embrace her. Initially, he felt some hesitation, but seeing that Lin Ruoxi had remained silent throughout, he assumed her acquiescence and grew bolder. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Ruoxi, a blinding purple light erupted from her form. With a resounding crash, Bai Wuji was flung back before he could react, feeling a dull pain in his chest. Lin Ruoxi, are you attempting to murder your husband? Bai Wuji exclaimed angrily. Lin Ruoxi met his gaze and replied, it seems I must clarify. While we have become partners, it is merely in name. Do not harbor any illicit desires. Lin Ruoxi, even if I am tempted, you need not resort to such extremes. I am, after all, your nominal husband, Bai Wuji protested, rubbing his chest. Ignoring his words, Lin Ruoxi continued, I understand this may seem unfair to you, but I can compensate you in other ways. Who cares for your compensation? It is unnecessary. Bai Wuji scoffed, but immediately regretted his words. He was in dire need of foundation establishment pills. Such a favorable opportunity should not be squandered. Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brows, regarding Bai Wuji with seriousness. You have been in the sect for 3 years and are still only at the 9th level of qi refinement, with a lifespan of merely 100 years. Given your qualifications, it is unlikely you will ever establish a foundation. It is best for us to remain apart. Her words clearly labeled him a waste, a fact that, despite its undeniable truth, stung his pride. In the realm of cultivation, where strength reigns supreme, Lin Ruoxi's prowess far exceeded his own, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that with diligent effort, he would eventually become a formidable force. And one day, he would have the opportunity to overpower her. Lin Ruoxi seemed to have discerned Bai Wuji's thoughts, revealing a hint of a sardonic smile. Do not say, I do not give you a chance. If you can establish your foundation within a month and secure first place in the newcomer competition, I shall become your true Dao partner. A month. Bai Wuji felt his confidence wane. He was utterly impoverished, unable even to afford a foundation-building pill. Not to mention a month, even a year seemed beyond his reach. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Lin Ruoxi's smile was imbued with mockery. Who says I am afraid? A month is a month. Just wait for me to shower you with affection. Bai Wuji recognized her provocation, yet at this juncture, to decline would be cowardly. Regardless, losing would not bear significant consequences, while winning could yield immense rewards. Bai Wuji settled down to meditate, finding the spiritual energy here comparable to Yinshao Peak. Moreover, due to its central location, it was vastly superior to his previous training grounds. Unfortunately, he was already at the peak of qi refinement, without establishing his foundation. He could not absorb any more spiritual energy. Thus, he leaned against the stone wall and succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and Bai Wuji awoke from his heated dreams, feeling an insatiable urge to mount his steed. As a man of talent, he quickly realized he had been drugged. Looking towards Lin Ruoxi in the distance, he thought, could it be her? No, it could not possibly be her. Yet the potency of the drug was overwhelming, amplifying his desires exponentially. Compelled, he found himself before Lin Ruoxi, towering over her, his gaze fixed upon her flowing white hair. He gulped, unable to tear his eyes away. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxi looked up, her eyes glinting with cold light. What are you doing? Bai Wuji was startled. Saintess, open the barrier. I have matters to discuss with you. The voice of the saint's son, Zhang Difu, echoed from outside. If you have something to say, do so outside, Lin Ruoxi responded frostily. There are some matters I must discuss face to face. Please open the barrier, Zhang Difu insisted, standing at the entrance with a sinister smile. Unbeknownst to Lin Ruoxi, Lu Ming had successfully poured the Xiaoyao sand into the sacred spring where she cultivated. This drug was colorless and tasteless, capable of blending seamlessly with water and spiritual energy, making it nearly undetectable, even to highly skilled cultivators. Once the effects of Xiaoyao sand manifested, it was overwhelmingly potent, causing one's blood to boil, and without timely antidote, it could lead to fatal consequences. Calculating the time, Lin Ruoxi should have already felt the drug's effects. If she attempted to expel the poison, it would only exacerbate the situation, and indeed, she was among the first to realize she had been drugged. Immediately, she channeled her energy to counteract the poison, yet this only accelerated its effects, pushing her to her limits. If you have nothing to say, then leave, she said, her impatience palpable, as her body felt as though it were ablaze, leaving her no time to deal with Zhang Difu. Understanding that Zhang Difu was behind this incident filled her with both anger and fear. Zhang Difu, not yet satisfied with his goal, replied, Saintess, I can only imagine you are feeling quite restless. Open the barrier and let me in. I assure you, I can fill the void within you and bring you unparalleled joy. Shameless. Get out. Lin Ruashi erupted in fury, clenching her fists as she fought to restrain the impulses within her. Zhang Difu's smile faltered, replaced by a dark scowl. If you refuse my hospitality, then I shall shatter your barrier. You will beg beneath me. With that, he struck the barrier with a powerful punch. A thunderous boom resounded as the violet barrier flared brightly, successfully absorbing the impact. Quite sturdy, Zhang Difu mused, shaking his hand before drawing a gleaming longsword. Break for me, he bellowed, channeling his energy into the sword, which radiated brilliance before crashing against the barrier. With a resounding roar, the barrier trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Inside the cave, Lin Ruashi, witnessing the chaos, hastily bit her finger and inscribed a mysterious rune in the air. As the rune infused with the barrier, it stabilized, thwarting Zhang Difu's relentless assault. Zhang Difu, undeterred, intensified his strikes, yet the barrier, bolstered by the rune, only rippled under the pressure. Fuming, Zhang Difu's frustration grew. Having administered the drug, if he could not enter, it would only benefit Bai Wuji. Meanwhile, within the cave, Bai Wuji sighed in relief as the barrier stabilized, then cast his gaze once more upon Lin Ruashi. Her graceful figure, with skin as fair as jade, exuded a lethal allure. Under the influence of the drug, he could no longer contain himself and lunged forward. Get away from me. Though Lin Ruashi was parched with desire, she retained a sliver of rationality, pushing Bai Wuji away with a palm strike. Though her strength was diminished by the drug, to Bai Wuji, who had yet to establish his foundation, it was akin to a devastating blow. With a loud thud, he crashed against the stone wall, spitting blood. Lin Ruashi, are you attempting to murder your husband? Bai Wuji seethed. Though he now understood that it was not Lin Ruashi who had drugged him, he was still a victim of the circumstances. After all, they were already bound as partners, and her actions had nearly cost him his life. Just wait, I will show you how to pay. Bai Wuji wiped the blood from his mouth and charged at Lin Ruashi once more. He was acutely aware of the danger. Should she strike him again, it could very well be fatal. Yet the drug's effects compelled him to release his pent-up desire, lest he face a dire fate. This time, he successfully tackled Lin Ruashi, her softness overwhelming. Get off me. Lin Ruashi, lost in the haze of the drug, attempted to push Bai Wuji away, but instead, her body succumbed to the drug's influence, pulling him into her embrace. The barrier of Lin Ruashi's cave was not soundproof. Zhang Difu, hearing the commotion, was consumed by rage. Bai Wuji, you bastard! How dare you toy with my woman? I will have you dismembered. At that moment, Bai Wuji was oblivious to the outside world, transformed into a beast driven solely by primal instincts. Yet he was met with an impenetrable barrier. Lin Ruashi, a dual cultivator of martial arts and mysticism, had formidable defenses that Bai Wuji, still unestablished in foundation, could not breach. Ordinarily, he would have given up, but under the drug's influence, retreat was not an option. Time passed, and despite the siege, he could not breach the gates, his efforts in vain. Thankfully, the effects of Xiaoyao Sen began to wear off, and Bai Wuji gradually regained clarity. Bai Wuji, you truly are a failure. Recalling the events that transpired, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, wishing to vanish into the earth. It was an utterly disgraceful moment, a blow to his manhood. Gazing upon Lin Ruashi, sprawled like a primitive being, was undeniably alluring. Yet, Bai Wuji soon discerned that something was amiss. Her entire body was flushed and feverish, with veins bulging as if they might burst. Clearly, she was suffering from severe fever. Bai Wuji understood the grave dangers of such a condition, knowing that without timely intervention, her life could be at risk. Although this young woman had recently attempted to murder her own husband, she was nonetheless his wife, and he could not simply abandon her. However, conventional methods were futile at this moment, and he had to resort to expedient measures. Outside the cave, Zhang Difu remained, listening to Lin Ruashi's anguished cries, his fury almost overwhelming him. It should have been him treating Lin Ruashi, yet he found himself empty-handed, inadvertently aiding Bai Wuji instead. His hatred was palpable. Bai Wuji, I will ensure you meet a most miserable end, I swear. After uttering this vow, Zhang Difu stormed away. For remaining there would surely drive him to madness. Within the cave, with Bai Wuji as assistance, Lin Ruoxi finally turned her crisis into a safe resolution and soon recovered completely. Upon regaining her senses, she let out a piercing scream. Hastily, she picked up her clothes from the ground and glared furiously at Bai Wuji. "How dare you defile me?" Bai Wuji felt a chill course through him, hastily retreating. "Lin Ruoxi, I saved you, and you expressed no gratitude, but instead wished to take my life. You are truly an ungrateful wretch." Bai Wuji spoke with righteous indignation, though inwardly he was in a state of panic. Given Lin Ruoxi's prowess, she could easily crush him with a mere finger. He yearned to flee, but only Lin Ruoxi could unseal the barrier at the cave's entrance. Thus, he maintained an appearance of noble integrity. "Even if my actions were to save you, it does not justify your attempt to defile me." Lin Ruoxi seethed, slowly raising her delicate hand, conjuring a terrifying purple energy orb within her palm. Bai Wuji's complexion shifted. Should that orb strike him, it would surely lead to his demise. "Lin Ruoxi, do not forget, I am your husband. Even if I were to act inappropriately, it would be my rightful privilege. Yet, if you insist on murdering your husband, then do as you wish. Should I so much as frown, I shall no longer be your man." Bai Wuji spoke with fervor, embodying a facade of righteousness, while secretly his palms were slick with sweat. Lin Ruoxi, observing his demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. This world abides by the principle that a woman follows her husband, and despite Bai Wuji's frailty, he remained her nominal spouse. And they had just come perilously close to consummating their union. Her murderous intent gradually waned, and the energy orb in her palm dissipated. Bai Wuji sighed in relief, having felt as though he had glimpsed his own demise. "Turn around, I need to dress." Lin Ruoxi's voice was soft, her cheeks flushed, exuding the demeanor of a new bride. Upon witnessing her in such a state, Bai Wuji swallowed hard. In her delirium, she had unwittingly removed her veil, revealing a beauty surpassing his expectations. She was a paragon of grace and charm. Even when compared to Yun Mengyao, she held her own effortlessly. Yet, the two were distinct. Yun Mengyao exuded a mature allure, while Lin Ruoxi embodied a pure, endearing innocence. Both were types he found irresistible. Bai Wuji had already savored the elegance of Yun Mengyao. Yet Lin Ruoxi, like a peacock, remained tantalizingly out of reach. "Have you finished staring?" Lin Ruoxi chided, her annoyance palpable. "Not at all. I could gaze upon you for a lifetime." Bai Wuji swallowed again, yearning to embrace her, to assert his marital rights. Yet, the thought of breaching her defenses quelled his desires, leaving him to sigh in resignation. "You silver-tongued rogue, turn around at once," Lin Ruoxi demanded. Bai Wuji considered retorting that he had certainly seen enough, but thought better of it. One must savor each morsel and tread carefully along the path of life. Excess can be detrimental. After Lin Ruoxi donned her attire, Bai Wuji took his leave. He had a wager with her to establish a foundation within a month and secure victory in the upcoming competition. Though the odds were slim, he still wished to strive for it. For who knew what fortune might befall him? However, upon departing from Shennu Peak, he was at a loss as to where to go next. At that moment, he felt an unsettling chill, as though something dreadful were fixated upon him. Cold sweat broke out as he slowly turned around. In the next instant, his eyes widened in terror. Chapter 7. Seeking guidance from the Master Holy Sun. Why do you tread so silently? Bai Wuji trembled with fear. Previously, in the cave, Zhang Difu had been eager to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. Now that he had him cornered, he would surely not show mercy. Was he truly destined to meet his end today? Zhang Difu's smile was disquieting, a harbinger of dread. "Are you enjoying this?" "Indeed," Bai Wuji replied. His face flushed with elation. Even if it had been cut short, it had been marvelous. However, as he caught sight of Zhang Difu's predatory gaze, he was jolted back to reality. "Not enjoyable at all. Holy Sun, let me explain. The Saintess is far beyond my capabilities, excelling in both martial and physical prowess. I cannot breach her defenses." Zhang Difu seized Bai Wuji by the neck, his voice cold as ice. "How dare you lay a hand on my woman? I will not rest until I see you suffer 1,000 pains. This is it, I am finished." Zhang Difu, the holy son of Qingyun's sect, possessed strength far beyond his own, and Bai Wuji felt utterly powerless to resist. "Should you dare to harm him, I will ensure your demise." Just as Bai Wuji resigned himself to his fate, a chilling voice echoed from nearby. He turned to see Lin Ruoxi suspended in midair, clad in flowing purple garments. A vision of an ethereal fairy returning on the wind. "My lady, please save me." Bai Wuji's face lit up with joy. Lin Ruoxi was his greatest ally, and with her arrival, hope blossomed within him. Zhang Difu glared at Lin Ruoxi, his teeth clenched in rage. "Lin Ruoxi, you truly have sullied yourself with this waste." Lin Ruoxi replied coolly, "He's my husband. What is wrong with that?" "You." Zhang Difu's finger trembled with fury, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, Lin Ruoxi had publicly declared her union with Bai Wuji. They were now bound as husband and wife, and their actions were not without justification. Yet, Zhang Difu could not accept this. Lin Ruoxi was meant to be his. Now, another man had claimed her, infuriating him beyond measure. "Release my husband at once." Lin Ruoxi brandished a shimmering purple sword, its light flashing ominously, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Difu's expression darkened. Lin Ruoxi pointed her sword at Zhang Difu. "You may interpret it as such. Should you not release my husband, I shall end you." "Lin Ruoxi, do you truly believe I fear you?" Zhang Difu's rage ignited as he pointed at her, his fury palpable. As the holy son of Qingyun's sect, he was meant to be the paramount figure of his generation. Yet whispers proclaimed that Lin Ruoxi was the true prodigy. To be overshadowed by a woman was intolerable. According to sect rules, the Saintess was destined to marry the holy son, and while he could endure being surpassed, it was unbearable to see Lin Ruoxi claimed by another man, especially one so weak, while she dared to threaten him. "Wishing for death? Then I shall grant it." As Lin Ruoxi spoke, she suddenly lunged, her sword slicing toward Zhang Difu. The purple sword light resembled a bolt of lightning, instantaneously slicing through the sky, aiming to rend everything asunder. Zhang Difu was evidently aware of its potency and hurriedly evaded. The purple sword light grazed closely past Bai Wuji's arm. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a trench several zhang long appeared on the ground. Bai Wuji was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Had it veered just a bit more, he would have either met his demise or been left grievously injured. He raised his gaze towards the battle occurring in midair between the two combatants. Each clash was cataclysmic, and even the slightest ripple of energy could easily claim his life. Before reaching the foundation stage, one could hardly be considered a cultivator, and he felt woefully inadequate in comparison to Lin Ruoxi and Zhang Difu, who were figures he could only look up to. Bai Wuji chose not to linger, realizing that he was not fit to partake in such a formidable confrontation. It was prudent to retreat swiftly, lest Zhang Difu, should he falter against Lin Ruoxi, choose to use him as leverage. After much contemplation, he resolved to return to Yunshao Peak and reassess his situation. After all, his master Wu Ti regained her cultivation anytime soon, so there was little to worry about for now. Upon returning to Yunshao Peak, Bai Wuji deliberated once more and decided to pay a visit to his master. Having offended Zhang Difu, he knew the latter would not let the matter rest. Thus, he must strive to enhance his cultivation. The immediate priority was to reach the foundation stage. Without funds to purchase foundation pills, he would have to resort to dual cultivation. His master, being a rare, tiny body, would surely provide him the opportunity to reach the foundation stage after several sessions. Since they had already embarked on this path once, surely she wouldn't mind a few more times. With this thought, Bai Wuji entered his master's chamber. Upon entering, he immediately spotted his master seated cross-legged on the bed. Perhaps due to her transformation into a true woman, Yun Mingyao appeared even more enchanting than before, her alluring aura compelling one to succumb to temptation. Particularly in her sheer gauze garment, the glimpses of her form were enough to leave one salivating. The fire within Bai Wuji was ignited. It was hardly his fault. Who could resist such an allure? Yun Mingyao sensed someone's presence and quickly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Bai Wuji, her teeth clenched in ire. "You audacious disciple dare to return? I shall slay you." With her delicate feet bare, she leaped to the ground and struck towards Bai Wuji. Though her cultivation had not yet recovered, the poison of Xiaoyao sand had been dispelled, and with her various methods, she felt confident in dealing with a mere qi refining novice. Bai Wuji remained unperturbed. Despite his abysmal talent, he had been diligent in his training. He immediately unleashed the mountain-cleaving fist, countering with a punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Yun Mingyao was sent staggering back, collapsing onto the bed. You've actually cultivated the mountain-cleaving fist to such a formidable level. Yun Mingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Though the mountain-cleaving fist was merely a low-grade spiritual technique, it was easy to learn but difficult to master. Even those with outstanding talent required 3 to 5 years to reach mastery. How could Bai Wuji, a supposed waste, achieve such a feat in just 3 years? Unbeknownst to her, Bai Wuji had relentlessly practiced the mountain-cleaving fist day and night due to his poor aptitude. Without the slightest lapse in effort, diligence can indeed compensate for deficiencies, resulting in his current accomplishment. Seeing her astonishment, Bai Wuji couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Master, as your disciple, I must possess some merits. Yun Mingyao snorted dismissively. Do not indulge in self-admiration. Even if you have mastered the mountain-cleaving fist, what of it? Without profound cultivation, the power you can wield is severely limited. Bai Wuji nodded in agreement. You speak truthfully, Master. A foundation-stage expert could easily dispatch me with a mere slap, regardless of martial skills. At least you have some self-awareness. Now get out. Yun Mingyao, realizing she could not eliminate Bai Wuji at present, chose to endure, biding her time until she regained some cultivation to settle the score. Bai Wuji had yet to fulfill his objective and was reluctant to leave. Master, I wish to reach the foundation stage and thus seek your assistance. His expression was earnest. Yun Mingyao clenched her fists, wishing to dismember him, but after a moment's hesitation, she tossed him a foundation pill. Hurry and leave. She urged him once more to depart. Needing to maintain control over him, she reasoned that once her cultivation was restored, even if Bai Wuji managed to reach the foundation stage, she could still easily dispatch him. Moreover, given his lack of talent, a foundation pill would ultimately be wasted on him. Bai Wuji was well aware of this and grinned. Master, my aptitude is lacking, and merely possessing a foundation pill may not suffice. I implore you to assist me thoroughly. As he spoke, he seated himself on the bed and grasped her delicate hand. Release me. Yun Mingyao was startled and furious, attempting to break free, but Bai Wuji held on tightly. You unruly disciple, I have already given you the foundation pill. What more do you want? My talent is too poor. I require your close guidance, Master. With that, he pushed her down onto the bed. Unruly disciple, release me at once. If you dare to touch me again, I will. Chapter 8. The colorful Linglong Tower, why can't I reach the foundation stage? After their encounter, Bai Wuji felt a surge of energy within him and took the foundation pill, hoping to complete his foundation establishment, only to find himself failing once more. With your ineptitude, even through dual cultivation with me, you shall never establish a foundation. It is utterly impossible in this lifetime, Yun Mingyao scoffed. Bai Wuji cast a fierce glance her way. What do you intend to do, unruly disciple? Yun Mingyao hastily wrapped herself in the bedding, feeling a tinge of panic at the sight of his intense gaze. Bai Wuji smirked mischievously. Master, I refuse to concede. If one attempt fails, then let us have several more. With perseverance, even an iron pestle could be ground down to a needle. What? This unruly disciple wishes to continue? Did you not just come here? Are you not afraid of exhausting yourself? Yun Mingyao was both embarrassed and furious. What do you mean just now? That was clearly yesterday. Bai Wuji corrected her. Yun Mingyao rolled her eyes. Indeed, it was yesterday, but one occasion is still just one day. Bai Wuji lifted the bedding and pressed down upon her. Since his master was now his woman, it was only proper that he devoted himself to caring for her. Such was his duty as a man. Days turned into nights. Yet Bai Wuji still failed to establish his foundation, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Master, I must seek other means to establish my foundation. Please rest well. I shall return to see you this evening. He waved his hand and departed with an air of nonchalance. You scoundrel, you still wish for me to dual cultivate with you? Once I regain my cultivation, I will certainly kill you. Yun Mingyao ground her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. The poison of Huagong Sam made regaining her cultivation a daunting task, and until then, she had no choice but to endure. Under the moonlit night, Bai Wuji lay atop the mountain peak, gazing into the vast starry sky, deeply attuned to his own insignificance. Despite 2 sessions of dual cultivation with his master and consuming a foundation pill, he had still failed to establish his foundation. His physique was truly lamentable. The wager with the Saintess seemed utterly devoid of hope. With this physique, he might as well forget about establishing a foundation within a month, let alone a year. Additionally, having offended Zhang Difu, danger lurked should he leave Yinxiao Peak. He could not remain there indefinitely. Nor could he ignore the impending retribution from Yun Mengyao once she regained her cultivation. The world is vast. Where could he find a place to call home? Bai Wuji pondered for a long while, growing increasingly vexed. Forget it. Let things unfold naturally, one day at a time. He dismissed his worries, preparing to return. Just as he was about to depart, a flicker of light suddenly caught his attention. He crouched down to investigate, and with a sweep of his hand, a colorful little tower soared from the earth. The small tower, standing a little over a foot high, boasts 9 layers, its entire structure shimmering with brilliance and a kaleidoscope of colors. When he reached out to grasp it, it felt weightless, as if devoid of any mass. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him? Was this perhaps an extraordinary treasure? The more Bai Wuji pondered, the more convinced he became of its significance. Hastily returning to his chamber with the small tower in hand. Once inside, he first cleansed the tower with water, then held it up for a meticulous inspection. He attempted to channel his inner energy, yet the tower remained unresponsive. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the tower. To his dismay, the tower showed no reaction, but just as despair began to settle in, the blood he had dripped vanished. In the next instant, the tower erupted in a dazzling display of light, illuminating the entire room with a magnificent array of colors. Could it truly be a treasure? Bai Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. Such unexpected fortune seemed surreal. As the radiance gradually subsided, he felt a peculiar bond forming with the small tower. In the blink of an eye, he found himself enveloped in a chaotic realm. Bai Wuji recognized this as the internal space of the tower. The expanse was vast, encompassing thousands of cubic units. Approaching the edge of the chaos, he felt a surge of trepidation, as if the void could consume him at any moment. Alarmed, he quickly retreated to the center. On the ground lay a book. Initially, he assumed it contained cultivation techniques, but upon inspection, he discovered it was a legacy left by the previous master of the tower. This tower was known as Jiucai Linglong Ta, a genuine innate spiritual treasure. Artifacts are categorized into various ranks, and innate spiritual treasures are birthed from the primordial, ranking among the most elite artifacts. Bai Wuji was overwhelmed with excitement. This was beyond his wildest dreams. The emergence of such a treasure would incite frenzy across the cultivation world, even enticing legendary immortals to take notice. He continued reading, learning that the last master of Jiucai Linglong Ta was known as Tunshin Jizuan, a formidable powerhouse who traversed the cosmos. Further down the page, a tremendous surprise awaited him. The name Tunshin Ju radiated a sense of might. It was undoubtedly the cultivation technique of Tunshin Jizuan, to devour the heavens and the earth, to consume all things for one's own gain. Bai Wuji felt increasingly awed. This technique was exceedingly domineering, capable of absorbing any conceivable energy, including that of adversaries. With a hearty laugh, he reveled in his newfound fortune. Truly, there exists a path for the desperate. Armed with this technique, even a swine could soar. Though he was considered a failure, he was surely better than a mere pig. Following the technique, there were additional notes regarding Jiucai Linglong Ta. According to the records, the tower possessed 2 primary functions. The first was purification. Any form of energy could be transformed into innate spiritual energy. This innate spiritual energy represents the fundamental force, the most primordial energy with astounding potency. The second function pertained to time. As long as energy was supplied, the time domain could be activated. The first layer operates at 10-fold speed, the second at 100-fold, the third at 1,000-fold, and so forth. However, the faster the flow rate, the greater the energy consumption. Additionally, ascending beyond the first layer requires foundational cultivation. To access the third layer, one must attain golden core cultivation, with higher realms demanding increasingly advanced levels. Bai Wuji produced a spirit stone, which was instantaneously decomposed and transformed into innate spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the time domain was activated. Through the windows of Jiucai Linglong Ta, Bai Wuji observed the outside world, where everything seemed to decelerate tenfold. After a period of observation, he realized that a single spirit stone could sustain the operation of the time domain for an entire day, provided he refrained from absorbing that energy himself. In light of this, It proved to be quite economical. He had several spirit stones remaining, sufficient for half a month's cultivation. Bai Wuji perused Tunshinju, quickly entering a state of deep immersion. Before he knew it, half a month had passed, while 5 months elapsed within Jiucai Linglong Ta. After 5 months of diligent practice, he successfully transitioned his original technique to Tunshinju. However, Tunshinju is divided into 4 levels, and he had only mastered the first level thus far. Nevertheless, it far surpassed his previous technique. Although he had yet to establish a foundation, if he were to exert the full force of Tunshinju, he would possess the strength to contend with foundational cultivators. Furthermore, he felt increasingly confident in his ability to establish a foundation, given a few more years. It should pose no issue. The crux of the matter was that he had depleted his spirit stones, necessitating a venture outside to procure more. Upon exiting Jiucai Linglong Ta, he willed it to shrink into a pinpoint of light, which then vanished into the center of his brow. In the Yunjing Palace, Yunjing remained seated on her bed, diligently expelling toxins. Lacking cultivation, she could only rely on detoxification pills, the effects of which were slow, and she had only managed to expel half of the poison thus far. Nevertheless, she was confident that within another 2 weeks, she would rid herself of the toxins completely. Moreover, that troublesome disciple had not troubled her recently, allowing her to focus on her detoxification. Master, have you missed me? Junjing guardó la detoxificación pide, preparing to continue her efforts, when she suddenly felt a jolt from a teasing voice. Chapter 9. What you desire is my body. Disciple, why have you returned? Upon seeing Bai Wuji, Yunjing felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Bai Wuji had been absent for half a month. She had feared he had ventured far or even met with misfortune. Yet here he was again. Disciple simply missed you, master. Have you missed me? Bai Wuji sat beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. Yunjing attempted to break free, but to no avail, and could only respond with indignation. Bai Wuji, I warn you, if you dare to bully me again, I will not spare you. Master, such words are unwarranted. I cherish you far too much to ever think of bullying you. As Bai Wuji spoke, his gaze could not help but wander, drawn to her graceful neck, exquisite collarbone, fair and tender skin, and the subtle fragrance that wafted from her, each aspect a siren's call of temptation. Though only half a month had elapsed in the outside world, he had spent 5 months within Jiucai Linglong Ta. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire within him. Like, you certainly do, but what you desire is merely my body. Yunjing recognized his intentions and felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. The toxins within me are nearly expelled. Soon I shall regain my cultivation. If you cease now, I may still show you leniency. Bai Wuji saw through her bluster, swiftly pinning her down on the bed and kissing her luscious lips. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to it, or perhaps she realized resistance was futile. Yunjing accepted it with composure. Day after day, Bai Wuji stretched languidly, satisfied. Yunjing lay quietly, her cultivation lost, and having been tormented for an entire day, now utterly exhausted. Master, have you not noticed that the toxins within you have diminished significantly? Bai Wuji inquired with a smile. Yunjing focuset head avariness. Indeed, finding that the toxins had lessened greatly, equivalent to the results of 3 to 5 days of detoxification pills. How did you accomplish this? She asked, curious. Bai Wuji lifted her chin with a playful smile, replying, it is of course the effect of dual cultivation. With a few more sessions, the toxins within you will be eradicated. Do not speak such nonsense. If dual cultivation were effective, why did it not work before? Junjing countered. Perhaps it simply took longer to show results. Bai Wuji would certainly not disclose to her that he had silently activated the devouring ability of the Tun Tianju. The Tun Tianju possesses the capacity to consume all forms of energy, and poison is indeed a unique form of energy. Thus, it is no exception. If you are unwilling to speak, so be it, for I shall soon restore my cultivation level, and at that time, I shall certainly make you regret it. Yiming Yao, although her words were fierce, lacked any trace of murderous intent when she spoke. Master, you have uttered those words many times. You will surely be reluctant to harm me, for I firmly believe that affection grows over time. Bai Wuji remarked as he gently kissed her on the lips. We shall see about that. Yun Mingyao pushed Bai Wuji away and vigorously wiped her mouth. In truth, she was aware that certain things cannot be erased, for they have long since penetrated her very bones. I plan to leave the sect for a while. During my absence, You must take good care of yourself. Hurry and leave." Yun Mingyao secretly rejoiced. Once Bai Wuji departed, he would no longer have the chance to bully her. By the time Bai Wuji returned, she would have certainly regained her cultivation, and at that moment, she would ensure he faced consequences. After bidding farewell to her master with a kiss, Bai Wuji departed from Yinxiao Peak. He intended to visit the mission hall to accept tasks and earn spirit stones. Now that he possessed the Jiucai Linglong Tower, as long as he had sufficient spirit stones, he could activate the time array and cultivate for 10 or 8 years, eventually achieving the foundation establishment stage. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the main Peak's mission hall and accepted a task to slay the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear is a common low-tier monster, with its adult form equivalent to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. However, its terrifying strength and formidable defense render it a challenge even for ordinary pinnacle Qi refinement cultivators. This task rewards 6 contribution points, which most foundation establishment cultivators deem unworthy, and Qi refinement cultivators would only dare to accept it if several pinnacle Qi refinement experts teamed up. In the past, Bai Wuji would never have dared to take on such a mission, but now that he had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, possessed the Tun Tianju, and mastered the groundbreaking mountain-opening fist, he stood out among his peers. Consequently, he accepted the task without hesitation. Many pointed at him, labeling him a waste, likening him to a toad attempting to consume swan meat, unaware of his impending doom. Bai Wuji paid them no mind and left after accepting the mission. "Senior brother, please wait." Just as Bai Wuji left the mission hall, a female disciple intercepted his path. "Is there something you need?" Bai Wuji inquired. "Senior brother, I would like to request your assistance. If you would be so kind," the female disciple implored, her demeanor exuding vulnerability. "What kind of assistance?" Bai Wuji asked indifferently. "I discovered a spirit-communicating herb in the Wanyao forest, but there is a powerful beast nearby. Could you help me?" The female disciple gazed at Bai Wuji with pleading eyes, evoking sympathy. "You should seek help from someone else. My strength is insufficient to assist you," Bai Wuji declined politely, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Senior brother, I beg you, the spirit-communicating herb is of great importance to me. If you help me obtain it, I will express my gratitude in a meaningful way. Would that be acceptable?" The female disciple clung to Bai Wuji's sleeve, pouting adorably, her sweet appearance exceedingly charming. "And how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Bai Wuji asked straightforwardly. If the benefits were substantial, he might reconsider, especially since his mission also led to the Wanyao forest. "If you can help me acquire the spirit-communicating herb, I will do anything you wish. Even if you desire me, I would not refuse." Xiaoyu lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. Bai Wuji could not help but feel intrigued. Although Xiaoyu's looks did not rival those of Yun Mengyao or Lin Ruoxi, her figure was remarkable, particularly her alluring curves, which were undeniably enticing. Most importantly, the dual cultivation method recorded in the Tun Tianju was quite extraordinary, and he had already tested its effectiveness with Yun Mengyao, yielding surprisingly good results. He was curious to see if trying with another woman would yield unexpected outcomes. "What is the strength of that beast?" Bai Wuji inquired cautiously. Seeing Bai Wuji's wavering stance, Xiaoyu became excited. "Senior brother, do not worry. I have enlisted the help of several fellow villagers, and with your support, we will surely succeed." Bai Wuji nodded. "If that is the case, then very well, but do not forget your promise to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being heartless." "You can rest assured, senior brother. I am a woman of my word, and I shall not go back on my promise," Xiaoyu vowed earnestly. Outside the mountain gate, they met up with a few others and then boarded a spirit crane, flying towards the Wanyao forest. Chapter 10. Killing you like slaughtering a dog. Through their conversation, Bai Wuji learned that the tall, slender man was named Xie Jifei, the short man was Xie Lin, the one with the sharp face was Xie Lei, and the woman was Xiaoyu. They all hailed from the same village, and now they were inner sect disciples at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The Wanyao forest lay several thousand miles from the sect, and it took them until the next day to arrive. The Wanyao forest was vast and boundless, filled with towering trees that stretched endlessly into the horizon. It was home to a myriad of monsters, and the deeper one ventured, the stronger the beasts became. It was said that deep within the Wanyao forest lurked terrifying beast kings, formidable entities on par with human powerhouses. Many entered the Wanyao forest daily, either to hunt monsters or search for spiritual herbs. However, Entering the forest meant facing life and death threats. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Upon nearing the Wanyao forest, they dismounted the spirit crane and proceeded on foot, for the spirit crane dared not enter the forest, and no one would risk riding one inside. In the sky, they would become easy targets. If a powerful flying beast set its sights on them, escape would be impossible. Once inside the Wanyao forest, they exercised extreme caution. Given their current cultivation, encountering a first-tier beast would be manageable, but a second-tier beast would spell certain doom. We have ventured 10 miles in. How much further do we have to go? Bai Wuji asked cautiously. Xie Jifei exchanged glances with the others and swiftly surrounded Bai Wuji. What is the meaning of this? Bai Wuji asked warily. Xie Yu smirked sarcastically. Look at this waste. Not only is he useless, but he is also a fool, completely unaware of his impending doom. I almost feel pity for him, Xie mocked. With such a useless piece of trash, how dare he compete with the Holy Sun for a woman? I wonder where he gets his courage. Did the Holy Sun send you to kill me? Bai Wuji asked uncertainly. Indeed, who does not know that the Saintess is the Holy Sun's woman, and yet this waste dares to be her partner? Truly brazen. Xie Leisnird. Is the Holy Sun here as well? Where is he? Bai Wuji scanned his surroundings, his heart racing with anxiety. If Zhang Difu were also present, his fate would surely be sealed. Xie rolled her eyes dismissively. You think the Holy Sun would bother to dirty his hands with you? A useless piece of trash? You are really dreaming. Xie Jifei nodded in agreement. Indeed, to the Holy Sun, you are nothing more than a pile of stinking dog waste. You are not worthy of his attention. Upon hearing that Zhang Difu was not present, Bai Wuji let out a long sigh of relief. Kid, you don't think that just because the Holy Sun isn't here, we can't kill you, do you? Xie Jifei teased. Isn't it? Bai Wuji retorted. As long as Zhang Difu was absent, he felt little fear. Of course, 4 Foundation establishment experts were not to be underestimated. With his current cultivation, he could handle 1, but taking on 4 would likely be beyond his capability. However, if he wished to leave, he was confident that these few could not stop him. Are you out of your mind? Xie Jifei scoffed. You, a waste who has yet to reach Foundation establishment. While the 4 of us are all Foundation establishment cultivators, any one of us could easily crush you. I am at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Are Foundation establishment cultivators truly that formidable? Bai Wuji feigned surprise. You are truly ignorant. Xie Jifei disdainfully remarked. Do not speak of just one peak Qi refining practitioner. Even if there were 3 or 5 in the presence of a Foundation establishment cultivator, they are but insignificant insects, easily extinguished. Since you are so formidable, may I strike first? Bai Wuji cautiously inquired. Why not? I shall remain here unmoving. You will not breach my defenses. Xie Jifei replied with haughty arrogance. Though the peak of Qi refinement is but a step away from Foundation establishment, the disparity between the two is profound. If Foundation establishment cultivators are akin to adults, then peak Qi refining practitioners are merely elementary school students. Should Bai Wuji dare to unleash his full might, not only would he fail to breach Xie Jifei's defenses, but he would also suffer grievously. Then I shall make my move. You cannot evade, Bai Wuji declared, stepping forward with his left foot, raising his right hand, and preparing for an attack. Come at me with all you have. I shall not dodge. Xie Jifei laughed mockingly, opening his arms wide. In his eyes, Bai Wuji was merely a jester to be toyed with before his demise. Xie Yu, and Xie Lin did not intervene. They were more than willing to indulge in some amusement. The corners of Bai Wuji's mouth curled upwards as he suddenly advanced, delivering a forceful palm strike to Xie Jifei's chest. After altering his cultivation method, the strength of this strike was nearly comparable to that of a Foundation establishment practitioner. With a resounding bang, Xie Jifei was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood before he even hit the ground. Jifei! The others were taken aback. You seek death. Xie roared in fury, summoning his flying sword and pointing. The sword shot forth like lightning towards Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji leaped to evade the attack and dashed deeper into the forest. Quickly pursue. Do not let him escape. The others immediately followed in pursuit of Bai Wuji. Xie Yu, seeing her injured brother, was filled with concern. Brother Jifei, are you all right? I am fine. Do not worry about me. Hurry and chase that brat. Do not let him get away. Xie Jifei gritted his teeth. Rest assured, Brother Jifei, I will capture him and bring him back to relieve your grievances, Xiaoyu declared. Then ran in the direction Bai Wuji had fled. Bai Wuji practiced the Liuguang step, a low-grade spiritual movement technique. The hierarchy of martial skills ranges from mortal to spiritual, divine, and ultimately supreme. Typically, inner disciples only cultivate mortal-grade skills, but as a true disciple, Bai Wuji was permitted to practice spiritual-grade techniques. Despite his lower cultivation level, his diligent practice had allowed him to master the Liuguang step, swiftly leaving his pursuers behind. However, fleeing was not in his nature. He circled back to his previous location. As expected, Xie Jifei remained there, seated in meditation to recover from his injuries. Bai Wuji revealed a cold smile and strode toward him. Xie Jifei suddenly awakened, astonished and enraged upon seeing Bai Wuji. "You audacious brat! How dare you return? Those fools have been lured away. Why should I not return?" Bai Wuji countered. "You wish to kill me?" Xie Jifei inquired. "You're not as dull as I thought," Bai Wuji complimented. Xie Jifei smiled, his expression rife with sarcasm. "I admit I underestimated you earlier, but that was due to my unpreparedness. Now that I am on guard, to kill you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog." Bai Wuji waved his finger dismissively. "You are mistaken. It is I who shall slay you, as one would a dog. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Bai Wuji unleashed a powerful punch. Seeking death, Xie Jifei growled, meeting the attack with a punch of his own. With a resounding impact, Bai Wuji stood firm, unyielding, while Xie Jifei was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. He was propelled several meters away, creating a deep crater upon impact. "How is this possible? How can your strength be so formidable?" Xie Jifei exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Bai Wuji, despite being merely a peak chi refining practitioner, displayed power that rivaled that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Bai Wuji, disinterested in explanations, continued to approach with a cold smile. Xie Jifei, pale with fear, pleaded Bai Wuji. "You cannot kill me. Slaying a fellow disciple incurs severe punishment. In this desolate wilderness, who would know if I were to kill you?" Bai Wuji replied fearlessly. "CLA and the others are searching for you. Should anything happen to me, you will be their prime suspect. If you are wise, flee quickly, and I shall let bygones be bygones." Xie Jifei's bluster faltered, attempting to intimidate Bai Wuji. However, he gravely underestimated Bai Wuji's courage. After all, he dared to seduce his master, so why would he be cowed? "I am a true disciple. My master is Harem Xianxia, even if there were evidence." "What of it?" Bai Wuji asserted, seizing Xie Jifei by the throat. Xie Jifei's eyes widened with fear. "Bai Wuji, I am favored by the saint's son. Killing me would put you at odds with him. Can you bear the consequences?" "Fool, you have already offended Zhang Difu. To use him to threaten me is utterly ridiculous." Before Xie Jifei could utter another word, Bai Wuji activated the Tunshin Ju, unleashing a powerful suction force from his palm. Xie Jifei's eyes filled with shock and terror as he felt his energy rapidly being drained. Yet he was powerless to stop it. In mere moments, Bai Wuji had absorbed all the energy within Xie Jifei's body. Typically, the Tunshin Ju could only devour those of lower cultivation, but due to Xie Jifei's severe injuries, it was possible to consume him. Even so, the energy was immense, and Bai Wuji felt as if he might burst from its sheer volume. He hurriedly collected Xie Jifei's spiritual stones and treasures before swiftly retreating into the dense forest, climbing a large tree. Thereafter, he retrieved the Jiuzai Linglong Tower, and with a thought, entered within. He then released the excess energy into the Jiuzai Linglong Tower, where it transformed into innate spiritual energy. The temporal barrier activated automatically. Only then did Bai Wuji allow himself a moment of respite. The Jiuzai Linglong Tower concealed his aura, making it nearly impossible for CLA and the others to locate him. With abundant energy, Bai Wuji resolved to indulge himself, directly absorbing the innate spiritual energy for cultivation. Innate spiritual energy is the purest form of energy, requiring no refinement for absorption. This dramatically increased his cultivation speed, and with the temporal barrier, one day outside equated to over 100 days' worth of cultivation within. Moreover, due to the absence of impurities in innate spiritual energy, the process of foundation establishment became significantly easier. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Bai Wuji attempted foundation establishment thrice, all ending in failure. Yet he remained undeterred. There was still plenty of innate spiritual energy left, sufficient for another month of cultivation, and he firmly believed he would succeed. Seated cross-legged within the Jiucai Linglong Tower, Bai Wuji was enveloped by swirling innate spiritual energy like a white mist. The pain from meridians resulting from his previous failures had yet to subside. Taking a deep breath, he once again guided the overwhelming energy to assault the barrier of his dantian. This time, he abandoned brute force in favor of operating the Tunshin Ju to perfection, allowing the innate spiritual energy to seep into the cracks of the barrier like a gentle stream. A sound akin to the tearing of silk resonated from his dantian as fine fissures spread across the barrier, the agony causing veins to bulge on his forehead, sweat soaking his robe. Now, he suddenly opened his eyes, forming the foundation establishment seal with his hands. Those cracks erupted, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, rapidly accumulating and beginning to liquefy. Before long, a vast ocean of spiritual power gathered within his dantian, pulsating with an intensity several times greater than before. Bai Wuji gradually concluded his cultivation, savoring the surging foundation establishment spiritual power within him, a smile gracing his lips. CLA, CLN, and CAU, after searching for me for such an extended period, it is time to present you with a surprise. Although I have been cultivating within the Jiucai Linglong Tower for nearly 20 days, scarcely 2 days have passed outside. CLA and his companions have repeatedly passed nearby. Thus Bai Wuji is aware that they are still scouring the area for him. Perhaps this is fortuitous, as it provides an opportunity to resolve matters with them. Upon departing from the Jiucai Linglong Tower with a mere thought, the tower swiftly diminished in size and nestled into his brow. He stretched lazily, and in the next moment, his figure flickered and vanished into the dense forest. Meanwhile, CLA and the others continued their aimless search for Bai Wuji. Zhang Difu had issued a stern decree. If they failed to bring back Bai Wuji's head, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, they had been searching the vicinity for 2 days, yet to no avail. After an extensive search, they regrouped. Xiaoyu's face was etched with worry. It appears that this individual has already vacated the area. Continuing in this manner is futile. CLA, filled with trepidation, stated, "If we cannot locate him, the Holy Sun will certainly not spare us. Our only recourse is to seek assistance from the Holy Sun, compelling him to dispatch more aid. There is no other option. I shall contact the Holy Sun at once." As Xiaolin spoke, he produced a communication talisman and was about to send a message when a mocking voice rang out from not far away. "Are you imbeciles searching for me? It's you, Bai Wuji." Upon seeing Bai Wuji, the group was momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. "Bai Wuji, you worthless fool, you haven't fled? How dare you reveal yourself? Do you have a death wish?" CLA's expression shifted from surprise to fury, his gaze fixated on the figure before him, as if he wished to devour him whole. A deep-seated hatred flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes as she gritted her teeth. "You despicable wretch, how dare you slay Brother Ji Fei? Today, I shall exact vengeance for his blood." Bai Wuji brushed off the dust from his robe, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Vengeance? You lot? Just moments ago, you were dancing in circles at my hands, and now you dare utter such words? Seeking death," Xiao Lin bellowed, drawing his long blade with a swift motion, the air slicing through with a fierce wind directed at Bai Wuji. Enraged, he had long since lost his rationality, dismissing this peak chi refinement practitioner entirely. "Be careful. This fellow possesses an unsettling aura." CLA's heart raced as he hurriedly warned. The grim fate of Xie Ji Fei was fresh in his mind. He sensed something amiss with Bai Wuji. However, Xiaolin paid no heed as the blade approached Bai Wuji's face. In an instant, Bai Wuji's figure flickered, executing the flowing light step to perfection, evading the blade like a phantom. Unbeknownst to them, a glimmering long sword had appeared in his hand. With a flash, the sword sliced through the air, accompanied by Xiaolin's ear-piercing scream as an arm was severed and blood gushed forth. "On my hand!" Xiaolin clutched the stump of his arm, trembling in agony, his face as pale as a sheet. Bai Wuji swiftly kicked him to the ground, leaned down, and grasped his neck, a chill emanating from his eyes. Before Xiaolin could plead for mercy, the swallowing heaven technique commenced, unleashing a formidable suction from his palm. Xiaolin's body visibly withered, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming, and moments later, He lay lifeless, devoid of vitality. This scene was too horrific. CLA and Xie were paralyzed with fear, their trousers soaked with cold sweat. They dared not linger, letting out a scream before fleeing into the depths of the forest, lacking even the courage to glance back. Chapter 12. Your brother stole someone's wife and got beaten. A cold smile crept across Bai Wuji's lips as he flickered into motion, pursuing them. Utilizing the flowing light step, he was faster than them even before attaining foundation establishment. And now, within mere blinks, he had caught up to the two. The pair were utterly terrified. CLA, trembling with fear, implored, "Brother Bai, we recognize our mistakes. Please forgive us this once." "Forgive you?" Bai Wuji replied with a sarcastic smile. "Forgiveness is the realm of the divine. My duty is to escort you to meet the divine." Bai Wuji struck towards CLA, who attempted to resist, but his strength and speed were vastly inferior, resulting in his arm being effortlessly twisted. CLA emitted a heart-wrenching scream, which abruptly ceased as his body trembled as if electrocuted, the light in his eyes dimming at an observable rate. Within mere breaths, CLA lost all vitality, collapsing to the ground. Nearby, Xie witnessed this horror, her legs shaking uncontrollably. In desperation, she showcased her allure, biting her finger, speaking in a sultry tone. "Brother Bai, you are so formidable. I admire you greatly. You previously claimed you would flame me alive. Now professing your admiration seems rather absurd, does it not?" Bai Wuji replied with a cold laugh. Xie approached him, her arms encircling his neck, pressing her ample bosom against his chest. "Brother Bai, I simply didn't understand you before. Now that I realize my errors, if you spare me this once, I am at your service to do anything you desire." With sultry eyes, Xie leaned in to kiss him. Bai Wuji seized her neck, coldly stating, "I have no interest in women like you, who are available to all." Xie quickly retorted, "Brother Bai, I am not that kind of loose woman. My virtue remains intact, as you shall verify." No sooner had she spoken than Bai Wuji had pushed her to the ground, and in the moment her garments fell away, a fleeting glimpse of malice flashed in her eyes, quickly masked by feigned softness. During their dual cultivation, Bai Wuji could distinctly sense her untouched essence, yet beneath that purity lay an unmistakable intent to kill, which did not escape his awareness. From the moment Xie approached, he had detected a poisoned needle concealed at her waist. After their dual cultivation concluded, Xie seized the moment Bai Wuji relaxed, swiftly drawing the needle and aiming for his heart. However, her movement was intercepted midway as Bai Wuji grasped her neck. The tightening grip rendered her breathless. Her face flushed with a deep crimson, disbelief flooding her eyes. "You knew all along?" Xie gasped out the words with great difficulty. Bai Wuji sneered. "From the moment you approached me, I knew your treacherous intentions. Did you genuinely believe that feigning weakness would allow me to spare you?" She struggled desperately, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother Bai, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Considering how I served you well earlier, could you please grant me this final reprieve?" Bai Wuji gazed at her hypocritical tears, laughing coldly. "Serve me? You merely sought to lower my guard during our dual cultivation to kill me. With such intentions, how dare you plead for mercy?" As his words fell, he tightened his grip. With a crisp crack, a bone snapped, and Xiao's body jolted before her expression froze. Bai Wuji released her, and her lifeless form slumped to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to fathom how her scheme had failed so utterly. Bai Wuji rose, adjusting his attire, not sparing a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. He had never been one to show mercy. There was no need to leave any leeway for those who sought his life. Subsequently, Bai Wuji commenced gathering the spoils of battle, for these inner-sect disciples were quite affluent, each possessing dozens to hundreds of spirit stones. Additionally, there were magical artifacts and medicinal pills. Although he had no use for them, they could be sold for currency. After securing the spoils in his spatial ring, he began searching for the Earth Bear. Even though he no longer valued the 6 contribution points, having accepted the task, he felt compelled to fulfill it. The Earth Bear was a common beast, and Bai Wuji quickly discovered one towering at over 3 meters tall and weighing a ton, possessing immense strength. Capable of crushing chi refinement practitioners into paste with a single swipe of its colossal paw. If Bai Wuji had yet to establish his foundation, it would have been quite challenging to slay the Earth Bear. However, at present, Bai Wuji wielded an exquisite magical sword and, with a swift movement, found himself before the earth bear, cleaving it in two, blood spilling across the ground. Subsequently, he produced an identity token and captured the earth bear's essence within it. Task accomplished. After completing his mission, Bai Wuji departed from the Wanyao forest, taking a spirit crane back to the sect. Having been away from the sect for several days, he felt a profound longing for his master. After submitting his task at the mission hall, he hurriedly prepared to return to Yinxiao Peak. Bai Wuji stopped right there. Just as Bai Wuji had exited the mission hall, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw a man dressed in the garb of an inner sect disciple glaring at him angrily. "What is it?" Bai Wuji inquired casually. "Where is my brother?" "Xie Fei?" the man demanded, his voice laced with menace. "How would I know?" Bai Wuji replied nonchalantly, unfazed, as no one had witnessed him commit the act. "Several people saw my brother and his companions leave with you. Now you're the only one who has returned. Did you kill them all?" Xie eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "You cannot make such unfounded accusations. While it is true that I left with them, we parted ways upon arrival. How would I know where they went?" Bai Wuji shrugged, feigning innocence. "I have attempted to contact my brother multiple times using a sound transmission talisman, yet received no response. Something must have happened. If you have harmed a fellow disciple, what penalty shall you face?" Xie was convinced that his brother's demise was linked to Bai Wuji, knowing they had set out to eliminate him. Now, with his brother unreachable and Bai Wuji returning alive, it certainly raised suspicions. The commotion drew the attention of many, and upon hearing Xie accusation, a wave of outrage surged through the crowd. What? He dares to harm his fellow disciples? Such an act warrants the forfeiture of his cultivation and expulsion from his sect. Surely not. I recognize him. He is Bai Wuji, a mere waste without foundation. How could he possibly have killed Xie Fei and his companions? Xie retorted. With his lack of strength, he could not have killed my brother and the others. But he might have hired someone else to do it. Perhaps he has colluded with the demonic sect to viciously slay my brother. Anyone can spout nonsense. Bai Wuji countered. Since you are so curious, let me enlighten you. Your brother was caught stealing another man's wife's undergarment and was subsequently killed. My brother is dead, and you dare slander him? You seek death. Xie was enraged, clenching his fists and lunging at Bai Wuji with all the might of his early foundation cultivation. The onlookers stood by, some relishing the spectacle. After all, Bai Wuji, a mere waste, had somehow become a true disciple, and even more infuriatingly, the fiancé of the Saintess. They were all too eager to witness his downfall. Chapter 13. Lu Rusi. Just as Xie fist was about to connect with Bai Wuji, a fragrant breeze swept through. A graceful figure appeared beside Bai Wuji. Her delicate hand waved, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted forth. With a thunderous crash, Xie was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene was astonishing. As an inner sect disciple with foundational cultivation, Xie had been effortlessly injured by another. "Who is it?" the crowd inquired, their eyes fixed on the woman standing beside Bai Wuji. She was clad in a yellow robe, slender and fair-skinned, with exquisite features. Her dark hair cascaded like ink, exuding an air of nobility amidst her beauty and elegance. She was breathtaking. Merely a glance left countless men captivated. "Sister Lu." Upon seeing the newcomer, Xie trembled in fear, for she was none other than Lu Rusi, the second true disciple of Yinxiao Peak, among the 7 peaks of Qingyun sect. Despite Yinxiao Peak being the least populated, its strength was not to be underestimated. The 4 true disciples of Yinxiao Peak, apart from Bai Wuji, were all exceptionally beautiful and possessed extraordinary talents and profound cultivation. Lu Rusi ranked second at Yinxiao Peak, her cultivation at the pinnacle of the early Golden Core stage, making her one of the top experts among the disciples, second only to the Saint and Saintess. "How dare you harm my junior brother? Who gave you the audacity?" Lu Rusi's icy voice resonated like a thunderclap. Xie trembled, fear washing over him. "Sister Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely wish to spar with senior brother Bai." "Very well, I shall spar with you." Lu Rusi casually waved her hand, and a wave of powerful energy sent Xie flying once more, causing him to spit up blood. The onlookers were struck dumb, realizing that although the number of disciples from Yinxiao Peak was few, they were fiercely protective of one another. Previously, many had deemed it mere rumor, but now they recognized the truth in those tales. Lu Rusi's strike was merciless, although Xie had intended to attack Bai Wuji. He had not yet managed to do so, resulting only in his own near demise. Had he truly harmed Bai Wuji, he would have surely met a graver fate. Junior brother, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere? Lu Rusi turned to Bai Wuji, her voice gentle and caring, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, second sister. Bai Wuji felt warmth in his heart, relishing the sensation of being cared for, especially by a beautiful woman. By the way, second sister, I thought you were out traveling. What brings you back so suddenly? Bai Wuji inquired. I returned after achieving some gains during my journey. I need to enter seclusion to process them, Lu Rusi replied. Then let us hasten back. Lu Rusi nodded, summoning her flying sword and instructing Bai Wuji to stand behind her. Junior brother, do hold on tightly. Do not fall off, Lu Rusi cautioned. Bai Wuji promptly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling its smoothness and softness. The faint scent of her body intoxicated him. Lu Rusi had never experienced such intimate contact with a man. Upon feeling Bai Wuji's grip around her waist, she instinctively tensed. A hint of crimson crept to her ears. Yet she maintained her composure, urging the flying sword onward. In a flash of green light, the pair soared into the sky, the wind howling past their ears, their garments fluttering in the breeze. Bai Wuji was enveloped in the delicate fragrance that lingered near him, his heart racing as he felt the subtle yet firm movement of her waist against his palm as they ascended. Xianxia Peak, this place, adorned with picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy, ranks among the top 10 of the 108 peaks governed by Qingyan sect. It is also the training ground for the successive holy sons. Within the cave dwelling, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged on a mat, emanating a formidable aura that felt oppressive. Xie, trembling with fear, approached the man and knelt before him. Holy son, the disciples of Yinxiao Peak are truly overstepping. They have killed my brother and left me in this state. Please, you must seek justice for me. Zhang Difu's gaze was sharp as blades, his killing intent icy and piercing. All of you are worthless. 4 Foundation cultivators could not even deal with a mere qi refinement waste. Their deaths are deserved. Xie quivered as he continued. Holy son, that waste Bai Wuji must have colluded with outsiders. Otherwise, how could he possibly have slain 4 Foundation experts? Zhang Difu nodded, agreeing that he did not believe Bai Wuji possessed the ability to kill 4 Foundation cultivators. Holy son, my brother was killed while serving you. You cannot turn a blind eye, Xie pleaded. Zhang Difu fell into deep thought. He harbored a desire to eliminate Bai Wuji more than anyone else. However, with Yin Mengyao as his backing and now Lin Ruoxi defending him, he found it inconvenient to act against him within the sect. I find myself unable to move. Yet the grand competition for newcomers is approaching. You should seek out several formidable newcomers. If you encounter Bai Wuji, eliminate him, suggested Zhang Difu. Saint, after all, Bai Wuji is a true disciple. It is unlikely that an ordinary person would have the audacity to kill him, lamented Xie. The mere thought of Lu Rusi sent chills down his spine, and he certainly lacked the courage to confront him now. Furthermore, the newcomer competition occurs once a year. Last year's event was limited to those who had not yet formed their foundation, a criterion he did not meet. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. As long as we discreetly issue a bounty, many will be willing to act, Zhang Difu asserted, producing a spatial ring containing 5,000 spirit stones. Find a few capable newcomers. Indeed, I shall attend to this matter immediately, Xie replied. After leaving the cave, he began his search for assistance. However, 5,000 spirit stones is no trifling sum. Naturally, he intended to keep a portion for himself, so he withdrew 1,000 spirit stones and approached Zhang Chenglong, the top-ranked outer sect disciple, requesting him to arrange for some individuals to eliminate Bai Wuji. Zhang Chenglong readily agreed, handing over 200 spirit stones and delegating the task to his brother, Zhang Chengtiger. Zhang Chengtiger, who indulged in a life of revelry and was burdened with debts, prioritized repaying his obligations upon receiving the funds before indulging once more, leaving him with a mere 30 spirit stones. Thus, he sought out 3 audacious individuals, instructing them to eliminate Bai Wuji during the newcomer competition. After all, Bai Wuji was widely regarded as a worthless individual. Even if the trio could not rank among the outer sex elite, they would suffice for dealing with such a weakling. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji returned to Xianxia aboard Lu Rusi's flying sword. Upon landing, his unsteady balance caused him to collapse onto Lu Rusi's back. How fragrant! How soft! Bai Wuji's face beamed with delight, while Lu Rusi stood frozen in surprise. Engrossed in her cultivation, she often found herself alone. Now, being embraced by a man, she felt electrified by the broadness of his chest against her back. The peculiar sensation rendered her weak and bewildered. What's going on here? Yin Mengyao, having recovered somewhat from her poison, ventured out to investigate, only to discover Bai Wuji and Lu Rusi in an intimate embrace, igniting a surge of unbridled anger within her. Chapter 14. Please spare me. Master Yin Mengyao could not comprehend the source of her fury. The sight of Bai Wuji with another woman stirred discontent in her heart. Lu Rusi, jolted back to reality, quickly extricated herself from Bai Wuji's grasp. Master, it is not as you perceive. It was my junior brother who lost his footing and fell upon me, she hastily clarified, her mind racing with confusion. Their relationship was one of master and disciple, devoid of blood ties. Even if they were truly together, it would be reasonable. Why was her master so incensed? To her, her master resembled a mother, and being questioned made her feel like a child caught in wrongdoing. In contrast, Bai Wuji remained unperturbed, for he had already deemed Yun Mengyao as his own. Observing her current demeanor, he recognized unmistakable jealousy, a testament to his diligent efforts bearing fruit. Despite her celestial status, she was still a woman at heart. Through his steadfast pursuit, her body had unwittingly succumbed, and her jealousy was merely an instinctive response to this influence. At that moment, Yun Mengyao realized her lack of composure and quickly defended herself. As cultivators, we defy the heavens and must toil diligently. We must never seek pleasure. Your teachings are well noted, Master, Lu Rusi replied respectfully. Yun Mengyao then turned her gaze to Bai Wuji, her resentment for his actions boiling within her. However, with Lu Rusi present, she could not display her feelings overtly, so she coldly inquired, "Did you not go out to train? Why did you return so soon?" "Master, I simply missed you and returned," Bai Wuji replied with a grin. Yun Mengyao ground her teeth in frustration. "You little rascal. You clearly seek to indulge in your master's company." Although her cultivation had improved slightly, she still doubted her ability to contend with him. Fortunately, her second disciple, Lu Rusi, had returned. With her presence, Bai Wuji would surely refrain from further audacity. "Rusi, do not rush out after returning. I have been poisoned, and Xianxia requires your protection for now." Though she felt secure on Xianxia, as outsiders dared not intrude, she wanted Lu Rusi to stay primarily to deter Bai Wuji from mischief. "What? Master, you are poisoned? How serious is it?" Lu Rusi asked with concern. Yun Mengyao waved her hand. "It is nothing grave. I merely cannot utilize my cultivation for the time being, so I must enter seclusion to expel the poison. Rest assured, Master, my junior brother and I will guard Xianxia diligently," Lu Rusi promised. Bai Wuji discerned Yun Mengyao's intentions and was unfazed. That night, when the world was enveloped in silence, he stealthily approached Yun Mengyao's window and climbed inside. Startled awake, Yun Mengyao was filled with both surprise and anger upon recognizing Bai Wuji. "What do you intend to do, you wayward disciple?" She had not anticipated Bai Wuji's audacity. With Lu Rusi back, he still dared to approach her. With a mischievous smile, Bai Wuji advanced. "Dearest master, I cannot sleep alone. I must embrace you to find rest. Stay right there. If you dare come closer, I shall call for your second senior sister." Yun Mengyao exclaimed, panic etched on her face, attempting to intimidate Bai Wuji. Unfortunately, he was undeterred. "Master, you would not want your second senior sister to discover our secret, would you?" he queried with a grin. Yun Mengyao was momentarily dumbfounded. As the esteemed Yun Meng fairy, she was repeatedly bullied by her own disciple. If this were to spread, she would lose all face. Seeing the opportune moment, Bai Wuji seized her, pressing his lips against her delicate mouth. Rebellious disciple, rebellious disciple. The once formidable authority of her position crumbled. Yun Mengyao trembled with rage. "Bai Wuji, you shall pay for this. Within a month, I shall regain part of my cultivation, and then you shall no longer reign over me." The following morning, Yun Mengyao lay breathless on her bed, worn out from the previous night's activities, her body weak and glistening with perspiration. In contrast, Bai Wuji appeared invigorated. Although it had been a taxing endeavor, he had enhanced his cultivation through their dual training. Thus, after a night of labor, he felt more alive than ever. Gently caressing her face, he smiled, "Dearest master, my fondness for you grows ever stronger. I shall return tonight." Yin Mingyao, upon hearing this, trembled in fear. "Consider this my plea. Kindly allow me to rest adequately tonight, will you?" Though it is said that only overworked oxen tire, Bai Wuji's relentless pursuits had left her utterly exhausted. Were she an ordinary woman, she would likely have been completely undone after just one encounter. Observing her pitiful state, Bai Wuji nearly softened. "Master, I do this for your own good. It will help you expel the toxins swiftly," he insisted. "No need. I can slowly expel the poison myself." Yin Mingyao was genuinely frightened, preferring to spend tenfold or 100-fold the time, rather than endure his exhausting antics. "You have no choice. Tonight, be prepared and wait for me," Bai Wuji declared, planting a kiss on her lips before rising to dress. Yin Mingyao seethed with fury. "Master, are you awake?" Suddenly, the voice of Lu Rusi echoed outside the door, startling both individuals within the room. Yin Mingyao's anxiety was palpable. If Lu Rusi discovered her liaison with Bai Wuji, what could she possibly hide her face as a disciple? Bai Wuji, too, wished to remain undetected. For Yin Mingyao was his master, and such rumors would tarnish his reputation. He might even be accused of betraying his teacher and ancestors. "Is there something you need?" Yin Mingyao inquired calmly while hastily dressing, attempting to maintain her composure. "I have refined an antidote pill for you, and I shall fetch it now," Lu Rusi replied. Yin Mingyao's face drained of color. In her haste, she had even forgotten to put on her undergarment. "You may enter," she called out, sitting upright in bed, striving to appear unperturbed, fearful of revealing any signs of disarray. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji stood respectfully to the side. At that moment, he caught sight of the undergarment on the floor and swiftly waved it into his spatial ring. Yin Mingyao intended to retrieve it, but Lu Rusi had already pushed the door open, forcing her to abandon the thought. Upon seeing Bai Wuji in the room, Lu Rusi paused momentarily. "Junior brother, what brings you to Master's chamber?" she inquired, noticing the disheveled state of Yin Mingyao's clothing and hair. It appeared as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Bai Wuji, with a calculated gaze, responded earnestly, "I possess some knowledge of antidote techniques and came to assist Master with her recovery. After a long night of toil, I was preparing to rest when you arrived." Yin Mingyao, upon hearing this, wore a smile on her face, yet inwardly she berated Bai Wuji vehemently. How shameless he was, pretending to be noble while his true intentions were to indulge in her form. The antidote was merely a pretext. "Junior brother, you have worked hard," Lu Rusi remarked, perceiving Bai Wuji as a person of pure intention and filial piety. "I am honored to assist Master. If it brings her comfort, I would bear any burden without complaint," Bai Wuji replied solemnly. Yin Mingyao felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger upon hearing his words. "You wait, Bai Wuji. Once I regain my strength, I will ensure you regret your actions toward me. Junior brother, please return to rest. I will look after Master from now on," Lu Rusi said with concern. "Then I shall take my leave," Bai Wuji replied, casting a glance at Yin Mingyao. "Master, I will return tonight to assist you with the antidote. There is no need for you to come back tonight." Yin Mingyao hastily declined, her fear evident. The turmoil Bai Wuji had caused her in recent days had already exasperated her, and the thought of carrying his child was utterly dreadful. Bai Wuji, with utmost sincerity, said, "Master, I know you care for me and fear I shall tire, but assisting you with the antidote is non-negotiable. If you refuse, I will be quite displeased." Yin Mingyao was momentarily at a loss for words. She could clearly discern the threat veiled in his statement. However, Lu Rusi, oblivious to their exchange, urged, "Master, Junior brother is genuinely concerned for you. Please accept his goodwill." Yin Mingyao felt tears welling up. With the conversation having escalated to this point, what more could she say? Nevertheless, she realized that Bai Wuji could indeed assist her with the antidote. If she could endure a bit longer, she would soon regain some of her strength, and then she would certainly settle the score with him. Having achieved his objective, Bai Wuji winked at Yin Mingyao and returned to his quarters to rest. He had been busy throughout the night, and despite his vitality, he understood the importance of proper recuperation. Of course, he would be sleeping within the Jiucai Linglong Ta. After all, he was currently in a relatively affluent position, having acquired over 1,000 spirit stones from the demise of Xie Jifei and his companions, sufficient to sustain him for some time. Upon closing the door behind him, he summoned the Jiucai Linglong Ta. With another thought, he entered its confines. His gaze was drawn immediately to the staircase leading to the second level, and he ascended the steps. Upon reaching the entrance of the second layer, he found himself obstructed by a barrier that could only be penetrated by those at the Foundation Establishment stage or higher. This barrier was peculiar. Previously, when he had yet to reach Foundation Establishment, he had tried employing the Tunshin Ju to breach it, but to no avail. However, now that he had attained Foundation Establishment, the barrier posed no challenge, and he stepped through effortlessly. The second layer bore a resemblance to the first, albeit slightly smaller in scale. Yet, as he activated the formation with his spirit stones, he was immediately enveloped by a rich influx of innate spiritual energy. The density of the spiritual energy here was tenfold that of the first layer, and the temporal barrier was 100 times more potent. Correspondingly, the energy consumption rate was also 100-fold. Merely maintaining the formation required 10 spirit stones a day. However, with over 1,000 spirit stones at his disposal, he decided to indulge, sitting cross-legged on the ground to cultivate, absorbing the innate spiritual energy through the Tunshin Ju. As a result, his cultivation speed noticeably accelerated, though the energy expenditure was staggering. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, while only half a day had elapsed in the outside world. However, he had consumed over 100 spirit stones. At this rate, even 1,000 spirit stones would soon dwindle. Fortunately, he had not been without gains. After more than a month of cultivation, his strength had significantly improved, though he still had a ways to go before reaching the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. As night fell, Bai Wuji arrived as expected. Upon seeing him, Yun Mingyao gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, adopting an expression of resignation. Over time, one becomes accustomed to repeated occurrences. Yun Mingyao found herself in such a situation. From the initial vehement resistance to her current acceptance, though reluctant, it had become a natural progression. Bai Wuji showed no hesitation. As Yun Mingyao possessed the tiny body, their dual cultivation would greatly benefit his progress, equating to several months of arduous training. It was a pity, however, that his innate talents were dismal. Despite his diligence, his cultivation advancement remained limited. After a night of intense effort, just as Bai Wuji was about to lie down and catch his breath, Yun Mingyao unexpectedly kicked him off the bed. Rubbing his backside, he glared at Yun Mingyao and protested, "Master, I have devoted myself to assisting you with the antidote. After you have just regained a bit of strength, is this how you repay me? Do you not have conscience? Betraying your master and ancestors, and you still dare to speak of conscience?" Yun Mingyao retorted, her anger mounting as she donned her clothing and advanced toward Bai Wuji. Rising quickly from the floor, he retrieved a set of clothes, donning them as he said, "Master, I only wish to save you. You cannot burn the bridge after crossing it. You are clearly coveting my form. Your so-called rescue is merely a guise for your own enjoyment." Yun Mingyao exclaimed indignantly, "This is an utter injustice. I genuinely sought to assist you. My actions were born of desperation." Bai Wuji hurriedly defended himself. Nevertheless, he felt no fear, for he sensed no murderous intent from her. Although she had regained some strength, she was still merely at the chi refinement stage. Even if she wished to kill him, she lacked the capability. "Silence. Today, by all means, I shall give you a proper lesson," Yun Mingyao declared, producing a black whip and striking it toward Bai Wuji. His expression shifted as he quickly evaded the blow. This was one of her most formidable artifacts, known as the Sure Huin Whip, capable of both physical and spiritual attacks. Should it strike him, he would not only suffer severe physical harm, but also endure immense spiritual torment. Upon missing her target, Yun Mingyao was taken aback and swung the whip again. This time, Bai Wuji did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his fist and retaliated. With a resounding crash, his formidable true energy sent the Sure Huin Whip flying. "You have reached Foundation Establishment. How can this be?" Yun Mingyao exclaimed in disbelief. She was acutely aware of Bai Wuji's background, being a naturally deficient body. Attaining Foundation Establishment should have been nearly impossible. Bai Wuji, with his hands clasped behind his back, declared with pride, "Master, I am aware that you all looked down upon me in the past, deeming me a waste. However, I wish to convey this to you. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." Yun Mingyao momentarily lost her composure, sensing an overwhelming confidence emanating from Bai Wuji. "No, it must be an illusion. He is merely a waste. His ability to establish a foundation must be the result of a fortunate encounter. Bai Wuji, you are inherently a waste. Your ability to establish a foundation indeed surprises me. But this is where it ends, Yemenjiao asserted firmly. Bai Wuji smiled confidently. Time will prove everything. One day, I shall rise above the 9 heavens. You? Above the 9 heavens? Yemenjiao scoffed. With her exceptional talent as a Taiyin body, she would not dare claim to ascend above the 9 heavens, let alone a mere waste like him. Master, may I come in? Lu Rusi inquired from outside the door. Yemenjiao quickly adjusted her attire. Kumin, Master. Once Lu Rusi entered, she first bowed, then turned to Bai Wuji and said, Junior brother, you are indeed here. I have come to detoxify Master. By the way, second senior sister, you seem anxious. Has something happened? Bai Wuji asked. The Saintess has arrived. She specifically requested to see you. Did you offend her in some way? Lu Rusi asked with concern. Chapter 16. Is it possible not to go? The Saintess is looking for me? Bai Wuji was taken aback. Although he had become Dao partners with Lin Ruoxi, she merely viewed him as a shield. What did she want with me? Bai Wuji was perplexed. Lu Rusi, unaware of the true reason, assumed Bai Wuji had provoked the Saintess and anxiously said, Junior brother, you are far too bold. The Saintess's power is unfathomable. Why would you provoke her? I did not provoke her, Bai Wuji hurriedly defended. Yet, he felt a sense of trepidation within. That day, Zhang Difu had sent someone to drug him, and in that situation, he had indeed stripped Lin Ruoxi of her clothing. Not only that, but he had also attempted to break through barriers only to find his low cultivation level insufficient. He had later resorted to other methods to help her detoxify. Could it be that she harbors resentment over this matter and wishes to silence me? With this thought, Bai Wuji felt increasingly uneasy. He had already offended the saint's son Zhang Difu. If the Saintess wished to kill him, he would surely be doomed. Seeing Bai Wuji's worried expression, Lu Rusi became more convinced of her suspicions, which only heightened her concern. Master, the Saintess is here for Junior brother. What should we do now? Bai Wuji felt a warm glow in his heart at Lu Rusi's concern and stepped forward, saying, Second senior sister, there's no need to worry. I will go out and take a look. No, you cannot go out. Lu Rusi grasped Bai Wuji's hand and insisted, the Saintess is unpredictable. If you go out, she will surely kill you. Master, you must think of a solution quickly. Lu Rusi, knowing she was no match for the Saintess, could only seek assistance from her master. Yemenjiao furrowed her brow and said, I have lost all my cultivation and cannot protect him. Take him to the back mountain. I will buy you some time. Junior brother, let's leave quickly. Lu Rusi urged, pulling Bai Wuji to depart. However, Bai Wuji remained rooted in place, looking at Yemenjiao and saying, You have lost your cultivation. What will happen to you if I leave? I am still the master of a peak. Even if she is the Saintess, she would not dare to harm me. Yemenjiao stood with an air of pride, akin to a queen perched high above. Yet, her words held truth. The peak masters, in terms of identity and status, were second only to the sect leader. Although the Saintess held a lofty position, she had not yet reached the level of surpassing the peak masters and would never dare to act recklessly against one. Upon seeing Yemenjiao's reaction, Bai Wuji smiled. Junior brother, how can you still find amusement at a time like this? Lu Rusi questioned in confusion. I smile because I did not expect Master to care for me, so. Bai Wuji replied, You are my disciple. How can I allow others to bully you? If anyone is to bully you, it can only be me. Yemenjiao concocted an excuse for herself. In truth, when she learned that the Saintess might be seeking Bai Wuji for retribution, her heart was still fraught with anxiety. Despite Bai Wuji's audacious behavior and repeated bullying of her, she merely wished to reprimand him, never contemplating his death. She could not bear to harm him, let alone allow others to do so. Lu Rusi added, Junior brother, Master is right. The Saintess would not dare to harm her. As long as she cannot find you, we should hasten our escape from the back mountain. Master, second senior sister, is it possible that she is not here to settle scores with me? Bai Wuji smiled and suggested. Lu Rusi replied, I have some understanding of the Saintess. She is singularly focused on her cultivation, proud as a swan. And we are but ants in her eyes. If you had not provoked her, why would she come looking for you? Yemenjiao nodded in agreement. What second senior sister says is accurate. The Saintess possesses extraordinary talent. Although her cultivation time is short, her level is already comparable to the elders of the sect. If my cultivation were intact, I could naturally ensure your safety. However, at present, relying solely on your second senior sister will not suffice. Master, second senior sister, I truly did not provoke the Saintess. She must have another reason for seeking me, Bai Wuji asserted confidently. Initially, he too believed that Lin Ruoshi had come to settle scores with him, but upon reflection, he felt something was amiss. If it were truly due to that incident, Lin Ruoshi would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. Are you certain? Yanmenjiao asked cautiously. Bai Wuji smiled but said nothing further and turned to step outside. Lu Rusi, concerned for his safety, hurried to follow. Yanmenjiao did the same. Upon exiting, Bai Wuji beheld Lin Ruoshi, adorned in a flowing purple gown. She stood gracefully in the courtyard, her long hair dancing in the wind, her garments fluttering, resembling an ethereal fairy poised to soar away. Upon seeing her, Bai Wuji felt a flicker of infatuation. Although this was not their first meeting, each encounter left him in awe. She was not only beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary grace, exuding the aura of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. How wonderful it would be if such a woman were truly my wife, Bai Wuji thought, unable to contain his yearning. Just as he prepared to approach her, Yanmenjiao interjected. May I inquire what brings the Saintess here? I have come to seek Bai Wuji, Lin Ruoshi replied, fixing her gaze on him. Come with me. He is my disciple. If he has offended you in any way, I can offer my apologies on his behalf. I implore you, Saintess, to show mercy and not hold it against him. Lin Ruoshi spoke softly. If he has not offended you, then why are you looking for him? Yanmenjiao clearly did not believe her. I have matters to discuss with him, Lin Ruoshi replied, choosing her words carefully. He is merely my unremarkable disciple. As a dignified Saintess, what business could you have with him? Yanmenjiao suspected that Lin Ruoshi was not being truthful, aiming to avoid a direct confrontation with her, thereby summoning Bai Wuji to settle the score. This was something she could never permit. That scoundrel had bullied her so mercilessly, and she must confront him herself. Lin Ruoshi's brows furrowed slightly, unsure how to explain. Observing the situation, Bai Wuji said, Very well, I shall accompany you. No. Both Yanmenjiao and Lu Rusi exclaimed in unison. Saintess, Bai Wuji is my disciple, without my permission. You shall not take him. Yanmenjiao's tone was resolute. Indeed, our Yunxiao Peak is not to be trifled with. Even if you are the Saintess, it cannot be so. Lu Rusi's gaze was unwavering. With her master having lost her cultivation, she felt it was her responsibility to protect Yunxiao Peak. Even if she were to falter, she would fight to the bitter end. Bai Wuji, touched by their fierce dedication to his safety, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Master, second senior sister, I truly did not provoke the Saintess. She must have another reason for seeking me, Bai Wuji reiterated. Are you certain there is nothing amiss? Yanmenjiao asked cautiously. I am certain that if there were any danger, I would have fled long ago. You should rest assured and wait for your disciples to return. Then we can assist you properly, Bai Wuji remarked. Upon hearing this, Yunmingyao's anger flared, yet the anxiety that had weighed heavily on her heart was finally lifted. Bai Wuji possessed the Jiuzai Linglong Ta, which concealed his presence, leaving everyone unaware of his true cultivation level, mistakenly believing him to be an unestablished practitioner. Consequently, Lin Ruoshi reached out, grasping Bai Wuji's shoulder, and soared into the air, heading towards the mountain gate. Ruoshi, what exactly do you need from me? Bai Wuji inquired as they departed from the sect. My parents wish to meet you, Lin Ruoshi responded. What? Bai Wuji was taken aback, for he had heard that Lin Ruoshi hailed from a prominent lineage of cultivators, her family wielding considerable influence. If her father discovered that he had formed a bond with his daughter, he might very well seek to eliminate him. For families of such stature, lineage is paramount, and he, lacking any background, was evidently unworthy of Lin Ruoshi. Is it really necessary for me to go? Bai Wuji tentatively asked. Absolutely not, Lin Ruoshi declared, her commanding presence leaving no room for refusal. Why do your parents wish to see me? Bai Wuji questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Convinced that her parents harbored ill intentions. My parents desire a union for me. I informed them that I already possess a partner, which is why they wish to meet you, Lin Ruoshi elucidated. What? Then I certainly cannot go. Bai Wuji's initial suspicions were confirmed. Her parents had a suitable suitor in mind, which he had now disrupted. If he were to go, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Furthermore, Her betrothed might very well turn against him. Thus, for the sake of his own life, attending was out of the question. Are you truly unwilling to go? Lin Ruoshi fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes brimming with a threatening intensity. I shall not go. Nor do you plan to assassinate your own husband, do you? Bai Wuji met her stare without fear. In truth, he felt a wave of panic. The realms of cultivation and the mundane world were disparate, and while the murder of a spouse might be frowned upon, few would intervene. If Lin Ruoshi disregarded her reputation, his life would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, Lin Ruoshi was not one who reveled in bloodshed, and her brow furrowed at his words. If my parents cannot meet you, they will not relent. Consider my plea. Please return with me, Lin Ruoshi implored, her gaze softening with affection. The once aloof and imperious Saintess displayed a rare vulnerability, and Bai Wuji's heart softened. After all, she was his nominal wife, now seeking his aid, and it was difficult to refuse her request. Nevertheless, he remained level-headed and replied, if we were truly married, I would undoubtedly acquiesce to such a request. Alas, we are but a facade of a couple, and I am under no obligation to partake in this charade. Lin Ruoshi countered, I previously stated that if you can establish your foundation within a month and achieve first place in the newcomers competition, I shall grant your wish. This agreement remains valid. This was an earlier arrangement, unrelated to the current matter. Yet if he wished for her to accompany him, she insisted that he kiss her. Bai Wuji pointed to his face. Though they had shared a kiss before, it was in a moment of haze. If this proud Saintess were to initiate the kiss, it would carry a different significance entirely. Lin Ruoshi hesitated, but ultimately summoned her courage and placed a gentle kiss upon his cheek, a fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Nevertheless, she blushed furiously. The moment was breathtakingly enchanting. Bai Wuji was momentarily entranced by her beauty. It was truly exquisite. Regrettably, his power was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have taken her right then and there. Bai Wuji was a man of his word. So he followed her back to the Lin family in Haoyue City. Haoyue City was the largest city in the southern part of the Chu Kingdom and the closest city to Qinjiamen. The Chu Kingdom spanned vast territories, dominating the eastern part of the Qianwu continent, with a population in the hundreds of billions and thousands of sects of various sizes. There were no fewer than 100 sects of comparable scale to Qinjiamen. Besides sects, certain families of cultivators also held considerable power, and the Lin family, to which Lin Ruoshi belonged, was one such lineage. Though their might paled in comparison to Qinjiamen, they were still formidable. Especially after Lin Ruoshi ascended to the position of Saintess at Qinjiamen, the Lin family status had significantly risen, establishing them as one of the premier forces in Haoyue City. The young lady has returned. Quickly informed the master and mistress. The guards at the entrance were filled with excitement upon seeing Lin Ruoshi. To them, she was not only their mistress, but also their idol. From a young age, Lin Ruoshi had displayed astounding talent in cultivation, earning her the title of the greatest genius in Haoyue City. Moreover, she was a breathtaking beauty, regarded by countless admirers as the epitome of perfection. Shortly after Bai Wuji and Lin Ruoshi entered the Lin residence, several individuals approached them. At the forefront was a seemingly youthful couple. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman, possessing a striking beauty, bore a resemblance to Lin Ruoshi. They were none other than Lin Ruoshi's parents, Lin Zhantian and Lu Yuehua. The couple expressed immense joy at Lin Ruoshi's return, warmly engaging her as they walked inside, entirely disregarding Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji was not offended. He had come here out of sheer necessity and would prefer to remain unnoticed. Upon reaching the main hall, Lin Zhantian and Lu Yuehua took their seats, their gazes fixed intently upon Bai Wuji. An indescribable pressure engulfed him, as if an invisible weight were pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. Nevertheless, Bai Wuji straightened his back, meeting their eyes with unwavering resolve. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Zhantian's eyes, but he gradually retracted his imposing aura and remarked, "Your composure is commendable. It is rare to encounter someone who can remain so calm under pressure." He then shifted his tone to one more incisive. "What a pity, though, that you are a born wastrel. I have heard that you have trained at Qinjiamen for 3 years and have yet to establish your foundation. Such progress is utterly disappointing." Lu Yuehua interjected, her voice gentle yet resolute. "Young Master Bai, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. In a marriage, partners should support one another and advance together. However, the disparity between you and Ruashi is vast. Not only can you not aid her on her path, but you may indeed become a burden. Father, mother. Lin Ruashi interjected urgently, her tone unwavering. His cultivation level may be lacking, but I care for him, and he genuinely cares for me. That is sufficient. My dear child, how can that be sufficient? Lu Yuehua frowned, patiently explaining, you are a rare talent in cultivation, destined for greatness. Yet he struggles to establish his foundation, with a lifespan of merely 100 years. His life, in your eyes, is but a fleeting moment. Do you wish to endure endless loneliness after he has passed? Bai Wuji inhaled deeply and stepped forward, proclaiming, Madam, your words are misguided. Though I may be a born wastrel, my diligence can compensate for my shortcomings. Given time, I shall break through my limitations and soar to great heights. And I will never be a burden to Ruashi. Lu Yuehua could not suppress a scoff. Who cannot boast? The shackles of being a born wastrel cannot be overcome merely by hard work. Establishing a foundation is akin to climbing to the heavens, and you wish to soar? Truly a delusion. Upon hearing her derision, Bai Wuji remained unperturbed. Instead, his gaze sharpened as he met hers. Madam, would you care to wager? What if I am able to establish my foundation? Lu Yuehua raised an eyebrow, as if hearing an outrageous jest, then coldly replied, Very well. Do not say I do not grant you an opportunity. If you can establish your foundation within a month, I will consent to your union. Lin Zhantian nodded in agreement, his tone carrying an unassailable authority. Indeed, if you can establish your foundation within a month, we shall not only consent to your union, but will also personally host a splendid wedding for you both. However, should you fail, you must sever all ties with Ruashi and refrain from any further entanglements with her. No. Lin Ruashi's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly stepped in front of Bai Wuji. Father, mother, he was born with a wasted body. His cultivation speed is inherently inferior to others. Expecting him to establish a foundation within a month is nothing short of cruel. Lu Yuehua remained unfazed, directing her gaze at Lin Ruashi. Did he not just claim that hard work can compensate for shortcomings and lead to soaring heights? If he cannot even accomplish this modest task of establishing a foundation in a month, then his lofty ambitions are merely empty words. This is a crucial test for him. Bai Wuji gently tugged at Lin Ruashi's sleeve, signaling her to remain calm. He raised his eyes to Lin Zhantian and his wife. His gaze resolute, I accept this wager. However, I implore you both to honor your word and not to retract it later. Chapter 18. Who shared the bridal chamber with me last night? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhantian's eyes flickered with pride as he slowly rose. Though he did not deliberately exude an aura, a natural dignity emanated from him, a testament to his long-standing position of authority. I, Lin Zhantian, have stood in Hao U.S. City for several decades. My words carry weight, and I have never gone back on my promises. I have awaited your affirmation. Bai Wuji smiled slightly, and then he released his own aura. Although it paled in comparison to Lin Zhantian's, it was still formidable. You have actually established your foundation? Gasps of surprise filled the room, including Lin Ruashi, who was equally astonished. It was common knowledge that Bai Wuji was born with a wasted body, and for someone of such a constitution to establish a foundation was akin to climbing a mountain. While there have been cases in history of wasted bodies achieving foundation establishment, those instances were exceedingly rare and typically involved individuals of advanced age with fortuitous encounters. The fact that Bai Wuji, barely in his 20s, had already accomplished this was nothing short of astonishing. I had a stroke of fortune recently and managed to establish my foundation, Bai Wuji admitted, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. After all, for someone like him, regardless of the reason, achieving foundation establishment was indeed a remarkable feat. I, Lin Zhantian, stand by my word. Since you have established your foundation, we shall not oppose your union and will host your wedding tomorrow. Father, a wedding is merely a formality. Shall we not forego it? Lin Ruashi expressed her reluctance. She sought only to focus on her cultivation, and marrying someone was merely a means to dissuade her suitors. Lin Zhantian replied, formality holds significance. Our Lin family is a prestigious lineage. As the eldest daughter, if you do not hold a wedding, it would invite ridicule. Lu Yuehua nodded in agreement. Your father is correct. This wedding must take place, and it must be grand. With such declarations made, Lin Ruashi found herself unable to refuse. However, she felt a sense of relief. a wedding would publicly declare her status as a married woman, thereby ensuring that no one would dare to disturb her henceforth. Louis Wuhua looked at Bai Wuji and said, "Wuji, while we consent to your union with Ruo Shi, it must be on the condition that you enter our family. Are you amenable to this?" Bai Wuji nodded. As a transmigrator, with the original owner's parents having been killed, the idea of entering another family did not faze him. He was assigned to a guest room for rest, but before dawn, he was awakened by a young woman. She was graceful and possessed a delicate beauty, though she could not quite rival Lin Ruo Shi or Yun Mingyao, yet she was still a rare beauty. "I am Xiaolan, the personal maid of the young lady. She has sent me to assist you with your morning preparations." "No need for assistance. I can manage on my own," Bai Wuji replied, disliking being waited upon. "This is the young lady's instruction. Please do not make it difficult for me," Xiaolan insisted, proceeding to assist Bai Wuji with his grooming. Reluctantly, he accepted her help. Afterward, dressed in festive attire under Xiaolan's care, he radiated an impressive aura. Regardless of the circumstances, today was a momentous occasion, and according to tradition, he was to consummate the marriage that night. Previously, he had lacked the cultivation to break through barriers, but now that he had successfully established his foundation, no obstacle could withstand his resolve. Of course, this was contingent upon Lin Ruo Shi's agreement. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to approach her. However, considering Lin Ruo Shi's temperament, the likelihood of consummation that night appeared slim. Soon, the time for the wedding ceremony arrived, and guests gathered to offer their blessings. Yet, among them were those who harbored jealousy, whispering that Bai Wuji was akin to a frog feasting on swan flesh. Bai Wuji remained indifferent to their remarks. If he could truly savor swan flesh, what harm was there in being a frog? After the formalities concluded, he drunkenly made his way to the bridal chamber. The bride, adorned in her wedding attire and veiled in red, sat upon the bed. Though her face was obscured, her graceful figure stirred the imagination. Having consumed a fair amount of wine, Bai Wuji felt a surge of desire. Fortunately, he did not let lust cloud his judgment. He inquired, "My dear wife, tonight is our joyous occasion. May I join you in bed?" However, his question went unanswered as she remained seated in silence. "If you do not speak, I shall take it as consent," he declared, tentatively moving closer, but she remained motionless. Emboldened, he sat beside her, and seeing her lack of resistance, he dared to lift her veil. Just then, a delicate hand waved, extinguishing the candlelight. Instantly, the room was plunged into darkness, rendering it impossible to see even a hand in front of his face. Though cultivators possess keen eyesight, in total darkness, they could only discern vague outlines. While Bai Wuji pondered her reasons for extinguishing the light, he was suddenly pushed down onto the bed. Indeed, he found himself pinned beneath her, the bride straddling him and swiftly untying his garments. Bai Wuji was momentarily stunned. Was she not the aloof Saintess, untouchable by mortals? Now, she was behaving so boldly, overpowering him, an incredulous turn of events. By the time he regained his senses, his clothes had been stripped away. As a man of stature, how could he allow a woman to dominate him? Bai Wuji instinctively sought to flip her over and deliver a stern reprimand. Yet, he had overestimated his own strength. With just a single slender hand, she held him down, rendering him immobile. Accepting his fate, he realized that resistance was futile and chose to embrace the situation instead. Regardless of her assertiveness, she remained a woman and, being inexperienced, would inevitably show vulnerability. When she was injured, she would become weaker. Bai Wuji awaited this opportunity, seizing the moment to reclaim control. What followed was a time of retribution, and Bai Wuji reveled in the experience. At that moment, he felt a profound satisfaction, relishing the act of overpowering the once distant Saintess. The only regret was that the room was too dark to see her expressions or the beauty before him. Had there been light, the experience would have been even more delightful. As dawn broke, the fervor faded and tranquility returned. Bai Wuji lay contentedly in bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awoke again, the sun was already high and the space beside him was empty. "Sir, it is time to rise," a crisp voice called from outside the door. Bai Wuji opened the door to find a fair young woman standing there. "Who are you?" "Ia Mixiao Kui, sent by the lady to serve you. From now on, I shall be your maid." Bai Wuji felt a wave of emotions. Such was the advantage of coming from a prominent family. Even the maids were lovely. "By the way, where is the young lady?" Bai Wuji inquired. The young lady went to Jingdu last night. She departed at dusk, Xiao Chui replied. What? She left last night? Then who shared the bridal chamber with me? Bai Wuji was utterly taken aback, for he had fought until the break of dawn, which indicated that the woman from last night was certainly not Lin Ruoxi. Chapter 19, The Potential of This Sister-in-Law. I'm not certain about this, but, son-in-law, you should not dwell on such matters. You still have to serve tea to the elders later. Xiao Chui reminded him. Alas, Bai Wuji sighed helplessly. He had suspected all along that Lin Ruoxi could not possibly be so proactive. It turned out someone had taken her place in the bridal chamber. What he was most curious about now was the identity of the woman from last night. Just then, two young ladies approached from a distance. One of them was strikingly beautiful, clad in a light blue gown, tall and graceful, her dark hair cascading like ink, with a face somewhat reminiscent of Lin Ruoxi. However, her gait seemed a bit awkward, as if she had sustained an injury. Could it be her? The more Bai Wuji observed, the more plausible it seemed. Yet he could not be certain. What intrigued him more was her identity. Second miss. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Chui hurriedly bowed. Bai Wuji then realized that the visitor was none other than Lin Ruoxi's sister, Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi approached Bai Wuji with a bright smile and inquired, brother-in-law, did you enjoy yourself last night? Upon hearing this, Bai Wuji was even more convinced that the woman from the previous night was indeed her. It was quite remarkable that Lin Ruoxi had arranged for her sister to take her place on her wedding night. However, it was also possible that it was not Lin Ruoxi's intention, but rather that this sister-in-law feared he would be too lonely on his wedding night, thus volunteering to accompany him. Regardless of the reason, this sister-in-law was exceedingly loyal. I had a splendid time last night. How about you? Did you enjoy yourself? Bai Wuji confidently retorted, fully satisfied with his performance from the previous night. I certainly did enjoy it. Lin Ruoxi thought to herself. Finally, that ice-cold beauty of sister had come to her senses. As a sister, she was naturally happy for her. Brother-in-law, since my sister is not home, let me take you to pay respects to father and mother. Bai Wuji nodded. It was customary for newlyweds to serve tea to their parents the following morning. Brother-in-law, I heard you were born with a frail physique, yet successfully established your foundation. Is that true? Lin Ruoxi inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is true. Wow, brother-in-law, you are amazing. Lin Ruoxi praised sincerely. I merely had a stroke of luck in establishing my foundation, and even then, I am still far inferior to your sister. Bai Wuji understood the prowess of Lin Ruoxi, who, at such a young age, had reached the late stage of the Golden Core and was proficient in both martial arts and cultivation, rendering her nearly invincible below the nascent soul stage. A mere foundational cultivator, like himself, was truly insignificant. Brother-in-law, do not underestimate yourself. My sister is extraordinarily talented. Her rapid cultivation speed is impressive, but you, born with a frail physique, have established your foundation at such a young age. That is genuinely remarkable. Bai Wuji felt a bit embarrassed by her compliments. This sister-in-law was truly exceptional. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also understanding and had even assisted him with his bridal duties. It was a rare find indeed. As they walked and chatted, they swiftly arrived at the main hall, where Lin Zhantian and Lu Yuehua were already seated, awaiting them. The maidservants served tea, and Bai Wuji presented tea to the elder couple. After the tea ceremony concluded, Bai Wuji sought an excuse to leave. Lu Yuehua called out to him, "Please wait a moment. Although you are now married to Ruoxi, you are still not worthy of her. I understand. I will strive to cultivate diligently," Bai Wuji replied. Cultivation is not merely about effort. You were born with a frail physique, and no matter how hard you try, your achievements will be quite limited, Lu Yuehua remarked. May I ask what you are implying, esteemed mother-in-law? Bai Wuji inquired. After the tea ceremony, Bai Wuji pondered briefly before addressing Lin Zhantian and Lu Yuehua with a clear voice. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, the tea ceremony is complete. I wish to return to Qinjianmen to continue my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuehua set down her teacup and cast him a flat gaze. You were born with a frail physique, your meridians are blocked, and if you focus solely on cultivation, it may only be a waste of time. Have you considered an alternative approach? Bai Wuji was taken aback for a moment, uncertainly speculating. Does mother-in-law mean I should switch to martial arts cultivation? He knew that in the realm of immortality, martial arts cultivation might have slightly lower requirements for meridians. Martial arts? Lu Yuehua gently shook her head, her tone imbued with certainty. You were born with a frail physique. Your meridians are too constricted. The martial path emphasizes the circulation of vital energy and the honing of muscles and bones, which would similarly be futile for you. I suggest you try your hand at alchemy, weapon forging, or talisman crafting. Choose one to explore. Lin Zhantian nodded in agreement, solemnly stating, "Your mother-in-law speaks wisely. One must possess self-awareness and learn to capitalize on one's strengths while avoiding weaknesses." Alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting may seem unrelated to cultivation, but mastering any one of them can still lead to prominence and respect in the realm of immortality. Bai Wuji deeply resonated with this perspective. He was acutely aware of how esteemed alchemists, weapon forgers, and talisman crafters were within the realm of immortality, enjoying not only high status, but also a continuous flow of resources. Yet, these pursuits also required innate talent, often demanding even more stringent qualifications than mere cultivation. And those possessing such talents were exceedingly rare. Noticing the shift in his expression, Lu Yuehua continued, "I will arrange for a weapon forger, an alchemist, and a talisman crafter from the estate to come over shortly, so you may learn from them for a couple of days and see where your aptitude lies." Bai Wuji, already somewhat intrigued by these ancillary arts, found it impossible to decline such an opportunity and promptly nodded in agreement. "Thank you for the arrangements, mother-in-law." As he departed the main hall and prepared to return to his quarters, he heard Lin Ruoshui's cheerful voice calling out, "Brother-in-law, wait for me." Turning around, he saw Lin Ruoshui hastily approaching, a playful smile on her face. "Brother-in-law, I think it would be best if you did not learn from those old men. Let me teach you alchemy instead." Bai Wuji was taken aback. "You can concoct elixirs?" Lin Ruoshui proudly puffed out her chest and raised her chin, "Of course. I am the youngest second-tier alchemist in Hao U.S. City." Second-tier alchemist? Bai Wuji was genuinely astonished, considering Lin Ruoshui appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Achieving the level of second-tier alchemist was undoubtedly a sign of extraordinary talent. He could not help but marvel inwardly. No wonder she was a daughter of the Lin family. Lin Ruoshi possessed exceptional talents, and her younger sister was equally impressive, truly remarkable. Subsequently, Lin Ruoshui eagerly led Bai Wuji toward the alchemy room, explaining the fundamentals of alchemy along the way, even pulling out a plethora of ancient texts and notes on alchemy from her storage pouch to hand him. That evening, after dinner, Bai Wuji returned to his room and found Xiao Chui tidying up. He casually inquired, "Has the eldest lady not returned yet?" Xiao Chui shook her head. "No news has come in yet, son-in-law." Upon hearing this, Bai Wuji felt little stirrings within. Lin Ruoshi had always been distant and aloof towards him, a fact he had long recognized. Since she held no interest in him, he could not force it. In comparison, he found himself more intrigued by the lively, cheerful, and supportive younger sister-in-law. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he retrieved the Nine-Colored Linglong Tower and activated the time array on the second level. With the acceleration of time at 100-fold, he effectively experienced the equivalent of about 50 days in a single night, thoroughly committing to memory all the ancient texts and notes Lin Ruoshui had provided him. "Brother-in-law, have you risen yet?" Suddenly, Lin Ruoshui's voice rang out from outside. Bai Wuji hurriedly exited the Nine-Colored Linglong Tower, stored away, and opened the door. Upon opening it, he found Lin Ruoshui standing at the entrance, carrying a plate of exquisite pastries. "Second miss, have you come to see me so early for something?" Bai Wuji asked. "This is a plate of pastries I made myself, specifically for you to taste. You must try them and let me know how they are," Lin Ruoshui said with eager anticipation. Chapter 20. This is all a misunderstanding. These tasks can be handled by the servants. Why must the second miss take it upon herself? Bai Wuji felt deeply touched. It was the first time someone had made something for him to eat since his journey began. As he entered the room and sat down to enjoy the pastries, Lin Ruoshui sat opposite him, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes brimming with tenderness. In his heart, he mused about how Lin Ruoshui, being both beautiful and capable, and a second-tier alchemist, could possibly hold such affection for him. With a smile, Lin Ruoshui inquired, "Are the pastries to your liking?" "They are indeed delightful." Possessing a sweet flavor, Bai Wuji sincerely praised, acknowledging the exquisite craftsmanship of the pastries. Upon hearing his compliment, Lin Ruoshui's smile widened with joy. "Since you enjoy them, I shall make them for you every day. Is that really appropriate?" He hesitated, But Lin Ruoxue, with a playful blink, retorted, "We are family. What could be inappropriate about it?" Bai Wuji could only manage a resigned smile. After finishing the pastries, Lin Ruoxue asked, "How much of the ancient alchemical texts and materials I showed you yesterday have you read?" Bai Wuji replied with a faint smile, "I have completed them all." "What?" Lin Ruoxue exclaimed in disbelief. "There are dozens of books and manuscripts. How could you possibly finish them in one night?" Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow. "If you doubt me, feel free to quiz me." Slightly skeptical, Lin Ruoxue proceeded to ask him about some obscure points from the texts. To her astonishment, Bai Wuji not only answered fluently, but also expanded upon his insights, clearly demonstrating his deep understanding. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue was thoroughly convinced and exclaimed, "You are simply a genius." As she spoke, she could not contain herself and leaned forward, wanting to embrace Bai Wuji. However, at that instant, she stumbled over something, losing her balance and falling backward. "Be careful." Bai Wuji reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp her wrist. Unfortunately, the force of her fall was considerable, pulling him off balance, and they both tumbled to the ground together. Just then, a cool voice cut through the air at the doorway. "What are you two doing?" They hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Bai Wuji also appeared somewhat flustered, looking up to see a graceful woman standing at the entrance, his mother-in-law, Lu Yuehua. Bai Wuji quickly gestured mother-in-law. "It's not what you think. This is all a misunderstanding." Lu Yuehua arched her brows, pointing at them. "You are practically embracing each other and claim it's a misunderstanding? What would qualify as a misunderstanding a moment in bed?" Bai Wuji hastily clarified. The second miss stumbled, and I instinctively reached out to catch her. "We lost our balance, which led to the situation you witnessed. It was unintentional." "Really?" Lu Yuehua replied, half convinced. "Mother, it truly was a misunderstanding," Lin Ruoxue asserted earnestly. Finally, Lu Yuehua seemed to accept this explanation, saying, "Then let this matter pass. But you both must be cautious. After all, public opinion can be daunting." "I understand," Lin Ruoxue murmured softly. Lu Yuehua shook her head and turned to leave. "Let us proceed to the alchemy chamber. Today, I will formally teach you how to concoct elixirs," Lin Ruoxue declared, taking Bai Wuji's hand and leading him towards the alchemy chamber. This scene was witnessed by Lin Zhantian, who was immediately filled with indignation. Chapter 21. Come to my room tonight. Lin Zhantian was incensed to see his youngest daughter holding hands with Bai Wuji. He was already displeased that Bai Wuji had married his eldest daughter, and now he was courting his youngest daughter, which he found utterly intolerable. He contemplated intervening, but just then Lin Ruoxue returned. This prevented him from acting, as he needed to keep up appearances. After all, newlywed as she was, how could she endure the knowledge that her husband was entangled with her sister? Oblivious to these tensions, Bai Wuji was wholly focused on mastering alchemy. It must be noted that he possessed a remarkable talent for it. Following Lin Ruoxue's demonstrations and guidance, he failed twice, but succeeded on his third attempt. Although it was merely a first-tier gathering chi pill, it was still quite an accomplishment. In the realm of alchemy, passing the assessment requires only one success out of 3 attempts, and his third successful concoction signified he had become a first-tier alchemist. "Brother-in-law, you are simply incredible. I admire you so much." Lin Ruoxue gazed at Bai Wuji with adoration, her eyes shimmering with affection. At that moment, she might have even considered yielding herself to him. Bai Wuji's charm was undeniable, and his excellence was equally remarkable. Fate may have closed one door for him, yet it had opened a window. While he was born with a waste physique in terms of cultivation, his talent for alchemy was such that even Lin Ruoxue, who prided herself on her genius, felt overshadowed. Having studied theoretical knowledge for an entire night, he managed to successfully produce a first-tier elixir within 3 attempts, a feat that would be hard to match across the entire Tianwu continent. Seeing her captivated expression stirred something within Bai Wuji. He swallowed hard, unable to restrain himself, and reached out to grasp her chin, yearning to kiss her delicate lips. Lin Ruoxue was startled and quickly pushed him away. "Brother-in-law, what are you trying to do?" Bai Wuji, witnessing her bashful demeanor, felt an overwhelming surge of desire, an impulse to claim her right then and there. Yet, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment, he suggested, "Why not come to my room tonight?" "What?" Lin Ruoxue gasped, her mouth agape in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her brother-in-law had invited her to his room. What could we possibly do in your room? Brother-in-law, you are incorrigible. With that, Lin Ruoxue blushed and fled. His sister-in-law was simply too adorable. Bai Wuji began to envision a blissful life awaiting him that evening. However, he knew that time was of the essence. His immediate priority was to learn alchemy. To elevate his cultivation swiftly, he needed talent, time, effort, and resources. Each one was crucial. His innate talent was dismal, leaving him to rely on other avenues. Fortunately, he possessed the Jiuzhai Linglong Tower, a unique advantage that afforded him ample time beyond that of others. He had always strived diligently, yet the only thing lacking was resources. Purchasing elixirs directly was prohibitively expensive, and should he become an alchemist, he could not only save costs but also generate a wealth of cultivation resources through his craft. Upon surveying the alchemy chamber filled with materials, he retrieved the Jiuzhai Linglong Tower and stored the alchemical furnace and materials within. He then ascended to the second level of the tower and activated the time array. Bai Wuji commenced his alchemical endeavors, and with the enhancement of innate spiritual energy, the process became considerably easier, leading to immediate success. Holding the freshly concocted gathering chi pill, he noted its lustrous sheen and fragrant aroma, instantly recognizing it as a top-tier product. Elixirs are graded, with distinctions such as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. A single top-grade elixir could be exchanged for 3 high-grade or 5 mid-grade ones due to the reduced impurities in higher-quality elixirs. Moreover, excessive consumption could lead to toxicity, making higher-quality elixirs even more valuable. This is wonderful. Concocting elixirs here not only enhances my success rate, but also significantly improves the quality of the elixirs I produce. With this realization, Bai Wuji was determined to produce a large quantity of elixirs for sale, thereby acquiring more materials. Without hesitation, he resumed his alchemical work. Days swiftly passed, and in the span of 10 days, he had successfully produced 82 batches of gathering chi pills, 10 pills per batch, totaling 820 pills. All were top-tier gathering chi pills, and at a market price of 10 spiritual stones per pill that amounted to 8,200 spiritual stones. With a production cost of under 100 spiritual stones, he netted an impressive profit of 8,100 spiritual stones. Bai Wuji's first thought was that he had struck it rich. He would no longer need to worry about money. The materials for Juki Dan have all been exhausted, prompting him to refine Hui Chun Dan. Like Juki Dan, Hui Chun Dan is a first-grade elixir, utilized for fortifying one's foundation and healing injuries. However, due to it being his inaugural attempt at refinement, he encountered failure. After reflecting on his missteps, he resumed the alchemical process, ultimately achieving success. With newfound experience, subsequent refinements proceeded with increasing ease and proficiency. 8 days swiftly passed, and all materials for Hui Chun Dan were depleted, resulting in a total of 60 successful batches, each of which was of exceptional quality. With ample time remaining, Bai Wuji turned his attention to second-grade elixirs. Over the past month and a half, his alchemical skills had improved steadily, allowing him to effortlessly concoct first-grade elixirs even outside the Jiuzhai Linglong Tower. Thus, he was eager to experiment with second-grade elixirs, given their higher market value and rewards. Yet, it is essential to note that the distinction between first and second grade, though seemingly minor, represents a significant increase in difficulty. He chose to pursue Juling Dan, the advanced version of Juki Dan, which also serves to enhance one's cultivation. This time, he refrained from hastily igniting the furnace, instead committing the formula to memory and preparing meticulously before commencing. As anticipated, his initial attempt resulted in failure. Nevertheless, undeterred, he took a brief respite and proceeded to ignite the furnace once more. Half an hour later, a batch of Juling Dan emerged without incident. Upon inspection, he was elated to find it reached the superior grade. This discovery thrilled him, as a single superior Juling Dan could fetch over 30 spirit stones. After deducting costs, he stood to profit 300 spirit stones from a single batch, a far more lucrative endeavor than the production of Juki Dan. After a brief rest, he resumed refining. With the experience from his previous attempt, this session progressed smoothly, resulting in a batch of Juling Dan that, unsurprisingly, achieved the highest quality. Each exceptional Juling Dan was valued at over 100 spirit stones, with production costs being a mere fraction, nearly negligible. Over the next month, Bai Wuji devoted himself wholly to alchemy, transitioning from Zhuling Dan to Jingyuan Dan, and then to Zujiden, growing increasingly adept. Even once outside the Jiuzhai Linglong Tower, he could easily produce second-grade elixirs. After stretching and taking stock of his successes over the past few days, he calculated that he had refined a total of 820 Juki Dan, 600 Huichun Dan, 170 Zhuling Dan, 190 Jingyuan Dan, and 120 Zujiden. Most of these elixirs reached exceptional quality, with Zujiden being the most precious. Though Zujiden, Jingyuan Dan, and Zhuling Dan are all second-grade elixirs, the price of Zujiden is double that of the others, fetching 200 spirit stones each. While ordinary variants might sell for just a few dozen spirit stones, the exceptional ones commanded a much higher price. He stored away the elixirs and departed from the Jiuzhai Linglong Tower. By this time, night had fallen, and Bai Wuji returned directly to his chamber. After bathing, he lay on his bed, awaiting the arrival of his sister-in-law. Chapter 22. A night of sudden wealth. Bai Wuji lay in bed awaiting his sister-in-law's arrival, yet he found himself waiting until dawn without her coming. Rising and freshening up, he ventured out alone. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Wanbao Merchant Association. The Wanbao Merchant Association stands as the largest commercial entity in the Chu Kingdom, with branches scattered across major cities nationwide, engaging in a vast array of goods, from clothing and food to artifacts and elixirs. The association was bustling with activity, with a constant flow of patrons entering and exiting. Inside, myriad individuals mingled, and an array of products dazzled the eye. Bai Wuji headed straight for the elixir section and approached the counter. The shopkeeper, noticing a customer, greeted him with a beaming smile. "What elixir does the esteemed guest wish to purchase?" "I'm not here to buy elixirs, but rather to sell them." "Do you accept such transactions?" Bai Wuji replied. "Of course we do. May I inquire about the types of elixirs you wish to sell? What is their quality and quantity?" The shopkeeper asked. "I possess 820 Juki Dan, 600 Huichun Dan, 170 Zhuling Dan, 190 Jingyuan Dan, and 120 Zujiden," Bai Wuji announced, intending to part with every single one. As with the money earned, he could procure a wealth of materials for further refinement. With Jiuzhai Linglong Tower at his disposal, he could produce thousands within a single day. Such a quantity? The shopkeeper expressed surprise. Bai Wuji wasted no time, gesturing with his hand, causing a multitude of small vials to appear on the counter. The shopkeeper opened one vial and poured out a single elixir, his face instantly lighting up with astonishment. "This is an exceptional Juki Dan. The buyback price is 9 spirit stones each." Bai Wuji nodded. The market price was 10 spirit stones each, making this buyback offer quite favorable. The shopkeeper then opened another vial, and his astonishment deepened upon seeing the elixir. "Exceptional Zhuling Dan, Exceptional Huichun Dan, Exceptional Jingyuan Dan, Exceptional Zujiden." The shopkeeper continued to open several vials, each containing elixirs of extraordinary quality. Completely astounded, he had never witnessed such a plethora of exceptional elixirs in his life. Achieving even superior grade elixirs in alchemy is considered remarkable. Even the most seasoned alchemists cannot guarantee that every batch is of superior quality. As for exceptional elixirs, they are rarely produced. While Juki Dan and Huichun Dan are somewhat common as first-grade elixirs, Zhuling Dan, Jingyuan Dan, and Zujiden are second-grade elixirs, typically found in medium quality, with few superior variants. And exceptional ones are almost non-existent. Particularly, exceptional Zujiden are rarely seen in the market, as affluent families often pay a premium to ensure their descendants can successfully undergo foundation establishment. At times, an exceptional Zujiden could sell for 500 spirit stones. Esteemed guest, your elixirs are exceedingly precious. I cannot make this decision alone. Please follow me to the VIP room while I fetch our manager for the transaction. After receiving Bai Wuji's consent, the shopkeeper led him to the VIP room before hastily seeking out someone. In truth, the total value of Bai Wuji's elixirs was merely several tens of thousands of spirit stones, which was not a significant transaction for the Wanbao Merchant Association. However, the fact that they were all exceptional elixirs indicated that Bai Wuji was backed by an extraordinarily skilled alchemist. Even a third-grade alchemist could not produce such a quantity of exceptional elixirs, leading the shopkeeper to suspect that Bai Wuji had a fourth-grade alchemist supporting him. The worth of a fourth-grade alchemist is immeasurable. In the entirety of Hao U.S. City, there exists only one fourth-grade alchemist, the vice president of their branch. Such an esteemed individual is treated as a guest of honor wherever they go, even within prestigious cultivation sects like Qinjianmen. Before long, the shopkeeper returned, accompanied by a young woman. She wore a plain silk gown, embroidered with subtle silver cloud patterns that shimmered as she moved, accentuating her graceful and upright demeanor. Without the application of makeup, her lips bore a hint of natural rosy hue, and her long hair was loosely tied in a bun, secured with a simple jade hairpin, with a few stray strands framing her neck, exuding an aura of refreshment. Her brows and eyes lacked the typical allure of common women, instead radiating a piercing coolness. When her gaze swept across the room, it carried a calm yet weighty presence, causing those around her to instinctively hold their breath. "Miss Qin, all the exceptional elixirs are here." The shopkeeper's voice dropped an octave, speaking with a slight bow, his eyes averted from her direct gaze. Qin Xian did not immediately examine the elixirs. Instead, she focused on Bai Wuji, her voice clear and crisp like a flowing spring. "Are you the esteemed guest selling the elixirs?" Her tone was unassuming yet inherently authoritative. Bai Wuji nodded gently. Qin Xian's gaze lingered on Bai Wuji's face, her tone softening. "May I ask for your name, sir?" "I am surnamed Bai," Bai Wuji replied steadily, revealing little more. So is Bai Gongzi." Qin Xian nodded slightly and, with a subtle shift in tone, inquired, "Forgive my audacity, but may I ask from whom these exquisite elixirs originated?" Bai Wuji raised his gaze, his expression growing somewhat more indifferent. "Miss Qin," he replied, "the origins of the elixirs are of no concern to our transaction. I am merely responsible for their sale, and I am unable to disclose the identity of the alchemist." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian quickly realized her misstep. It was unlikely that someone capable of producing such an abundance of exceptional elixirs would readily divulge their connections. She promptly inclined her body slightly, her tone sincere. "I apologize for my indiscretion and hope for your understanding, young Master Bai." Bai Wuji waved his hand dismissively, steering the conversation back on course. "No matter. Let us discuss the matter at hand. How much do you believe these elixirs are worth, Miss Qin?" Qin Xian refrained from further inquiries, stepping forward to meticulously examine the elixirs on the counter before offering her valuation. "As a gesture of goodwill, I shall purchase all elixirs at market price. Jukidian, 820 pieces, 10 spirit stones each, totaling 8,200 spirit stones. Hui Chun Dan, 600 pieces, 10 spirit stones each, totaling 6,000 spirit stones. Ju Ling Dan, 170 pieces, 100 spirit stones each, totaling 17,000 spirit stones. Jing Yuan Dan, 190 pieces, 100 spirit stones each, totaling 19,000 spirit stones. Zhu Ji Dan, 120 pieces, 300 spirit stones each, totaling 36,000 spirit stones. The total price for all elixirs amounts to 86,200 spirit stones. I wonder if this price meets your satisfaction, young Master Bai?" Bai Wuji nodded. This sum exceeded his expectations. With these spirit stones, he would be able to procure a greater quantity of medicinal materials. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xian had someone deliver a gilded black card, which she personally handed to Bai Wuji. "This is our Wanbao Merchant Association's Supreme Black Card. With this card, you may enjoy a 10% discount at any of our establishments." The shopkeeper, witnessing this exchange, was internally astonished. It was known that the Wanbao Merchant Association had issued fewer than 20 Supreme Black Cards, each holder being a person of considerable stature. The young man before them, appearing rather youthful and seemingly of modest cultivation, receiving such a card from Miss Qin was indeed perplexing. Bai Wuji, unaware of the card's significance, examined it and noted a series of numbers, 86,200, clearly indicating the amount of spirit stones. This card bore a resemblance to a bank card from a previous life. He then proceeded to purchase a substantial quantity of medicinal materials, primarily those required for Jukidian, Hui Chun Dan, and Jing Yuan Dan. After all, he had exhausted the materials from the Lin family's alchemy chamber and needed to replenish them. He also acquired numerous materials necessary for third-tier and a few for fourth-tier elixirs. These materials nearly filled his spatial ring, and even after the 10% discount, he still owed 12,000 spirit stones, primarily due to the high cost of third and fourth-tier spirit herbs. Naturally, if he could successfully refine third and fourth-tier elixirs, he would recoup his investment in one go. This is the reason why alchemists often find themselves exceedingly wealthy, with profits that are nearly boundless. Upon returning, Bai Wuji immediately returned the used materials to the alchemy chamber, preparing to resume his refining work. Young master, I have finally located you. Xiao Chui exclaimed breathlessly as she rushed over. What brings you here? Bai Wuji inquired. The Chen family is hosting a banquet at the Hao Yue restaurant, and the master and mistress have requested your presence, Xiao Chui explained. The Chen family? Bai Wuji responded, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Kui elaborated. The Chen family is one of the 4 major cultivation families in Hao Yue City, and the eldest young lady was originally intended to be betrothed to Chen Chong, the eldest son of the Chen family. Upon hearing Xiao Chui's explanation, Bai Wuji immediately grasped the situation. This was likely to be a banquet fraught with intrigue. Lin Ruoxi, a paragon of beauty and a prodigious cultivator, had been snatched away from him, and Chen Chong would undoubtedly harbor resentment. However, accompanying his father-in-law would mitigate any life-threatening risks. He would simply assess the situation as it unfolded. When Bai Wuji arrived at the entrance, he found Lin Zhantian, Lu Yuehua, and Lin Ruoxue already waiting for him. Brother-in-law, we've been waiting for you. Let us hurry and board the carriage. Lin Ruoxue exclaimed, naturally linking her arm with Bai Wuji's. The expressions of Lin Zhantian and Lu Yuehua darkened at this sight. Not seeing Lin Ruoxi, Bai Wuji inquired, where is your sister? She is currently in seclusion to enhance her cultivation, Lin Ruoxue replied. Bai Wuji was not surprised. Lin Ruoxi merely viewed him as a shield, harboring no genuine feelings for him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. There were plenty of fish in the sea, and there was no need to fixate on one flower. With his sister-in-law as consolation, this marriage was not a loss. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage halted outside an opulent restaurant. Hao Yue Restaurant. This was the foremost establishment in Hao Yue City, renowned for its exquisite cuisine and fine wines, coupled with exceptional service, though the prices were exorbitant. A single meal here could cost at least several dozen spirit stones, while the royal banquet required a staggering 8,888 spirit stones. The average person could scarcely afford a single spirit stone for an entire year's living expenses. Even ordinary cultivators would hesitate to dine here, making it a venue for the affluent and powerful. As the group disembarked from the carriage, they were immediately approached by several individuals. A couple in their 30s and a young man were evidently the head of the Chun family, Chan Pai, and his wife, Yu Xiuli, along with Chun Chong. The young man originally intended to be betrothed to Lin Ruoxi. The couple approached, their faces adorned with polite smiles. Chen Pai first addressed Lin Zhantian with a respectful gesture. Brother Zhantian, madam, it must have been a tiring journey. Chun Chong stood beside his parents, his gaze fixed intently on the Lin family, searching for Lin Ruoxi. Not seeing her present, his anticipation waned significantly, and he directly asked, Uncle Lin, Aunt Lu, why hasn't T. Ruoxi come? I even prepared her favorite Bingyu Lu for today's banquet. Lu Yuehua replied calmly. That child Ruoxi is on the verge of a breakthrough and entered seclusion early this morning. It is truly impossible for her to attend. And I hope young Master Chun can understand. Seclusion? Chun Chong's brow furrowed, the disappointment in his eyes barely concealed. His gaze then fell upon Bai Wuji, scrutinizing him with palpable disdain. Are you the shield that Ruoxi sought? Bai Wuji chose to ignore him. Chun Chong's expression darkened further. Stepping closer to Bai Wuji, he whispered, Kid, I advise you to know your place. Ruoxi is not someone you can covet, nor can you lay a finger on her. Feigning indignation, Bai Wuji retorted loudly. Young Master Chun, how can you say such a thing? You might as well have designs on my wife, but now you're eyeing my sister-in-law too? Do you intend to indulge in both sisters? This remark caused Lin Zhantian and Lu Yuehua to scowl. Lin Ruoxue, seething with anger, interjected. To entertain thoughts of my sister and me is sheer folly. Chen Chong felt embarrassed, though his anger surged. He hurriedly defended himself. Do not listen to his nonsense. I never said such things. Lin Ruoxue coldly replied. My brother-in-law is an honest man. How could he wrongfully accuse you? You're quite something. Chen Chong glared at Bai Wuji, feeling cornered by his words. His anger transformed into a twisted smile, his murderous intent seeping through unmasked. At that moment, he harbored a desire to eliminate Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji regarded Chen Chong with contempt, knowing that he too awaited an opportunity for confrontation. However, the timing was not yet ripe. Lin Zhantian, incensed, stepped forward and declared, Chen Chong, do you wish to kill my son-in-law in front of me? Startled, Chen Chong quickly replied with a forced smile, Uncle Lin, you've misunderstood. I harbor no such intentions. I regard Ruashi as a sister, and her husband is my brother-in-law. I merely wish to remind you to treat her well. Lin Zhantian retorted coldly. This is a matter for the couple themselves. It requires no meddling from an outsider. Chen Chong was left speechless by the sharp rebuke. Chen Pai, witnessing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. All right, we are all young people here, merely exchanging a few playful jests. Do not linger at the entrance. I have reserved the Lan Yu Pavilion on the 3rd floor. Let us proceed inside to dine and converse. Chen Chong took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within him, then turned to Bai Wuji, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. The 3rd floor of the Hao Yu restaurant is not a privilege one can access merely with wealth. It also requires status and identity. Today, you shall broaden your horizons. Lin Ruashui shot Chen Chong a fierce glare, pulling Bai Wuji into the restaurant. Brother-in-law, ignore him. Was he trying to show off? Let's go in and enjoy the delicious food. Bai Wuji smiled and nodded, his steps leisurely as if he did not regard Chen Chong's provocation at all. Chen Chong, filled with frustration, had long coveted the 2 sisters of the Lin family. It was already infuriating that Lin Ruashi had been snatched away by Bai Wuji. Now, he found Lin Ruashi equally close to him. These 2 sisters were meant to be his. How could a mere waste of space enjoy such fortune? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, secretly vowing to ensure Bai Wuji met a dire end. As Bai Wuji entered the restaurant, he was immediately recognized by a certain individual, Qin Xian. Qin Xian held Bai Wuji in high regard and sought to win him over. Upon seeing him dining at the restaurant, she promptly instructed the manager, "That gentleman is my esteemed guest. Please send him a jar of the finest Zui Xian wine in my name." Upon receiving the order, the manager hastily relayed it down the line, instructing the staff to extend the highest level of hospitality to Bai Wuji and his companions. As the hidden owner of the Hao Yu restaurant, Qin Xian's status was unparalleled. Anyone deemed a distinguished guest by her was undoubtedly a person of great significance. As they entered the restaurant, a waiter approached them with utmost respect. "Esteemed guests, please follow me. The manager has specifically instructed to upgrade your room." Chen Pai was taken aback and instinctively replied, "There is no need for such trouble. I reserve the Lan Yu Pavilion on the 3rd floor." The manager stated that your statuses are too distinguished for the Lan Yu Pavilion. Hence, you have been upgraded to the Jun Wang Pavilion, the waiter explained. Gesturing for them to follow, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Bai Wuji. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhantian and Chen Pai simultaneously changed their expressions. The Jun Wang Pavilion? Having lived in Hao Yu City for most of their lives, they had only heard of this esteemed room's name and had never set foot inside. The last time the Jun Wang Pavilion was opened was a year ago when the leader of the Qingyun sect hosted a banquet there. Only that leader had the privilege to access it. Chen Chong, perplexed, remarked, "You must be mistaken. Are you certain we are allowed in the Jun Wang Pavilion?" At that moment, a maid dressed in a moon-white gown approached, holding a tray of tea. She first bowed slightly to Bai Wuji before explaining, "This gentleman is a distinguished guest of our young lady. The manager specifically instructed to change your room to the Jun Wang Pavilion. Please follow me." As the maid spoke, her gaze rested on Bai Wuji, but Chen Chong, standing beside him and accustomed to being the center of attention, instinctively felt the words were directed at him. Yu Xiuli's eyes lit up as she eagerly inquired, "Miss, are you referring to the esteemed Miss Qin of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" "Indeed," the maid confirmed with a nod, placing the tea tray down. "The dishes are being prepared with urgency. Please wait a moment while I inform the kitchen." With that, she turned and left. Yu Xiuli became instantly excited, grabbing Chen Chong's arm, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. "Son, you are truly remarkable. To be acquainted with Miss Qin, the Jun Wang Pavilion. Even your father lacks the qualification to enter, yet you have arranged this with her special attention. The future of the Chun family now rests upon you." Chen Chong furrowed his brow, confusion etched on his face as he muttered, "I do not know any Miss Qin." He mentally reviewed everyone he knew, finding none who matched her status. "You are truly foolish." Yu Xiuli scolded gently, lowering her voice. "Miss Qin has always been mysterious. No one has seen her true face. Perhaps she is a friend of yours who simply did not disclose her identity. Otherwise, why would she make such an arrangement for you?" After pondering, Chen Chong found his mother's reasoning plausible. Unable to think of another explanation, he straightened his posture, a sense of pride gradually emerging on his face. Sitting nearby, Bai Wuji observed the performance of Chun Chong and his mother, already forming a hypothesis. The esteem with which the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce regarded him, coupled with the surname Qin, was likely linked to Qin Xian, whom he encountered during a prior transaction involving medicinal pills. Once seated, Yu Shili opened her mouth, effortlessly guiding the conversation as she served Chun Chong food, deliberately raising her voice. You see, my son has always been destined for greatness. Now even Miss Qin is willing to show him favor. In How You City, who could possibly rival him? Unlike certain individuals who squander favorable connections without any merit. What a pity. Her words openly praised Qin Chong, while subtly ridiculing Bai Wuji for being unworthy of Lin Ruoxi, simultaneously mocking Lin Zhantian and his wife for selecting a son-in-law of such poor caliber. Lin Zhantian's expression darkened, while Lu Yuehua gripped her teacup tightly, her knuckles turning white. Yet she refrained from expressing her frustration due to the Chun family status. Unable to contain herself, Lin Ruoxi set down her chopsticks and retorted, "What is there to be proud of? My sister is still the Saintess of the Qinyan sect. I am fully aware of Ruoxi's excellence." Chun Chong cast a disdainful glance at Bai Wuji, his tone dripping with condescension. However, some people cannot even establish a foundation. Standing alongside Ruoxi is like comparing clouds to mud. Do not speak so disparagingly, Lin Ruoxi exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. You do not understand my brother-in-law's prowess. Chun Chong scoffed. Do not try to convince me with such baseless arguments. Bai Wuji's infamous reputation as the first waste of the ages is well known throughout Qinyan sect. You. Lin Ruoxi slammed her palm on the table, grasping Bai Wuji's hand. Brother-in-law, such a person is unworthy of dining with us. Let us leave. Yu Xioli, noticing the tension, quickly rose to ease the situation. Ruoxi, do not be upset. Chun Chong is merely straightforward and speaks without thought. I will have him apologize to you. With that, she discreetly signaled Chun Chong with her eyes. Chun Chong leisurely set down his chopsticks, a feigned smile gracing his lips. I apologize, dear sister Ruoxi. I am simply too direct. I speak as I think, without any intention to be coy. Please do not take it to heart. His words were not an apology, but rather an emphasis on the truth of his statements. Lin Ruoxi's eyes turned red with anger, ready to argue with Chun Chong. But Bai Wuji gently pressed on her shoulder. Bai Wuji shook his head at her, signaling her to remain calm. Although Lin Ruoxi's anger had not dissipated, she gritted her teeth and sat back down, her chest heaving in agitation. As the atmosphere grew tense, soft footsteps suddenly approached from outside. A maid entered, carrying an intricately carved purple sandalwood wine jar, the words Zui Xian elegantly inscribed in gold on its surface. Even before it was opened, a faint aroma of wine wafted into the air. Esteemed guests, this is the finest Zui Xian wine, specially sent by our young lady to wish you a pleasant dining experience. The maid gently placed the wine jar in the center of the table, bowed, and then exited. Finest Zui Xian wine, Yu Xioli exclaimed, her voice rising in shock. This wine is the pinnacle of How You City. It is classified into 3 tiers: ordinary, exquisite, and finest. Even the ordinary variety costs over 1,000 spirit stones, and the finest is priceless. Even with money, one might not be able to acquire it. Chun Chong nodded in agreement, a hint of pride on his face. Mother speaks true. 3 years ago, at the auction in Chu capital, a jar of finest Zui Xian wine was ultimately sold for 100,000 spirit stones, and it was fiercely contested. 100,000 spirit stones? Lu Yuehua gasped, her teacup trembling in her grip. That amount equated to the Lin family's revenue over 3 years. Bai Wuji, seated nearby, lightly traced the rim of his cup. Secretly astonished, Qin Xian's generosity is truly remarkable. Giving away wine worth 100,000 spirit stones so casually indicates that the value of the previous batch of medicinal pills was even higher than he had anticipated. Yu Xioli clutched Chun Chong's hand, grinning from ear to ear. Son, you are exceptionally talented. Miss Qin is willing to offer you the finest Zui Xian wine, demonstrating your weight in her eyes. In the future, our Chun family may very well ascend to greater heights with the esteemed Qin Miss at our side. Chun Chong, buoyed by his mother's praises, instinctively straightened his posture, gazing at Lin Ruoxi with a newfound determination. If even Miss Qin values him, what reason could Lin Ruoxi possibly have to decline? Observing this, Chun Pai quickly seized the opportunity to continue the conversation, his gaze shifting to Lin Zhantian and his wife. Brother Zhantian, our families, the Chun and Lin clans, have enjoyed a long-standing friendship. We originally hoped for a union between Chong'er and Ruoshi, but alas, Ruoshi has her heart set elsewhere, such as fate. However, he pivoted his words towards Lin Ruoxue. Your daughter Ruoxue is also a fine young lady. Why not consider an engagement with Chong'er? This way, our family's bond can endure. Absolutely not. I refuse to consider it. Lin Ruoxue exclaimed, rising abruptly, her face flushed with indignation. I will not marry someone so arrogant and devious. Yu Xiuli's expression darkened instantly, her tone carrying an air of superiority. Ruoxue, you must not speak so. My Chong'er is the future head of the Chun family and is currently favored by Miss Qin. His future is boundless. Marrying him would hardly be a slight against you. Chun Chong quickly adopted a gentle demeanor. Sister Ruoxue, do not worry. If you agree to marry me, I shall treat you well for the rest of your life. Although Lin Ruoxue's talent for cultivation may not match that of Lin Ruoxi, her status as a second-grade alchemist is rare. Marrying her would not only secure ties with the Lin family, but also procure a talented alchemist, and not to mention, she is quite beautiful, a surefire gain. Do not harbor such dreams. Lin bit her lip, stepping forward to link her arm with Bai Wuji's, her voice ringing clear. I've already declared. I will not marry him. If I am to wed, it shall only be my brother-in-law. This declaration stunned everyone present. Lin Zhantian and his wife turned pale, while Chun Pai and Yu Xiuli stood in shock, and Qin Chang's face contorted with fury. Bai Wuji, who had just taken a sip of tea, spewed it forth in surprise, inadvertently splattering Lin Ruoxue. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lin Ruoxue pouted, looking utterly adorable in her feigned grievance. My apologies, it was unintentional. Bai Wuji hastily wiped her face, feeling cold sweat bead on his forehead. His wife may be lacking, but this little sister-in-law was undeniably remarkable. Always considering him and wholeheartedly wishing to marry him, he began to suspect that perhaps his ancestral grave was producing smoke. To onlookers, this scene appeared to be a public display of flirtation. Lin Zhantian's eyes widened in fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. It was not enough that he had already suffered the loss of one daughter. Now there were threats to his other daughter, an unforgivable offense. Yu Xiuli, equally enraged, found it inappropriate to voice her discontent with outsiders present. She could only clear her throat to remind them to maintain decorum. Bai Wuji, sensing the rising hostility, quickly withdrew his hand. Yet, the most infuriated among them was undoubtedly Qin Chong. As the heir of the Chun family and one of the 4 prominent young masters of Haoyue City, women vying for his affection were countless. Yet these Lin's sisters, oblivious to his worth, prefer to fawn over a useless man instead, a blatant slap to his face. Sister Ruoxue, he is your brother-in-law. How can you consider marrying him? Qin Chong pressed on stubbornly. Lin Ruoxue leaned her head against Bai Wuji's shoulder, radiating happiness as she replied, what does that matter? Is it so unusual for 2 sisters to share a husband? Qin Chong was left speechless, for in this world, it was not uncommon for multiple sisters to share one husband. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Zhantian glared at her fiercely. Lin Ruoxue, undeterred, replied, it is the truth. I adore my brother-in-law. If I marry him, my sister and I need not be separated. How wonderful would that be? Lin Zhantian rolled his eyes in exasperation. If Bai Wuji were a scion of a prominent family or an outstanding individual, he might entertain the idea of marrying both his daughters to him. However, Bai Wuji possessed neither a distinguished lineage nor remarkable cultivation talent. To marry one daughter to him had already displeased Lin Zhantian. The thought of losing another daughter to him was sheer folly. Bai Wuji felt increasingly uncomfortable, drenched in cold sweat. If this continued, his father-in-law might very well slay him. Thus, he hastily interjected, the second young lady is merely jesting. Everyone should not take it to heart. Sister-in-law, I am not joking. I am serious. I truly wish to marry you. Lin Ruoxue declared with innocent exuberance, making it clear to all that her affections ran deep. Bai Wuji's heart raced. He suddenly felt that this little sister-in-law was intent on delivering his demise. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lin Ruoxue suddenly burst into laughter. All right, I was only joking. Let us eat. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, leaving everyone perplexed as to whether her earlier declarations were sincere. Chun Pai, sensing the icy atmosphere following Lin Ruoshui's bold statement, hastily attempted to lighten the mood, calling out to the servants, "Quickly, bring drinks for our esteemed guests. This exquisite Zue Xian wine is rare. Let's savor it." The servant approached, preparing to uncork the wine jar. Lin Zhantian lifted his empty cup, expressing with a touch of courtesy, "I have heard that Zue Xian wine not only possesses an exquisite flavor, but also gently nourishes the meridians and aids in cultivation. To be able to taste it today is truly a blessing from the Chun family. Brother Zhantian, you flatter us." Chun Pai waved dismissively. "Our families share a long-standing friendship. There is no need for such pleasantries. Let's taste it without delay." As soon as he finished speaking, the servant uncorked the jar, and a refreshing aroma of wine filled the room. She turned to pour for Bai Wuji, yet Qinchong abruptly reached out to stop her, a condescending smile gracing his lips. "He need not partake, does he?" This statement caused a palpable stillness in the room. Qinchong's disdainful gaze swept over Bai Wuji, his tone growing sharper. "Zue Xian wine is a treasure that is priceless and rare. Not everyone is worthy to partake. For a useless man like him, it would be a waste of its spiritual essence. Better to reserve it for those of us who are useful." "Qinchong, you have gone too far." Lin Ruoshui slammed her hand on the table, rising defiantly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet her voice unwavering. "You repeatedly insult my brother-in-law. Do you truly believe there is no one in the Lin family to stand against you?" Lin Zhantian's expression darkened completely, his knuckles whitening from gripping the table. Lui Weihua set her teacup down, her eyes filled with anger. Qinchong's words not only insulted Bai Wuji, but also belittled the Lin family's dignity. Yu Xiuli, witnessing the unfolding scene, quickly tugged at Qinchong's arm, feigning anger as she admonished, "Son, how could you speak such blatant truths? Apologize to Sister Ruoshui and young Master Bai." Although her words appeared to be advice, they were, in fact, intended to bolster Qinchong's position. Qinchong leisurely swirled his wine glass, dismissively stating, "Fine, let us consider my previous words unspoken." He did not even spare Bai Wuji a glance. "Is this your idea of an apology?" Lin Ruoshui trembled with rage, grasping Bai Wuji's wrist. "Brother-in-law, let us leave. I refuse to eat this wretched meal." Bai Wuji had initially contemplated enduring the situation, but with Qinchong's relentless provocation, remaining any longer would only lead to further humiliation. He stood, choosing silence as he followed Lin Ruoshui out. "Sister Ruoshui," Qinchong called out in a panic, "this is Zue Xian wine. You truly will not drink?" Lin Ruoshui did not halt her steps, casting a cold glance back at him. "Who would covet your inferior wine? And do not call me Sister Ruoshui. We're not close." With that, she took Bai Wuji's hand, leaving the elegant chamber without a backward glance. "We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave," Lin Zhantian declared, his face ashen, followed closely by Lui Weihua, who offered no further pleasantries to the Qin family. Silence enveloped the room, and Yu Xiuli, watching the door, could not suppress a cold snort. "Let them not drink if they so wish. We shall enjoy it ourselves, sparing it from being wasted on certain individuals." Qin Pai slammed his chopsticks down, his tone unfriendly. "A face that does not know gratitude. How many would scramble for a taste of Zue Xian wine? Offering it to them was an act of kindness. How ungrateful they are." After expressing their grievances, the family of three picked up their chopsticks and heartily indulged in meat, washing down the dishes with copious amounts of the exquisite Zue Xianyang. Their faces gleamed with satisfaction, having cast aside their earlier displeasures. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji and Lin Ruoshui had just exited Junwanggu when they unexpectedly encountered Qin Xian, who approached with a delicate wine jug in hand, evidently there to offer a toast. Surprised to see them leaving, she inquired, "Bai Gongzi, why are you departing so soon? Is the food and drink not to your liking?" Recalling the humiliation inflicted by Qinchong and realizing that the wine was a gift from Qin Xian, Bai Wuji's tone inevitably bore a hint of resentment as he replied, "The food and drink are indeed splendid, and I appreciate Miss Qin's kindness. Yet a person of my insignificance is unworthy of such offerings." With that, he hurriedly left, taking Lin Ruoshui with him. Qin Xian stood frozen, watching their retreating figures, her expression darkening instantly. She turned sharply and shouted, "Lu Zhanggue, come here at once." Lu Zhanggue arrived, drenched in sweat, and bowed respectfully. "Miss, what has happened? How could you serve Bai Gongzi in such a manner?" He left in a fit of anger. Lu Zhanggui's face paled as he hastily replied, "Please calm your anger, miss. I will investigate this matter immediately and provide you with an explanation." He quickly summoned the maidservants who had attended to the guests earlier and, after a few pointed questions, learned of Chun Chang's affront to Bai Wuji. Enraged, Qin Xian smashed the wine jug onto the ground, exclaiming, "I distinctly sent that wine for Bai Gongzi. How dare the Chun family insult my esteemed guest? What audacity they possess! It is my failure." Lu Zhanggui quickly bowed his head in apology. "I shall ensure they pay for this transgression." With that, he led several guards swiftly back into Junwangge. At that moment, Chun Pai and his family were feasting heartily, oblivious to the brewing storm. Lu Zhanggui, suppressing his anger, coldly interjected, "You all should settle the bill first." Chun Chong, chewing his food, looked up in confusion. "Settle what bill? Wasn't this arranged by Miss Qin? You must pay for your meal. Do you think you can dine here for free?" Lu Zhanggui's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yu Shioli exploded in anger, slamming the table as she stood. "Do you know who we are? This was arranged by Miss Qin out of respect for my son. How dare you ask us to pay?" Chen Chong also set down his chopsticks, proudly declaring, "I am good friends with Miss Qin. She specifically invited me to Junwangge and even gifted me the exquisite Zue Xianyang. Are you not afraid of her causing you trouble?" Lu Zhanggui scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "Were you to be considered a friend of our esteemed miss, you were allowed into Junwangge and given Zue Xianyang solely because of Bai Gongzi's standing. You are not even worthy of carrying his shoes." "Bai Gongzi? You mean Bai Wuji?" Yu Shioli shrieked in disbelief. "He is just a worthless fool. How could you possibly regard him with such esteem?" "Exactly. What reputation can a waste like him have? Surely it is because of my son." Chun Chong echoed. Lu Zhanggui, having lost his patience at the mention of worthless, bellowed, "You have repeatedly insulted our esteemed guest. You are truly asking for trouble. Beat them mercilessly." As his command echoed, the guards surged forward, and the room filled with the sounds of crashing furniture and cries of distress. The once proud Qin family was quickly reduced to pleading for mercy. "Stop. We will pay. We will pay." Chun Pai, almost in tears, found himself in a humiliating position as the head of one of the four great families, a golden core powerhouse. Now beaten and bruised, he dared not retaliate, nor could he even muster the energy to shield himself with true essence. He knew that if he injured these men, the consequences would be dire. Behind the Haoyue restaurant stood the formidable Qin family of Chudu. The Qin family was nothing more than a firefly in comparison to the moon. Lu Zhanggui, upon hearing the word pay, gestured for the guards to cease their assault, looking down at the battered Chun Pai with mockery in his voice. "You could have simply stated you were ready to settle the bill. Must you endure a beating to comply?" Chun Pai winced, clutching his swollen face, but he dared not express any dissatisfaction, forcing himself to ask, "Lu Zhanggui, how much do we owe in total?" "Why the rush?" Lu Zhanggui replied leisurely, tapping the table with his fingers. He first calculated the value of the prize Zue Xianyang, which had previously fetched 100,000 spirit stones at the Chudu auction. "Our esteemed miss is being generous, so we will charge you 999 spirit stones." "What?" Chun Pai's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising in pitch. "That is far too expensive. Even for Zue Xianyang, it cannot be this exorbitant." Yu Shioli, disregarding her pain, chimed in, "Exactly. What is the difference between this and robbery?" "Robbery?" Lu Zhanggui's expression darkened as he pointed at the wine jar. "The auction records from Chudu are clear. 100,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. We are charging 999, and you dare complain? Do you think our Haoyue restaurant is easy to bully, or that Miss Qin's possessions are worthless?" His words left the Chun family speechless. Chun Pai swallowed hard, his tone softening. "Lu Zhanggui, it is not that we find it expensive. It is just that we truly do not have that much spirit stone on hand." "Do not have spirit stones?" Lu Zhanggui's smile turned cold. "Very well. But mark my words, if this bill remains unpaid today, the Chun family will have no place in Haoyue City." "Please, no." Chun Pai's face paled in terror, and he waved his hands frantically, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He understood all too well that the Qin family could extinguish the Chun family with the ease of crushing an ant. "I will pay. I will gather the funds right now." However, Lu Zhanggui was not finished. He pulled out a ledger and flipped through it, stating, "Oh, and let us not forget the dishes, such as the king crab and Ling Shun stewed snow lotus, all made from high-grade spiritual materials, totaling 83,002 spirit stones. He closed the ledger and glanced at the trembling Chun family. Zue Xianyang is 99,999. The food is 83,002, bringing the grand total to 183,001 spirit stones. I will round it down for you, making it an even 183,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. 183,000. Chun Pai muttered the figure, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Chun Chong and Yushioli looked ashen, trembling uncontrollably. The Chun family had struggled for generations to accumulate a little over 1,000,000 spirit stones, most of which were tied up in properties and businesses, leaving little liquid capital. This sum would severely wound the Chun family's resources, leaving them struggling for an extended period. On their way back, Lin Ruoxue hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Brother-in-law, was that person just now Miss Qin?" Bai Wuji nodded. "Brother-in-law, you are so impressive. You actually know Miss Qin." Lin Ruoxue's face glowed with admiration. "Which Miss Qin?" Lin Zhantian asked curiously. "The eldest daughter of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Qin Xian." Lin Ruoxue replied. "What? You know Miss Qin? How is that possible?" Lin Zhantian exclaimed incredulously. To him, Bai Wuji was merely a lowly pawn in society, while Qin Xian was a lofty heiress. They should never intersect. "This is true. Just now in the restaurant, Miss Qin even apologized to my brother-in-law," Lin Ruoxue insisted. "You are becoming more ridiculous by the moment. Who is Miss Qin to apologize to him?" Lin Zhantian scoffed. He believed she must be afraid of his opposition to her association with Bai Wuji and was fabricating lies to elevate his status. It was utterly childish. Seeing that he did not believe her, Lin Ruoxue grew anxious, wanting to explain, but Bai Wuji silenced her with a glance. He did not need to rely on others to elevate himself. One day, he would soar above the heavens, becoming a figure that all would look up to in reverence. Upon returning home, Lin Ruoxue and Bai Wuji entered the alchemy chamber. "Brother-in-law, today I shall teach you how to concoct the revitalization pill," Lin Ruoxue proclaimed. "I believe I need no instruction from you," Bai Wuji replied with a knowing smile. "Why?" Lin Ruoxue asked, her face a portrait of confusion. Bai Wuji offered no explanation. Skillfully preparing the materials for the revitalization pill before igniting the furnace for alchemy. The entire process flowed as seamlessly as a gentle stream, every action appearing remarkably natural. Lin Ruoxue watched in awe, particularly astonished when the pill was completed, her mouth forming an Ah shape. This was indeed an exquisite revitalization pill. How could this be possible? Lin Ruoxue found it hard to believe, considering she could only produce superior grade pills herself. "Brother-in-law, you must honestly tell me, have you been able to concoct pills before? I learned alchemy from you. Previously, I had never even seen a pill being made," Bai Wuji replied. "Brother-in-law, you are truly extraordinary," Lin Ruoxue exclaimed from the depths of her heart. Mastering alchemy in just 2 days and producing an exquisite revitalization pill was beyond mere genius. Bai Wuji smiled silently, acknowledging his innate talent for alchemy, yet attributing his success to the wonders of the Jiokai Linglong Tower. While it seemed like only 2 days had passed, he had actually spent over 3 months immersed in reading ancient texts and manuals. "Brother-in-law, I believe you can attempt to concoct second-grade pills now," Lin Ruoxue suggested. Bai Wuji rubbed his nose. "I think I need no further instruction." Lin Ruoxue suddenly realized something. "Brother-in-law, please do not tell me you can concoct second-grade pills as well." Chapter 27. Dual Breakthrough in Cultivation and Alchemy. Without further explanation, Bai Wuji prepared the materials for the Gathering Spirit pill and skillfully ignited the furnace. Lin Ruoxue watched in astonishment as Bai Wuji's movements flowed with grace. Alchemy is indeed a skillful endeavor. It requires precise control of the flame. As different herbs necessitate varying degrees of heat, and the order of their introduction is critically important, allowing no room for error. Bai Wuji's technique was not that of a novice. Even if she attempted it, she could not have performed better, until the pill was completed. Lin Ruoxue felt as though she were dreaming. She picked up the pill to examine it. Its lustrous hue and fragrant aroma revealed its superior quality. "Brother-in-law, please do not tell me this is your first attempt at the Gathering Spirit pill." "Indeed, it is not my first," Bai Wuji replied. Lin Ruoxue's expression shifted to one of realization. She presumed Bai Wuji had been teasing her, believing he must have known how to concoct pills long before. However, Bai Wuji's next statement left her utterly astonished. After you left yesterday, I attempted to concoct it and unexpectedly succeeded. Bai Wuji's smile beamed as he observed Lin Ruoshui's astonishment, his heart swelling with pride. Lin Ruoshui was a prodigy in alchemy, and as a sister-in-law, her admiration and surprise were truly gratifying. Brother-in-law, did you genuinely just learn alchemy recently? Lin Ruoshui questioned again, for Bai Wuji's performance was simply extraordinary. In the span of 2 mere days, he had transformed from a novice into a second-grade alchemist, truly a miracle. Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you? Bai Wuji stated honestly, confirming that externally it had indeed been only 2 days. As for the Jiokai Ling Long Tower, that remained his greatest secret, one he could not divulge even to his sister-in-law. Brother-in-law, you are incredibly impressive, Lin Ruoshui declared with fervent admiration. She had always prided herself as a talented alchemist. Yet in comparison to Bai Wuji, she felt overshadowed. By the way, brother-in-law, since you can now concoct second-grade pills, why not participate in the Alchemist Association's assessment? Once you succeed, you will receive the Alchemist Badge and be registered for identity authentication. The benefits of obtaining recognition as an alchemist were numerous. A second-grade alchemist could receive 100 spirit stones each month without lifting a finger. Bai Wuji was somewhat taken aback. No wonder alchemists were said to be exceedingly wealthy, receiving spirit stones monthly without effort. Perhaps not. I do not currently lack spirit stones. Had it been in the past, he might have been tempted, but now that earning money was effortless, it no longer seemed necessary. Oh, brother-in-law, there are many other benefits. For instance, the Youth Alchemist competition in half a month. Only those with Alchemist Association certification can participate. Bai Wuji placed an exquisite gathering spirit pill into a jade vial and looked up at Lin Ruoshui. How exactly is the Youth Alchemist competition conducted? What are the tangible benefits? Lin Ruoshui eagerly leaned closer, her tone filled with excitement. It is organized by the Alchemist Association, consisting of 3 stages: preliminary, initial selection, and finals. The preliminary round eliminates the unqualified, while in the initial selection, one must place in the top 3 of the How U.S. City competition to advance to the finals. The most crucial part is that the champion of the initial selection receives a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. But the real treasure is the exquisite cleansing essence. This essence can cleanse the marrow and refine the physique. Given your innate frailty and congested meridians, if you can use it, it will undoubtedly transform you, allowing you to cultivate without being hindered by your constitution. Exquisite cleansing essence. Bai Wuji felt a shock within. Despite having the Jiokai Ling Long Tower, where time flows differently, he could not shake off the limitations of his innate frailty. Even with diligent cultivation within the tower, progress remained painfully slow. If he could break this shackle, would his cultivation speed not double? Seeing him intrigued, Lin Ruoshui continued. The competition is in half a month. Only those with a second-grade alchemist identity can register. If you are determined to participate, you must prepare to take the second-grade alchemist certification test. Bai Wuji nodded in agreement. Once Lin Ruoshui departed, Bai Wuji immediately embraced the alchemy furnace and stepped into the second level of the Jiokai Ling Long Tower. The innate spiritual energy enveloped him as he activated the time array, the furnace fire igniting steadily. With the support of this innate energy, the process of refining low-grade pills became exceedingly effortless, now even more so for him. He began with the first-grade pills. The materials for gathering spirit pills and revitalization pills were placed into the furnace, and his movements, controlling the temperature, adding herbs, and condensing the pills, flowed gracefully. The innate spiritual energy infused through his fingertips harmonized with each herb's properties with precision. After a month within the tower, he completed all first-grade materials, producing only exquisite pills with a success rate of 100%. The pills were lustrous, aromatic, and their efficacy far exceeded ordinary standards. Next, he turned to second-grade pills. Although the difficulty of refining gathering spirit pills, essence pills, and foundation pills was considerably higher than that of first-grade pills, Bai Wuji still found it manageable with the assistance of innate spiritual energy. His precision in controlling the flame and timing the fusion of herbs grew increasingly adept with each attempt. After 2 more months within the tower, all second-grade materials were refined, each batch yielding exquisite results, with not a single failure. Thus, he had thoroughly mastered the art of refining both first and second-grade pills, able to stabilize the process even with his eyes closed. Looking at the remaining materials for third-grade cleansing pills, Bai Wuji took a deep breath. It was time to challenge higher-grade pills. The properties of third-grade pills were far more intricate than those of lower-grade pills. Even with innate spiritual energy, his first attempt ended in an explosion due to conflicting properties. The second attempt, adjusting the rhythm of energy input, resulted in unstable spiritual power during the condensation phase, yielding nothing but a heap of waste. Undeterred, he repeatedly visualized the properties and ratios in his mind, adjusting the coordination of spiritual energy and heat. After another 10 days, he finally succeeded in producing his first batch of inferior-grade cleansing pills. Another half-month later, he achieved superior grade. By the 30th day within the tower, the furnace suddenly erupted with radiant light, producing a translucent and lustrous, exquisite cleansing pill, its fragrance lingering within the tower. Ultimately, he completed all third-grade cleansing pill materials, yielding 3 batches of inferior grade, 7 batches of middle grade, 5 batches of superior grade, and 3 batches of exquisite pills. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Wuji crushed an exquisite cleansing pill and swallowed it. The innate spiritual energy enveloped the pill's potency, flowing gently through his meridians, expelling the accumulated impurities through sweat. The once narrow meridians had widened slightly, and the congested areas had been largely cleared. He endeavored to circulate his cultivation technique, and the speed of the spiritual energy flow noticeably increased by 10%. After consuming 4 more pills in succession, he halted only when the efficacy had diminished by half. At this moment, his cultivation speed had surpassed his previous pace by more than 20%. If a third-grade Shisui Dan could yield such results, how remarkable would the effects of the exquisite Shisui Lingya be? A flicker of anticipation danced in Bai Wuji's eyes as he extracted the materials for the third-grade Dawan Dan. Utilizing the innate spiritual energy, he completed the refinement of all materials within the tower over the span of 20 days, yielding 5 batches of superior quality and 2 batches of high quality. Subsequently, he consumed the exquisite Jeweling Dan and the Foundation Building Dan, immersing himself in rigorous training amidst the tower's abundant innate spiritual energy. After half a year, his cultivation finally made a steady breakthrough into the mid-foundation stage, with his internal true energy now 3 times denser than before, flowing with greater ease and fluidity. As he concluded his practice, Bai Wuji gazed upon a room filled with superior quality pills, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Having spent a total of 1 year within the tower, both his alchemical skills and cultivation had undergone a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, merely 3 to 4 days had elapsed in the outside world. Upon exiting the Jiucai Linglong Tower, Bai Wuji departed from the alchemy room and headed straight for the Alchemist Association. Chapter 28. Alchemist Examination. The Alchemist Association is situated on the bustling main street of Haoyue City, its entrance adorned with a golden plaque that glimmers brilliantly in sunlight. This establishment is not only a congregation point for alchemists of Haoyue City, but also serves as the spiritual material hub for the entire region. Whether for trading high-grade medicinal materials or for the exchange of alchemical techniques, all transactions must be coordinated through the association. Even the 4 prominent families must treat the elders of the association with utmost respect, a testament to its exalted status that none dare to challenge. As Bai Wuji approached the entrance while wearing a silver mask, he was intercepted by 2 guards clad in green uniforms. The guards, their hands resting on their long swords, scrutinized him with sharp gazes. This is the sacred ground of alchemy. Only registered alchemists may enter. I am here to participate in the alchemist examination, Bai Wuji replied steadily, his expression concealed by the mask, thus evading future recognition. Should he truly distinguish himself in the upcoming youth alchemist competition, it would inevitably attract attention from all quarters. Maintaining a low profile was prudent. The guards softened their demeanor slightly, yet still scrutinized him. Since you are here for the examination, where is your recommendation letter? You must have a registered alchemist's signature to apply. A letter? Bai Wuji was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ruoshui had only mentioned the examination certification, but had not indicated the need for such a document. As he contemplated whether to return to request a letter from his sister-in-law, a chilling voice pierced through from behind. Move aside, you useless obstacle. Turning around, Bai Wuji saw Chun Chong approaching with a young woman. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a light yellow gown, her stature tall and graceful, with particularly eye-catching curves. Yet, an air of aloofness emanated from her, a haughtiness that rivaled that of the Lin sisters. Upon seeing Chun Chong, the guards' expressions instantly shifted to one of ingratiation, their bodies bending slightly. Young Master Chun has arrived. Is there something urgent? Please come inside. Chun Chong, with an air of arrogance, tilted his chin and deliberately cast a glance at Bai Wuji, his tone filled with pride. Did you not notice this Miss Li Lu by my side? She is a rare talent in alchemy, and I have brought her here today to participate in the alchemist examination. Ah, it is Miss Li. My apologies. The guards hastily stepped aside without even mentioning the recommendation letter, eagerly ushering the two inside. Chun Chong reached out to take Li Lu's hand, only to be subtly avoided, causing his expression to darken momentarily, though a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. Though they had only just met, he was confident in his ability to win her over by nightfall, intending to make her experience humiliation she could not articulate. As the pair was about to enter, Bai Wuji stepped forward, directing his gaze at the guards. You mentioned that a recommendation is necessary for the examination. Why are they allowed entry without one? The guard smiles vanished instantly. Annoyance etched across their faces. Young Master Chun is the heir of one of the four great families, and Miss Li is a prodigy he has introduced. You, a nameless individual wearing a mask, dare to compare yourself to them? Begone, do not waste our time. Bai Wuji remained unmoved, retrieving two lustrous pills from his storage pouch and presenting them. As the pills were unveiled, a rich fragrance enveloped the air. The guard's pupils constricted. This is an exquisite genuine dan. Exquisite pills were already rare, and a single one could fetch 100 spirit stones, often in high demand. The two exchanged glances, their expressions brightening as they eagerly accepted the pills, their attitudes doing a complete turnaround. We were blind earlier and failed to recognize your remarkable status. Please do come in. The examination hall is just to the left. Bai Wuji withdrew his hand and strode through the entrance. Inside the hall, people were bustling about, the majority clad in alchemist robes. Upon entering, he noticed Chun Chong and Li Lu standing at the registration desk. Li Lu caught his gaze, offering only a fleeting glance before returning her attention elsewhere. Once the two completed their registration and departed, Bai Wuji approached the counter. The woman in charge of registration, dressed in a pale purple gown, greeted him with a warm smile. Are you here for the examination certification as well? Bai Wuji nodded. The woman handed him a form and a spiritual pen. Please fill out your personal information and pay a material fee of 100 spirit stones. The examination requires on-site alchemy, and material loss is inevitable. We appreciate your understanding. Bai Wuji accepted the form, but suddenly inquired, will the registration information be disclosed to the public? Rest assured, sir. The woman's smile grew even softer. Regardless of success or failure, all information of the applicants will be kept strictly confidential and will not be disclosed. With that reassurance, Bai Wuji felt a wave of relief wash over him. He inscribed his name, Bai Wuji, and noted his age as 23 before submitting 100 spirit stones. Following the woman's guidance, he soon arrived at the examination hall, where 3 alchemy furnaces were set up, surrounded by several examiners. The most prominent among them was where Li Lu stood. Li Lu was poised before a bronze alchemy furnace, skillfully adding materials for the Juki Dan, her control of the heat impeccable and her movements smooth without the slightest hesitation. A glance was all Bai Wuji needed to ascertain that her batch would be a success. Sure enough, within the span of a short incense stick, a faint blue smoke wafted from the furnace. Li Lu lifted the lid, releasing 10 round, pearly pills, their fragrance rich and robust. The examiner, an elderly man with white hair, inspected one of the pills closely, unable to suppress his praise. Excellent. This is indeed an exquisite Juki Dan. Miss Li, congratulations on passing the examination. From today onwards, you shall be a first-grade alchemist. Congratulations, Miss Li. Chun Chong immediately stepped forward, his tone obsequious while his gaze discreetly roamed to Li Lu's waist. Li Lu merely responded with a calm acknowledgement, her demeanor as composed as if this were a matter of course. As the two turned to register for their badges, the old man's gaze fell upon Bai Wuji, who had just entered. Young man, are you here for the examination as well? Show me a number plate. Bai Wuji presented his number plate. The old man glanced at it before asking, "What pill do you wish to refine?" First-grade pills can include Juki Dan, Hui Chun Dan, and second-grade options like Juling Dan. "I wish to refine the third-grade Dahuan Dan," Bai Wuji interjected with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Li Lu, who was about to depart, abruptly halted, turning to regard Bai Wuji with a look of surprise for the first time. The old man, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Are you certain you wish to refine the Dahuan Dan? That is a minimum of a third-grade pill, and the difficulty of its refinement is far beyond that of lower-grade pills." "I am certain. I will refine the third-grade Dahuan Dan," Bai Wuji reiterated. Chen Chong erupted in laughter, pointing at Bai Wuji as if he had heard the most absurd joke, his tone dripping with mockery. "Do you even know what nonsense you are spouting? There are no more than 5 third-grade alchemists in the entire Hao U.S. city, and the youngest among them is nearly 60. You, a mere boy wearing a mask to feign mystery, think you can refine a third-grade pill? Truly a fool's errand." Chapter 29. The pill is complete. Shocking the entire hall, Bai Wuji appeared unfazed by Chen Chong's ridicule, calmly observing Elder Jin with an expression devoid of any turbulence, as though refining the third-grade Dahuan Dan was the most ordinary task. Elder Jin pondered for a moment before nodding at the attendant beside him. "Go fetch a set of materials for the third-grade Dahuan Dan." The maid promptly departed, returning shortly with a redwood tray. On the tray lay an array of high-grade medicinal materials, including Qian Yanzi Ji and Ning Lu Chao, each radiating a gentle spiritual light, clearly of exceptional quality. "Old Jin, you truly provided him with materials?" Chen Chong scoffed. "This fellow is merely seeking attention. Even if he has materials, it is nothing but a waste. Having paid the material fee, he was entitled to one attempt according to the rules. Why not give it a try?" Old Jin waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Yet, he himself harbored uncertainties. The threshold for a third-tier alchemist was exceedingly high, and this young man, who didn't even dare to remove his mask, hardly seemed capable of concocting third-tier elixirs. However, what if he truly succeeded? Witnessing the emergence of a young third-tier alchemist would be a fortuitous event for him. Chen Chong was intent on arguing further, but turned to Li Lu, his tone softening instantly. "Miss Li, this fellow is merely stalling for time to attract attention. There is nothing worth watching. Why don't we go celebrate instead?" Chen Chong already had a plan to find an opportunity to administer poison during the celebration. Envisioning the moment when they would beg for his favor, the mere thought filled him with delight. However, Li Lu gently shook her head, her gaze fixed on Bai Wuji, her tone calm. "Let us watch a little longer." Bai Wuji's calm demeanor was strikingly unusual. Most would either defend themselves or panic when questioned. Yet he remained as unyielding as an unmelting ice block. This enigmatic quality compelled her to stay and discern whether he truly possessed skill or was merely posturing. Chen Chong's expression darkened instantly, his anger boiling within. He suppressed his fury and shouted at Bai Wuji, "If you intend to refine, start immediately. Stop dawdling." Finally, Bai Wuji lifted his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over Chen Chong. His expression bore no emotion, yet it felt as piercing as a winter blade, emanating an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if he were observing a man whose fate was already sealed. Chen Chong felt a chill run down his spine at that gaze, quickly transforming his embarrassment into anger, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to charge forward. "You brat, what kind of gaze is that? Do you truly believe that donning a mask will deter anyone from acting against you? Do you dare to believe I want to incapacitate you right now?" "You may certainly try," Bai Wuji coldly replied, his gaze growing even chillier. "If you seek death, I shall grant it." Chen Chong was thoroughly provoked, clenching his fists and ready to strike. "Young Master Chen, stand down." Old Jin's voice rang out sharply as he swiftly positioned himself between the two. He regarded Chen Chong with a serious expression. "Fighting is prohibited within the association. If you continue to cause trouble, do not blame me for expelling you according to the rules." Though merely an elder responsible for assessments, Old Jin was indeed a legitimate third-tier alchemist, supported by the association. No matter how audacious Chen Chong was, he dared not confront Old Jin directly, retreating 2 steps while glaring fiercely at Bai Wuji. "Fine. I shall see what tricks you can muster. If you fail to produce an elixir, I will make you regret it." Bai Wuji ignored him, stepping forward to receive the tray from the maid and approaching the vacant alchemical furnace. He brushed his hand over the furnace's surface, a faint spiritual energy flickering at his fingertips, The formerly cold walls of the furnace instantly glowed with a soft red light. Although the alchemical fire had yet to ignite, warmth already emanated from it. This seemingly casual action caused Li Lu's pupils to constrict, and even old Jean couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His eyes filled with astonishment. Standing before the alchemical furnace, Bai Wuji moved with no hint of hesitation. He first ignited the base of the furnace with his fingertip flame, the pale blue fire wrapping around the walls with precise control of temperature. He then grasped the Qian Yanzi Ji and slowly introduced it into the furnace. Each movement was fluid, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, from the order of ingredient introduction to the regulation of heat, leaving no room for error. Watching the scene, Chen Chong's discontent grew, unable to restrain himself from muttering, "It's all an act. He is merely a mid-foundation establishment waste." The refinement of third-tier elixirs consumes a tremendous amount of true energy. Even if he manages to endure halfway, he will inevitably exhaust his spiritual power, leading to a furnace explosion. His words struck a chord. Alchemy was indeed a process that drained energy. The refining of third-tier elixirs typically required at least an hour, during which one must not only maintain the flame, but also harmonize the properties of the materials. Without cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, or above, sustaining true energy was impossible. Old Jean silently nodded, his gaze fixed on Bai Wuji's actions, mentally preparing to protect the furnace at any moment. As anticipated, half an hour later, Bai Wuji's fingertip flame flickered slightly. Chen Chong immediately burst into laughter. "I told you so. You can't hold on any longer, can you? It's not too late to stop now to avoid injuring yourself when the furnace explodes." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Wuji retrieved a palm-sized high-grade spiritual stone from his storage bag, squeezing it in his hand. The instant the spiritual stone touched his palm, a gentle white light emanated, and pure spiritual energy flowed continuously from his fingertips into his body. Meanwhile, his other hand remained steady, controlling the alchemical fire, and the properties of the materials within the furnace were completely unaffected. He was effectively multitasking. How is this possible? Old Jean suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. During the refinement of third-tier elixirs, even a moment of distraction could lead to a disorder in the properties of the materials. Not to mention absorbing spiritual energy from a stone while precisely controlling the fire. Even he, as a third-tier alchemist, could never achieve such composure. Chen Chong's smile froze on his face. The sarcasm swallowed back down, as he could only stare intently at the alchemical furnace, silently praying for Bai Wuji to fail. After another incense stick's worth of time, Bai Wuji suddenly raised his hand, directing a surge of spiritual energy towards the furnace top. With a soft humming sound, the lid of the alchemical furnace popped open, and 10 pills, entirely luminous and emanating a gentle glow, slowly ascended. The rich aroma of the elixirs instantly permeated the entire assessment hall, with the surface of the pills free of any impurities, their patterns clear and orderly. Unmistakably of high quality. "High-grade Wandan." Old Jean hurried forward, trembling fingers reaching for one of the pills, bringing it close to his nose in disbelief. The rich medicinal properties and pure pill body confirmed its high quality. This was undoubtedly a superior product. In 30 years of alchemy, I have never managed to consistently produce high-grade, third-tier elixirs. Li Lu's previous arrogance vanished entirely, replaced by profound shock. She stared intently at Bai Wuji's back, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. With mid-foundation establishment cultivation, he was able to multitask and produce high-grade, third-tier elixirs. This was no mere genius, but a true prodigy. Chen Chong's face turned a ghastly shade. He had previously mocked Bai Wuji for seeking attention, but now, the high-grade Dahuan-Dan in the furnace felt like a resounding slap across his face, leaving him utterly speechless. Bai Wuji collected the elixirs, not even glancing at the disconcerted trio, simply nodding slightly to Old Jean. Surely this assessment qualifies as a pass? Old Jean's hand, still holding the elixir, trembled slightly as he heard Bai Wuji's words. He nodded vigorously, his voice trembling with excitement. "Passed. Of course you have passed. From today onward, you are officially recognized as a third-tier alchemist in Haoyu City." He looked up at Bai Wuji, eyes filled with admiration. "You are only 23 this year, correct? Since the founding of Haoyu Nation, the youngest third-tier alchemist was 48 years old. You have shattered the record by 25 years. A true genius in alchemy. A rarity in a century. With that, old Jean personally guided Bai Wuji towards the inner hall of the association. We need to record your identity. Just drop a drop of your blood onto this jade token. He handed over a palm-sized white jade token, intricately engraved with alchemical patterns. This imprint would serve as a living fingerprint. Henceforth, when you enter or exit the association and claim benefits, you can verify your identity with this token, making imitation impossible. Bai Wuji complied, squeezing out a drop of blood and letting it fall onto the jade token. As soon as the blood made contact, it was instantly absorbed, the alchemical patterns glowing faintly red before sinking back into the token. A slender, unique line etched itself onto the surface of the jade token, belonging solely to him. All done, the record is complete. Jean Lao presented a set of moon-white robes, elegantly embroidered with 3 golden lines at the cuffs, signifying the official attire of a third-grade alchemist. The number of golden lines represents the rank, and inside, intricate spiritual patterns infused with medicine bore his name, hidden from the untrained eye, but easily discernible to the elders of the association. As Bai Wuji accepted the robes, he felt a surge of warm, spiritual energy upon touching the fabric. This was indeed a top-quality garment. A brief scan revealed that the robes were woven from a blend of millennia-old spiritual silkworm silk and diamond jade threads, offering defensive capabilities comparable to supreme magical artifacts, impervious to the attacks of ordinary foundation-building practitioners. Furthermore, there was this spirit card. Jean Lao handed over a shimmering silver card, which would receive a monthly deposit of 1,000 spirit stones from the association as long as he remained a registered alchemist. Additionally, the blood drop he had just provided would allow the spirit card and jade token to sense his presence. Should he ever vanish, the association would be alerted. In essence, this was a system designed to safeguard his rights. Along the way, Jean Lao made several indirect inquiries. Bai Xiaoyu, under whose esteemed guidance have you honed your alchemical skills? I am familiar with the masters of alchemy in Hao U.S. City, yet I have never heard of such a remarkable disciple. Bai Wuji merely replied with a hint of indifference. My master prefers to remain low profile and has instructed me not to disclose his name. I hope you understand, Jean Lao. After departing from the Alchemist Association, he did not head directly home, but instead turned towards Wangxianlu. Having just achieved a breakthrough in alchemy and acquired his credentials, he felt it was only right to treat himself to a splendid meal. Upon ascending to the second floor, he noticed a private room whose door was not tightly shut. Within, he glimpsed Chen Chong and Li Lu. Chen Chong was pouring wine for Li Lu, and with a furtive motion, he produced a small brown pill from his pocket and swiftly tossed it into Li Lu's wine glass, where it dissolved without a trace upon contact with the liquid. Bai Wuji's expression hardened. He recognized the aura of that pill all too well. It was a commonly traded aphrodisiac in the black market, notorious for its potent effects that could leave a woman in a daze. Although he initially intended to remain uninvolved, he could not stand by and watch Li Lu fall into a trap, nor could he let Chen Chong, that scoundrel, get away unscathed. He boldly pushed the door open and entered the private room. Upon seeing him, Chen Chong's demeanor shifted instantly, and he coldly demanded, "What are you doing here? How did you find this place?" Bai Wuji replied with a playful tone, "What a coincidence to run into you right after leaving the association. It seems our fates are intertwined." Without awaiting Chen Chong's consent, he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Will you not offer me a drink?" Chen Chong, anxious to see Li Lu consume the drug, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Quit pretending. You're not welcome here. Get out. If you linger any longer, I won't hold back." "Oh." Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "I would love to hear how you plan to be unfriendly." Chen Chong's teeth clenched as he scowled. "Do not think your status as a third-grade alchemist makes you special. I am the heir of the Chen family, with ample connections and resources. Eliminating you would be as easy as squashing an ant." Li Lu, sitting beside them, opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent. Alone in Hao U.S. City, lacking background or resources, she viewed Chen Chong's family ties as a rare support. Even though she sensed something amiss, she dared not offend him. Bai Wuji disregarded Chen Chong's threats. Leisurely pouring himself a glass of wine, "I advise you not to act rashly. We are in Wangxianlu, where many eyes are watching. If it becomes known that you have harmed a third-grade alchemist, do you think the Alchemist Association would refrain from troubling the Chen family?" Chen Chang's face shifted through shades of green and white, having struck a nerve. Li Lu quickly interjected, "Young Master Chun, please do not act impulsively. He is an officially certified third-grade alchemist, and causing a scene would not benefit either of us." Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Chen Chong asked, "What do you want exactly?" Simply put, Bai Wuji took a sip from his glass. "I intend to sit here and enjoy my drink. Once I finish, I will naturally take my leave, causing you no inconvenience." Chen Chong, with no choice but to endure his irritation, nodded, hoping Bai Wuji would drink quickly and depart. He lifted the spiked glass of wine and offered it to Li Lu with a sycophantic smile. "Miss Li, this drink is for you. In Hao U.S. City, I will ensure you have all the resources you need." Li Lu, taking the glass, replied politely, "Thank you, young Master Chun. I will rely on you in the future." As she prepared to bring the glass to her lips, Bai Wuji's voice suddenly interrupted, filled with gravitas. "If I were you, I would certainly refrain from drinking that." Li Lu paused, confusion crossing her face as she asked, "Why?" "Young man, mind your own business," Chen Chong barked, panic rising as he feared Bai Wuji would ruin his scheme. Bai Wuji ignored Chen Chong's fury, his gaze fixed on Li Lu. "I saw very clearly that he dropped a pill into your drink. As for its nature, you should be able to guess why he is so eager for you to drink it. You are spouting nonsense." Chen Chong's face paled, hastily defending himself. "Miss Li, he cannot stand to see us well and is deliberately sowing discord. Do not believe his lies." Li Lu's hand trembled slightly as she set the glass down, her gaze shifting to Chen Chong, uncertainty in her eyes. Although she had not clearly seen Chen Chong's actions earlier, she found it hard to believe Bai Wuji would make groundless accusations that might provoke the Chun family. Chen Chong, sensing her hesitation, pleaded, "Miss Li, we are friends. Would you rather trust a masked outsider than me?" "Young Master Chun, please do not be upset. I naturally trust you," Li Lu replied with a strained smile, though unease gnawed at her heart. "Since you trust me, let us drink to that," Chen Chong urged, urgency flashing in his eyes. Li Lu bit her lip, lifting the glass once more. Just as Chen Chong displayed a triumphant smile, Bai Wuji interjected, "Miss Li, you would be better off with me than with him." Li Lu was taken aback, instinctively asking, "What do you mean by that?" Literally, Bai Wuji leaned back in his chair, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. "Your association with him is merely for training resources and support. However, what he can offer, I can provide even more: superior elixirs, high-grade spiritual materials, and even assistance in breaking through your cultivation bottlenecks. Can you do any of that? You are courting death." Chen Chong exploded, slamming the table as he stood up, pointing a trembling finger at Bai Wuji. "Who do you think you are to compete with me for her? Do you dare to believe I won't contact my family and have you torn to pieces?" Bai Wuji listened to Chen Chong's fury, lightly running his fingers along the rim of his glass, his tone nonchalant. "Torn to pieces? By all means, go ahead and try. We are but 100 meters from the association. If your Chun family dares to act, I would love to see whether your family's influence is greater than the Alchemist Association's protective might." Chen Chong, quaking with rage, could only stammer, his face flushed with disbelief. Fully aware of the Alchemist Association's formidable standing in Hao U.S. City, even the 4 great families would not dare to provoke a certified third-grade alchemist lightly. The power of an alchemist was formidable. Many strong individuals sought their assistance, and at the association's command, numerous powerful figures would spring into action. Feigning calm, Chen Chong turned to Li Lu, raising his voice. "Miss Li, do you see clearly? He is merely an isolated individual without backing. Even as a third-grade alchemist, what can he truly offer you? I am the heir of the Chun family, with resources at your disposal. Would you really choose him over me?" "That is not certain," Bai Wuji interjected, his gaze steady upon Li Lu. "I can see the stagnation in your aura. You have been stuck at the peak of the foundation building stage for some time, have you not? If you come with me, I can help you break through that bottleneck right now." "Ha ha ha." Chen Chong erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. "Break through your bottleneck? You should consider your own limitations. It is not easy to advance from the foundation stage. She has been stuck for nearly half a year. Even top-tier elixirs have failed her. What do you possess that could aid her? You are merely boasting." Li Lu nodded gently, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Young Master Chun is right. I have tried numerous methods, even consuming 3 pills of the upper-grade Huandan, yet I have failed to break through. It seems there is little hope in the short term. What if I could?" Bai Wuji inquired, his gaze devoid of jest. Li Lu suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes before it quickly dimmed. However, upon reflection, she realized that Bai Wuji, who could refine even the third-grade upper-grade Huan, might indeed possess a solution. Gritting her teeth, she spoke with solemnity. If you can truly help me break through this bottleneck, I shall follow you from this day forth and heed your commands. Upon hearing her words, Chen Chang's expression changed dramatically, but Li Lu's resolve remained unwavering. Overcoming her cultivation barrier was of utmost urgency, and Bai Wuji, a 23-year-old third-grade alchemist, had a promising future that far surpassed Chen Chang's. Aligning herself with him would undoubtedly yield greater benefits. Very well, I shall see how long you can maintain this facade. Chen Chang gritted his teeth, adding, if you fail, I will make you regret it. Bai Wuji paid him no mind and retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, pouring out a pill that shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, extending it towards Li Lu. It is quite simple. One pill is sufficient. This is the Huan? Li Lu questioned, taking the pill into her hand. The moment her fingertips brushed its surface, she sensed an extraordinary purity of spiritual energy radiating from it. Her pupils constricted. This was no ordinary pill, but rather a premium de Huan. As a third-grade pill, most of what was available on the market was of lower, middle, or upper grade, with premium ones being exceedingly rare. The three she had previously consumed were merely upper grade. Chen Chang's smile froze, a hint of trepidation creeping into his gaze. Yet he maintained his bravado, stating, even if it is premium, what of it? The 3 upper-grade de Huan I gave her this morning had a combined potency greater than this single premium pill, yet it was still ineffective. Do you truly believe that a mere pill can enable her to break through? Ordinary premium de Huan would indeed be insufficient. Bai Wuji replied calmly. However, this one is different. It contains innate spiritual energy, which has remarkable effects on breaking through barriers. You will know upon consumption. Innate spiritual energy? Both Li Lu and Chen Chang were momentarily taken aback. That was a legendary essence said to nurture a cultivator's foundation, something ordinary people scarcely even glimpsed. How could Bai Wuji infuse it into a pill? Chen Chang quickly regained his composure, taunting, innate spiritual energy? Why not claim you can refine an immortal pill while you're at it? I see you're merely trying to deceive her with a common premium de Huan. When she fails to break through, I will relish your downfall. Words were futile. One must experience it to know. Bai Wuji concluded the argument and gestured for Li Lu to consume the pill. Taking a deep breath, Li Lu placed the premium de Huan in her mouth. As the pill entered her abdomen, it transformed into a warm flow of spiritual energy coursing through her meridians. Unlike before, this energy was accompanied by a faint yet exceptionally pure aura, the innate spiritual energy. Immediately, she sat cross-legged, channeling her cultivation technique to refine the energy. The innate spiritual energy acted like a key, clearing the blockages in her meridians, and the once stagnant aura suddenly surged to life, loosening the barriers at her bottleneck. In less than half a stick of incense's time, an aura indicating the mid-stage of foundation establishment erupted from within Li Lu. She opened her eyes wide, brimming with elation. I did it. I truly broke through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This is impossible. Chen Chang stood frozen in place, his complexion as pale as a sheet. 3 upper-grade de Huan had proven ineffective, while a single premium de Huan had achieved the miraculous. Bai Wuji rose to his feet, extending his hand toward Li Lu with a gentle tone. Miss Li, may we depart now? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lu placed her hand in Bai Wuji's palm, her eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. From this day forth, I am at your service. Miss Li, you cannot go with him. Chen Chang stepped forward anxiously, attempting to seize her. He is an outsider without foundation. I am the young master of the Chun family. Consider carefully. Following me will yield you far greater rewards. Li Lu turned back, her tone calm yet distant. Young Master Chun, I appreciate your previous kindness, but I have made my choice. With that, she turned and followed Bai Wuji, leaving Chen Chang alone in the room, trembling with rage. His fists clenched and cracking. He glared at their departing figures, his eyes filled with resentment. You two wretched lovers. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this grievance. Chen Chang promptly summoned several individuals, instructing them to follow Bai Wuji discreetly. He dared not confront a third-grade alchemist openly, but as long as he did not leave behind evidence, he could act in the shadows. My lord, someone is following us. Lilu whispered. Merely a few insignificant clowns. Do not concern yourself with them. Also, from now on, simply refer to me as young master, Bai Wuji replied. Understood. Young master. Where shall we go now? Lilu inquired. Do you have a place to stay? Bai Wuji asked. Lilu shook her head, her gaze dimming. I fled here, seeking refuge. I will find you a place to reside. After half an hour of inquiries, Bai Wuji spent 3,000 spirit stones to purchase a small courtyard. Though modest, the courtyard was beautifully situated, equipped with an alchemy chamber and a secret room. You shall reside here and cultivate in peace. Of course, alchemy cannot be neglected. I will return when I have time to guide you. Striving for your early promotion to a second-grade alchemist, Bai Wuji stated. You are so kind to me, young master. I will surely repay your kindness, Li Lu vowed earnestly. To repay me, there is no need to wait until later. Bai Wuji's gaze lingered on her graceful form. I currently possess nothing to offer you in return. Li Lu realized something was amiss upon sensing the peculiar intensity in Bai Wuji's eyes and suddenly felt alarmed. Young master, this is unacceptable. I will give you another chance. Think it over before you decide. Bai Wuji's voice remained flat, exuding an air of indifference. His frail physique compelled him to seize every opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Based on his observations, Li Lu appeared to possess an innate fire spiritual body, which naturally resonated with fire attributes. If he could obtain her primordial, his cultivation would undoubtedly advance significantly. Chapter 32. Fire Spirit Primordial. Li Lu's fingers tightened around her clothing, her knuckles paling slightly. After hesitating for merely 2 breaths, memories of the flames and cries during her family's demise surged through her mind, the deep-seated hatred piercing through her uncertainty like an icy needle. She lifted her gaze to Bai Wuji, her previously panicked eyes now resolute, filled with determination as she slowly released her grip. As her clothing slipped away, her pale yellow dress unfurled like petals, revealing skin that rivaled frost and snow. Her waist was so slender it appeared as though it could snap with a touch, and the faint blush on her ankles hinted at the elegance concealed beneath her skirt, filling the air with a warm fragrance. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually closed her eyes, long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath them, her chest rising and falling slightly, embodying a demeanor that invited collection. While her hands remained tightly clenched at her sides, Bai Wuji stepped forward, his warm palm gently encircling her waist. As his fingertips brushed against her skin, Li Lu quivered slightly, yet she did not flinch. He swept her up in his arms, walking steadily toward the bed, the subtle sound of fabric rustling resonating clearly in the tranquil courtyard. Outside the window, the sun dipped lower, soon swallowed by the encroaching night. Suddenly, a whisper of fabric slicing through the wind emerged from outside the courtyard, where a dozen figures clad in black gathered like phantoms beneath the courtyard walls. Leading them, Chen Chong's gaze was sinister as he lowered his voice to inquire, "Are both of them inside?" "Young master, the lights are still on. We have not seen them exit." A black-clad figure replied respectfully. "Good." Chen Chong's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Break in. Remember, do not harm Li Lu. Capture that brat alive." Before he finished speaking, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm and struck the courtyard door with force. With a resounding crash, the solid wooden door shattered, splinters flying as the black-clad figures surged in, heading straight for the bedroom. The commotion within abruptly awakened the entwined pair. Bai Wuji's expression turned icy as he swiftly sat up, grabbing a thin veil from the bed canopy to cover Li Lu's eyes. "Do not panic." His voice was steady, and as a radiant light flickered from his palm, the ancient Jiuzai Linglong Tower materialized out of thin air. The tower's shimmering aura enveloped the two, and in the next instant, they vanished from their original location. "Young master, this is..." Li Lu, her vision obscured, grasped Bai Wuji's sleeve tightly, her voice tinged with confusion. "To a safe place. Do not ask anything further. Simply follow me." Bai Wuji's voice resonated from above, imbued with a reassuring strength. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the second level of the Jiuzai Linglong Tower. The air was suffused with a visible, pale, golden spiritual energy, and fine particles of light floated around them. Bai Wuji formed a seal with his fingers, and the ground instantly illuminated with intricate formations. A soft hum echoed as the flow of spiritual energy around them slowed dramatically, the time array activated. He did not linger, swiftly channeling his cultivation technique, while Li Lu, upon first contacting the surrounding spiritual energy, felt a sudden jolt throughout her body. It was the purest form of innate spiritual energy. Without a trace of impurities, it enveloped her like warm spring water, penetrating her pores and sending a comfortable tingling sensation through her meridians. Instinctively, she reached to remove the blindfold. But the reminder of Bai Wuji's instructions struck her, and she resisted the urge, hastily calming her mind to refine the residual pure yang energy within her body. The innate spiritual energy surged continuously, and combined with the strand of pure yang energy, the spiritual energy within Li Lu rapidly boiled. As a natural fire spirit body, her absorption of spiritual energy exceeded that of ordinary individuals, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. Her Dantian's energy swelled at a visible pace. Within the span of a mere incense stick's time, the barrier that had heretofore hindered her progress at the mid-foundation stage cracked audibly, followed by an explosive surge of more robust energy as she unexpectedly broke through to the late foundation stage. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji was refining the Yuan Yin and fire spiritual energy obtained from Li Lu. The pure energy coursed through his meridians, and he could distinctly sense his cultivation advancing steadily, with a flicker of fire spiritual energy now present in his true qi, resonating harmoniously with the pure yin energy he had acquired from Yunming Yao, exuding a subtle warmth. Yet even so, he was still a distance away from breaking through to the late foundation stage. He could not help but sigh inwardly. A naturally flawed body indeed hindered progress. Observing the spiritual energy surrounding Li Lu gradually receding, Bai Wuji's irritation lessened. After all, she was now an ally, and her cultivation boost would offer additional support in the future. He rose to embrace her, flicking his fingers to disperse the Jiuzhai Linglong Tower's radiant light. And in an instant, they returned to the bedroom. At that moment, Chun Chong, accompanied by the black-clad figures, rushed to the bedroom door. He looked at the tightly shut door, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and raised his hand to knock once more. Bai Wuji, get out here and face your demise. Just as Chun Chong's hand was about to make contact with the door, it creaked open of its own accord. Bai Wuji stepped out, holding Li Lu at his waist. Though his attire was somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained cold and piercing, his fingers lightly caressing Li Lu's side in an overtly intimate manner. Li Lu nestled beside him, the blindfold having been removed, her cheeks still tinted with a lingering blush and her eyes retaining a soft allure, piercing Chun Chong's eyes like needles. How dare you, Li Lu? Chun Chong pointed at her, his voice trembling with rage. Pretending to be pure and noble before me, yet turning around to frolic with another man. Truly a shameless wretch. Li Lu's face blanched at the insult, and just as she was about to retort, Bai Wuji interjected, his tone laced with playful mockery. Young Master Chun, you are mistaken. She is not shameless. She simply holds you in disdain. As for me, a mere utterance of mine has her willingly offering herself. These words struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing Chun Chong's pride with precision. As the Chun family's young master, winning over women was typically effortless for him. Yet here he was publicly humiliated, with the woman he desired gravitating toward another. Where could he find solace? Bastard. Chun Chong, consumed by rage, felt his chest heave violently. You dare to intercept the woman I have set my sights on? I will not rest until I have you dismembered 1,000 times to quell my wrath. He turned his gaze toward Li Lu, his eyes brimming with malice. And you, little harlot, do you not enjoy having men please you? I shall not only ravage you, but will also have my companions line up behind me, one by one to satisfy your desires. Thank you, young master. The black-clad figures behind him immediately lit up with excitement, showering him with sycophantic gratitude. Their eyes were filled with lewd anticipation, as if she were already theirs to claim. Li Lu trembled with fury, her hands clenched into fists, her nails nearly embedding into her palms, her eyes brimming with humiliation and indignation. Bai Wuji gently patted her shoulder. There is no need to be angered by a dying man. You dare to speak defiantly even as your end draws near. Chun Chong was thoroughly provoked, pointing at Bai Wuji and shouting, Do you truly believe that being a third-grade alchemist makes you impressive? Allow me to enlighten you. Cultivation is the ultimate truth. You are merely at the mid-foundation stage, while I'm also at the mid-foundation stage, accompanied by 6 at the early foundation stage, 3 at the mid-foundation stage, and 1 at the late foundation stage, as my protector. With such might, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. He thought that proclaiming his strength would instill fear in Bai Wuji, yet Bai Wuji merely scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. Just a bunch of worthless rabble. Daring to make noise here? None of you will leave today. You will all perish here. At that moment, Bai Wuji resembled a sovereign reigning over all, exuding an air of invincibility. Arrogance. Utterly arrogant. Chun Chong was infuriated, his nostrils nearly flaring with smoke. He could no longer contain his rage. Charge! First, cripple this brat's cultivation, then seize that woman. Whoever can personally incapacitate him will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones. Under this generous incentive, the black-clad figures were instantly blinded by greed. The protector at the late foundation stage took the lead, gathering a dense surge of spiritual energy in his palm. Lunging toward Bai Wuji with lightning speed. Brat, meet your end. Chapter 33. Slaying Chunchong just as the protector at the late foundation stage lunged forward. Li Lu suddenly swayed, positioning herself in front of Bai Wuji. The aura of a late foundation stage cultivator erupted from her, and a fiery blaze surged from her palm. Far exceeding the heat of ordinary fire attribute, cultivator's spiritual flames, a manifestation of her innate fire spirit body. You are courting death, the protector sneered, sending a gust of energy wrapped in spiritual force toward Li Lu's face. However, as his hand made contact with the flames, it was as if ice had been thrown into a furnace. It sizzled and crackled as his spiritual energy dissipated like smoke. The protector screamed in agony, retreating with his palm charred black. Li Lu, however, did not grant him a moment's respite, her form darting forward like a specter, the flames at her fingertips surging fiercely, piercing through his dantian in a single move. The turn of events unfolded so swiftly that Chun Chong and the black-clad men did not grasp what had transpired before their leader collapsed, lifeless. Li Lu's gaze was frigid, fire dancing at her fingertips as she faced the onslaught of black-clad figures, crushing them as if they were mere sheep. At times, she transformed into a fire-red blur, evading their attacks while expertly targeting their vital points. At others, she conjured a wall of flames, trapping several black-clad figures within, allowing them to batter against it fruitlessly until they were ultimately consumed by the inferno. Mid-foundation stage cultivators fell before her in less than 2 moves, while early foundation stage cultivators crumbled at a mere touch. In but a short span, the courtyard was littered with corpses, the acrid scent of charred flesh pervading the air. Chun Chong stood in stunned disbelief, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a faint dampness forming in his trousers. Could it be that Li Lu had single-handedly annihilated all 10 of his men? This is impossible. He shrieked in horror, his eyes wide with terror. You clearly just broke through to the mid-foundation stage this morning. How could you have advanced to the late foundation stage so quickly? Li Lu extinguished the spiritual flames and cast him a sidelong glance, her tone calm, yet tinged with an imperceptible shyness. This, of course, is thanks to the young master. As she uttered the words, young master, her mind briefly flickered with those shameful images, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush. That fleeting blush, captured in Chun Chong's gaze, instantaneously illuminated his understanding. The wrath that erupted within him was akin to a volcano, for the one who should have been his counterpart in cultivation was instead another. He fixed his gaze upon the mask adorning Bai Wuji's face, his eyes aflame with boundless fury. As Li Lu advanced with deliberate steps, Chun Chong abruptly donned an expression of heartfelt sorrow. Miss Li, how could you repay my kindness with enmity? I bestowed upon you the superior grade Dawandan, guided you through the association's assessment, and offered you my unwavering support. Yet now you seek to slay me? Does your conscience not ache? Repaying kindness with enmity? Li Lu let out a cold laugh, her eyes rife with derision. Chun Chong, do you truly believe your sordid intentions could remain concealed for long? You administered a love-inducing pill to me at Wangxian Tower. Had it not been for the young master's revelation, I would have already fallen into your trap. Your demise today is entirely of your own making. Chun Chong's complexion paled, realizing that pleading for mercy would be futile. In a sudden shift, he directed his attention toward Bai Wuji, exclaiming, Brat, if you possess any courage, Do not hide behind a woman. Dare to engage me in a one-on-one duel? If you are afraid, I can grant you 3 moves. Young master, do not fall for his ploy. He is attempting to provoke you. Lilu urgently. Although she was unaware of Bai Wuji's true strength, it was a common understanding that alchemists were generally weaker in combat. Xianxia, at least, was in a mid-stage of foundation establishment, making a direct confrontation perilous. Ah, Miss Li, how unfortunate to be entangled with such a pitiful coward. Xianxia's arrogance surged, his tone dripping with contempt. However, Bai Wuji raised a hand to halt Li Lu, calmly stating, "No matter, he is but a mere clown. Since you wish for me to personally send you on your way, I shall oblige." Xianxia's heart soared with delight. As long as Bai Wuji took action, he stood a chance. Alchemists typically invested their energy in pills, often leaving their combat prowess at the bottom of the tier. If he could capture Bai Wuji, Li Lu would undoubtedly hesitate. Upon returning home, he would have his father seize Li Lu, and then allow all the male members of his family to take turns in venting their frustrations upon her, thus satiating his resentment. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as a radiant blade materialized in his palm, the Chun family's inferior spiritual artifact, the Kaishan blade. "Brat, prepare to meet your end," he bellowed, channeling spiritual energy into the blade and unleashing a formidable arc of light, his signature technique, the Kaishan slash. This strike encapsulated his entire essence, aimed at delivering a devastating blow to Bai Wuji. "Young master, be cautious." Li Lu's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily warned him. Facing the might of Xianxia's Kaishan slash, Bai Wuji remained motionless, not even a flicker of emotion gracing his eyes. Just as the blade's radiance was about to engulf him, he subtly moved his fingertips, and an obscure black energy began to permeate the air. With a hiss, the blade's radiance collided with the black energy, dissipating instantly as if snow had met the sun, not even stirring a ripple. Xianxia's pupils constricted before he could react. He saw Bai Wuji raise his hand and grasp at him in an airy manner. "What is this?" Suddenly, Xianxia felt his spiritual energy spiraling out of control within him, as though an invisible hand was gripping him, violently pulling it through his meridians. He attempted to resist, yet the force of the suction was terrifyingly domineering, the speed at which his energy was vanishing astonishing. In mere breaths, his dantian was rendered barren, and he felt his entire strength swiftly drain away. "No, my power is disappearing." Xianxiang screamed in terror, his eyes filled with despair. He could distinctly feel his painstakingly cultivated mid-stage foundation establishment prowess rapidly regressing, waves of tearing pain coursing through his meridians, rendering him visibly weakened. Beside him, Li Lu was equally stunned, her mouth agape, disbelief etched across her features. She could sense that Xianxiang's spiritual energy was continuously flowing into Bai Wuji, and the eerie devouring force instilled a chill within her. Bai Wuji remained in place, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy. The barrier that had previously confined him to the mid-stage of foundation establishment now showed signs of loosening after consuming Xianxiang's energy, his aura growing more robust than before. He slowly withdrew his hand, savoring the torrent of power coursing through him, a cold smirk curving upon his lips. Xianxiang collapsed to the ground, a mere puddle of flesh, his trembling finger pointing feebly at Bai Wuji, his voice hoarse. "You have drained my power? You dare to cultivate evil techniques. You possess great audacity. And what of it?" Bai Wuji replied with a tone devoid of emotion, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. "Here, there are no witnesses. None shall know. You cannot kill me." Xianxiang clung to the last thread of hope, shouting desperately, "I am a young master of the Chun family. My father is the Golden Core powerhouse, Chun Pai. My soul lamp resides within the family shrine. Once extinguished, he will instantly learn of it. If you slay me, the Chun family will never let you go. You cannot escape. Let us wait until your father finds me." Bai Wuji said coldly, raising his foot. "Now, you may rest easy and die." Xianxiang's wails had barely begun when Bai Wuji's foot came crashing down upon his chest. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattered ribs echoed clearly. Xianxiang's eyes widened in horror, his fingers feebly pointing at Bai Wuji before ultimately falling limp. His life extinguished. Simultaneously, within the Chun family shrine of Haoyue City, The guard responsible for tending to the soul lamp suddenly noticed the lamp representing the young master. Chun Chong, extinguished with a soft puff, the wick transforming into a wisp of blue smoke. Panic gripped him as he stumbled out of the shrine. Racing toward the main courtyard, "Master, this is dire news. The young master, he is dead." Chun Pai, preparing for bed, sprang upright, seizing the guard's collar. His eyes ablaze with a terrifying light. "What did you say? Repeat that." The guard trembled in fright, his voice quaking with tears. "The young master's soul lamp has gone out." Chun Pai's furious roar shattered the night as he hurled the guard away, sending him crashing into the courtyard wall, unconscious. In an instant, he emanated the terrifying pressure of a golden core initial stage cultivator, soaring into the night sky. "Who has slain my son?" His thunderous roar reverberated through the night, and soon his consciousness expanded like a tidal wave, enveloping a vast portion of Haoyue City. The dominance of a golden core cultivator's consciousness stirred the pedestrians on the streets, the guards of various estates, and even the hidden cultivators in the shadows. All compelled to look skyward, their faces etched with fear. Suspended in the air, Chun Pai's eyes glowed crimson as he meticulously searched every corner of the city with his consciousness, intent on finding the murderer who had taken his son's life. In a moment, Xinqiang breathed his last. Bai Wuji's expression remained unchanged. A flicker of spiritual light danced at his fingertips, conjuring a pitch-black space. With a casual wave, the 10 or so corpses on the ground were drawn into the void, vanishing without a trace of blood left behind. Having completed this task, a shroud of black energy enveloped him once more, and the lingering scent of blood, fluctuations of spiritual energy. And even the vengeful spirits of those who had perished were voraciously consumed by the black energy, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. The courtyard appeared as if no massacre had ever transpired, even the soil returning to its original essence. "Let's go." Bai Wuji grasped Li Lu's cool hand and turned toward the bedroom. As Li Lu regained her footing, she felt a soft cloth cover her eyes. In the next moment, the radiant glow of the Jiuzhai Linglong Tower enveloped them, plunging the surroundings into silence. Inside the tower, a world of its own was formed. The spiritual energy, so dense it bordered on liquefaction. Bai Wuji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately guided her up the staircase to the second level, removing the cloth from her eyes. As Li Lu opened her eyes, she was rendered breathless by the sight before her. The pale golden innate spiritual energy flowed through the air, intricate array patterns etched into the ground, and unknown spiritual plants floating in the distance. Every inch of space radiated sanctity and mystery. "Young master, where is this place?" "No need for questions," Bai Wuji interrupted her, his tone neutral. "For the time being, you shall cultivate here in peace, and pay no heed to matters outside." Li Lu, perceptive and understanding, recognized the importance of this secret from his unwillingness to elaborate. Nodding obediently, she sought a corner rich in spiritual energy, sitting cross-legged to swiftly enter a state of cultivation. Bai Wuji formed a seal with his fingertips, causing the intricate patterns on the ground to glow, subtly activating a 100-fold time flow. He closed his eyes and sat in stillness, operating the Tunshinju to assimilate Chun Chong's spiritual energy, enhanced by innate spiritual aura. The true qi within his dantian grew increasingly robust, bringing him ever closer to breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Outside the tower, a snap of the fingers indicated the passage of time. Within the tower, a month had quietly elapsed. During this period, the two cultivated diligently, engaging in mutual cultivation every few days, supported by the innate spiritual aura. Bai Wuji's Tunshin Ju could consume and refine all things, while Li Lu's innate fire spirit body possessed remarkable energy conversion capabilities. Nurtured by one another, their cultivation progressed rapidly. Bai Wuji had firmly brushed against the threshold of the late stage of foundation establishment, his fingertip spiritual flame more refined than ever. Li Lu astonishingly broke through to the perfection of foundation establishment, her aura so profound that she was only a step away from advancing to the golden core stage. A speed that even Bai Wuji found remarkable. Reflecting on their initial encounter when both were at the early stage of foundation establishment, he noted how their disparities in innate abilities had gradually widened. Clenching his fist, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He must obtain the exquisite cleansing liquid for the upcoming alchemist competition. As the external light of day brightened, Bai Wuji concluded his meditation and departed the Jiucai Linglong Tower. Instructing Li Lu, continue your cultivation here. Do not venture outside unless absolutely necessary. Li Lu nodded in agreement, watching as he vanished beyond the courtyard gate. Upon returning to the Lin family, Bai Wuji was met by Lin Ruoxue, who approached him anxiously. Brother-in-law, you have finally returned. I was starting to worry something had happened to you. What has occurred? Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow. Chen Chong is dead. Lin Ruoxue lowered his voice, her tone laced with fear. Last night, Chen Pai, the head of the Chen family, went mad searching the entire city for the murderer. I nearly went to look for you when you didn't return. By the way, where were you last night? I was in seclusion for cultivation, Bai Wuji replied nonchalantly. It was indeed a form of cultivation within the Jiucai Linglong Tower. Lin Ruoxue seemed to understand, but her worry resurfaced. Brother-in-law, Chen Chong had always targeted you. The Chen family will surely suspect you. They may not dare to act openly, but they might resort to underhanded tactics. It would be best if you refrained from going out for a while and focused on honing your alchemy skills to secure a good position in the alchemist competition to instill some caution in them. You speak wisely. Lin Zhantian and Lu Yuehua emerged from the courtyard. The former spoke solemnly. You possess talent in alchemy. It is imperative that you concentrate solely on this path and not be distracted. Bai Wuji shook his head. Dear father-in-law and mother-in-law, please do not worry. I know my limits. However, I have recently encountered a bottleneck in alchemy and wish to explore weapon forging or formations, which may provide me with new insights. Nonsense. Lin Zhantian frowned. Every discipline requires focus. You have already achieved significant proficiency in alchemy. Why divert your attention? Lu Yuehua added her counsel. Wuji, heed your father-in-law's advice. Do not overextend yourself. Lin Ruoxue tugged at his sleeve. Brother-in-law, alchemy is splendid. Forging is laborious and messy. I merely wish to try my hand at it. If it proves futile, I shall cease, Bai Wuji insisted. Lin Zhantian pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well, if you can gain inspiration from it. That would be beneficial. Our Lin family has a second-tier weapon forger, Lin Zhanxiang. By lineage, you should address him as third uncle. Go learn from him. Bai Wuji expressed his gratitude to his father-in-law and, under Lin Ruoxue's guidance, found Lin Zhanxiang. This third uncle was robust, his hands calloused. Upon learning of Bai Wuji's intentions, he readily agreed to familiarize him with the weapon forging process. In the ensuing days, Bai Wuji spent his days learning from Lin Zhanxiang and delved into his studies at the Jiucai Linglong Tower by night. He also had Xiao Chui procure a forging furnace and ample materials for him. Within 3 days, he mastered the crafting of inferior quality artifacts. In 10 days, he excelled in medium quality. And in 2 months, he ascended to the rank of second-tier weapon forger, capable of forging superior quality artifacts. 6 months later, he could effortlessly handle even exquisite artifacts, firmly establishing himself among the third-tier forgers. Beyond that lay spiritual artifacts, which required the innate fire of a golden core cultivator for forging, a threshold Bai Wuji could not yet cross. Nonetheless, the extensive consumption of true qi during the forging process inadvertently honed his cultivation, leaving him just a hair's breadth away from the late stage of foundation establishment. In the following days, Bai Wuji turned his attention to studying formations. With the nurturing of innate spiritual energy on his soul, combined with a 100-fold time enhancement, his aptitude for formations was equally remarkable, allowing him to ascend to the third-tier formation master in just a few days. With only 1 day remaining until the alchemist competition, Lin Ruoxue rushed to him excitedly. Brother-in-law, the preliminary rounds are about to begin. We must hurry. Bai Wuji, however, shook his head. I do not intend to participate. Why not? Lin Ruoxue was taken aback. The competition is fierce. It will be difficult for me to secure victory. Why join the fray? Bai Wuji's tone was calm. Brother-in-law, you underestimate yourself. Lin Ruoxue insisted urgently. Your alchemy skills are no less than mine. You certainly have a chance. With you present, I naturally cannot compete. Bai Wuji smiled. I plan to take this time for seclusion and aim for a breakthrough to the late stage of foundation establishment. Though Lin Ruoxue was disappointed, she could only nod in agreement. Very well, I wish you success in your breakthrough. Rest assured, I will ensure the cleansing liquid is retrieved for you. Once Lin Ruoxue departed, a glint of determination sparkled in Bai Wuji's eyes as he quietly left the Lin family. He was resolute in obtaining the exquisite cleansing liquid. Yet he wished to conceal his strength under the guise of Bai Wuji's identity. For this competition, he aimed to emerge victorious under a different persona. Chapter 35. The alchemy competition commences. Bai Wuji donned a lustrous silver mask and changed into the ceremonial robe of a third-tier alchemist, adorned with 3 golden threads. As he strolled towards the Alchemist Association, upon reaching the entrance, 2 guards, filled with reverence, bowed and saluted, their voices laden with respect. "We greet the silver-masked young master." "Silver-masked young master?" Bai Wuji paused, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The guard on the left quickly explained. "When you last came for the assessment, you wore a mask to conceal your identity. Thus, the people in the association privately refer to you as the silver-masked young master, both as a sign of respect and convenience." Understanding, Bai Wuji nodded and did not inquire further as he proceeded into the association. Upon passing through the front courtyard, he encountered Elder Jean, his face radiant with excitement. "Young Bai, or rather, silver-masked young master, you have come at an opportune time. I assume it is for the Youth Alchemist competition?" "Indeed," Bai Wuji affirmed. "I wish to register." "Simple." Elder Jean waved his hand. "With your status as a third-tier alchemist, there is no need to go through the preliminary process. Follow me to fill out a form, and you can proceed directly to the initial selection arena this afternoon." Bai Wuji followed Elder Jean to complete the registration, internally relieved at the simplicity of the process. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon arrived, and Elder Jean led Bai Wuji to Wanyu Valley. This area was spacious and flat, designated by Hao US City for large-scale events. At this moment, it was already teeming with people. Apart from the competition zone, separated by formations at the center, the surrounding stands were filled to the brim with onlookers. Even the treetops at the valley's entrance were occupied by cultivators, showcasing the allure of the alchemist competition. "Now part ways. You can enter through the contestants' passage." Elder Jean pointed to an entrance not far away. Bai Wuji nodded in farewell and walked towards the contestant area alone. His third-tier robe was exceedingly conspicuous, the 3 golden threads glinting in the sunlight, and upon his appearance, he garnered the attention of the entire venue. "Who is that? A young third-tier alchemist? I have never seen him before." The mask suggests he is deliberately low-key. Could he be a genius from a reclusive family? There are only a few third-tier alchemists in Hao US City. This silver-masked young master may not be here with good intentions. Amidst the murmurs, Bai Wuji entered the contestant area, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. There were over 100 participants clustered in small groups, many casting curious or wary glances in his direction. He soon spotted Lin Ruoxue and, following her line of sight, noticed Lin Zhangtian and Lu Yuehua standing in the viewing area not far off, alongside a familiar figure, Lin Ruoxue, who had not made an appearance for quite some time. Bai Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but even more surprising was the sight of a man dressed in a green robe, exuding an air of elegance, standing just a few steps away from Lin Ruoxue. His features bore a hint of arrogance. It was none other than Zhang Difu, the holy son of the Qingyun sect. What brings him here? Is it for Lin Ruoxue? Bai Wuji did not dwell on his thoughts for long when he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. They were a young couple. The man was dressed in resplendent attire, wielding a folding fan, and exuded an air of roguish charm. Beside him stood a woman clad in a delicate light blue gown, her features strikingly graceful, with cascading hair that resembled a waterfall. While she may not have been a peerless beauty, she was indeed a rare sight. A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Wuji's eyes, and his fists instinctively clenched. If he were to select the 2 individuals he despised most, it would undoubtedly be this pair, his cousin Bai Wufei and his fiancé Lu Piapiao. Once family, they had inflicted the deepest wounds upon him. Originally, he was the young master of a humble clan in Xiang town, yet due to his innate frailty, he was frequently ridiculed and even bullied. Fortunately, his parents protected him, allowing him to lead a relatively peaceful life. Initially, Bai Wufei treated him well, though it was merely a facade, as he often covertly orchestrated others to torment and belittle him. Lu Piapiao, too, incessantly spoke of Wuji Gij, but her intentions were solely to extract benefits from him. During that time, his affection for Lu Piapiao was profound, and he devoted most of his cultivation resources to her. This situation persisted until 3 years ago, when Lu Piapiao gifted him a box of pastries, claiming she had made them herself to honor her future in-laws. Out of shyness, she requested he deliver them. Thus, He personally presented the pastries to his parents, only for tragedy to unfold. After consuming the treats, his parents fell victim to poisoning, specifically a debilitating substance known as huagong san, which, while not lethal, rendered them incapable of cultivation. His second uncle, Bai Wufei's father Bai Changhe, was the first to appear post-poisoning, accompanied by Bai Wufei and Liu Piapiao. It was then that he discovered their treachery. They had conspired to seize his father's position as clan leader. Bai Changhe, disregarding familial bonds, ruthlessly murdered his father and subsequently tormented his mother, who, unable to withstand the humiliation, took her own life. He wept inconsolably but was powerless to intervene. Suffering grave injuries at the hands of Bai Wufei and Liu Piapiao, rather than ending his life, these scoundrels imprisoned him in a cage, subjecting him to daily torment. Were it not for his unwavering desire for vengeance, he would have long since perished. Eventually, the steward Fu Bo clandestinely facilitated his escape, leading him through numerous trials until he reached Qinjianmen. He could not forget the blood-soaked grudge that fueled his resolve. Initially, he had planned to seek revenge upon completing the alchemist competition. However, he had not anticipated encountering them here. Gradually, he relaxed his clenched fists, recognizing that they could not evade him, and decided to focus on the competition first. Amidst the crowd, discussions surged like a tidal wave. This competition truly attracted a plethora of skilled individuals. It was said that Lin Ruoxue had also arrived. She was the youngest second-tier alchemist in Haoyue City, with a boundless future ahead. Indeed, her rejuvenation pills crafted at last year's alchemical exchange surpassed those produced by typical second-tier alchemists. I believe the championship is undoubtedly hers. Not so fast, retorted another. Young Master Mingfeng is not to be underestimated. He has been a second-tier alchemist for 3 years and must have made considerable advancements, potentially surprising us all. And let us not forget Feng Xianxia, who is the disciple of Master Xuanmu, the vice president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Master Xuanmu is the only 4th-tier alchemist in Haoyue City, so under such esteemed guidance, Feng Xianxian's prowess must be formidable. Do not overlook Zhang Difu. Aside from being the holy son of Qinjianmen, he is also a registered second-tier alchemist in the Alchemist Association. Such talent is truly commendable. Indeed, Holy Son Zhang possesses not only exceptional cultivation talent, but also remarkable alchemical skills, leaving others in the dust. Bai Wuji listened intently, astonished. He had not anticipated Zhang Difu's profound expertise in alchemy. It seemed this opponent was more formidable than he had imagined. At that moment, a stir rippled through the crowd as a procession of dignitaries entered the arena, led by Master Xuanmu, the vice president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and a 4th-tier alchemist, alongside Elder Jin. Upon witnessing their entrance, the crowd promptly bowed in respect. Master Xuanmu nodded slightly, signaling for everyone to rise. Elder Jin stepped forward, clearing his throat, and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Youth Alchemist competition is about to commence. Allow me to explain the rules. The competition will be divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, each participant must refine a first-tier gathering chi pill. Only those producing an exceptional quality pill will be deemed successful, with 3 attempts allowed. The second stage involves refining a second-tier gathering spirit pill, where only those creating a superior quality pill will qualify, also with 3 attempts. The third stage will allow for free expression, ranking participants based on the value of the pills they produce. Is everyone clear on this?" The crowd responded in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation and determination. With Elder Jin's command, the competition area at the center of Wanyu Valley bustled with activity. Each contestant stood before a stone platform, upon which rested a bronze alchemical furnace, its body engraved with simple gathering fire array patterns, alongside neatly arranged materials for refining the first-tier gathering chi pill. Bai Wuji approached the stone platform, his fingertips brushing against the furnace as he sensed the faint spiritual energy emanating from the array patterns. He did not rush to begin. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused, mentally reviewing the recipe for the gathering chi pill to ensure every detail was clear and precise. The surrounding participants could no longer contain their impatience, each igniting their true energy to activate the gathering fire array beneath the furnaces. Flames of crimson, azure, and pale violet surged upward as they commenced processing the medicinal materials. Some, quick on the draw, had already cast the first batch of ingredients into their furnaces, the flames crackling and drawing the audience's rapt attention. Only then did Bai Wuji slowly raise his hand, circulating his true energy to summon the flames of the furnace. His flames were a pale yellow, typical of foundational cultivators, yet he controlled them with the steadiness of placid waters. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements, prompting Master Xuanmu in the viewing area to nod slightly. This fire control technique surpasses that of many seasoned practitioners, truly worthy of a third-tier alchemist. Soon, murmurs arose around the arena, praising the precision with which he handled the medicinal materials. However, a voice interjected, "Do not jump to conclusions. While the Gathering Chi pill is a first-tier potion, the threshold for exceptional quality is quite high. Last year, a second-tier alchemist managed to refine a superior-grade rejuvenation pill, but failed to produce even a single exceptional Gathering Chi pill. The disciples of Qin scoffed. What does it matter if one holds a higher tier, if they cannot even produce an exceptional Gathering Chi pill? Their claim to a third-tier title is surely suspect." As the competition unfolded, the atmosphere grew increasingly polarized. Some participants, eager for immediate results, infused their true energy too hastily, causing the flames to surge violently, resulting in a resounding explosion that engulfed them in a cloud of charred residue and laughter from the onlookers. Others struggled to maintain control, allowing their materials to char within the furnace, a bitter taste permeating the air, forcing them to reset and begin anew. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Shanshan's furnace was the first to exude a fragrant aroma. With a graceful flick of her hand, the lid flew open, revealing 10 pale green Gathering Chi pills hovering above, perfectly round and glistening with a radiant sheen. Indeed, exceptional. Miss Feng is amazing. She succeeded on her first attempt. Cheers erupted from the audience, and Feng Shanshan's lips curled into a proud smile as she surveyed her surroundings, securing the pills in a jade vial. Shortly thereafter, the scent of alchemical success wafted from Lin Ruoshui's direction. Her Gathering Chi pills were slightly lighter in hue, but uniformly crafted, all 10 being exceptional. Lin Zhantian and his wife in the viewing area nodded in approval. Zhang Xingzi has also succeeded. The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Difu, whose true energy flowed within him. The unique pale blue flames of Qin condensing as 10 Gathering Chi pills infused with azure light emerged, their intricate patterns equally exceptional. The disciples of Qin erupted in cheers. Holy Sun is mighty. Following them, Ming Feng, Xie Jun, and a dozen others succeeded in succession, though most required 2 attempts to refine a qualified exceptional Gathering Chi pill. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed on Bai Wuji. His furnace remained eerily still, the faintest hint of medicinal fragrance wafting through the air, neither exploding nor yielding any pills, as if he had been forgotten. What is happening with this silver-faced young master? It has been nearly half an hour, and he has yet to produce anything. I told you, what does it matter if he is a third-tier alchemist? He is likely incapable of refining an exceptional Gathering Chi pill. As the murmurs of doubt reached a crescendo, Bai Wuji subtly retracted his inner energy, causing the alchemical furnace to emit a gentle sound as the lid sprang open. 10 luminous white Chi Gathering pills gracefully floated out, entirely devoid of impurities, their intricate patterns swirling as if alive, immediately stirring the surrounding spiritual energy, indicating they were indeed top-tier elixirs. The previously chatterous onlookers fell silent, and Master Xuanmu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a masterful display of pure fire condensing the pills. This young man's foundation in alchemy is even more solid than I had anticipated. Half an hour later, Elder Jean announced in a booming voice, "The first phase has concluded. 37 individuals successfully refined top-tier Chi Gathering pills, advancing to the second phase. The remaining participants are asked to exit." After a brief respite, Elder Jean proclaimed, "The second phase commences. Please proceed to refine the second-grade Gathering Spirit pill, which must achieve superior quality, with 3 opportunities for each participant. The materials have been prepared." The materials on the stone platform were replaced with condensing Chi grass, Yunji powder, and Xianshui stone, each set corresponding to a furnace containing 10 pills. The Gathering Spirit pill required the addition of Xianshui stone, a substance with a cold nature that must be gently tempered with mild, true energy flames to neutralize its chill and integrate with the other herbs. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disruption of the medicinal properties. Bai Wuji gazed at the materials as his true energy began to circulate slowly within him. He first roasted the Xianshui stone until it became semi-transparent, then proportionately mixed the condensing qi grass and yunji powder, kneading them into a uniform pill mass. His movement still poised and unhurried. Lin Ruoshui took a deep breath, focusing intently on controlling the fire. The gathering spirit pill was her forte among second-grade pills. It consumed a great deal of true energy, and soon fine beads of sweat appeared on her brow. She occasionally glanced towards Bai Wuji, noticing his unwavering calm. A flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Who is this person? Clearly a third-grade alchemist, yet utterly unperturbed. Zhang Difus's true energy flowed with greater speed. As the Qingyun fire blazed higher, all the herbs entering the furnace, the flames fluctuating in intensity, clearly demonstrating his profound understanding of fire control. Feng Xianxian's technique bore the meticulousness of Master Xuemu, each step executed with precision. The aroma of the alchemical furnace was rich yet measured, evidently in pursuit of superior quality. Ming Feng and Xie Jun also displayed their skills, the former using a folding fan to assist in fire control, while the latter swiftly adjusted the herbs with hand gestures, both revealing impressive foundations. Time stretched longer than in the first phase, with explosive sounds from the furnaces increasing in frequency. Some cultivators, having exhausted their true energy, withdrew pale-faced. Others, due to improper handling of the Xianshui stone, produced pills marred with black spots, necessitating a complete restart. Success. Feng Xianxian was the first to extinguish her flames. 10 pale blue gathering spirit pills floating forth, each adorned with 3 layers of intricate patterns, undeniably top tier. She lifted her chin, her gaze shimmering with pride. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Difus's furnace stirred with activity. The gathering spirit pills he refined were azure, their patterns delicately crafted like silk, the fluctuations of spiritual power far exceeding the standards for superior quality, marking them as top tier. Cheers erupted from the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Lin Ruoshui followed suit, her gathering spirit pills exuding a warm hue, while their patterns were not as intricate as Feng Xianxian's. Their medicinal properties were pure, also qualifying as top tier. She was momentarily taken aback, delight flickering in her eyes. Ming Feng and Xie Jun almost simultaneously completed their tasks, their gathering spirit pills glowing brilliantly, the patterns swirling, both also achieving top-tier status. At this moment, all eyes turned to Bai Wuji. His furnace remained eerily quiet. Only after the other 5 confirmed their results did he retract his true energy. 10 gathering spirit pills slowly ascended, crystal clear as water, their patterns as dense as a spider's web, an unmistakable indication of their top-tier quality. 6 individuals produced top-tier pills? The audience erupted in astonishment. The standard of this competition was astonishingly high. Ultimately, after Elder Jean tallied the results, he proclaimed, "The second phase has concluded. 15 individuals have advanced. Among them, Feng Xianxian, Zhang Difu, Lin Ruoshui, Ming Feng, Xie Jun, and the silver-masked young master all refined top-tier gathering spirit pills, while the remaining 9 produced superior quality, meeting the criteria." The 15 stood in the center of the arena. Their expressions varied. Feng Xianxian radiated pride. Zhang Difu exuded arrogance, looking down upon all, while Bai Wuji remained as composed as ever. All were aware that the forthcoming third phase would undoubtedly be even more intense, destined to be a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. Chapter 37. Supreme Shisue Pill, a Dominant Victory. After a brief intermission, Elder Jean stepped to the center of the arena, his voice echoing throughout the valley. The finals begin. You may choose any third-grade pill formula to refine, with quality determining the victor. The materials are prepared, and the time limit is 3 hours. The materials on the stone platform were instantly replaced. A dazzling array of rare herbs laid out before them, including the 1,000-year snow lotus for refining the Great Recovery Pill, the Shisue grass and purple heart wood for the Shisue pill, along with other materials for third-grade pills, each radiating rich spiritual energy. Zhang Difu hardly hesitated, directly selecting the materials for the Great Recovery Pill. The Great Recovery Pill is a rare third-grade elixir for enhancing cultivation, and he was confident in his ability to produce a top-tier version, having previously underestimated the process. He had lost to Bai Wuji by a narrow margin with his Gathering Spirit Pill, and this time he was determined to secure victory with absolute superiority. Lin Ruoxue pondered briefly before opting for the second-grade Foundation Pill. Lacking the capability to refine third-grade pills, she chose the highest-value second-grade Foundation Pill. The Foundation Pill is the most precious second-grade elixir, and if she could refine a top-tier version, it would surpass the value of an ordinary third-grade pill. Harem Xianxia and several others also chose the Foundation Pill, clearly all second-grade alchemists. Bai Wuji's gaze swept over the materials, ultimately resting on those for the Shisui Pill and Great Recovery Pill. In the end, he chose the Great Recovery Pill, a more prudent choice. With Elder Jin's command, the four began to refine simultaneously. Zhang Difu's Qingyun fire blazed even more fiercely as the 1,000-year snow lotus melted in the flames. The medicinal properties of the blood spirit ginseng being perfectly extracted, his movements swift yet controlled, clearly well-versed in the refinement of the Great Recovery Pill. Lin Ruoxue proceeded steadily. Her true energy flames were mild and gentle, coaxing the medicinal properties from the herbs gradually. Though slow, her precision resulted in an increasingly rich fragrance wafting from the furnace. Harem Xianxia's attempt at refining the Foundation Pill was less smooth. The fire spirit grass was volatile, and a moment's inattention could lead to a medicinal backlash, causing beads of sweat to accumulate on her brow as she struggled to maintain control, eliciting concern from the audience. Bai Wuji remained composed, not rushing to catalyze the herbs, but instead meticulously analyzing the patterns of each herb with his spiritual sense, ensuring that not a trace of impurities remained. The key to the Great Recovery Pill lay in condensing energy. He divided his true energy into dozens of strands, each enveloping different herbs, allowing their properties to blend naturally within the furnace. Even Master Xuanmu nodded in quiet approval. This mastery of energy control is nearing the level of a golden core cultivator. As time passed gradually, after half an hour, Harem Xianxia was the first to extinguish her flames. 10 superior Foundation pills hovered in midair, prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. Soon after, Lin Ruoxue succeeded in her refinement, inciting another round of astonished exclamations. A top-tier Foundation Pill. Miss Lin is indeed our Haoyu City's foremost alchemist prodigy. Having refined a top-tier Foundation Pill at such a young age, perhaps within a few years, she will ascend to the rank of third-grade alchemist. Many nodded in agreement, and numerous male gazes fell upon her, their eyes betraying an undeniable fervor. Not only is she blessed with exceptional alchemical talent, but she is also a stunning beauty. The daughter of one of the 4 prominent families. To marry her would be a dream come true. Another quarter of an hour passed before Zhang Difu completed his refinement. 10 Great Recovery Pills floated forth, brilliant red in hue, the patterns swirling like a coiling dragon, eliciting a vigorous wave of spiritual energy upon their appearance. Marking them as top tier, the disciples of Qingyun sect erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Zhang Difu glanced at Bai Wuji, a confident smile gracing his features. This Zhang Shengzi is truly extraordinary. He is indeed a third-grade alchemist, and having refined a top-tier Great Recovery Pill, victory seems assured. The crowd nodded in agreement. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Bai Wuji. His furnace remained tranquil, until a quarter of an hour later, he retracted his true energy. 10 Great Recovery Pills slowly floated out, lustrous and translucent, their patterns dense as brocade, the fluctuations of spiritual power softer, yet imbued with substantial aftereffects. Undeniably top tier. Another top tier. The audience erupted in astonishment. Both individuals had produced top-tier Great Recovery Pills. But how would this be resolved? Elder Jin stepped forward for a meticulous inspection, pondering for a moment before announcing. The Great Recovery Pills refined by Zhang Difu and the Silver-Masked Young Master are both top-tier, making them inseparable, and they shall share the first place. Lin Ruoxue successfully refined a superior grade Dawandan, ranking 3rd. Upon the announcement of the results, Zhang Difu's expression darkened slightly. A tie? The champion's reward consists of a single exquisite Shisui Linya. It cannot be divided. Elder Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Thus, a tiebreaker will be held. A single round to determine the victor. The rules for the tiebreaker are straightforward. Participants may select 3-grade pills, and victory will be determined by quality. Without hesitation, Zhang Difu declared, "I will refine Dawandan." He did not believe that Bai Wuji could consecutively produce exquisite Dawandan. As long as he maintained his standard, victory was assured. Everyone assumed Bai Wuji would choose the same pill. Unexpectedly, he proceeded to the materials section for Shisui Dan, selecting Shisui grass and Zixin wood. Was he intending to refine Shisui Dan? Gasps erupted from the spectators. Had he lost his mind? Shisui Dan was several times more challenging to concoct than Dawandan. Even a third-grade alchemist would be fortunate to produce a superior grade. Additionally, Shisui Dan was exceedingly precious, its ability to enhance one's constitution incomparable to that of Dawandan. However, the difficulty was terrifying. It had been years since an exquisite Shisui Dan had been seen. Lin Ruoxue clenched her fists anxiously. Although she did not know who the silver-masked young master was, she felt an inexplicable desire for him to win. Why choose Shisui Dan? Surely, refining Dawandan would have been a safer choice. Bai Wuji was acutely aware of the risks. Shisui Dan required a perfect fusion of the fierceness of Shisui grass and the gentleness of Zixin wood. Any misstep could lead to a clash of medicinal properties. Achieving even a successful pill would be difficult, let alone an exquisite one. However, he had no choice to obtain the exquisite Shisui Linya. He had to take the gamble and refine an exquisite Shisui Dan to decisively surpass Zhang Difu's Dawandan. With Elder Jin's command, the tiebreaker commenced. Zhang Difu moved swiftly, the Qingyuan fire nearly turning the alchemical furnace red, evidently aiming for a quick resolution to disrupt Bai Wuji's focus. After an hour, his Dawandan was once again successfully refined, still exquisite. He had done it. Zhang Xingzi had produced an exquisite Dawandan. The disciples of Qin Jianmen erupted in cheers. At that moment, Bai Wuji was just reaching the critical step of merging the medicinal properties of Shisui Dan. The fierce energy from the Shisui grass surged within the furnace, while the gentle essence of Zixin wood was repeatedly dispersed. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he pushed his true energy to the limit, his consciousness tightly enveloping the furnace, guiding the two medicinal properties to blend gradually. I told you he was being overconfident. Some spectators shook their heads. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and he had yet to form a pill. Surely he would fail. What a pity. Had he chosen Dawandan, perhaps he could have won again. Just as everyone believed Bai Wuji was destined for defeat, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, retracting his true energy with a swift motion. The furnace emitted a clear and melodious sound as the lid sprang open, and 10 Shisui Dan floated out, pure and white, devoid of any impurities. The pill patterns flowed like water across their surfaces, and as they appeared, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating everyone present. Was this an exquisite Shisui Dan? Master Xuan Mu sprang to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. The medicinal properties of Shisui grass and Zixin would could not possibly fuse perfectly. How could an exquisite one be refined? The spectator area fell silent momentarily before erupting into deafening cheers. Even Zhang Difu stood frozen, staring at those radiant Shisui Dan with alternating colors of disbelief and anger. This outcome was hard for him to accept. Although exquisite Dawandan was precious, it paled in comparison to the value of exquisite Shisui Dan, a truth well understood by all the alchemists present. Elder Jin, trembling, extended his hand to examine the pills carefully, his voice quivering with excitement. Indeed, this is an exquisite Shisui Dan. Silver-masked young master, you are victorious. Bai Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had previously refined exquisite Shisui Dan within the Jiucai Linglong Tower, where innate spiritual energy continuously replenished his consumption. Crafting it in the outside world required absorbing energy from spirit stones, thereby dividing his focus. Moreover, while it was possible to absorb some energy externally, the constraints of the competition meant he could not add extra. Therefore, being able to refine an exquisite Shisui Dan was a stroke of luck. The gazes of all present turned towards Bai Wuji with newfound admiration, particularly among the female cultivators, their eyes sparkling with desire, as if they wished to devour him. After all, he had successfully refined an exquisite Shisui Dan, indicating that he was among the elite of third-grade alchemists. It was conceivable that within a few years, he would ascend to a fourth-grade alchemist. The status of a fourth-grade alchemist was unquestionable. Just look at Master Xuanmu, who commanded respect even from the city lord. And the leader of Qinjiamen treated him as an equal. Even more importantly, he was still young. Participating in the competition suggested he was under 30 years of age. Such talent was exceedingly rare throughout the entire Chu kingdom. The potential to challenge 5th or even 6th-grade alchemists lay ahead, and any woman who could become his partner would undoubtedly ride the wave of his rising fortunes. Not only the female cultivators, but even male cultivators would contemplate offering their allegiance should Bai Wuji require assistance. Bai Wuji successfully claimed the exquisite Shisue Lingya, equivalent to a 5th-grade Shisue Dan, a treasure that could fetch over 100,000 spirit stones at auction. The Alchemist Association had put forth this reward, clearly investing heavily to unearth promising talents to represent the sub-association in the finals at Chudu. Should a favorable ranking be achieved, the association would provide substantial resources, as their value far exceeded that of the exquisite Shisue Lingya. Silver-masked young master, I wish to invite you to the Haoyue Tavern for a meal. Might you honor me with your presence? Silver-masked young master, I am the head of the Nangong family. I have a beautiful daughter or granddaughter, who I wish to betroth to you. Grant us an opportunity. Just as Bai Wuji grasped the jade vial containing the exquisite Shisue Lingya, a torrent of people surged towards him, encircling him tightly. Silver-masked young master, please wait. I am the proprietor of the Bao Shitang in the east of the city. I would like to invite you for a few drinks at the tavern and discuss potential cooperation. A middle-aged man with a goatee squeezed to the front, his face adorned with a forced smile. What cooperation could possibly compare to a marriage proposal? Beside him, an elderly gentleman in splendid attire suddenly pushed him aside and proclaimed loudly, I am the head of the Liu family in the west of the city. My daughter is but 16, as beautiful as a celestial being proficient in the arts. She wishes to serve you, young master. Please grant us this small favor. Lu Laotu, you have no shame. Another plump woman interjected. My niece is an inner disciple of the Liahua sect with outstanding cultivation talent. A perfect match for you, young master. Voices of flattery rose and fell like a chorus, some presenting rare medicinal materials as gifts, others hurriedly announcing their daughters' names, and several cultivators, blushing, expressed their willingness to follow him, merely hoping to observe his alchemical practices. Bai Wuji was overwhelmed by the noise. His mind was consumed with the urgency to refine the Shisue Lingya, leaving no room for such distractions. Excuse me, make way. Please step aside. Frowning, he pushed through the crowd, eager to escape. However, the throng refused to relent, tightening their encirclement. At that moment, a figure forcefully emerged from the crowd, standing defiantly in front of Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji looked up to see Zhang Difu. His expression darkened. Zhang Xingzi, what do you wish to convey? Bai Wuji's tone was calm. After the recent alchemical competition, he no longer felt intimidated by the Qinjiamen saint. Zhang Difu fixed his gaze on the jade vial in Bai Wuji's hand, speaking in a low, tense voice. Hand over your exquisite Shisue Lingya. At this declaration, the surrounding area fell silent. No one expected Zhang Difu to be so brazen. Bai Wuji chuckled, as though hearing a jest. Zhang Xingzi, are you jesting? This is my hard-earned prize. Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Zhang Difu's temper flared instantly, his true energy subtly surging. In Haoyue City, no one dares to disrespect me in such a way. And so what? Bai Wuji's gaze turned cold. This was Wangyu Valley, not Zhang Difu's Qinjiamen territory, and he had no right to act so tyrannically. Zhang Difu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and the fury in his eyes seemed poised to erupt. You seek death. What? Do you wish to act against me? Bai Wuji met his gaze without flinching. If you have the ability, do try. I would like to see who dares to lay a finger on the silver-masked young master. Instantly, someone in the crowd shouted in agreement. Indeed, Zhang Xingzi, dare you to touch him? A golden core cultivator stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura. We will not stand for this. Qinjiamen is far too overbearing. The crowd echoed in unison, their eyes directed at Zhang Difu, brimming with hostility. Bai Wuji's earlier display of alchemical prowess had already solidified their resolve to befriend him. This moment presented a perfect opportunity for them to show their support, ensuring that Zhang Difu would not prevail. Zhang Difu surveyed the hostile crowd surrounding him, particularly the several elders radiating golden core energy. And cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Despite his arrogance, he knew that to act now would be to court his own demise. These individuals would not hesitate to strike hard against him in their desire to curry favor with Bai Wuji. Suppressing his anger, he forced a stiff smile. Young Master Silvermask, you misunderstand. I do not wish to take it from you. I wish to buy it. This item is of utmost importance to me. I am willing to pay any price you deem fair. Bai Wuji replied coolly, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Any less, and we may as well not discuss it. What? 1,000,000? Zhang Difu was nearly driven to jump in rage, his nostrils flaring. Why don't you go and rob someone instead? Even the finest Shisui spirit liquid is not worth that price. Despite being the holy son of Qin Jianmen, the spirit stones he carried barely totaled over 100,000. 1,000,000 was an astronomical figure for him. Do not feign grandeur if you cannot afford it, Bai Wuji retorted, uninterested in further conversation. He attempted to move past Zhang Difu when a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance wafted toward him. This scent was so familiar it made his heart skip a beat, prompting him to glance back instinctively. Not far away, Lin Ruoshi stood, her flowing lavender dress swaying gently in the breeze, and her exquisite visage shone like a celestial being under the sunlight. Young Master Silvermask, Lin Ruoshi approached, her voice resonant like the gentle chime of jade. I seek your counsel on a matter. May we speak privately? Unbeknownst to her, the man before her, clad in a silver mask, was her nominal husband. Bai Wuji felt a stir within and nodded. Certainly, under normal circumstances, he would have disregarded such an invitation. Yet Lin Ruoshi was his wife in name, and he wished to seize this opportunity to learn more about her. Furthermore, deep down, he yearned for a chance to win her over. The onlookers were disheartened to see the silver-masked young master acquiesce to Lin Ruoshi, yet they felt it was only natural. After all, Lin Ruoshi was the holy maiden of Qin Jianmen, a golden core cultivator by her early 20s, her talent and status befitting the silver-masked young master. Together, they appeared as a perfect pair. Bai Wuji followed Lin Ruoshi through the throng, making their way to a secluded clearing halfway up the mountain, surrounded by lush greenery that muffled the clamor below. Bai Wuji spoke first, his tone composed. What is it that you wish to discuss, Miss Lin? Lin Ruoshi raised her gaze to him, her clear eyes imbued with curiosity, and softly inquired, Have we met before? Bai Wuji's heart skipped a beat, astonished. He had taken measures to obscure his presence, even altering his voice, and by all accounts, Lin Ruoshi should not have been able to recognize him. Yet here she was, posing such a question. He steadied himself and responded with a feigned nonchalance. Miss Lin, your approach to initiating conversation is rather cliché. If you have something of substance to discuss, please be direct. At his words, Lin Ruoshi's face briefly exhibited a hint of embarrassment, which she quickly composed into seriousness. I wish to ask for your assistance in refining several batches of pills. Bai Wuji could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Once, Lin Ruoshi had towered above him as the holy maiden of Qin Jianmen, and he had not even dared to lift his gaze before her. Who would have thought that one day, this esteemed maiden would seek his help? It was something he had never dared to dream of. He feigned impatience. Miss Lin, I am quite busy and cannot dedicate time solely to alchemy. If you require pills, you should check the Merchant Association in the city. They have a comprehensive selection. Lin Ruoshi, however, shook her head, her tone resolute. The pills at the Merchant Association do not meet my requirements. I wish for you to refine a batch of Leitang Dan. What? Leitang Dan? Bai Wuji was genuinely taken aback, his eyes widening beneath the mask. He knew that Leitang Dan was a long-lost formula. While it fell within the realm of third-tier pills, the difficulty of its refinement was immense, accompanied by life-threatening risks. Even seasoned fourth-tier alchemists would hesitate to attempt its creation. Yet, its effects were indeed remarkable, capable of refining the body from within, significantly enhancing physical strength and defense, a coveted treasure for many cultivators. Bai Wuji had not anticipated that Lin Ruoshi would set her sights on such a pill. Lin Ruoshi then retrieved a yellowed jade slip from her storage pouch and handed it to Bai Wuji. I possess the formula, and I have gathered most of the materials. Bai Wuji accepted the jade slip and, upon scanning it with his consciousness, confirmed it was indeed the complete formula for Leitang Dan, with meticulous annotations on the proportions of each herb and the control of the fire. He was astonished that she had managed to procure such a rare and lost gem. However, he promptly returned the jade slip, his tone firm. Miss Lin, I cannot assist you with this. You should seek someone else. If it were a common pill, he might have acquiesced out of regard for her being his nominal wife. But Lei Tang Dan was different. The thunderous power invoked during its refinement was exceedingly fierce. A slight misstep could lead to utter annihilation. He saw no reason to gamble his life. Yet, Lin Ruoxi did not relent, her gaze steady as she implored. Although Lei Tang Dan is a third-tier pill, it stands as the pinnacle among them, within a radius of 500 miles of Haoyu City. Only you and Master Shui Mu possess the capability to attempt its refinement. Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow. Then why not seek Master Shui Mu? He is a fourth-tier alchemist, with greater experience in cultivation, thus a higher chance of success. Though Master Shui Mu is a fourth-tier alchemist, he may not excel in the meticulous control required for third-tier pills, as you do, Lin Ruoxi replied candidly. The supreme Shisui Daniel refined had such precise control over the heat that even Master Shui Mu praised it. This is precisely what is needed for refining Lei Tang Dan. Her words were blunt but entirely reasonable. A high-ranking alchemist might not surpass a low-tier genius specialized in the fine-tuning of lower-tier pills. The refinement of Lei Tang Dan demanded exquisite control over subtle heat and the integration of herbal properties, rather than merely a matter of cultivation level. Bai Wuji regarded Lin Ruoxi, the gravity in his tone deepening. Miss Lin, you should be aware that refining Lei Tang Dan is no trivial matter. Any miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Why should I risk my life to assist you? Lin Ruoxi bit her lip, as if having made a significant decision. If you agree to help, regardless of success or failure, I will offer a generous reward. Should you succeed, any condition you desire within my power will be yours. Bai Wuji fell silent for a moment, his gaze flitting over her face, before he suddenly chuckled lightly. What if I were to demand you? Lin Ruoxi's expression shifted instantly. Retreating half a step, her tone distancing. Young Master Silvermask, please maintain your decorum. I already possess a Dao partner, and I cannot agree to such a condition. Please propose another. A Dao partner? Bai Wuji arched an eyebrow, amusement lacing his voice. You are referring to that infamous waste from your sect, are you not? It is common knowledge that you chose him merely as a shield against your suitors. I dare assert that your relationship is nothing but nominal. Lin Ruoxi paused momentarily before speaking with composure. You are correct. Our marriage is indeed merely a matter of form. Nonetheless, he ultimately remains my nominal husband, and I cannot act against him. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuji felt a surge of joy within. Although his wife had always treated him with an icy demeanor and refused to draw near, she had at least adhered to her principles and had not betrayed him. Such an admirable woman must be firmly held on to. Once matters here are resolved, he would return to his sect to participate in the newcomer competition, aiming to claim the top position. At that point, he would see how she could evade the terms of their wager. Bai Wuji collected his thoughts and nodded, stating, Very well, I shall assist you. As for the conditions, I have yet to finalize them, but when I do, you must not renege. Lin Ruoxi cautiously regarded him. Rest assured, I, Lin Ruoxi, am a woman of my word and shall never go back on my promise. However, it is imperative that your terms be reasonable and not violate ethical standards. A subtle smile graced Bai Wuji's lips as he thought, You are already my wife. It is entirely justifiable to request that you bear me a child in the future. Yet he maintained a calm facade and replied lightly, You need not worry. The conditions I propose will undoubtedly be fair and reasonable. Lin Ruoxi then let out a sigh of relief and clasped her hands, saying, Then I shall trouble you. Young Master Imyan, please follow me. Before his words faded, Bai Wuji had already leapt into the air, soaring deeper into the mountains. With a gentle push from her toes, Lin Ruoxi's lavender skirt unfurled like butterfly wings, trailing closely behind him. The two navigated the scarcely trodden mountain paths, and after approximately half an hour, a solitary peak came into view. This peak was exceptionally steep, its summit adorned with jagged rocks, enveloped by swirling clouds and mist, an ideal location for concocting the thunder pill. This is the place, Bai Wuji declared as he landed atop a flat boulder, surveying the area with satisfaction. The terrain was expansive, conducive for summoning heavenly thunder, and sufficiently secluded to shield against external disturbances. Lin Ruoxi concealed her figure and retrieved the prepared materials from her storage ring, laying them out meticulously on the stone platform. The thunder patterns on the surface of the thunder fruit flickered in the mountain breeze, while the cut ends of the conductive vine crackled with electric currents. Each medicinal ingredient exuded an extraordinary aura. Bai Wuji gazed intently at these materials, weighing the risks and rewards of this endeavor once more. The dangers of crafting the thunder pill were undeniable. A slight miscalculation in summoning the heavenly thunder could result in death. Yet, the opportunities concealed within this peril were unimaginable to others. The long-lost formula of the thunder pill, if merely replicated and sold in the black market, could easily fetch a sum of 100,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the power of heavenly thunder was both ferociously young and a vital element in alchemy, serving as an invaluable treasure for body tempering. If executed properly, it would present a magnificent opportunity. Bai Wuji flicked his fingertips, and a flame danced to life in his palm, settling steadily beneath the prepared alchemical furnace. "Let's commence," he announced. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand to form seals, his consciousness spreading like a spider's web, reaching for the heavens. The previously clear sky darkened at a visible pace, with the clouds rolling ominously and flashes of lightning flickering within, to draw lightning into the furnace. The first step was to utilize the power of heaven's thunder to refine the medicinal materials. Bai Wuji explained as he cast the thunder fruit into the furnace. Upon contact with the fire, the fruit erupted, transforming into countless tiny electric serpents that writhed frantically within the furnace. His gaze sharpened, his vital energy tightening to firmly contain the electric serpents, while simultaneously regulating the flame's temperature to extract the thunderous essence hidden deep within the fruit. Chapter 40. Heavenly Thunder Tempering. Late Foundation Establishment. Lin Ruashi held her breath, her fingers tightly gripping several defensive talismans, her gaze fixed intently on the alchemical furnace, daring not to relax even for a moment. Soon after, the conductive vine was thrown into the furnace. This vine seemed to be a natural conductor of lightning, instantly gathering the scattered electric serpents into a thunderous pillar as thick as an arm, spiraling and roaring within the furnace. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wuji cast in the soft water algae, guiding the algae leaves to gently envelop the lightning pillar. This step tested his fire control skills, requiring the soft water algae's gentleness to counterbalance the lightning pillar's ferocity. Any misstep could cause the pillar to burst forth from the furnace, rebounding upon its master. Just as the lightning pillar and the soft water algae were on the verge of merging, an unexpected change occurred. A strand of pitch-black lightning erupted from the pillar, carrying a savage and malevolent aura. It was the ancient thunder calamity hidden within the conductive vine. "Not good," Lin Ruashi exclaimed in alarm, triggering the talismans, which enveloped them both in a faint golden light. However, at that moment, Bai Wuji's eyes gleamed with determination. Rather than retreating, he violently released part of his restraint on the thunder calamity, simultaneously activating his cultivation technique to actively guide the strand of thunder calamity to break free from the furnace and rush toward him. This was an opportunity to temper his physical body. The thunder calamity struck him like a bolt of black lightning, instantly coursing through his being. Excruciating pain washed over him, as if countless blades were tearing through his meridians and bones, his skin turning charred black. Yet Bai Wuji gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he directed his vital energy to its utmost limit, guiding the thunder calamity's power to wash over his limbs and bones. With each surge, his flesh emitted a faint humming, as if undergoing a profound transformation. Simultaneously, his consciousness remained firmly anchored to the furnace. Seizing the moment, the thunder calamity was momentarily distracted. He swiftly cast in the remaining medicinal materials, catalyzing their properties to merge with the force of thunder. The light within the furnace surged, the alchemical patterns gradually emerging amidst the lightning, intricate like a web, yet imbued with a chilling power. The thunderous roars in the sky intensified, and a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down, directly hitting the furnace. The furnace quaked violently. However, under the support of Bai Wuji's vital energy, it remained steadfast, channeling the power of heavenly thunder entirely into the furnace to merge with the essence of the medicinal materials. "Consolidate," Bai Wuji commanded, his hands forming seals with force. The furnace suddenly sank, and 10 pills, radiating with the light of thunder, burst forth from the furnace, hovering in midair. The lightning patterns on the surface of the pills seemed alive, exuding an aura that made the entire peak tremble. The ultimate thunder pill. Almost instantaneously upon the completion of the alchemical process, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within Bai Wuji. The bottleneck that had confined him at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment shattered, his vital energy surging through his meridians like a torrent, propelling him into the late foundation establishment stage. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the tumultuous power within him and the resilience of his body, tempered by the thunder calamity. A smile playing at the corners of his lips. Though covered in blood and soot, it could not mask the exhilaration of his rebirth. Lin Ruashi approached, her gaze transfixed on the floating thunder pills, then shifting to the suddenly surging Bai Wuji, filled with astonishment. You actually harnessed the power of heavenly thunder to achieve a breakthrough? Bai Wuji picked up one of the thunder pills, feeling the violent energy contained within, and chuckled, considered a pleasant surprise. He recognized that this solitary peak journey had not only yielded the long-lost formula and tempered his body, but also allowed him to break through his cultivation bottleneck. The risks taken had been worthwhile. Bai Wuji gathered the 10 floating thunder pills into his palm and offered them to Lin Ruashi. His tone calm, yet tinged with fatigue. I have fulfilled my promise. Lin Ruashi hurriedly accepted them, feeling the chaotic power of thunder within upon her fingertips, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, young master, for your assistance. This favor will not be forgotten. With that, she retrieved 2 pills from the 10 and solemnly presented them to Bai Wuji, stating, "Please accept this, as per custom." This was an unwritten rule in the cultivation community. When entrusting an alchemist to refine pills, regardless of success or failure, remuneration was required. Furthermore, if successful, 2 pills of any type must be given to the alchemist as a sign of respect and gratitude unless otherwise agreed upon. Bai Wuji did not decline, accepting them readily. With his current cultivation in the late foundation establishment stage, he was still unable to fully harness the domineering power of the thunder pill, but its potential was remarkable. Once he reached the core formation stage, consuming it would undoubtedly elevate his physical strength to new heights, serving as a solid foundation for the future. Having secured the thunder pills, Bai Wuji prepared to take his leave. The pills have been successfully refined. I shall take my leave. Young master, please stay. Lin Ruashi spoke hastily, her eyes filled with earnestness. At the foot of the mountain lies a clear spring with a pleasant view. I have prepared some light wine. If you have the time, would you honor me with your company for a drink? Bai Wuji understood her intentions. Lin Ruashi clearly wished to befriend the silver-masked young master. A master alchemist capable of refining top-tier Shisui Dan and Thunder Dan is a coveted treasure in any realm, sought after by various factions. Even a prodigy of her caliber, the Holy Maiden of Kinjiunmen, must take the initiative to curry favor. On the arduous path of cultivation, elixirs are a necessity. A single, suitable top-tier elixir can often save months or even years of toil. Given the rarity of top-tier alchemists, establishing a connection in advance serves to pave the way for the future. Yet at this moment, Bai Wuji's thoughts were elsewhere. He shook his head, saying, I appreciate your kind offer, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us gather another day. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through his eyes. Once he had refined the bottle of top-tier Shisui Linya, he would return to the Bai family to settle old scores. Lin Ruashi, ever perceptive, instantly sensed the murderous intent in his gaze. After a brief contemplation, she asked, Do you require assistance? No need, Bai Wuji replied firmly, turning to descend the solitary peak, his figure swiftly vanishing into the mist. He sought a secluded ravine, ensuring no one was around, before retrieving the Jokai Ling Long Tower and entering it. He then took out the jade bottle containing the top-tier Shisui Linya. Removing the cork, a refreshing aura of spiritual energy instantly enveloped him, clearing his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he downed the liquid. In that instant, a powerful yet gentle force erupted from his dantian, racing through his meridians. Wherever it passed, his meridians felt as though they were pierced by countless fine needles and scorched by intense flames. The excruciating pain caused every muscle in his body to tense, and cold sweat soaked his garments. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth in silence, enduring the agony while guiding the power of the elixir to cleanse and expand his meridians. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but when the last trace of the elixir was refined, the heart-wrenching pain finally subsided. Bai Wuji slowly opened his eyes, sensing the changes within him. His meridians were now nearly twice as robust, and the flow of qi was smooth as rivers. Although there remained a gap compared to those naturally gifted prodigies, he had finally stepped into the ranks of ordinary cultivators. He clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Truly, the top-tier Shisui Lingye does not disappoint, he murmured to himself. Bai Wu Fei, Lu Piapiao, are you ready? The mountain wind swept through the ravine, carrying a hint of chill, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. Chapter 41. A bad woman should not be wasted. Xiang Town lies 300 miles south of Haoyue City, surrounded by continuous mountains. Although the land is barren, the people are notably bold. Though referred to as a town, its scale is only slightly larger than an ordinary village, with the main street bustling with activity. The sounds of vendors calling out intermingled with the cries of livestock, creating a rustic cacophony. As Bai Wuji stepped into the town, he immediately became the center of attention. The silver mask that covered most of his face appeared incongruous in this remote town, drawing curious and scrutinizing gazes from passers-by, along with a subtle hint of wariness. He gazed at the familiar yet strange streets, as if seeing himself from years past, chasing and playing at the alley's entrance. Then, Xiang Town was the backdrop of his carefree childhood. Now, it was merely a painful reminder of what once was. Just then, the sound of hurried hooves approached, accompanied by the startled cries of pedestrians, as a green figure raced towards them like the wind. "Move aside! Get out of my way!" A crisp yet brash female voice rang out, revealing a girl in green riding fiercely on a black horse, which was wild and reared up repeatedly, causing bystanders to scatter, and several stalls to topple. A small girl, around 4 or 5 years old, was unable to evade in time and was knocked down by the wind created by the horse's hooves, her sugar figurine shattering as she fell, leading her to wail loudly. The girl in green, Lu Piapiao, showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, she raised her whip, her brows furrowing, and snapped it in the girl's direction. Her tone harsh. "What are you crying for? You jinx! You blocked my path. You deserve to be punished." The whip, slicing through the air, was about to strike the little girl's face when a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, firmly grasping the whip's end. Lu Piapiao tugged forcefully, but the whip did not budge. Her anger flared as she looked up to see a man standing before her, having appeared without her notice. "Do you dare stop me?" Lu Piapiao shouted angrily, her wrist twisting to shake him off, but his grip was as unyielding as iron. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged, and she felt herself being yanked off the horse, landing with a thud on the ground, her skirt now covered in dirt. "Who dares to be so bold?" Lu Piapiao, both pained and furious, was about to unleash a torrent of curses when she met the gaze of the masked figure. Her words caught in her throat, her expression shifted dramatically. "Silver-masked young master? How come it is you?" She recognized him instantly, having witnessed him when the alchemist grand competition. To her astonishment, such a significant figure would appear in Xiang Town, and she had collided with him. Bai Wuji tightened his grip on the whip's end, causing Lu Piapiao to wince in pain. "Why shouldn't it be me?" His voice, filtered through the mask, sounded somewhat muffled, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Lu Piapiao hurriedly donned a fawning smile, struggling to rise and brush off the dust from her clothes, her tone humble. Yes, indeed. It was my fault for not recognizing you. Please, young master, have mercy and do not hold it against me." Inside, she felt a mix of anxiety and hope. The silver-masked young master was a Tier 3 alchemist, a figure capable of shaking Xiang City with a mere stamp of his foot. A single word from him could determine the fate of her Lu family in Xiang Town. The memory of her earlier audacity filled her with dread, and cold sweat trickled down her back. Bai Wuji observed her facade of submission, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He had considered unmasking himself right then, revealing his identity and shattering her hypocritical facade, but then he thought better of it. To let her die so easily would be too lenient. The haunting memory of his parents' tragic deaths flickered in his mind. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising murderous intent, and formulated a plan in his heart. No matter. He released his grip, his tone inscrutable. "I am merely passing through, having heard tales of the unique customs here in Xiang Town. Would you be so kind as to show me around?" Lu Piapiao was momentarily taken aback. Then her face erupted with joy. She nodded eagerly. It would be my honor to serve you, young master. Whatever you wish to see, I am well acquainted with it, and I guarantee your satisfaction. Internally, she was ecstatic. The silver-masked young master had chosen to have her accompany him. This was an extraordinary opportunity. If she could win his favor, even a small gift of elixirs would be immensely beneficial. If she could climb this high branch, not only would her Lu family gain respect in Xiangtown, but even the prominent families of Hao US City would regard them with newfound esteem. For the next half-day, Lu Piapiao was as dutiful as a loyal dog, serving Bai Wuji, showcasing the notable sights of Xiangtown and chatting incessantly about local anecdotes, occasionally boasting about her family's influence, subtly suggesting that the Lu family held a respectable position in Xiangtown. Bai Wuji responded with the occasional murmur of acknowledgement, mostly remaining silent, his gaze behind the mask scrutinizing her as though she were refuse awaiting disposal. By evening, Lu Piapiao enthusiastically escorted Bai Wuji back to the Lu residence. The Lu family was indeed among the wealthier households in Xiangtown, residing in a rather sizable courtyard, adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles. Far more grand than the surrounding wooden houses. Lu Fu and Lu Mu, upon hearing that their daughter had brought home the illustrious In Mian Gongzi, were instantaneously filled with excitement, their limbs at a loss as they busied themselves, presenting the finest possessions of their household, their faces adorned with smiles as radiant as chrysanthemums. During the banquet, Lu Fu persistently offered toasts to Bai Wuji, while Lu Mu tugged at Lu Piapiao's hand, signaling her with urgency that was evident even to the most oblivious observer. As the wine flowed, Lu Piapiao, her cheeks flushed, personally guided Bai Wuji to the guest room in the backyard. The room was reasonably tidy, with simple yet elegant furnishings. Gongzi, you may rest here tonight. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Bai Wuji, seated at the table, toyed with the teacup before speaking with a dispassionate tone. I wish for you to stay and accompany me. Would you be willing? Startled, Lu Piapiao raised her head abruptly, the color draining from her face, replaced by astonishment and confusion. She never anticipated that In Mian Gongzi would make such a request, leaving her flustered, though she harbored a desire for vanity. She was acutely aware that she was to marry Bai Wufei in a few days. Despite her disdain for the fiancé, who was rumored to be a disgrace within the sect, she was, on the surface, still the intended bride of the Bai family. In Mian Gongzi, she steadied herself, forcing a smile that betrayed her discomfort, said, to be honest, I already have a fiancé, and I am to wed soon. Perhaps I could arrange for two of the most beautiful maidens in town to attend to you. I assure you, they will meet your satisfaction. Bai Wuji set the teacup down, raising his gaze to her, his eyes suddenly cold. You think mere maidens are worthy to serve me? He slowly stood, advancing toward her, his imposing presence causing Lu Piapiao to instinctively retreat. The opportunity one grant you is a gesture of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Chapter 42. The first encounter. Feeling the chill radiating from him, Lu Piapiao's complexion paled in fright as she hastily waved her hands. Gongzi, please do not be angry. It is my fault. I will stay with you. In her heart, she calculated quickly. To be favored by such a prominent figure as In Mian Gongzi was indeed a stroke of fortune. It was merely a matter of spending one night with him. As long as it pleased him, any benefits would surpass marrying the worthless Bai Wufei. As for Bai Wufei, what was he? What of donning a green hat for him on their wedding night? With a little cunning, how could he possibly discover the truth? If she could cling to In Mian Gongzi's formidable stature, not just Bai Wufei, but the entire Xiangtown would eventually belong to Lu Piapiao. What are you waiting for? Bai Wuji's voice was devoid of warmth. Hurry and disrobe. Lu Piapiao bit her lip, feigning shyness, and slowly began to undress. The green dress fell away, revealing her exquisite figure, her skin fair and her curves enchanting, truly a sight to behold. Bai Wuji's gaze instantly ignited with fervor as he swiftly drew her closer, forcefully pressing her onto the bed. Lu Piapiao feigned panic, her voice trembling. Gongzi, I'm still inexperienced. Please be gentle. At this, Bai Wuji's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes behind the mask filled with unquenchable hatred and rage. The images of his parents lying in pools of blood and the humiliation of being cast out of his home played vividly in his mind. In that moment, all he desired was to unleash his fury in the most brutal manner, reclaiming the debts of the past. A piercing scream suddenly echoed in the room, followed by pleas and cries, intermingled with the sound of fabric tearing. After a long while, silence slowly enveloped the space, leaving only heavy breaths behind. Outside, the moonlight was dim, casting twisted and eerie shadows of the trees. This was destined to be a sleepless night. The following morning, dawnlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Lu Piapiao lay weakly against Bai Wuji's chest, her hair tousled and clinging to her damp cheeks, each breath laden with indescribable fatigue. She slightly lifted her head, her voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. "Gongzi, are you pleased?" Bai Wuji gazed down at her pale face, gripping her chin with a pressure that was neither harsh nor gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of dominance. "You are quite satisfactory," he stated in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. "I am pleased with your body." Just as a flicker of joy sparked within Lu Piapiao, believing she might catch a breath of relief. He pivoted his words. "However, I desire to engage once more." Before his words had fully settled, he had flipped her over, pinning her firmly beneath him. "Gongzi!" Lu Piapiao was immediately struck with panic, her eyes wide with terror as she struggled. "Please, spare me. I truly cannot endure any more." She was genuinely afraid. Last night, she had been a budding flower, yet had been ravaged by a tempest of aggression for an entire night, leaving her feeling as if her entire being had been shattered. Should this happen again, she feared she would not survive. "This is not up to you." Bai Wuji's voice held no warmth as he leaned down, silencing her pleas with a kiss, sealing her cries away. A new round of conquest commenced, regardless of Lu Piapiao's desperate cries for mercy. Even as her eyes brimmed with tears, Bai Wuji remained unmoved, his gaze devoid of any semblance of compassion. The images of his parents' tragic demise and the humiliation of being cast out fueled a seething anger within him, boiling like magma. All of this was the fault of the woman before him. Her suffering was but a fraction of what he had endured. Meanwhile, in the Lu family's front hall, Lu Fu and Lu Mu had already prepared a lavish breakfast, eagerly heading toward the guest room to invite In Mian Gongzi to dine. Yet before they reached the door, muffled cries from within the room pierced the air. Lu Fu paused momentarily, then broke into a knowing smile, teasing softly, "This In Mian Gongzi is truly vigorous." Engaging in activities early in the morning, Lu Mu playfully scolded him, though her lips curled in a smile. "Were you not the same in your youth?" Liu Fu chuckled, then turned to the maid standing guard at the door, asking, "What time is it? Why has Miss not yet come out?" The maid, her head bowed, replied softly, "Sir, Miss is inside." "What? Piapiao is in there?" Lu Fu's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he never expected this scenario would involve his own daughter. Lu Mu's eyes, however, lit up, tugging at Lu Fu's sleeve, whispering, "Are you foolish? This is a good thing. If our daughter can latch onto In Mian Gongzi, our family will soar to great heights." Yet, Lu Fu could not share in her joy, his brow furrowing deeply. He understood that someone of In Mian Gongzi's stature would never genuinely marry his daughter. It was merely a fleeting dalliance. Once he grew bored, he would leave, and what then for their daughter? In mere days, she was to marry into the Bai family, should Bai Wufei discover that she was not unblemished. Given the Bai family's disposition, the Lu family would surely suffer dire consequences. Yet now that the situation had unfolded, it was too late to intervene. Moreover, he lacked the courage to provoke In Mian Gongzi. Should he incur the latter's wrath, the entire Lu family might be obliterated. The couple could only wait anxiously at the door. Time dragged on, and they waited for over half a day, listening to their daughter's cries for mercy from within. Lu Fu's heart felt as though it were bleeding. She was his cherished daughter, held tenderly, now subjected to such torment, and he could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. The frustration of his powerlessness was nearly maddening. Finally, when night fell, the sound from the room gradually subsided. Yet, hearing the steady breaths within, it was evident that both had succumbed to slumber. Lu Fu and Lu Mu, hesitant to disturb them, could only sigh and retreat to their own quarters. The next morning, at the break of dawn, the couple hastily returned once more. In the room, after enduring torment for nearly 2 days, Lu Piapiao finally emerged from her stupor. Her body felt as if it had been dismantled and reassembled, each movement sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to rise quietly, seeking an opportunity to catch her breath, but her slightest shift caught the attention of Bai Wuji. Without opening his eyes, he rolled over, pinning her firmly beneath him once more. "Young master, I beg you to spare me." Lu Piapiao's eyes were filled with despairing terror, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. She felt as though she might fall apart. Every inch of her ached, and she knew she could not endure another round of this torment. Chapter 43. This young master still wishes to play with your woman. Bai Wuji regarded Lu Piapiao, who appeared on the brink of collapse. Without a trace of emotion in his eyes, yet he gradually loosened his grip. His decision to temporarily release her was not born of compassion, but rather because he anticipated far more entertaining matters to unfold. The door creaked open, and Lu's parents hurriedly approached from outside. Lu's father, unable to contain his urgency, inquired, "Silver-masked young master, where is my daughter? Is she unharmed?" Before Bai Wuji could respond, a feeble voice emanated from Lu Piapiao behind him. "Father, I am fine. You need not worry." Following the sound, Lu's father saw his daughter leaning against the wall, moving with great difficulty, her complexion pale as a sheet, barely able to stand, and her gait peculiar. His heart ached as if pierced by a knife, and he silently cursed Bai Wuji, though he dared not voice a single word. There are no secrets that remain hidden. News of what transpired in the Lu household quickly spread throughout the estate. "Have you heard? The young lady has been tormented by that silver-masked young master to the point she can hardly walk." Who doesn't know? The noise from that room persisted for an entire day and night. The bed is nearly in ruins, especially considering our delicate young lady. How pitiful. The hushed whispers of his servants inadvertently reached the outside world, and by that afternoon, the news flew into the ears of the Bai family as if borne on wings. Within the Bai family study, a trembling servant reported to the young master, Bai Wuji. After hearing the report, Bai Wuji slammed his hand on the table. Seizing the servant by the collar, his eyes wide with fury. "What did you say? How dare you slander my fiancé? You have the audacity." The servant, terrified, hastily defended himself. "Young master, how could I possibly slander Miss Lu? This matter has already spread. The entire Xiang town is talking about it." Bai Wuji's complexion turned ashen, and he shoved the servant aside, hastily making his way out. He resolved to visit the Lu residence personally to ascertain the truth of the rumors. At that moment, Lu Piapiao was utterly exhausted, having returned to her room and collapsed into a deep sleep. Yet, scarcely had she closed her eyes when an enraged shout echoed from outside. "Lu Piapiao, come out here." Upon hearing that voice, Lu's parents turned pale with fear. The Bai family was one of the most esteemed in Xiang town, boasting several foundational experts, while the Lu family had only Lu Haisheng, the family head, at that level. The disparity in power was stark. Lu's father quickly donned a smile and approached. "Esteemed son-in-law, what has caused this outburst?" Bai Wuji was unyielding, pointing angrily at the house. "The streets are abuzz with rumors that Lu Piapiao has betrayed me. Am I the only one left in the dark? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, the Lu family shall have no place in Xiang town." Lu's parents were taken aback, while Lu Haisheng hurried to mediate. "Esteemed son-in-law, these are mere rumors. You know how well-behaved and sensible Piapiao is. How could she possibly engage in such disgraceful conduct? You mustn't believe it. Where there's smoke, there's fire." Bai Wuji scoffed. If there were no truth to it, why would it spread like wildfire? This was clearly an attempt to tarnish their family's reputation and sabotage the union between their families. Lu Haisheng hastily contended. Lu's mother echoed, "What your uncle says is true. Wuji, you must remain calm and not fall into the schemes of the envious." They understood full well that a figure like the silver-masked young master would never remain in a place as small as this. They could hardly rely on him. Offending the Bai family now would spell disaster. Bai Wuji, somewhat calmed by their words, spoke somberly. "Very well, then summon Piapiao. I wish to question her face to face." Lu Haisheng's heart sank, fearing his daughter might reveal some inconsistency, and he quickly replied, "Esteemed son-in-law, Piapiao is feeling unwell and is currently resting. I will go check on her." Bai Wuji strode directly towards Lu Piapiao's room. Lu's parents attempted to intervene, but were powerless to stop him. Inside the room, upon hearing the commotion, Lu Piapiao could only muster the strength to lie on her bed, feigning illness. When Bai Wuji entered, she weakly queried, "Wuji, what brings you here?" Bai Wuji fixed his gaze upon her and bluntly asked, "The word on the street is that you have betrayed me, that you have been so tormented you can hardly walk. Is this true?" Lu Piapiao's eyes flickered momentarily before tears began to fall. She replied, her voice laden with grievance. Weuf! How could you believe such slander? I have merely caught a chill these past few days, my body aches. And I can hardly rise from bed, let alone engage in anything else. Those people can't stand to see us happy and have concocted these vile rumors to defame me. As she spoke, her tears flowed more freely, portraying an image of someone who had suffered immense injustice. Observing her pale complexion and frail demeanor, and hearing her heartfelt sobs, Bai Wuji's doubts began to dissipate significantly, leading him to feel he had acted impulsively and wrongly accused her. He hastily apologized. Piapiao, I am sorry. It was my fault for believing the rumors and wronging you. Just as Lu Piapiao and her eavesdropping parents breathed a sigh of relief, a detached voice suddenly emerged from the doorway. Oh, is that so? Turning towards the voice, they saw Bai Wuji, who had appeared at the entrance, wearing an enigmatic expression. Bai Wuji was taken aback and quickly bowed. Silver-masked young master? How is it that you are here? Bai Wuji cast a disinterested glance at him. Does this young master need to report my whereabouts to you? Bai Wuji quivered in fear, hastily waving his hands. I dare not. That is not what I meant. I simply did not expect to encounter you here. What brings you here? Bai Wuji inquired. I have come to see my fiancé. Bai Wuji gestured towards Lu Piapiao. Fiancé? Bai Wuji's gaze settled on Lu Piapiao's face, a smirk dancing on his lips. He is the betrothed you speak of? Lu Piapiao's face paled instantly, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. The very scenario she had feared the most had come to pass. Biting her lip, she could only stiffly nod in acknowledgement. Bai Wuji withdrew his gaze and turned to Bai Wuji, his tone flat yet laced with mockery. Your fiancée is indeed quite remarkable. She has tended to me very comfortably these past few days. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuji's face changed drastically. Just moments ago, he believed it to be mere rumor. Yet now he realized the dreadful truth. He had been cuckolded. Silver-masked young master, she is my fiancée. How could you engage in such despicable behavior? Bai Wuji clenched his fists, furious. Had it not been for the man before him, he would have struck him without hesitation. Bai Wu did not pick Bai Wu Fe, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. What do you think you are? I am doing you a favor by entertaining your woman. Do not overstep your bounds. The cold aura emanating from Bai Wuji was suffocating, as if it could freeze everything in its path. Those present felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern. Even Lu Haisheng, a foundational expert, was no exception, his heart racing in terror. They had assumed the silver-masked young master was merely skilled in alchemy, not realizing the depths of his cultivation. Bai Wuji's legs weakened in fear, and he hurriedly bent at the waist. Silver-masked young master, please quell your anger. It was my indiscretion, and I beg your forgiveness. Do not hold it against me. Only then did Bai Wuji retract his menacing aura, moving to sit beside the bed, pulling Lu Piapiao into his embrace with a smile. Your woman is quite remarkable. She has served me well and comfortably. I wish to indulge once more. Do you have any objections? Chapter 44. Confrontation. Bai Wuji felt an overwhelming surge of blood rush to his head, his entire being boiling with rage. It was not enough that Bai Wuji had toyed with his fiancée. He dared to openly suggest further indulgence right before him, even feigning to seek his opinion. This was not an inquiry, but a blatant humiliation, a stripping away of his dignity, rubbing his face into the dirt and demanding he declare it pleasing. The tempest of fury nearly consumed him, yet when faced with Bai Wuji's cold, penetrating gaze, all his anger extinguished as if doused by ice water, leaving only a profound sense of dread. Clenching his fists, his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood, yet he could not utter a single word of defiance. Very well. I have no objections. Bai Wuji's voice trembled, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. He turned to Lu Piapiao and gritted his teeth. Piapiao, you must serve our esteemed guest well, ensure his satisfaction. Lu Piapiao, held in by Wuji's embrace, felt a flicker of disdain in her eyes upon hearing his words. She thought to herself, what a spineless wretch. He allows others to trample over him and toy with his fiancée, yet he cannot muster a single protest, instead aiding the outsider. What sort of man is this? Bai Wuji chuckled softly, patting Lu Piapiao's cheek with a languid tone, since there are no objections. You may take your leave. I can hardly wait. Yes, yes. I wish you a delightful time. Bai Wuji bowed, nearly fleeing the room. The moment he stepped outside, the sycophantic smile vanished, replaced by a fierce, twisted rage. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, teeth grinding audibly. The suffocating frustration and fury within him felt as if it would explode. He would remember this. Lu Haisheng and Lu Mu hurriedly emerged, seeing Bai Wufei's ferocious expression and quickly stepping in to mediate. Xinsu, you have seen. That is the silver-masked young master. We cannot afford to offend him. Piao had no choice. Can you understand? Understand? Nonsense. Bai Wufei violently shook off Lu Haisheng's hand, roaring, I refuse to marry a woman who has been touched by another. This engagement is hereby annulled. With that, he turned on his heel and stormed away, too furious to remain. Lu Haisheng and Lu Mu were taken aback, hastily pursuing him. Xinsu, let's discuss this calmly. Do not act rashly. But Bai Wufei was too consumed by rage to heed their counsel. He understood that this incident had already spread throughout Xiang town. If he were to marry Lu Piao now, he would forever bear the shame, unable to lift his head in public. Inside the room, Bai Wuji tossed Lu Piao back onto the bed, initiating a new round of conquest. His actions, while rooted in vengeance for the past misdeeds of Lu Piao and Bai Wufei, served a greater purpose. The dual cultivation technique recorded in the Tunshinju was now activating with every movement, channeling pure energy into his body, equivalent to several weeks of arduous training. His physique had significantly improved, and the effects of dual cultivation were becoming increasingly apparent, his cultivation steadily approaching the pinnacle of foundational establishment. Lu Piao, having only recently entered the realm of adulthood, was now utterly exhausted from the relentless onslaught. Faced with Bai Wuji's overwhelming force, she lacked the strength to resist, enduring the humiliation as silent tears soaked her pillow. After a prolonged release of pent-up emotions, Bai Wuji finally relaxed his grip, stretching lazily as his internal energy deepened. Lu Piao curled up in the corner of the bed, her body aching, despair enveloping her heart. The destruction of her reputation was one thing, but now her engagement was ruined. How could she possibly establish herself in Xiang town? Upon hearing the news of Bai Wufei's withdrawal from the engagement, she felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting from shock. Previous rumors could be concealed, but Bai Wufei's actions had publicly solidified all the slander. Young master, Lu Piao sobbed, grasping the sleeve of Bai Wuji, her voice hoarse. I am now the target of scorn. What am I to do? Lu Mu followed in, witnessing the scene and pleading, Indeed, young master, it is all your fault. Because of you, Piao's reputation is utterly ruined, and the engagement has fallen apart. You cannot abandon her. Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, his tone turning frigid. Are you blaming me? Lu Mu turned pale, hastily waving her hands. I dare not. Young master, please calm your wrath. We mean no offense. We merely hope you can assist her, considering Piao has served you these past few days. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Wuji smirked coldly. Rest assured, I am clear about my grievances. The Bai family has acted mercilessly. I shall accompany you to exact retribution. With that, he yanked Lu Piao from the bed and strode boldly towards the Bai residence. As they stepped out of the Lu household, a commotion erupted. Passers-by halted, gazing at Lu Piao, still disheveled in Bai Wuji's embrace, whispers and pointed fingers filling the air. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lu family? Just as the rumor suggested. Who is that masked figure? How daring to flaunt her in public? Bai Wuji paid no mind and marched directly to the Bai family gate. Gazing upon the familiar estate, a tumult of emotions surged within him. This was once his home. Now only a vessel of hatred remained. Bai Wufei, come out. His roar reverberated through the air, causing leaves on the courtyard trees to tremble and fall. As Bai Wuji prepared to charge inside with Lu Piao, two guards immediately intercepted them, demanding halt. Who are you to dare intrude upon a Bai family? Such audacity! Those who block my path shall perish. Bai Wuji's eyes gleamed with coldness as he raised his hand, unleashing two streaks of sword energy. The guards fell before they even comprehended the situation, lifeless on the ground. These men had once bullied him alongside Bai Wufei when he was powerless. Their demise was insignificant. The crowd gasped, stunned by the audacity displayed. Who is this individual? To kill before the Bai residence. Such arrogance. Bai Wuji, unfazed, continued into the Bai estate. Within the courtyard, the Bai family quickly regrouped. a throng of guards charging forth led by a furious steward. Who dares to act so boldly in my Bai family? It is you. Bai Wufei burst forth from the crowd, his face paling to a ghastly shade upon recognizing the intruder. He had never anticipated the silver-masked young master would be so brazen, committing murder and boldly entering the Bai residence. At that moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man in a brocade robe stepped forward. It was Bai Changhe, the current head of the Bai family. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Bai Wuji, suppressing his fury as he inquired, "Are you the silver-masked young master?" "Indeed," Bai Wuji replied, nodding, his tone unremarkable, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Bai Changhe's fists tightened, knuckles whitening. "You have not only stolen my family's future daughter-in-law, but now you dare to come to my home to commit murder? Do you truly believe the Bai family is easy to bully? Brother." A haughty female voice interjected as a girl clad in red strode forward, pointing an accusing finger at Bai Wuji. "You may have taken my brother's fiancé, but to come here and act as you please is utterly intolerable. Do you think our Bai family is defenseless?" The speaker was Bai Wuxue. In an instant, a glint of coldness flickered in Bai Wuji's eyes. Bai Wuxue had often led the charge against him alongside Bai Wufei in the past. Once, after he accidentally knocked over her hairpin, she had instigated the servants to beat him nearly to death, leaving him to be fed to wolves on the back mountain. Had it not been for his resilience, he would have been long gone. Old grievances and new enmities surged within him. Bai Wuji's voice as frigid as ice. "You, come here." Bai Wuxue felt a shiver at his gaze. Yet emboldened by the Bai family's power, she stepped forward defiantly, lifting her chin. "So what if you are the silver-masked young master? Is being a third-tier alchemist impressive? Others may fear you, but I, Bai Wuxue, do not. If you possess the ability, go ahead and touch me. My father and brother will never let you off." As she spoke, she deliberately thrust her chest out, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. Bai Wuji gazed at her with a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, observing her recklessness. "To lift a finger for you?" He slowly raised his hand, energy coalescing at his fingertips. "That would be far too lenient." Chapter 45. Look at me and see who I am. Before his words could fully register, the energy at his fingertip transformed into a sharp sword-like force, striking forth with the speed of lightning. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, sending chills down the spines of those present. As they focused their gaze, they beheld Bai Wuxue's right arm severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering across the ground. The severed hand fell to the earth, fingers twitching involuntarily. Bai Wuxue looked down at her empty shoulder, agony flooding over her like a tidal wave. Darkness clouded her vision as she nearly collapsed, her face devoid of color, leaving only sheer terror and pain. Tears mingled with cold sweat as she cried out, "My hand, my hand!" A hush fell over the crowd. Everyone was stunned into silence by the sudden brutality, scarcely daring to breathe. Lu Piapiao trembled with fear, instinctively shrinking closer to Bai Wuji. She could hardly believe the ruthless nature of the silver-masked man. Bai Changhe's pupils contracted sharply, his aura swelling with rage. His face turning ashen as he pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Wuji, shouting, "You dare sever my daughter's arm? I will kill you." His fury was palpable. Bai Wuxue was his most cherished daughter, and now she had been publicly mutilated. This was not only an affront to Bai Wuxue, but a slap in his own face as well. Bai Wufei was equally stunned, witnessing his sister's torment. A mix of shock and anger surging within him, yet he found himself frozen, intimidated by Bai Wuji's chilling malevolence. The onlookers erupted into a frenzy, retreating in fear, their faces marked with terror. "He has gone mad. He truly dares to harm the eldest daughter of the Bai family. This silver-masked youth is exceedingly ruthless. To sever an arm over a mere disagreement. Does he not fear retaliation from the Bai family? It is over. There is no way to resolve this." Yet, Bai Wuji appeared unfazed by the tumult around him, holding the trembling Lu Piapiao close. His gaze was frigid, and his tone was as indifferent as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "I have severed your arm. What will you do about it?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, carrying an ominous weight. Bai Wuxue convulsed from the pain. Her eyes filled with profound fear and rage as she looked at Bai Wuji. "Father, avenge me. I want him dead." Bai Wuxue screamed in desperation. Bai Changhe trembled with fury, his energy surging wildly, clearly on the brink of explosion. Silver-masked boy, unless you are torn to pieces today, my anger shall not be quelled. Bai Wuji smirked mockingly, his gaze sweeping over the furious Bai Changhe, his tone dripping with disdain. You think you are worthy to speak of killing me? You are truly ignorant of your own insignificance. You seek death. Bai Changhe was incensed by this contemptuous attitude, his energy boiling over as he prepared to strike. Head of the family. No. An elderly voice suddenly rang out as the Grand Elder rushed forward, gripping Bai Changhe's arm tightly. You must remain calm. He is the silver-masked youth, a third-tier alchemist. We cannot provoke him. Another elder with white hair hurriedly concurred. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. He is backed by the Alchemist Association, a formidable force. If we were to kill him, the entire Bai family would face annihilation. The association would not let us go. Bai Changhe's chest heaved with rage, but the two elders' words gradually quelled his fury. He looked at Bai Wuji, his eyes still filled with venom. Silver-masked youth. We have had no grievances in the past, nor do we have any now. You may have usurped my family's future daughter-in-law, but why have you invaded the Bai family? Harm my daughter and kill my guards? Do you truly wish for total annihilation? Total annihilation? Bai Wuji's voice suddenly rose, his murderous intent boiling over. You all deserve to die. 3 years ago, you cruelly murdered my parents. That blood debt weighs heavily on my mind. Today, I will use your blood to honor the spirits of my parents. Bai Changhe's expression changed as he furrowed his brow. What nonsense are you spouting? We do not know you. How could we have killed your parents? Do not know me? Bai Wuji scoffed coldly, slowly lifting his hand to remove his silver mask. A resolute and handsome face emerged, bearing a cold sharpness in his features. It was the long-lost Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji? How can it be you? Bai Wufei gasped in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, his face a mask of incredulity. Lu Piapiao's mouth fell open in shock as she instinctively took a step back, her eyes filled with astonishment and panic. She could not fathom that the silver-masked youth she had been entangled with these past few days, whom she thought could elevate her status, was none other than her former fiancé, whom she had looked down upon all along. Bai Wuji's gaze pierced through Bai Changhe and Bai Wufei like a sword, his voice as cold as ice. 3 years ago, you murdered my parents in your quest for my father's position as head of the family, and you tormented me mercilessly. Today, I return to make you pay in blood. You wretched spawn. Bai Changhe's eyes flashed with malice upon recognizing his face. Letting you escape once was already a kindness, if you seek your own death. I shall ensure you are torn to pieces today. Head of the family. You must not. The Grand Elder intervened once more, urgently stating, he is now the silver-masked youth, a third-tier alchemist. We truly cannot afford to provoke him. Cannot afford to provoke? Bai Wufei interrupted angrily, pointing at Bai Wuji with disdain. Grand Elder, do you still not understand? He is nothing but a complete waste. How could he suddenly become a third-tier alchemist? This must be a ruse. He is definitely impersonating the silver-masked youth. The Grand Elder was taken aback for a moment. Then realization dawned as he looked at Bai Wuji with a more scrutinizing gaze. Are you saying he is an imposter? Is that even a question? Bai Wufei asserted confidently. In the whole of Xiang Town, who does not know that Bai Wuji is a notorious waste? How could he achieve such accomplishments in just 3 short years? It is utterly absurd. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. An imposter? He is not the silver-masked youth? Indeed, Bai Wuji was known far and wide as a waste. How could he suddenly become so powerful? But the sword energy he displayed earlier and the incident with the Liu family, it did not seem like a lie. Perhaps he stumbled upon some treasure and is pretending to be the silver-masked youth to exact revenge. Whispers filled the air, and the gazes of the crowd shifted from awe to suspicion, for the reputation of the waste Bai Wuji was deeply ingrained in Xiang Town. Lu Piapiao, both shocked and furious, recalled the humiliation she had endured these past few days and the flattery she had shown to the silver-masked youth, all of which had been orchestrated by this contemptible waste. She felt a surge of blood rushing to her head. Bai Wuji, you scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? I will kill you. Lu Piapiao, enraged and humiliated, struck out at Bai Wuji's chest. Chapter 46. You cannot even withstand a single punch, truly a waste. Although Lu Piapiao's talent was mediocre, she had obtained numerous resources from Bai Wuji in previous years, and with the support of the Bai family, she had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. The force behind this strike was sufficient to severely injure the Bai Wuji of the past. Bai Wufei and the others wore sinister smiles, envisioning the scene of Bai Wuji collapsing, bloodied and defeated. Bai Wuji's eyes turned icy, with a deft twist of his wrist. He seized her hand with a grip as precise as a vice. Lu Piapiao felt an overwhelming force surge through her, her strength dissipating in an instant. The next moment, she found herself tightly embraced, her arms held as firmly as steel, no matter how she struggled. "Let go of me, you waste. Let go of me." Lu Piapiao fought desperately against his grip. When had this waste become so formidable? Bai Wufei was astounded. Was a Bai Wuji known as a notorious waste? How could he possibly be this powerful? Bai Xiaojia was indeed a master of the 7th level of qi refining, yet she was effortlessly subdued by Bai Wuji, which undoubtedly required a mastery of at least the 8th level or higher. Truly, one must regard a person anew after a mere 3 days apart. It is no wonder he dared to return for vengeance, as he indeed possesses considerable skill. The once bullied waste has suddenly transformed into a formidable expert, astonishing all present. Bai Wuji held Lu Piapiao tightly. Regardless of her struggles, they were futile. He grasped her chin, compelling her to raise her head, his gaze as cold as frost. "I once harbored genuine feelings for you, saving every resource for cultivation, refusing to use a single bit for myself, all for you. But what of you? You returned kindness with malice, conspiring with these people to poison my parents. You are truly worse than beasts." His tone suddenly intensified, imbued with a chilling malice. "I have merely toyed with you for a couple of days. Consider it merely the collection of some interest. Your account will be settled later." With that, he abruptly released her, causing Lu Piapiao to stagger back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, her hair disheveled and utterly disheveled. Bai Wuji no longer regarded her, turning to face the livid Bai Wufei, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "How does it feel to have your fiancé stolen from you? Bai Wuji, you seek death." Bai Wufei was ignited with rage by these words, his eyes burning red as he pointed at Bai Wuji and roared, "You worthless fool. Just because you've had a stroke of luck and gain a modicum of power, you dare impersonate the silver-masked young master and toy with me. You even dare to lay hands on Piapiao. Today, I shall grind you to dust, making you aware of the might of the Bai family." With that, he clenched his fists and charged at Bai Wuji. Bai Wufei, known as the greatest talent of Xiang Town, had been taken to the sect for training by an elder of the Lihuis sect 2 years ago, and now he had reached the pinnacle of qi refining. This punch contained the force of 1,000 pounds, intent on obliterating everything. Bai Wuji easily sidestepped, his eyes filled with mockery. Is this what anger looks like? He observed Bai Wufei's furious demeanor, his voice suddenly turning cold, laden with the weight of profound enmity. "I merely snatched your fiancé, and you wish to kill me. Yet I have not harmed your parents, nor have I severed your limbs, nor tossed you to wild dogs." These words struck Bai Wufei like a hammer, rendering the surroundings silent. Many were aware of the Bai family's actions against the former young master, though few dared to voice it. Now, publicly articulated by Bai Wuji, the atmosphere grew oppressive. Bai Wufei, stung by the truth, flushed with anger, shouted, "You speak nonsense. What happened back then was brought upon by your parents. Coveting the family's secret treasures, we were merely cleansing the house. It is already a stroke of luck that you survived to this day. Yet you dare to distort the truth." Bai Wuji's expression hardened, his murderous intent intensifying. Cleansing the house? What a grandiloquent phrase. My parents were loyal and diligent. When did they ever covet the family's secret treasures? It was clearly you who sought the position of family head. How dare you argue? The sharp-tongued wretch found himself at a loss for words, and in his fury, Bai Wufei laughed derisively. "Do you think that just because you have improved a little, you can turn the tide? Do not forget, you are a natural waste. Your current progress is merely a stroke of good fortune. A waste will always remain a waste, never amounting to anything. Today, I shall personally slay you, making you aware of the gulf between genius and waste." With that, he unleashed his true energy, the aura of the pinnacle of qi refining sweeping forth, the wind from his palm fierce, charged with the searing true fire energy, aimed directly at Bai Wuji's face. This was a skill he had mastered at the Lihuis sect, capable of injuring any ordinary qi refining practitioner. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Young Master Bai is a disciple of the Lihuis sect, at the pinnacle of qi refining. No matter how formidable Bai Wuji may be, he is merely at the 8th level of qi refining and stands no chance. Indeed, it was a rare occurrence for a waste body to attain such progress. How could he possibly contend with a true genius? It appeared that Bai Wuji was doomed today. Even Bai Changhe exhaled a sigh of relief, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. As long as Bai Wufei killed him and publicly declared him a madman impersonating the silver-masked young master, the Alchemist Association would find no fault in it. However, at the moment the palm wind was about to reach him, Bai Wuji moved. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his right hand forming a fist, striking out with what seemed like an unremarkable punch, devoid of any earth-shattering momentum, yet imbued with a tyrannical force that could crush with ease. Bang! The two fists collided, a deafening sound resonating through the air. Bai Wufei's triumphant smile instantly froze, feeling an overwhelming force surge through his arm, as though he had collided with a mountain, the sound of his bones shattering distinctly audible. He screamed, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently against the courtyard wall, a rush of blood escaping his throat, his vitality visibly waning. Clearly gravely injured, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock, unable to believe their eyes as Bai Wufei, at the pinnacle of qi refining, was grievously wounded by a single punch from Bai Wuji. How could this be possible? How could it be possible? How could young Master Bai lose so swiftly? Just a single punch. What cultivation level does he possess? My heavens, we were all mistaken. Bai Wuji is no waste. He is clearly a hidden powerhouse. Gasps of astonishment arose, and the crowd's gazes toward Bai Wuji transformed entirely, shifting from initial skepticism and disdain to profound awe and fear. Bai Changhe's face turned pale, stumbling back a step, waves of shock surging within him. He understood Bai Wufei's strength better than anyone, yet even so, he was unable to withstand a single punch from Bai Wuji. What has this wretched beast experienced over the past 3 years? Bai Wuji slowly retracted his fist, gazing down at the collapsed Bai Wufei, his expression as frigid as ever. Waste? It seems now that the true waste is you. Bai Wufei lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with incredulity as he struggled to shout. Impossible. You are a natural waste. How could you possess such strength? This is absolutely impossible. He could not accept the reality that after years of arduous cultivation and being a disciple of the Lihua sect, he had been severely injured by the very waste he had once bullied. Bai Wuji looked down upon him, his tone flat yet laced with exquisite mockery. It is not that I am strong. It is that you are utterly pathetic. You cannot even withstand a single punch. Truly the dregs of the dregs. Phew! Bai Wufei was severely provoked by this statement, his fury igniting, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, the world before him darkening as he nearly fainted. Wufei! Bai Changhe's expression changed drastically, rushing forward to support his son, inspecting his injuries, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent that seemed almost palpable. He slowly lifted his gaze, fixating menacingly on Bai Wuji, his voice cold as ice. What a vicious little beast. The family raised you, yet you dare to be ungrateful and strike my son to the brink of death. Today, I shall ensure you pay with blood for your crimes. I will not spare you. With that, he unleashed the full weight of his foundational power, a tempest rising, the ground trembling slightly beneath him, overwhelming the surrounding Bai family guards and onlookers, making them gasp for breath and step back. Chapter 47. As long as I desire, I can strike you down with a single punch. A foundational expert strike leaves Bai Wuji with no escape. To pit qi refining against foundational cultivation is akin to seeking death in a latrine. The crowd regarded Bai Wuji as if he were a corpse. Bai Changhe straightened his back, his robes billowing like thunder, each step he took on the stone pavement causing the ground to crack with fine fissures. The oppressive weight of his foundational power bore down upon Bai Wuji. You wretched child, given your blood ties to the Bai family, take your own life, and I shall allow you to keep your whole corpse. A chilling light surged in Bai Wuji's eyes as he coldly declared, Today, I will make the entire Bai family pay in blood for their sins. Still defiant, even when death is imminent, Bai Wufei hissed, his face twisted with rage. My father can crush you with a single finger. You, worthless fool, are surely doomed today. Only you will die. All of you shall perish. Bai Wuji es mur de haut aura surgi. Arrogant to the extreme. He must be delirious from his recent victory. Seeking death. Bai Changhe's eyes burned crimson. His internal foundation energy surged with fervor. He abruptly clasped his hands together, channeling his profound spiritual power into a colossal azure serpent, which, imbued with the terrifying might to split mountains and shatter stones, lunged fiercely at Bai Wuji. As the serpent slithered forth, the ground fractured beneath its weight. Debris scattered in every direction, and the fierce gusts of energy forced the onlookers to stagger back in alarm, their exclamations echoing through the air. Such was the power of a Foundation establishment expert. It was utterly terrifying. Just as the azure serpent seemed poised to engulf Bai Wuji, he sprang into action. Eschewing flamboyant techniques, he unleashed a singular, unembellished punch. The force of this strike was deceptively simple, yet harbored the overwhelming potency to obliterate the heavens and earth. A thunderous boom erupted, the shockwaves sweeping through the arena like a tsunami, causing the entire Bai family courtyard to tremble violently. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the azure serpent disintegrated under the impact of Bai Wuji's fist, crumbling as if made of paper, dissolving into countless motes of spiritual energy. The momentum of the punch did not cease. It surged forth, akin to a thunderbolt piercing the sky, crashing mercilessly into Bai Changhe's chest. With a sharp gasp, Bai Changhe's pupils constricted, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Colliding heavily with the brick structure behind him, a thunderous crash resounded as the building collapsed, enveloped in a cloud of dust, leaving behind an eerie silence. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, their faces painted with incredulity. A Foundation establishment expert fell by a single punch? What cultivation level did he possess? Had he perhaps already transcended the Foundation stage? Yet, he was supposed to be a congenital waste. Gasps of astonishment and intake of breath rippled through the crowd, their gazes towards Bai Wuji shifting from initial sympathy and disdain to sheer shock and terror. As if witnessing a monster, Bai Wufei's face was a mask of disbelief. No, it can't be. This is absolutely impossible. A cold smile creased Bai Wuji's lips as he shifted, slipping like a specter into the swirling dust. Moments later, he emerged, dragging a bloody figure from the haze. It was the barely conscious Bai Changhe. In that instant, any remnants of the family patriarch's authority had vanished. His garments were tattered, his body drenched in blood, and a substantial dent marred his chest, clearly indicative of a grave internal injury. "Stop! Bai Wuji, how dare you?" The Grand Elder charged forth from the crowd, followed by several other elders, forming a menacing encirclement, their eyes sharp as blades. "Release the patriarch at once. Otherwise, today shall be your last." The second elder's voice rang out. "Considering your youth and ignorance, release your hold and confess. Perhaps I shall spare your life." Bai Changhe bellowed in fury, "You wretched spawn, release me at once." Bai Wuji let out a cold chuckle, applying pressure with his right hand, eliciting a pained groan from Bai Changhe as the injury worsened, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "Impudent lunatic!" The Grand Elder's fury surged. "Release the patriarch immediately, or we shall join forces to subdue you." "Join forces?" Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as a murderous aura swept forth like a tempest. "Perfect. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. Today, let all of you who assist the wicked pay the price alongside my parents." Bai Wufei, both astonished and enraged, shouted, "Elders, do not waste your breath. He is a madman. Attack him and save my father." Chapter 48. The emergence of a golden core expert. The Grand Elder fixed his icy stare upon Bai Wuji, speaking with a chilling calm. "Bai Wuji, considering your youth and the haze of hatred clouding your judgment, if you release the patriarch and surrender, I may yet spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet a gruesome end." With that, he forcefully cast Bai Changhe to the ground, his murderous intent boiling over. "Let us all attack at once. I fear nothing." Madness. Bai Wuji has truly lost his mind. The 5 Foundation establishment elders were fierce opponents. Could he truly contend against them all? Even a mid-Foundation expert would fall to their combined might. "Arrogant child, today, you shall learn that there are realms beyond your comprehension." The elders drew their weapons, a palpable bloodlust filling the air. Yet Bai Wuji remained undaunted, a pack of old hounds, Your incessant prattle is tiresome. Seek death. With a roar, the Grand Elder swung his sword down upon Bai Wuji, while the other elders swiftly closed in, sealing every possible escape route. The crowd braced for the anticipated bloodbath. However, in the next instant, the expected carnage did not unfold. Bai Wuji's form flickered like a specter amidst their onslaught, moving with blinding speed, leaving behind mere afterimages. Unarmed and resolute, he struck a hammer with a fist. The resounding clang echoed as the hammer was sent hurtling back, causing the fourth elder's hands to split, blood pouring forth. How is this possible? The fourth elder gasped in disbelief. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to come. Bai Wuji evaded the Grand Elder's sword energy and suddenly appeared behind the fifth elder. His fingers clawing tore the man's back with a ferocious howl that tore through the air. The fifth elder sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned to activate his defensive talisman, but that seemingly unbreakable barrier shattered under Bai Wuji's grasp. The sound of claws piercing flesh rang clear, and the fifth elder's eyes widened as blood erupted from his mouth, his body crumpling to the ground, lifeless. With a single strike, only one strike was needed to slay a Foundation Elder. The arena fell into a profound silence. All present were rendered speechless by the horrific scene, even forgetting to breathe. Old Fifth, the Grand Elder's eyes blazed with fury, intensifying his assault. Yet, Bai Wuji's speed was unfathomable, like the wind leaving no trace. He evaded a flying sword, closing the distance to the second elder, delivering a devastating elbow strike to his chest. The second elder let out a pained cry as his ribcage crumpled, his body crashing against the wall, falling silent. In mere moments, 2 Foundation elders had perished. A monster. He's a monster. The remaining 3 elders were paralyzed by fear, no longer daring to advance, turning to flee. Bai Wuji's gaze turned cold, propelling himself forward with a swift kick, seizing the third elder by the scruff of his neck and hurling him down with tremendous force. Bang! The third elder hit the ground like a discarded sack, his skull splintering, and he breathed his last. In an instant, 3 of the 5 elders were dead. The Grand Elder and 6th Elder were left trembling in terror, their faces ashen. What stood before them was no mere man. He was a veritable Azura risen from the depths of hell. The onlookers remained utterly speechless, many with mouths agape, their faces etched with disbelief. To confront 5 opponents unarmed, and in the blink of an eye, slay 3 Foundation Elders? Such an accomplishment shattered their understanding of reality. The Grand Elder hastily sheathed his sword, retreating with a face twisted into an expression more grotesque than tears. Bowing to Bai Wuji, "Noble nephew, no, young master. We were blind to your worth and have wronged you. Please, show mercy and do not hold our transgressions against us." The 6th Elder hastily concurred, his tone obsequious indeed. "Patriarch, you are the rightful heir to the Bai family. The position of family head rightfully belongs to you. We are willing to support you as the new patriarch of the Bai family, leading the clan to its former glory." Beside them, Bai Wufei was utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the 2 elders' groveling demeanor as if seeing them for the first time. He shrieked in protest, "Grand Elder, 6th Elder, have you lost your minds? He has incapacitated my father and killed 3 elders. How can you accept him as the new patriarch?" Silence. The Grand Elder whirled around, his voice sharp as a blade. "Were it not for your father's ruthless nature and his slaughter of siblings and wives, would we be facing this calamity today? Your family's downfall is entirely self-inflicted." In a desperate bid for survival, he unhesitatingly shifted all blame onto Bai Changhe's family, displaying the true nature of a weathercock. After reprimanding Bai Wufei, he turned his gaze back to Bai Wuji, bending even lower. "Patriarch, how shall we deal with Bai Changhe's family? Your word is law." Bai Wuji's eyes were as cold as ice. "You all know better than anyone how my parents were wronged by them. I have stated my intent to ensure they pay double for their transgressions." "Understood. Understood." The Grand Elder nodded hastily, turning to the guards and sternly commanding, "What are you still doing? Bring me Bai Changhe's wife, and also Bai Wuxue, bring her over as well." The guards, already terrified by Bai Wuji's methods, dared not defy him. Soon, they dragged in the weeping Bai Madam and the severely injured Bai Wuxue, who was barely clinging to life. The Grand Elder looked at Bai Wuji, saw no opposition from him, and grinned sinisterly at his subordinates. "Take good care of them. Let them experience the suffering that the former head and his wife endured. No, let them endure double the pain. The chilling cries once again echoed through the Bai family estate. Bai Wuji stood aside, his expression devoid of emotion, not a trace of compassion in his eyes. After a lengthy period, the screams gradually subsided. The Grand Elder cautiously approached, bowing as he reported, "Master, Bai Changhe and the others are dead. Only Bai Wufei remains. How should we dispose of him? Please instruct us, Master." Bai Wufei was already terrified to the point of losing his composure, his pants soaked. An unpleasant odor permeating the air. He crawled and knelt before Bai Wuji, repeatedly bowing his head. "Wuji, no, Master. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me. I will serve you like an ox or a horse, at your every command. I beg you." Bai Wuji slowly crouched down, coldly stating, "When one makes mistakes, one must pay the price. Forgiveness? That is the duty of the divine. What I must do is send you to meet him." With that, he raised his hand, ready to strike. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A blazing red light, like a meteor, shot down from the heavens, bearing the overwhelming force of destruction, aiming straight for the back of Bai Wuji's heart. Chapter 49, Perilous Situations. Who dares harm my disciple? A furious roar reverberated through the skies, and an elderly man in a crimson robe descended from the air, radiating the terrifying pressure characteristic of a golden core cultivator. Bai Wuji immediately felt an intense threat of death, swiftly sidestepping just in time to narrowly evade this lethal strike. Boom! The red light grazed his shoulder and crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit several feet wide, with debris flying and dust swirling, causing the entire Bai family estate to tremble. "Master, you finally arrived," Bai Wufei exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, as if he had grasped a lifeline, overwhelmed with joy. The newcomer was none other than Wu Haiba, an elder of the Lihua sect. He landed beside Bai Wufei, glanced at the surrounding devastation, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Do not fear, my disciple. With me here, no one can harm you." "Master," Bai Wufei cried, tears streaming down his face. Pointing at Bai Wuji in accusation, "It was this bastard. He not only injured me, but also killed my parents and sister. You must seek justice for me. Rest assured, I shall avenge you." As Wu Haiba spoke, his gaze turned like a sword towards Bai Wuji, the pressure of a golden core cultivator released without reservation. The onlookers felt an indescribable oppression, shivering involuntarily. No wonder Bai Wufei was so arrogant. He had the backing of a golden core cultivator. The crowd was astonished. "You dare to harm my disciple and kill his family? What audacity!" Wu Haiba's voice boomed like thunder, his aura soaring once more, the air seeming to solidify under this tremendous pressure. Bai Wuji was secretly astonished. Indeed, the strength of a golden core cultivator was terrifying. "Though I am close to achieving the peak of foundation establishment, I am no match for him." Yet he stood tall, coldly asserting, "His father murdered my parents 3 years ago and seized my family's wealth. As a son, it is only right for me to seek vengeance." "Your parents? Merely 2 ants, killing them is insignificant." Wu Haiba scoffed. "You dare seek revenge for this? You have committed an unforgivable crime by injuring my disciple." Bai Wufei's confidence surged, pointing at Bai Wuji and laughing maniacally. "Bai Wuji, weren't you quite arrogant before? Now my master has arrived. He is a golden core cultivator. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Go on, try being arrogant again." Bai Wuji's eyes glinted coldly, and suddenly he moved. His figure flickered, and he launched a punch towards Bai Wufei from a distance, the wind from his fist fierce, showing no regard for the nearby golden core cultivator. "What?" The crowd gasped in shock. No one expected Bai Wuji to dare strike in front of a golden core cultivator. This was akin to courting death. Bai Wufei turned pale, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. "Impudent!" Wu Haiba roared, casually slapping out, seemingly effortless, yet imbued with overwhelming spiritual power, instantly shattering Bai Wuji's punch. "You little beast! How dare you act before me and harm my disciple?" Wu Haiba's eyes turned icy, his murderous intent boiling. Today, he would ensure that Bai Wuji knew the power of a golden core cultivator. Bai Wuji realized there was no way to retreat, hastily retrieving a long sword from his spatial ring. The sword was ancient, faintly shimmering with light. He gripped the sword tightly, his internal energy surging violently, and slashed towards Wu Haiba. Clang! The two weapons clashed, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Bai Wuji felt a sharp pain in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the sword, and was forced to retreat repeatedly. How powerful! He was horrified. A golden core cultivator was truly formidable. A casual strike held such power. It seemed he might truly meet his end today. Wu Haibao wore a contemptuous smile, his spiritual power surging once more. You dare to flaunt your skills before me. Like an ant? Ha ha! Well done! Bai Wufei exclaimed, jumping with excitement, calling out to Wu Haibao, Master. Don't kill him. Just cripple his cultivation. I want to toy with him slowly, letting him experience the suffering I endured. Wu Haibao nodded, preparing to cripple Bai Wuji's cultivation. But his gaze inadvertently swept over the longsword in Bai Wuji's hand. He noticed an ancient character inscribed on the blade. His pupils constricted suddenly, as if realizing something. He halted abruptly, staring intently at the sword, his voice trembling. Kid, which sect do you belong to? Where did you get this sword? Bai Wuji, seeing Wu Haibao's sudden change in demeanor, also glanced at the sword in his hand, instantly understanding. He replied, I am a direct disciple of Qinjianmen, and this sword was bestowed upon me by my master, Yunmeng Xianxia. Yunmeng Xianxia. Wu Haibao's expression shifted dramatically, a clear glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. Yunmeng Xianxia of Qinjianmen was a peerless prodigy, famously protective of her own. Those who offended her never met a good end. He quickly restrained his aura, feigning calmness. So you're a senior disciple of Yunmeng Xianxia. In light of your master's reputation, I shall not hold you accountable for today's incident. We shall take our leave. With that, he seized the still dazed Bai Wufei and transformed into a streak of red light, hastily departing. Bai Wuji watched the two vanish, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his master's name held enough weight. Otherwise, he would have truly met his demise today. Meanwhile, Wu Haibao returned to the Lihua sect with Bai Wufei. Master, why did you let that kid go? Bai Wufei screamed in frustration. He killed our entire family. Wu Haibao glared at him. What do you understand? That kid is a disciple of Yunmeng Xianxia. That woman is notoriously protective. If I kill her disciple, she would stop at nothing to attack the Lihua sect. At that point, no one could save you. Master, are you afraid of her? Bai Wufei retorted defiantly. Afraid? Wu Haibao snorted coldly. I simply do not wish to suffer great losses for small gains. The Lihua sect and Qinjianmen have always had conflicts. Both sides are exercising restraint. If you provoke a sect war, it would be a loss we cannot afford. Are we just going to let this go? Bai Wufei clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. He stole my woman and killed my family. I cannot swallow this grievance. Wu Haibao pondered. I cannot act directly, but you can. If you want revenge, focus on your cultivation. When you possess sufficient strength, you can personally settle this score. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Wufei's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Master is right. I will definitely take revenge. He will pay a price 100-fold for the suffering my family endured. On the other side, the Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder, noticing that Bai Wuji stood still for an extended period, presumed he was gravely injured, instantly concocting a devious plan. Shall we take advantage of his weakness? The Grand Elder inquired. He is a member of Qinjianmen, and even Elder Wu of Lihua sect dares not kill him. The consequences of our actions would be unimaginable. The Sixth Elder replied, furrowing his brow. If we eliminate everyone present, who would know it was us? Do not forget, this lad is a natural waste. In just 3 years, he has become so formidable. He must possess secrets, and if we kill him, his fortunes will become ours, the Grand Elder incited. The Sixth Elder's eyes brightened, and then his expression turned fierce. You are right. Fortune favors the bold. Let's proceed. Chapter 50. As long as I still draw breath, I shall slay you like a dog. The Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder exchanged a glance, a flicker of calculation passing between them, before donning concerned expressions and hastily approaching Bai Wuji. Master, are you unwell? The Grand Elder feigned concern, his gaze sweeping over Bai Wuji as he secretly assessed his injuries. The Sixth Elder quickly chimed in. Indeed, Master, that strike from the Golden Core expert was astonishing. You must take care of your health. As they reached Bai Wuji, they exchanged a telling glance, their eyes glimmering with malice, and struck simultaneously. The Grand Elder aimed a palm at Bai Wuji's back, while the Sixth Elder unleashed a short knife, targeting his abdomen with lethal intent, clearly aiming for a swift kill. They believed they had the upper hand, but unexpectedly, just as their attacks were about to land, Bai Wuji's figure flickered, evading the critical blows like a specter. In an instant, he swung his sword, its gleam flashing through the air. With a sickening sound, two heads soared into the sky, blood splattering the ground. The Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder's expressions froze in disbelief and terror. They could scarcely comprehend how Bai Wuji, clearly injured, could unleash such astonishing speed and power. Bai Wuji was indeed wounded, but merely lightly. Coughing slightly, he felt a tightness in his chest. Yet, to others, it seemed he had sustained grave injuries. After all, it was the strike of a golden core expert, whose casual assault could not be underestimated. Bai Wuji's gaze fell upon Lu Piapiao, not far away. His voice hoarse, yet laced with a chilling malice. "Do you wish to kill me as well?" Lu Piapiao trembled under his gaze, instinctively taking a step back. Gritting her teeth, "I do not wish to kill you, but will you spare me once you recover?" "No," Bai Wuji replied without hesitation, his voice brimming with murderous intent. "You poison my parents, indirectly causing their demise. This grudge cannot be overlooked. Once I am well, I shall surely kill you." Lu Piapiao's face turned pale, a flicker of resolution crossing her eyes. "Since you refuse to spare me, I shall have to kill you first." Bai Wuji curled his lips into a disdainful smile. "You think you can kill me? How absurd. Like an ant shaking a tree, you overestimate your capabilities. Oomph. Were you not injured, I might not be able to defeat you. But now you can barely stand, can you? I shall take your life while you are weak." Lu Piapiao retorted coldly. Bai Wuji cast her a scornful glance. "By all means, come forward and try." Lu Piapiao, intimidated by the ferocity in his eyes, instinctively halted, her resolve wavering. Just then, Lu Haixing's voice echoed from behind. "She is merely bluffing. Piapiao, kill him. Father." Lu Piapiao turned to see Lu Haixing arriving with several guards from the Lu family, her heart settling as if she had found a pillar of support. "Piapiao, what on earth is happening here?" Lu Haixing approached his daughter, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the grim scene in the courtyard. Lu Piapiao quickly recounted the events that transpired. Upon hearing her account, Lu Haixing's expression darkened as he glared at Bai Wuji. "It seems we have all underestimated this little beast. Since we have completely offended you, we must eradicate you before you become a future threat. You wish to kill me? I fear you lack the ability." Bai Wuji mocked. "If you're so eager to seek death, feel free to come and try." "Merely a bluff," Lu Haixing scoffed, raising his hand as a flying sword unsheathed with a sharp whistling sound, aimed directly at Bai Wuji's heart. Bai Wuji revealed a contemptuous smile and swung his sword in response. With a resounding clash of metal, the flying sword was sent hurtling back several paces. "What?" Lu Haixing gasped in shock, unable to fathom how Bai Wuji could still possess such prowess, seemingly unscathed. "You're not injured? How can this be?" Bai Wuji scoffed. "Who told you I was injured?" Lu Haixing, his face awash with terror, exclaimed, "You are merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could you withstand a blow from a golden core expert without injury? I do not believe it. You must be bluffing." In his moment of distraction, Bai Wuji swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful palm strike. Lu Haixing reacted quickly, raising his hand to meet Bai Wuji's in a fierce collision. The impact left Lu Haixing's complexion drastically altered as he felt an irresistible force emanating from Bai Wuji's palm, his own energy uncontrollably flowing towards Bai Wuji. "What sorcery is this?" Lu Haixing was both astonished and enraged, attempting to retract his hand only to find it magnetically drawn to Bai Wuji's palm, utterly immobile. Bai Wuji smirked coldly. He was employing the Tunshin Ju. This domineering technique was now voraciously devouring Lu Haixing's vital energy. Bai Wuji greedily absorbed the energy, the Tunshin Ju refining it, allowing him to break through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. His internal energy surged like a tidal wave, exuding the pressure of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator with every movement. Bai Wuji could distinctly feel that his energy had reached its zenith, just a step away from coalescing into a golden core. Conversely, Lu Haixing's vital energy rapidly diminished, initially able to struggle, but soon finding himself unable to move even a finger, helplessly watching his strength being consumed, despair filling his eyes. "Father, what is wrong with you?" Lu Piapiao, witnessing her father's violent trembling and ashen face, could not help but inquire, yet received no response. assuming they were locked in a contest of strength. She stealthily maneuvered behind Bai Wuji, her eyes glinting with malice as she prepared to strike at his back. Chapter 51. Who Can Save Me? As Lu Piao's palm made contact with his garment, it felt as if magnetized, unable to retract. A force more ferocious than that of Lu Haisheng surged forth, drawing her energy towards Bai Wuji's body like a raging river breaching its dam. Let me go." Lu Piao's eyes widened with sheer terror as she struggled to withdraw her hand, yet found herself powerless, helplessly watching her strength being siphoned away, her body rapidly weakening. In mere moments, the energies of both Lu Haisheng and Lu Piao were completely consumed by Bai Wuji. With a sudden withdrawal, Bai Wuji struck a palm to Lu Haisheng's head before he could react. Lu Haisheng fell without a sound, lifeless upon the ground. Lu Piao, terrified beyond measure, collapsed to the ground, weeping and pleading, "Do not kill me. Please spare me. I realize my mistakes. I truly do." Bai Wuji looked down upon her, his gaze as frigid as frost. "I once opened my heart to you, sacrificing my resources for your cultivation, yet you repaid my kindness with betrayal, conspiring with the Bai family to poison my parents. Now that you are in this predicament, you still wish for my mercy? What absurd fantasy. I truly understand my mistakes." Lu Piao clutched at Bai Wuji's pant leg, crying out, "If you spare me, I will serve you diligently, laboring like a beast. I will be your servant or maid. I beg you for another chance." Bai Wuji slowly lifted his foot and shook off her hand, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Perhaps in the next life." Before his words had fully echoed, a palm struck down, silencing Lu Piao's voice abruptly. Having dealt with the Lu family duo, Bai Wuji turned to survey the crowd of onlookers. The spectators, already terrified beyond measure, screamed and fled, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would seal their fate at his hands. The remaining members of the Bai family, torn between the urge to escape and the paralyzing fear of doing so, could only kneel on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to lift their heads. Bai Wuji's gaze swept through the crowd, but he did not find the familiar figure he sought. In a deep voice, he inquired, "Where is Fu Bo?" An elderly man in the crowd quivered as he spoke. "Fu Bo was killed by the family head, by that beast Bai Chang'e, after you left." "What?" Bai Wuji felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His chest constricted as if a heavy stone had crushed him, an agonizing pain surging through him. Had it not been for Fu Bo, he would have surely perished. Now, to discover that Fu Bo had died because of him was a torment beyond measure. An uncontrollable fury and heartache surged within him. His fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. Taking a deep breath to quell the tempest of emotions, he pressed on. "Where are my parents and Fu Bo's remains?" In the back mountain, another servant quickly responded. "Take me there." Bai Wuji's voice was hoarse, laced with an undeniable authority. The crowd hurriedly led him towards the back mountain. Deep within the back mountain lay two modest mounds, devoid of even a proper gravestone, overgrown with wild grass. This was the final resting place of his parents, and Fu Bo, Bai Wuji approached step by step, kneeling slowly, his hands brushing against the cold earth. His throat tightened, choking off the myriad of words he longed to utter. After a long silence, he finally whispered, "Father, Mother, your unfilial son has caused you to suffer for 3 long years. I have returned at last." Silent tears fell, soaking into the earth and creating small dark patches. He turned to address the members of the Bai family behind him, his voice icy. "Rebuild gravestones for my parents and Fu Bo with the finest materials. Before nightfall, I want to see 2 respectable tombs." Yes, we will take care of it immediately," they replied, not daring to show any sign of reluctance. In less than a day's time, 2 brand new gravestones stood proudly. He knelt before the stones, deeply bowing. "Father, Mother, Fu Bo, I have avenged you against those who wronged you. The remaining Bai Wufei will meet his end by my own hand, and then I shall come before you to offer my respects." Once the affairs of his parents were settled, Bai Wuji returned to the Bai residence, retrieving some belongings of his parents. He then asked the kneeling crowd, "Does Fu Bo have any descendants?" A middle-aged man promptly answered, "Fu Bo's son and daughter-in-law passed away a few years ago, leaving only a granddaughter. However, after Fu Bo's death, she was sold to the Chen family in Haoyue City as a maid." Bai Wufei. A murderous glint surged in Bai Wuji's eyes. The very air around him seemed to freeze. Fu Bo had died because of him, and now his only descendant was subjected to such treatment. Without hesitation, Bai Wuji soared into the air, heading towards Haoyue City. He must rescue Fu Bo's granddaughter at all costs, ensuring she suffered no further indignities. Bai Wufei, you had best pray that Fu Bo's granddaughter is safe and sound. Otherwise, I shall ensure your life becomes a living hell. And as for the Chun family, should you dare to mistreat her even slightly, I will annihilate your entire clan. In the Chun family kitchen, 13 or 14-year-old Xie Rong'er crouched on the ground, scrubbing the mountain of dishes with her frostbitten, purple hands. Her frail figure resembled a thin twig, the coarse fabric of her worn clothing appearing bleached and tattered. Her exposed arms, so thin they looked as if they might snap at any moment. You wretched girl, what are you dawdling for? A matronly overseer kicked her sharply in the back. The ladies' pastries are almost ready, and the plates aren't prepared yet. Do you want to feel the whip? Xie Rong'er gasped in pain, hastening her movements. At that moment, the matriarch, Yu Xiuli, stormed in with a group, fuming. My jade pendant is missing. Whoever stole it? Step forward. Among the crowd, the maid Xiu Hong, who had taken the pendant, quickly pointed at Xie Rong'er and cried out, Madam, it was her. I saw her pick up a shiny object and hide it in her bosom. She must have stolen it. Xie Rong'er shot her head up, her face pale. I didn't see. I have been washing dishes. Still trying to argue? Xiu Hong lunged forward to search her. Let us see what you have to say then. No need to search. I find anything she touches disgusting. Yu Xiuli, observing Xie Rong'er's timid appearance, was convinced of her guilt and barked. Beat her. Let her understand the consequences of unclean hands. Several bodyguards approached with sinister smiles, raining down blows upon Xie Rong'er. She curled up on the ground, her frail body shaking violently from the beating, yet she clenched her lips until blood seeped from the corners of her mouth, finally letting out a muffled groan of pain. Drag her to the woodshed. Yu Xiuli averted her face in disgust. Don't dirty my floor. Who can save me? Xie Rong'er gasped weakly, her pitiful state evoking compassion. In the woodshed, Xie Rong'er's consciousness began to blur. Just as she thought she would plunge into complete darkness, a sudden, thunderous explosion resounded from outside, shaking the entire woodshed and causing dust to fall. Outside the Chun family gates, Bai Wuji, clad in black, wielded a long sword, the blade still shimmering with a chilling aura. Moments prior, he had swung his sword, cleaving the heavy vermilion door, along with its frame and pillars, neatly in two. The cut as smooth as a mirror, splinters and debris scattered across the ground. This spectacle left the passers-by momentarily frozen, followed by gasps of disbelief. Heavens! Has he gone mad, daring to smash the Chun family's door? The Chun family was one of the 4 prestigious families in Haoyue City, and their head, Chun Pai, was a genuine golden core expert. This young man must be courting death. So impulsive. He is driving himself to destruction. Not far away, Lui Weihua was shopping with her daughter, Lin Ruoxue. Upon witnessing the scene, she was equally astonished, frowning. This young man is far too reckless. The Chun family will not let this slide. Perhaps we should avoid this commotion and return home. However, Lin Ruoxue was fixated on the silhouette of the black-clad youth. Her gaze lost in thought, suddenly grasping her mother's hand. Mother, doesn't he resemble my brother-in-law? Lui Weihua focused her gaze, noting the young man's tall stature. Though she could not see his face clearly, his imposing aura bore a striking resemblance to Bai Wuji. She shook her head. Don't be ridiculous. How would your brother-in-law dare provoke the Chun family? It must simply be a coincidence. No, it must be him, Lin Ruoxue asserted confidently, breaking free from her mother's grasp and sprinting towards the Chun family gate. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Lui Weihua had no choice but to hastily follow. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Chun family courtyard as a group of guards rushed out, weapons in hand, led by a middle-aged man with a goatee, the chief steward, Chindefa. Upon seeing Bai Wuji standing at the gate, he bellowed, "Who is this wild brat daring to cause a ruckus at the Chun family? Are you tired of living?" Bai Wuji's eyes were cold as he surveyed the group. "I seek Xie Rong'er. She is my sister. Hand her over, and I shall overlook today's events." Chindefa was momentarily taken aback, then burst into uproarious laughter, clutching his stomach. "Xie Rong'er? Which Xie Rong'er? My Chun family has numerous servants. Do you think you can just demand someone? You must have hit your head." The guards behind him joined in the laughter, their contemptuous gazes sweeping over Bai Wuji. Chun Defa's laughter ceased abruptly, his expression darkening. I believe you have intentionally come here to stir trouble. Do you know where you are? This is the Chun family. Even if the person you seek is here, you cannot take her away. I advise you to kneel and admit your mistake. Perhaps you may leave with your life. Then I shall kill my way through until you hand her over. Bai Wuji's voice was calm and steady, yet it carried an icy chill. He stepped forward slowly, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him like a tangible mist, causing the very air to seem to solidify. The Chun family's guards, who had been laughing moments ago, suddenly froze, their mockery replaced by an icy dread that surged from their feet to the tops of their heads. Chun Defa's expression shifted dramatically as he barked with a mixture of rage and fear. You seek death. Attack. Kill him. The guards suppressed their unease, gripping their weapons tightly as they surrounded Bai Wuji, attempting to maintain bravado with taunts. This kid must be scared silly, thinking he can turn the tide. Let's break his legs and see how arrogant he remains. Just as tensions escalated, Lin Ruoxue rushed in, breathless, shouting, Stop. Everyone, cease your actions. The members of the Chun family halted at the sight of Lin Ruoxue, although the Lin family was not as powerful as the Chun family. It was still a prominent family in Haoyue City, and no one wished to cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Ruoxue reached Bai Wuji, her face a mixture of shock and urgency. Brother-in-law, is it really you? What are you doing? Do you know this is the Chun family? How dare you act here? Lu Yuehua followed closely, her brow furrowed. Wuji, you are being reckless. This is the Chun family. The head of the family, Chun Pai, is a powerful Jindan cultivator. No matter how significant the matter, you cannot resolve it this way. Chun Defa, confused, turned to Lu Yuehua. Madam Lin, Miss Lin, do you know this lad? Of course. Lin Ruoxue shot him a glare, her tone unwavering in its defense. He is my brother-in-law, the son-in-law of the Lin family. If you wish to harm him, you must first seek my consent. Chun Defa's expression shifted to one of disdain as he chuckled. So, he is the infamous waste of the Lin family? Even if he belongs to the Lin family, he has no right to be arrogant in our Chun family. You are the waste. Your entire family is the waste. Lin Ruoxue retorted, her chin held high. As long as I am here today, if you dare lay a finger on my brother-in-law, you will pay dearly. Wu, do not speak carelessly. Lu Yuehua quickly admonished, then turned to Chun Defa, apologizing. Chun Guanjia, I apologize for our member's rashness. I will send someone to repair the door immediately. As for today's events, let us depart. She tugged at Lin Ruoxue, then turned to Bai Wuji, her tone firm and unyielding. However, Bai Wuji remained rooted in place, unyielding. Lin Ruoxue leaned closer, whispering, Brother-in-law, the Chun family is indeed formidable. Whatever the issue, let us retreat and consider our options. Do not confront them head-on. Bai Wuji's gaze remained fixed on Chun Defa, his voice steady and resolute. I will say this one last time. Hand over Sierra. Otherwise, I shall wash the Chun family in blood today. At his words, the murderous aura surged once more, causing even Lu Yuehua and Lin Ruoxue to take a step back, let alone the guards of the Chun family, who were already pale and trembling with fear. Wuji, do not act recklessly. Come back with me. Lu Yuehua warned sharply, fearing Bai Wuji's impulsive actions could lead to disaster, for the Chun family was not to be trifled with. Brother-in-law, let us discuss this later. Lin Ruoxue pleaded almost desperately. Mother-in-law, Ruoxue, there is no need for further discussion. I must take her away today. Not even the Heavenly King can stop me. Bai Wuji declared with unwavering conviction, burdened by the debt he owed to Fu Bo. If he could not protect the sole descendant of that debt, what face would he have left to live in this world? Chun Defa sneered, originally, out of respect for the Lin family. If you had merely apologized and acknowledged your mistake, it would have been forgiven. But since you seek death, do not blame me. Everyone on my command. Those who dare to advance will be killed without mercy. With Chun Defa's order, a line of guards formed, weapons drawn, directed at Bai Wuji, their murderous intent palpable. Chapter 53. This kid is Mad Lin Ruoxue, witnessing the tense standoff, felt her eyes redden with urgency, tugging at Lu Yuehua's sleeve. Mother, what should we do now? Brother-in-law, he is about to provoke a catastrophe. Lu Yuehua's brow furrowed deeply, her expression grave as she sighed heavily. This child is far too impulsive. The Chun family is not to be trifled with. The only option now is to call your father. But he is currently dealing with matters outside the city, regarding the mines. Whether he can return in time is uncertain. I will contact father now, Lin Ruoxue exclaimed, hastily retrieving a piece of sound transmission jade from her storage bag, urgently calling out, "Father, hurry back. There is trouble at the Chun family's gate." Yet, Bai Wuji had no intention of waiting for anyone. His gaze was as cold as ice, his hand slowly raising his sword, its blade reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Before anyone could react, he swung his sword with ferocity. With a swish, a blinding light erupted from the sword, sweeping forward like a torrent. The line of guards ahead did not even glimpse the trajectory of the blade, their screams stifled before they could escape. As dozens of heads flew into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the bluestone slabs at the Chun family's entrance. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone was stunned by the gruesome spectacle, onlookers in the street recoiling in horror, many covering their mouths, their faces drained of color. Louis Wehua and Lin Ruoxue trembled, unable to believe their eyes as they beheld the decisive and ruthless youth before them, a stark contrast to the gentle Bai Wuji they had known. You truly possess audacity." Chun Defa was both astonished and furious, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Bai Wuji, incredulous that someone would dare commit such an act at the gates of the Qin family. "Today, I will see you dead on the spot." With that, he summoned a 3-inch flying sword, unleashing his full foundation-building prowess without reservation, his aura even more formidable than that of the Bai family's elder earlier. "Look, Qin Guanjia is about to strike," an onlooker exclaimed. Though he was a steward, he was already a foundation-building expert, having been stuck at the initial stage for many years. His profound foundation just a step away from the mid-stage. Another commented, "This kid looks young. At most, he is at the initial stage of foundation building. He is no match for Qin Guanjia. I bet he will be begging for mercy in 10 exchanges." Lin Ruoxue felt her heart tighten, gripping Lu Yuehua's arm in desperation. "Mother, please think of a way. How can brother-in-law compete against Qin Guanjia?" Lu Yuehua's face paled, shaking her head. "What can I do? Qin Guanjia's cultivation is too profound. Even if you and I join forces, we might barely hold our ground. But with the Chun family's numerous experts, unless your father's sister were here, no one could protect him." "Keet, D." Chun Defa shouted coldly, pointing his right hand, and the flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing toward Bai Wuji's heart with an almost imperceptible speed. Bai Wuji's expression remained stoic as he faced this fierce attack, casually raising his hand and swinging his sword in response. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the flying sword was cleaved in two, its severed pieces clattering to the ground. Uft! Chun Defa was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his trembling hand losing control of the sword technique, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Impossible. How come my flying sword?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg. The foundation-building expert's life sword had been effortlessly severed by this youth's single stroke. To what terrifying extent did this young man's strength reach? At that moment, Bai Wuji raised the sword once more, his icy gaze locked on Chun Defa. Chun Defa's soul nearly fled in terror, abandoning all pretense of dignity as he cried out to the depths of the Chun family estate, "Second Master, save me, quickly, save me. Who dares to act wildly in my Chun family?" A cold voice echoed from within the courtyard, followed by a figure rushing out like the wind. The newcomer was a burly man clad in a brocade robe, bearing a vicious scar across his face, radiating an aura that was several times more formidable than Chun Defa's. None other than Chun Gua, the second master of the Qin family, a late-stage foundation-building expert. "It is the second master. Chun Gua has arrived," a servant of the Chun family exclaimed. "Excellent. Yi is undoubtedly a master at the late stage of foundation establishment, a formidable presence in Hao Yucheng. This young man is doomed." Chun Defa, as if clinging to a lifeline, scrambled to hide behind Qinghua, his face a mask of despair. "Ye, you have finally arrived." This audacious lad not only hacked at the gates of our Chun family, but also slaughtered over a dozen guards. He even attempted to kill me just now, showing utter disdain for our Chun family. Chungua's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over the corpses and the shattered gate, finally resting on Bai Wuji, his eyes icy. "Who are you? How dare you commit murder before the gates of my Chun family? Do you even know how to write the word death?" Bai Wuji, gripping his long sword, remained unfazed, repeating with unwavering calm, I shall say this one last time. Surrender, Sierra. Otherwise, today, I will ensure not a single one of you survives. Impudent. Chun Defa fanned the flames. With Air Yi here, do you still dare to act so arrogantly? Once Air Yi captures you, you will wish for death, but find none. Bai Wuji had no intention of engaging in further banter. His eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword once more, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. With a swift thrust, Chun Defa's head soared into the air, blood splattering onto Chun Gua's brocade robe, a gruesome sight amidst the silence that enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. How could he dare to act so brazenly before a master of the late Foundation establishment? This was no longer mere arrogance. It was sheer madness. Chun Gua's scarred face twisted in rage, his aura surging violently, the very air seeming to solidify under the weight of his pressure. Good, good, good. It has been years since anyone dared to act so recklessly before me. Today, I will ensure your remains are scattered, in tribute to the souls of my Chun family. As Chun Gua's energy swirled dangerously, Lu Yuehua's heart tightened, and she stepped forward, clasping her hands in front of Chun Gua. Air Yi, please, calm your wrath. This young man is our Lin family's son-in-law. There may be a misunderstanding in today's events. Might you show our Lin family some leniency and spare his life? We shall certainly come to apologize and compensate the Chun family for all losses afterward. Lin Ruoxue quickly added, her tone firm. Indeed, Air Yi, do not think I have not warned you. My sister is the holy maiden of Qinjiamen. If you dare to harm her man with her temperament, she will never let your Chun family off the hook. Chun Gua, however, merely scoffed at their words, as if he had heard a great joke. Do not attempt to intimidate me with your sister. What of the holy maiden of Qinjiamen? Our Chun family's ancestor is still an elder of Qinjiamen, in terms of seniority. Your sister must still refer to him as Shirshu. Anyone who dares to kill within the confines of my Chun family will find even the King of Heaven unable to save them today. With that, he drew a hefty long sword from his spatial ring, its blade humming with a faint red glow as he infused it with his true energy. He pointed the sword menacingly at Bai Wuji, his expression sinister. Boy, in your next life, choose your lineage wisely and remember to keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be provoked, nor can every family be trespassed. Before he could finish, Chun Gua surged forward. Like an arrow released from its bow, he shot forth, his sword wielding the power to split mountains and shatter stones, aiming directly for Bai Wuji's head. The overwhelming aura of the late Foundation establishment bore down, the air itself seeming to tear apart with a shrill scream as his sword came crashing down, unyielding and ruthless, showing no intention of granting Bai Wuji any respite. Chapter 54. You all deserve to die. Brother-in-law, be careful. Lin Ruoxue cried out in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword to intercept. However, the disparity in their realms was akin to a chasm. The difference in power was insurmountable. The clash of metal rang out, a deafening sound. As Lin Ruoxue felt an overwhelming force surge towards her, her arm going numb, her sword nearly slipping from her grip. She was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, and in midair, she could not help but spew a mouthful of blood, staining her clothing crimson. Ruoxue. Bai Wuji's heart tightened as he leaped forward, catching the falling Lin Ruoxue and landing steadily. Ruoxue, are you all right? He looked down at the pale girl in his arms, his voice laced with a hint of panic. Lin Ruoxue coughed lightly, weakly waving her hand. Brother-in-law, I'm fine. You must run. I will hold him off. Bai Wuji's brow furrowed, his tone laced with helplessness. You are being foolish. Do you not know your own strength? I know I cannot defeat him. Lin Ruoxue bit her lip, her eyes filled with determination. But I cannot just watch you die. Bai Wuji felt a stirring in his heart, unable to suppress the question that had lingered for so long. Why are you so kind to me? From their first meeting, he had sensed a difference in Lin Ruoxue's treatment of him. He was a born waste, without background or power, his appearance merely average. While Lin Ruoxue was the second daughter of the Lin family, beautiful and possessing the rare with spirit body, a genius in alchemy. What would she possibly seek from him? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed red as she avoided his gaze, murmuring, "You are my brother-in-law. Naturally, I must treat you well." This explanation was clearly inadequate. Bai Wuji understood her reluctance to elaborate and chose not to press further, gently passing her to the approaching Lu Yuehua. When he turned his gaze back to Chun Gua, His eyes were filled solely with frigid, murderous intent. Chen Guo scoffed dismissively. Miss Lin, swords have no eyes. If you continue to meddle, I might inadvertently injure you. And you shall have no one to blame but yourself. And you wretched boy, hiding behind a woman, what kind of skill is that? If you have the courage, step forward. Brother-in-law, don't. Lin Ruoshui shook her head vigorously. Panic etched on her face as she lay in Lu Yuehua's arms. Bai Wuji turned back, offering her a confident smile. Do not worry, I will be fine. With that, he brandished his sword, stepping forward toward Chen Guo, his true energy swirling around him like an undercurrent. A mocking expression spread across Chen Guo's face. Boy, Miss Lin just saved you from calamity. Let us see who can rescue you this time. Before his words could fade, he lunged forward, the broad sword slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. More ferocious than before, clearly fueled by genuine rage. Lu Yuehua, holding Lin Ruoshui, felt her heart race. The onlookers held their breath, nearly all convinced that Bai Wuji was doomed to perish this time. Yet, at this critical juncture, Bai Wuji made his move. He ceased to suppress his cultivation. The aura of the consummate foundation establishment, erupting like a slumbering dragon awakened, sweeping across the area in an instant. What? A consummate foundation establishment? Gasps of astonishment erupted, as all present were struck by the sudden pressure. This young man was actually at the consummate foundation establishment? No wonder he dared to be so audacious. Chen Guo's sword strike faltered slightly under this overwhelming pressure, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. But the sword was already drawn, impossible to retract. Bai Wuji's eyes gleamed with cold light as he executed a horizontal strike with his sword. There were no cataclysmic phenomena, only the ultimate speed and the pinnacle of refined true energy. Clang! The two swords clashed, a sharp sound echoing through the air. Chen Guo felt an overwhelming force surge through the blade, causing his hands to split and nearly lose his grip. It was as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. His body flew uncontrollably backward, spraying a stream of blood in midair, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a stop. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Lu Yuehua's hands trembled slightly as she held Lin Ruoshui, while Lin Ruoshui momentarily forgot her pain, her mouth agape in disbelief. The crowd erupted in chaos. A consummate foundation establishment. He was indeed a consummate foundation establishment. No wonder he could shatter Chen Eryi's attack with a single sword. In terms of power, he was likely unmatched among the younger generation in Hao Yucheng. How could this be? Chen Guo struggled to lift his head, gazing in horror and confusion at the advancing Bai Wuji. Why did you hide your true strength earlier? Bai Wuji offered no reply, merely pointing his sword at him, his voice icy. Where is Xie Ronger? Xi Hongya? Chen Guo shook his head. That name is unfamiliar to me. I do not know. Bai Wuji's gaze suddenly turned sharp, devoid of any superfluous words. Then you may as well die. No sooner had he spoken than the sword light flashed. With a piercing sound, the long sword precisely pierced Chen Guo's throat, blood gushing forth. Chen Guo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the other party would truly dare to kill him, the second master of the Qin family, on the spot. Bai Wuji withdrew the long sword, the blood trickling down its blade, splattering onto the bluestone floor, blooming into bright crimson flowers. He cast not a glance at the corpse that lay on the ground, but strode purposefully towards the Chen family's courtyard, his back straight and resolute. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. In the stillness, one could hear a pin drop, with only Bai Wuji's footsteps echoing, each step resonating like a hammer on the hearts of the onlookers. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even Chen Guo, who had reached the late foundation establishment stage, was taken aback by the audacity of this young man, whose formidable strength was matched only by his ruthless decisiveness. Was he truly intent on confronting the Qin family to the bitter end? It was over. There was no turning back now. The head of the Qin family was a golden core cultivator, and the ancestral elder was a senior member of the Qinyan sect, their power unfathomable. Did he not fear the consequences? This man was nothing short of a madman. Once the head of the Qin family returned, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Lu Yuehua and Lin Ruoshui, mother and daughter, were equally stunned into silence. They had never anticipated that Bai Wuji, a once deemed useless individual, possessed such profound cultivation. He had indeed concealed his depths well. Yet, What shocked them even more was his audacity. He was about to poke a hole in the heavens. Little did anyone know, at that moment, Bai Wuji harbored but one thought: to find Xie Rong'er and ensure her safety. As for the Chun family's vengeance, he had never regarded it with any seriousness. In the rear courtyard, the sun shone brightly. Yu Xiuli reclined languidly in a deck chair, enjoying the ministrations of her maid while humming a tune, utterly indifferent to the turmoil in the front courtyard. She was even contemplating how to deal with the maid who had stolen her jade pendant, completely unaware that a catastrophic disaster was silently approaching. Meanwhile, in the depths of the storeroom, the atmosphere was stifling. Xie Rong'er, disheveled, curled up in a corner, her body marred with bruises, her exposed arms and legs bearing the marks of fresh and old wounds, layered upon one another. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with fear and despair, her body trembling from the cold and aftershock. At the door of the storeroom, several drunken servants pushed the door open. A bearded servant licked his lips, remarking on the girl's beauty, "This little lass is quite a catch. We are in for a treat." Indeed, the bearded one rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming. "Let me go first. I've had my eye on her for quite some time." Vile words accompanied by a stench of alcohol rushed forward, as the group of men grinned maliciously, lunging towards Xie Rong. Chapter 55. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Xie Rong'er trembled in terror, curling up tighter, her eyes filled with utter dread and helplessness. Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful consciousness suddenly enveloped the entire Chen family like a tidal wave. This consciousness was frigid, imposing, and carried an oppressive aura that seemed to come from a divine judgment high above. In an instant, everyone in the Chun family felt as if they had plunged into an ice house. A chill emanating from the depths of their souls rendered them rigid, making even breathing a laborious task. The servants in the storeroom were even more terrified, their drunkenness evaporating as their legs trembled uncontrollably, as if they were prey being eyed by an invisible beast, too fearful to even move a finger. "What was that just now?" A tall, thin servant stammered, his face as pale as a ghost. The bearded one was equally rattled. What terrifying aura was that? Which powerful being is it? The source of this overwhelming consciousness was none other than Bai Wuji. His spiritual awareness instantly scanned everything within the storeroom. The frail figure curled up in the corner, covered in wounds, the menacing shadows closing in, the air thick with despair and filth. Although he had never seen Xie Rong, Bai Wuji's intuition told him that she must be the only granddaughter of Fu Bo. An uncontrollable surge of pain and fury shattered his rationality. In the next moment, Bai Wuji's figure transformed into a blur, rushing towards the storeroom at an astonishing speed, his killing intent nearly manifesting as a tangible force. Inside the storeroom, the servants regained their wits, suppressing the fear that surged within them. A short and stout servant gritted his teeth. "It must be some member of the family using their consciousness. It has nothing to do with us. Don't delay the good stuff. Act quickly." With that, they lunged toward Xie Rong'er. Bang! With a resounding crash, the decayed wooden door of the storeroom exploded into splinters, scattering wood chips like dust. A tall figure in black appeared in the storeroom, like a specter, standing protectively in front of Xie Rong'er. The sudden turn of events startled the servants, and upon recognizing the newcomer, the bearded one fumed. "Who are you, kid?" Bai Wuji did not acknowledge them. His gaze was fixated on Xie Rong'er's frail form, her exposed skin marred with scars, her arms bearing distinct bruises and lash marks. An indescribable pain surged within him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wrath. That fury erupted like a volcano, nearly consuming his reason. "You are all doomed." Bai Wuji's voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any human warmth, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "You dare to wreak havoc in our Qin family? You seek death," the tall servant shouted, swinging his fist toward Bai Wuji's face. The other servants, having regained their composure, grabbed nearby wooden sticks and poles, encircling Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji's eyes grew cold. He could not be bothered to draw his sword, merely raising his hand to unleash several fierce sword energies, with a series of muffled thuds accompanied by piercing screams. The servants felt intense pain in their hands and feet. Looking down, they were struck with horror as they realized their limbs had been severed by the sword energy. Even their shameful parts were obliterated. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the storeroom floor crimson. The men collapsed, writhing on the ground, clutching their severed limbs and emitting heart-wrenching cries, their sounds echoing with despair, yet only evoking disgust. Bai Wuji paid them no further attention, slowly turning to approach Xie Rong'er, who was huddled in the corner. He walked deliberately, careful not to startle her. Yet, Xie Rong'er trembled violently, her eyes filled with fright as she shrank back. Her voice hoarse and broken. "Don't come near me. Please don't touch me." Bai Wuji halted, observing her terrified eyes. A pang of sorrow struck his heart. He softened his voice, speaking clearly, "Rong'er, do not fear. I am here to rescue you." Xie Rong'er froze, her fear diminishing slightly, replaced by a hint of hesitation and scrutiny, clearly torn between belief and doubt. Seeing this, Bai Wuji spoke gently, "I am Bai Wuji. Your grandfather Fu Bo must have mentioned me to you. Why you are young Master Wuji?" Xie Rong'er's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice quivering with astonishment. Fu Bo had often spoken of this young master, describing him as a loyal and kind-hearted boy, though he had encountered great misfortune and disappeared from sight. Bai Wuji nodded, warmth flashing in his eyes. "It is I, young Master Wuji. How did you come here?" Tears welled in Xie Rong'er's eyes. The pent-up grievances and fears suddenly found an outlet, her voice choking. "I am here to save you," Bai Wuji declared firmly. "Come, let us return home." As he spoke, he gently assisted Xie Rong'er to her feet. She was frail, and, at his touch, she swayed slightly, clearly injured. However, Xie Rong'er bit her lip. Worry etched in her eyes. "Young Master Wuji, I've already been sold to the Chun family. They will not let me go. You must leave quickly. Do not concern yourself with me, lest you be entangled in their troubles. With me here, no one can stop you." Bai Wuji interrupted her resolutely. "Rest assured, I will definitely take you away from here." With that, he supported Xie Rong'er, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the exit of the storeroom. Upon exiting the woodshed, the sight before Xie Rong'er turned her complexion pale. The Qin family's backyard was besieged by a throng of individuals, a dark mass that rendered the entrance impassable. At the forefront stood Yu Xioli, her face contorted with a fierce rage, flanked by several elderly men with white hair and beards, their calm demeanor revealing their status as the elders of the Chun family. Witnessing this scene, Xie Rong'er trembled in fear, instinctively shrinking behind Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Yu Xioli, seeing Bai Wuji supporting Xie Rong'er, was consumed by fury. Her voice sharp as she berated him. "Bai Wuji, you, a mere discarded son-in-law of the Lin family, dare to intrude upon my Chun family's domain, injuring my servants and slaying my second master. You possess an audacity most vile. If I do not peel your skin today, let me share your surname, Bai." Bai Wuji's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the crowd, his voice icy. "You have bullied my sister to this extent. If I do not annihilate the Chun family today, my hatred shall remain unquenched." Impudent. The elder of the Chun family stepped forward, his eyes glinting with malice. "You insolent wretch, do you truly believe my Chun family to be a soft persimmon ripe for squeezing?" The second elder followed suit with a sneer. "You little wretch. Do not presume that reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment grants you immunity. Both the elder and I are at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and the Chun family boasts over a dozen foundation establishment masters. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you shall find no escape today." Xie Rong'er felt her heart shatter, tugging at Bai Wuji's sleeve, her voice urgent. "Young Master Wuji, there are too many of them. Please, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Do not be afraid." Bai Wuji gently brushed her hand aside, his focus unwavering on the Chun family. "As long as I am here, none shall harm you." Yu Xioli, infuriated by Bai Wuji's demeanor, commanded sharply. "Elders, this little wretch is so audacious. He must pay the price. Capture him alive. I shall personally flay his skin and extract his tendons. Attack." With a single command from the elder, all but he and the second elder remained still. The remaining Chun family masters surged forward in an instant. These were all foundation establishment experts, with 2 at the late stage, unleashing a torrent of energy, their blades and swords intertwining in a magnificent display aimed at Bai Wuji and Xie Rong'er. The air thickened under the weight of their overwhelming presence. Even the sunlight seemed to dim, as an oppressive force bore down upon them. Confronted with this deluge of assault, Bai Wuji maintained his composure, his sword vibrating with a melodious chime. Without any ostentatious gestures or dazzling spells, he simply swung his sword, swift as lightning, precise and ruthless. With a series of muffled thuds, for splashes of blood erupted forth. The onlookers scarcely comprehended Bai Wuji's movements before 4 of the Chun family elders collapsed, each with a gaping wound in their foreheads, their eyes still reflecting disbelief and terror. How could this little wretch be so formidable? Yu Xiuli's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. She had anticipated that even if Bai Wuji possessed some skill, he would undoubtedly fall before the multitude of Chun family experts. Yet, she was unprepared for the ruthless decisiveness with which he struck, instantly decimating 4 of their foundation establishment masters. The elder and the second elder were equally astonished, exchanging glances that conveyed their grave concern. They had presumed that Bai Wuji, being so young and having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, must have relied on abundant elixirs or rare treasures to artificially elevate his cultivation, thus rendering his foundation unstable. However, the scene before them shattered their misconceptions. The youth displayed not only profound strength, but also combat skills that far surpassed his peers. Rumors had labeled this little wretch as a natural failure. Yet now it appeared those rumors were mistaken. The elder spoke solemnly. This is no failure. He is undoubtedly a rare genius. No wonder Lin Ruoshi chose to become his partner. This child's talent is unparalleled, and given time, his ascension to the Golden Core realm is virtually assured. The second elder nodded in agreement, a glint of malice in his eyes. Indeed, he must be eradicated. Leaving him alive will only lead to endless troubles. We must extinguish him in his cradle. As they spoke, Bai Wuji unleashed several more strikes, his sword flickering like a specter, accompanied by anguished cries. 3 more elders fell amidst pools of blood, staining the ground crimson. The remaining elders, gripped by terror, involuntarily began to retreat, although they were all foundation establishment masters. Accustomed to positions of power within the Chun family, they were overwhelmed by the ferocity and ruthlessness of Bai Wuji. Elder, second elder, you must act quickly. Yu Xiuli, witnessing the successive defeats of her family's elders, cried out in fury, our elders are being slaughtered. The elder scoffed, wretched boy, since you are so brazen. Today you shall learn that the foundations of my Chun family are not to be shaken. The second elder chimed in, this shall be your final day. No sooner had he spoken than both elders sprang into action. Their auras surged, the overwhelming pressure of their pinnacle foundation establishment prowess akin to a towering mountain, suffocating all in its vicinity. Meanwhile, the 2 late-stage foundation establishment elders understood their cue and flanked the attack, encircling Bai Wuji and Xie in a vice-like grip. With 2 pinnacle foundation establishment masters and 2 late-stage ones, such a formation, if coordinated, would send any opponent below the Golden Core realm fleeing in terror. A true match for any adversary. Yet, Bai Wuji showed no signs of fear. His countenance was stern, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from him. His sword tremoring slightly, as if it were eager to sing. He practiced the supreme demonic art, Tun Shinju, a technique of unparalleled marvel, harnessing a formidable and overwhelming energy that far surpassed his peers, possessing the ability to devour the strength of all things for his own use. As the 4 advanced, Bai Wuji did not retreat but surged forward, his form a black flash of lightning, charging directly at the elder. The elder's heart sank. He swiftly raised his sword to block. Clang! A tremendous sound erupted, sparks flying. The elder felt an overwhelming force surge through his sword, numbing his arm as he staggered back several steps. The second elder seized the moment, attacking from the side, his sword imbued with fierce energy aimed at Bai Wuji's back. Yet Bai Wuji seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He spun around sharply, his sword deftly countering the second elder's strike. Bang! 2 more resounding clashes echoed as the other 2 late-stage elders capitalized on the opening, attacking from both sides. Bai Wuji remained unflustered, his movements ethereal as he danced like a specter, his sword skillfully parrying their assaults one after another. In an instant, the Qin family's backyard transformed into a battlefield, where Bai Wuji stood alone against 4, not only holding his ground but gaining the upper hand. Each of his strikes sent shivers of fear through the hearts of the 4 elders. How can this little wretch be so powerful? The elder's mind was in turmoil. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Bai Wuji's prowess exceeded all his expectations. And even with the combined might of himself and the second elder, they found themselves outmatched. As the four elders grew increasingly alarmed by Wuji's swordsmanship, swift as a phantom, and each strike resonated with a force that left their arms numb. What they had thought would be a guaranteed encirclement began to suffocate them instead. Yu Xioli, observing her family elders retreating in defeat, felt her expression shift from one of fury to panic. Her eyes darted toward Xie Rong, who had been hiding behind Bai Wuji. A cruel glint passed through her gaze. What are you all waiting for? Capture that little wench. Use her to restrain Bai Wuji. The surrounding Chun family guards, already intimidated by Bai Wuji's fierce presence, could only steel themselves and charge towards Xie Rong at their matriarch's command. Xi Hongya, already in a state of panic, was further horrified as several individuals charged towards her, causing her complexion to pale. You seek death, Bai Wuji bellowed, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In a swift motion, he spun around, his sword slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. The first three guards, unable to utter a single scream, were instantly decapitated, their blood splattering across the ground. The remaining guards trembled in fear, their legs weakening as they retreated, too terrified to advance further. Useless. All of you are useless. Yu Xioli, witnessing the carnage, erupted in fury, her voice piercing the air. Charge! Anyone who dares to retreat a single step, I will immediately break their legs and expel them from the Chun family. The guards exchanged glances, torn between the terror of Bai Wuji and the threat posed by Yu Xioli. Ultimately, fear overpowered hesitation, and they steeled themselves to charge once more. Bai Wuji's killing intent surged. He executed the Liu Bu, a low-grade spiritual martial art that rendered his figure elusive as flowing light. He effortlessly dodged the combined assaults of the four elders, appearing before Xie Rong in an instant. His sword danced in the air, its cold light flickering as the advancing guards fell one by one into pools of blood. In mere moments, the entrance to the storeroom was strewn with corpses. Seeing their plan to restrain him succeed, the four elders exchanged glances, a sinister thought forming in their minds. Xie Rong was indeed Bai Wuji's Achilles heel. They ceased their direct confrontation with Bai Wuji and instead launched a joint attack against Xie Rong for powerful streams of true energy surging towards her with lethal intent. Despicable! Bai Wuji shouted in anger, unwavering as he positioned himself protectively in front of Xie Rong. He raised his sword high, executing the Lian Tianzhan, another low-grade spiritual martial technique. The sword strike was fierce and imposing, cleaving through the air with the ferocity capable of tearing it apart, releasing a massive azure sword energy that rushed to meet the elders' assault. The four elders were taken aback, not expecting Bai Wuji to possess such a formidable skill, and hastily employed their own techniques in defense. However, their martial arts were merely earthly grade, vastly inferior to the Lian Tianzhan. With a thunderous crash, the azure sword energy shattered the elders' attacks and struck them with unrelenting force. The elders, as if struck by a heavy blow, spat blood and were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Kill! Bai Wuji seized the moment, his form flickering as he appeared before the gravely injured elder, his sword thrusting directly into the elder's heart. Soon after, the second elder and another advanced Foundation establishment elder met the same fate, collapsing lifelessly into the crimson pool. The last elder, attempting to flee amidst the chaos, was precisely struck in the back by Bai Wuji's thrown sword, nailing him to the wall. Yu Xioli, witnessing the brutal scene before her, turned pale as a sheet, her body trembling uncontrollably, yet she feigned strength. Bai Wuji, you wretched beast, dare to kill so many elders of the Chun family. When my husband, Chun Tianxiong, returns, he will flay you alive, strip your tendons, and grind your bones to dust. Bai Wuji approached her slowly, his gaze devoid of warmth. Whether he returns is uncertain. However, you shall never witness that day. Yu Xioli's pupils constricted, forcing herself to remain calm. What? Do you still dare to kill me? I am the matriarch of the Chun family. If you lay a finger on me, my husband will not spare you. Fool, Bai Wuji retorted, his tone flat yet dripping with scorn. You dare call me a fool? Yu Xioli's shock and rage were palpable, her finger trembling as she pointed at Bai Wuji. I am not like those elders. If you are wise, kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I will allow you to retain your life. That you, a foolish being, have survived until now is a miracle. Bai Wuji dismissed her with a wave of his wrist, his sword flashing coldly. With a swift motion, Yu Xiuli's throat was severed, her head rolling to the ground. Eyes wide in disbelief as she realized she had indeed met her demise at the hands of this Lin family waste. The remaining attendants and guards of the Chun family, witnessing the slaughter of their matriarch and elders, were already paralyzed with fear, turning to flee with all haste, cursing their parents for not endowing them with 2 more legs. Desperate to escape Bai Wuji's wrath, Bai Wuji paid no heed to the fleeing cowards, turning to Xie Rong'er with a softened tone. "Did I frighten you?" Xie Rong'er nodded gently, then shook her head, her eyes filled with terror, but also determination. "Young Master Wuji, I know these people deserve to die. You did nothing wrong. However, Shan Tianxiong is a golden core expert. If he returns, he will certainly not spare you. We must leave quickly." "Do not fear," Bai Wuji reassured her, patting her shoulder. "One day, I shall deal with him as well. But for now, we must wait. I have a place to visit." With that, he led Xie Rong'er toward the Chun family's treasure vault. At the entrance to the vault, guards who once stood watch had long since fled, leaving only a tightly sealed stone door, shrouded in a faint blue array, an array of third-tier complexity. Xie Rong'er expressed her concern. "Young Master Wuji, this array seems formidable. Can we enter?" "Rest assured," Bai Wuji smiled. "I am now a third-tier array master. If not for my cultivation limitations, ascending to a fourth-tier array master would be effortless." He produced several array flags, his fingers deftly weaving through intricate gestures as the flags danced in the air, accurately inserting themselves into various nodes of the array. In a brief moment, the blue barrier began to flicker and then gradually dissipated. The stone door thundered open, revealing a treasure trove brimming with a myriad of precious artifacts. The vault was filled with an assortment of spirit stones, elixirs, and numerous magical artifacts and martial arts manuals. Bai Wuji casually picked up a set of light pink robes, handing them to Xie Rong'er. "This is a top-grade robe that can withstand attacks from Foundation establishment practitioners. You should wear it." He then selected a crystal-clear, white jade bracelet. This is a top-grade artifact. It not only stores items, but also releases a defensive barrier, potentially saving your life in critical moments. Finally, he chose a petite silver short sword. This exquisite short sword is lightweight and easy to wield. Keep it for self-defense. Xie Rong'er accepted these treasures, her eyes slightly reddening as she choked out a thank you to young Master Wuji. Bai Wuji smiled and continued to scour the vault, collecting all useful spirit stones, elixirs, and manuals into his spatial ring, leaving not a single item behind. Just as he prepared to depart, his gaze was caught by a tattered ancient tome lying beneath a shelf. The tome's cover was thick with dust, its corners eroded and smeared with oil, appearing as if it had been carelessly discarded. Bai Wuji bent down to retrieve it, brushing off the dust to reveal faintly inscribed ancient characters on the cover, which he discerned to be Shijue Jianfa. He opened the tome, discovering that the pages had yellowed with age, many characters blurred beyond recognition, and several pages torn. More importantly, the text was written in an archaic script, of which he could only comprehend a handful of characters. Despite his inability to fully understand it, the ancient tome exuded an air of significance. Intrigued, Bai Wuji placed the tome into a spatial ring and left with Xie Rong'er. Outside the Chun family residence, a crowd had gathered, buzzing with speculation. Among them, Lu Yuehua and Lin Ruoxi anxiously gazed at the entrance, their faces filled with concern. "Mother, it's been so long since my brother-in-law went in. Why hasn't he come out yet?" Lin Ruoxi clutched her clothing tightly, her voice trembling. Although she understood Bai Wuji had some capabilities, the Chun family was replete with experts, including elders at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, and she could not suppress her worry. Nearby, a lavishly dressed and haughty young woman scoffed at her words. It was Xie Yan, the daughter of the CF family. "What are you asking for?" The Chun family is a place filled with masters. A reckless fool like him charging in is asking for death. If he manages to survive, it would be a miracle. Lin Ruoxi immediately glared at Xie Yan, her tone resolute. "You speak nonsense. My brother-in-law will definitely be fine." Xie Yan, seeing Lin Ruoxi's rebuttal, flashed a hint of provocation in her eyes. "Oh, you believe in him so much? How about making a bet? If he cannot walk out of the Chun residence alive today, you will obediently become my father's concubine. What do you say?" Lin Ruoxi's complexion paled. But she gritted her teeth and replied, "And if you lose?" Xie Yin scoffed disdainfully. "How could I possibly lose? With so many experts in the Chun family. He has long been a doomed soul. However, if I were to lose, I would submit to your will. You can do as you wish. Do you dare to wager? What is there to fear? Let us gamble. My brother-in-law will certainly emerge alive." Lin Ruoshe straightened her back, her voice resolute. "Ruoshe, what nonsense are you talking about? This wager does not count." Louis Wehua hurriedly grabbed Lin Ruoshe, her face filled with anxiety. How could she allow her daughter to gamble her lifelong happiness? Yet, Xie Yin was relentless, raising her voice. "It's too late to back out now." She agreed just moments ago, and everyone heard it, right? Those surrounding them eagerly chimed in, especially some envious women who were jealous of Lin Ruoshue's beauty and family background, loudly cheering. "We heard it. You cannot go back on your word, Miss Lin. A bet must be honored." Louis Wehua was both angry and anxious, scolding Lin Ruoshe. "You foolish girl. How can you make such a wager?" Lin Ruoshue lowered her head, her voice soft yet firm. "Mother, I will not lose." In truth, she knew the chances of Bai Wuji surviving were slim. Yet she still believed in the occurrence of miracles. If he were to fail to return, she would rather follow him. "Look, someone is coming out." A gasp arose from the crowd, and everyone looked up. A servant stumbled out, his clothes disheveled, his face filled with terror, as if a vengeful spirit was chasing him. Following him, more servants from the Chun family rushed out, each one panicked and aimlessly fleeing, leaving the onlookers stunned. They seemed to be from the Chun family, right? Someone pointed at the fleeing servant in confusion, wondering what had transpired within to frighten them so. Could it be a conflict within the Chun family? No, that can't be. Bai Wuji just entered. Could it be him? The murmurs grew louder. Curiosity and suspicion etched on everyone's faces as they craned their necks to glimpse the situation inside the Chun residence. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the entrance. Bai Wuji emerged, one hand wielding a long sword and the other holding Xie Rong's hand, walking out slowly. Though he bore some bloodstains, he stood tall, his gaze calm, as if he had not just experienced a massacre, but merely taken a leisurely stroll. The crowd erupted in astonishment, disbelief flooding their eyes. He truly emerged alive. How on earth did he manage to do that amidst so many experts from the Chun family? Look at the blood on him. Could it be that he killed members of the Chun family? Brother-in-law. It's brother-in-law. Lin Ruoshue's eyes reddened upon spotting Bai Wuji, tears of joy streaming down her face as she rushed toward him. Louis Wehua also breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on her heart finally lifted. Meanwhile, Xie Yin stood beside them, her expression one of shock and disbelief, muttering, "How can this be? How did he survive? What about the elders of the Chun family? Did they not stop him?" She stared intently at Bai Wuji, her eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. She never expected to lose. "Brother-in-law, I'm so glad you're safe." Lin Ruoshe reached Bai Wuji's side, gripping his arm and scrutinizing him, fearful of any injuries. Louis Wehua approached as well, her tone carrying a hint of anxiety. "All right, it's good that you are safe. We'll discuss everything once we return home. There are too many people here." Noticing this, Xie Yin quietly stepped back, hoping to slip away unnoticed amidst the chaos, not wanting to fulfill the wager. "Miss Xia, where are you running off to?" Lin Ruoshue's keen eyes caught her subtle movements, instantly calling out to her. Xie Yin paused, forcing herself to turn around and feign calmness. "Who is running? I just suddenly remembered something at home and need to leave first. Spare me the act." Lin Ruoshue stepped up to her, a smile playing at her lips. "You lost. You ought to honor the wager." Xie Yin gritted her teeth, though reluctant. She had no choice but to maintain her composure in front of so many people. This young lady concedes the bet. "Speak, what do you want?" Lin Ruoshe tilted her head, pondering for a moment. Originally, she wanted to say for Xie Yin to become her father's concubine, but as the words neared her lips, she suddenly felt Louis Wehua's stern gaze and quickly changed her mind. "Since you wanted me to make my father a concubine, now that you've lost, you shall become my brother-in-law's concubine." "What?" Xie Yin exploded, her face turning crimson with anger. "As the eldest daughter of the Xie family, you would have me become a concubine to a mere waste from the Lin family? You must be dreaming." "Waste?" Lin Ruoshue raised an eyebrow. "My brother-in-law is far superior to your father. Consider it a stroke of luck for you." As she spoke, she clung to Bai Wuji's arm, smiling as she asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you think of the concubine I found for you?" Xian's face turned green with rage, glaring fiercely at Bai Wuji before grinding her teeth. He has killed so many from the Chun family. Whether he survives until tomorrow is still uncertain. And you expect me to be his concubine? Dream on. With that, she could no longer bear the situation and stormed off. Bai Wuji gazed at Xian's retreating figure, then turned to the smug Lin Ruoxue, a bemused smile on his face. What is this about a concubine? What exactly happened? Lin Ruoxue briefly recounted the wager with Xian. After listening, Bai Wuji shook his head helplessly. This little sister-in-law was indeed always thinking of ways to benefit him. The group soon returned to the Lin residence. As they entered, Louis Weihua eagerly turned to Xie Rong, asking, Wuji, is she the sister you intended to rescue? Bai Wuji nodded. Her name is Xie Rong, her grandfather. Fu Bo was once the steward of my family. He sacrificed himself to save me. From now on, she will be my sister, and I will protect her. Louis Weihua understood, but then furrowed her brows. No wonder you were so eager to save her, but you were too impulsive. The Qin family holds significant power in the city. They're not to be trifled with. By the way, what is the current situation with the Chun family? What transpired after you entered? Nothing much, just killed a few people, Bai Wuji replied nonchalantly. Killed people? Louis Weihua was taken aback. Quickly pressing on. How did you manage to escape? The Chun family has over a dozen foundational experts. How could you slip away from them? By killing them, naturally, I could leave, Bai Wuji spoke calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. You killed all of them? The dozen foundational experts? Louis Weihhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Her voice trembling. Bai Wuji nodded, saying nothing further. Louis Weihhua was utterly dumbfounded, standing in place, speechless for a long while. Lin Ruoxue was equally incredulous. She knew her brother-in-law was formidable, but had not anticipated him to be this powerful. After a considerable time, Louis Weihhua finally regained her composure and urgently asked, What about the eldest and second elders of the Qin family? They are at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Surely they were present? They were there. I killed them as well, Bai Wuji replied with the same nonchalance. What? Louis Weihhua was once again shocked. Inhaling sharply. You could even kill foundational peak experts? Wuji, your strength far exceeds my expectations. I had underestimated you. Her tone was complex, filled with astonishment and a tinge of guilt. She had previously thought Bai Wuji unworthy of her daughter, but now it seemed she had greatly underestimated this young man. However, Louis Weihhua soon furrowed her brows again, her tone grave. But your audacity is too great. You have killed so many elders from the Chun family. The head of the Qin family, Qin Pai, will undoubtedly seek revenge. He is indeed a formidable Jindan master. You are no match for him. It is of little consequence. Bai Wuji remained non-committal, stating that if he sought vengeance against him, he would simply kill him. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, significantly stronger than when he faced Wu Haiba, and while not yet a match for a Jindan master, he was no longer a mere ant to be trampled upon. Moreover, he had begun preparing to break through to the Jindan realm. Once successful, he would not fear even 10 or 8 Qin Pais. You truly are unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Louis Weihhua was both furious and anxious. For a Jindan master and a foundation establishment expert were not on the same level. Their every gesture could bring about devastation. How could you possibly contend with him? Seeing Bai Wuji's indifferent expression, she softened her tone and urgently said, You cannot remain here. Quickly gather your belongings and return to Qinjianmen. Once you are back at Qinjianmen, Qin Pai would not dare to lay a hand on you. Lin Ruoxue hastily echoed, Brother-in-law, mother is right. You should return to Qinjianmen. Also, you must be wary of the Chun family's patriarch. He is an elder of Qinjianmen with unfathomable strength. If he troubles you, seek assistance from sister. Sister departed for Qinjianmen yesterday. With her help, the patriarch would not dare to overstep. Chapter 59. Who bullies whom is yet to be determined. By Wuji was acutely aware of his own capabilities. At present, he was indeed no match for a Jindan master. Furthermore, with the upcoming Qinjianmen Grand Competition, he needed to return and prepare. He nodded in acceptance of Louis Weihhua and Lin Ruoxue's suggestions. Very well. I shall take them back to Qinjianmen today. Xie Rong was the sole descendant of Fu Bo, who had sacrificed himself to save him. He owed her a great debt of gratitude and must keep her by his side to compensate her. As for Li Lu, She possessed the rare fire spirit body and exceptional alchemical talent. Such a promising individual must be nurtured and could serve as motivation for her. That afternoon, Bai Wuji set off for Qinjiamen with Xie Rong'er and Li Lu. The journey was silent, and they soon arrived at the gates of Qinjiamen, heading straight towards Yunxiao Peak. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a melodious voice called out, "Junior brother, you have finally returned." Bai Wuji looked up to see Lu Rusi standing on the stone steps nearby, a smile on her face, clearly having awaited his arrival. He approached her quickly, teasing, "Second senior sister, have you missed me during my absence?" Lu Rusi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself and retorted, "Who missed you? I merely happened to pass by." She then glanced at Xie Rong'er and Li Lu. Her curiosity piqued. "By the way, who are these two? Are they accompanying you back?" Bai Wuji smiled as he introduced, "This is Xie Rong'er, my half-sister. And this is Li Lu, a maid I took in. She has great potential in alchemy, so I intend to nurture her well." "Half-sister? Maid?" Lu Rusi raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual, but refraining from questioning further. She pointed to an empty wooden house nearby. "Junior brother, there happens to be a vacant room next to yours. I will take them there to settle in. You should go check on Master." She paused and added, "Master has been asking about your return intermittently. She must be missing you." Upon hearing the words, "missing you," Bai Wuji's heart sank. His master had harbored a deep resentment towards him. Even if she missed him, it was likely to settle scores. He forced a chuckle and inquired, "Second senior sister, how is Master's health now? Has the poison improved?" "Much better." Lu Rusi nodded, her tone easing somewhat. "With your help in detoxifying Master, along with her recent recuperation, the poison within her has nearly dissipated, and her cultivation has returned to the late foundation establishment stage. At this rate, she should fully recover within a month." Bai Wuji felt a wave of relief upon hearing late foundation establishment. His master was now at the late stage. While he had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, it was uncertain who would prevail. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he addressed Lu Rusi. "Very well, please assist them in settling in. I shall go visit Master now." Bai Wuji arrived at the door of Yun Mingyao's chamber and gently knocked. "Gumin," a clear, melodious voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, responded from within. Bai Wuji pushed the door open and closed it behind him. The room was quiet. Yun Mingyao sat cross-legged on the bed, enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual energy. Hearing footsteps approach, she assumed it was Lu Rusi and inquired, "Rusi, why have you returned so soon? Has Wuji come back?" "Master, you guessed correctly. Your disciple knew you missed me, so I hurried back." Bai Wuji replied with a smile. Upon hearing that familiar yet infuriating voice, Yun Mingyao's body jolted, and her eyes flew open. Upon seeing Bai Wuji standing before her, her expression instantly darkened, her tone icy. "You, the ungrateful disciple, dare to return. Today, I shall cleanse my sect of this scoundrel." Before she could finish her words, Yun Mingyao raised her delicate hand, gathering a fierce surge of spiritual energy that was about to strike Bai Wuji. "Master, wait!" Bai Wuji exclaimed hastily. Yun Mingyao snorted coldly, her energy unwavering. "Do you have some final words to say before you die?" Bai Wuji corrected her with utmost seriousness. "Master, I must clarify that while I acknowledge my wrongdoing towards my master, I have never entertained thoughts of betraying my lineage. I have not even considered it." The mention of betraying my lineage made Yun Mingyao realize the lascivious implication behind his words, causing her cheeks to flush with indignation as she glared at him. "You wretched disciple. Today, I shall ensure you have no resting place. Master, even if you wish to kill me, please allow me to finish my words." Bai Wuji interjected once more, his tone tinged with grievance. "During my time away, I have missed you day and night, unable to find peace in my slumber. As soon as I returned to Yunxiao Peak, I rushed to see you without even drinking a sip of water. Yet upon our first meeting, you wished to slay me. This truly breaks my heart." As he spoke, he closed his eyes, adopting a posture of surrender. "Very well, if you must kill me, then so be it. To die at the hands of the woman I love, I would have no regrets. Proceed." Yet inwardly, Bai Wuji was already on high alert, prepared to make a swift escape at any moment. Yun Mingyao, witnessing his display of deep emotion, felt her resolve waver. Though she held the esteemed position of the head of Yunxiao Peak, she was not much older than Bai Wuji. In matters of the heart, she retained a youthful softness. Bai Wuji was her disciple, and also her first man. Had it not been for her request for his assistance in detoxification, their entanglement would not have occurred. Even knowing he had ulterior motives, how could she remain completely unperturbed? Yet, recalling the absurdities he had inflicted upon her, fury surged anew. With gritted teeth, she raised her hand to strike his chest. You wretched disciple. Do you think I would soften my heart just because you feign vulnerability? A foolish dream. Seeing her truly make a move, Bai Wuji was taken aback, preparing to dodge. However, he noticed her hand stop mere inches from his chest, her spiritual energy dissipating instantly. Ultimately, she could not bear to harm him. Yun Mingyao withdrew her hand, turning her face away, her voice slightly hoarse. You may leave. From this day forth, you are no longer my disciple, and you are forbidden from appearing before me again. Bai Wuji felt a wave of relief wash over him and immediately followed her words. Master, if I cannot see you in the future, I might as well die. You might as well kill me, so I do not suffer from unending longing. You scoundrel. Yinming Yao found herself a loss for words, silence for a moment before ultimately conceding. I must have owed you from my past life. Alas, as long as you behave yourself in the future and refrain from reckless mischief, let us consider the past as if it never occurred. However, you must keep these matters to yourself. Should you dare to divulge even a hint to outsiders, I shall not hesitate to take your life. Rest assured, Master, your disciple vows to remain tight-lipped. Bai Wuji nodded vigorously, yet his gaze grew fervent. However, I have missed you immensely these past few days. Might I stay here with you tonight? Do you wish to bully your master again? Yinming Yao's ire flared anew as she raised her hand to strike him. Yet, the force behind her blow was evidently diminished, merely intending to teach him a lesson. Bai Wuji, having anticipated her move, swiftly grasped her wrist, gently pulling her down onto the bed. Yinming Yao was taken aback by his sudden action. Feeling the strength in his palm, she gazed at him in disbelief. How had you become so powerful? Bai Wuji leaned closer, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Master, I shall explain everything in due time. For now, allow your disciple to cherish you properly. With that, he lowered his head to kiss her neck. You wicked disciple, release me. I shall kill you. Yunming Yao struggled, pushing against his chest, but her strength paled in comparison to Bai Wuji's current prowess, rendering her resistance futile. Ultimately, her garments were gradually shed by him, and her remaining defiance waned, leaving her to submit to his desires. Chapter 60. May I have a kiss? Lu Rusi had settled Xie Ronger and Li Lu, and was on her way to report to her master. However, as she approached Yunming Yao's door, she faintly heard a series of squeaks and muffled sounds emanating from within. It resembled the creaking of the bed under pressure, interspersed with stifled moans, sounding far from the usual tranquility of cultivation. Intrigued, Lu Rusi hesitated, then gently knocked on the door, inquiring softly, Master, are you inside? Is everything all right? Inside. Yunming Yao froze at the sound of Lu Rusi's voice, her face instantly flushed. She hastily signaled Bai Wuji to cease his actions, fearing that her disciple might detect any discrepancies. Yet, Bai Wuji seemed oblivious to her urgency. He not only continued, but also intensified his audacity, deliberately amplifying the sounds of the bed creaking. Yunming Yao felt a mix of anxiety and embarrassment, her nails nearly digging into Bai Wuji's arm. She struggled to suppress her turmoil, striving to make her voice sound steady as she responded to the door. And no, nothing is wrong. I am merely guiding your junior brother in practicing a new martial technique. The noise is a bit loud. You may withdraw for now, and we shall discuss matters later. Lu Rusi, upon hearing this, only grew more perplexed. Having trained with her master for so long, she had never encountered a martial technique that produced such peculiar sounds. She hesitated for a moment at the door, unable to resist asking, Master, what remarkable martial technique are you practicing? It sounds quite different from usual. At this, Yunming Yao felt an acute sense of embarrassment, her cheeks burning as Bai Wuji continued to tease her with quiet laughter. She was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Yunming Yao, feeling the pressure from Lu Rusi's questioning, found her breath quickening, her voice trembling. This is a unique martial technique I recently comprehended. You may leave now. Understood, Master. Lu Rusi, unaware of the underlying tension, assumed her master was simply preoccupied with her cultivation and obediently turned to leave. As she departed, she pondered. Since Master has taught junior brother, she will surely instruct me in due time. This new technique sounds formidable, I'm truly looking forward to it. Inside, Yunmeng Yao dared to breathe deeply only after Lu Ruxi's footsteps faded away. However, before she could regain her composure, Bai Wuji's actions hastened her breaths once more, and ultimately, even her strength to resist dwindled, leaving her to endure his whims. That night, the sounds from the room, mingled with stifled moans, persisted until dawn broke, painting the horizon with a pale light, finally restoring tranquility. Yunmeng Yao lay sprawled on the bed, her chest heaving intensely, struggling to catch her breath. Instinctively, she began to circulate her energy, only to be astonished as a surge of spiritual power coursed through her, far more potent than before. Upon further introspection, she realized not only had her cultivation fully recovered, but she had also broken through to the mid-stage of Yuaning. All of this was the fruit of their dual cultivation. Her residual toxins had nearly been purged, and with Bai Wuji's recent surge in power, he had secretly employed the Tunshin Ju last night to completely absorb and refine the last traces of poison, replenishing her with pure spiritual energy that enabled her to break through. Yet, her joy was fleeting. As she turned to glance at Bai Wuji, who lay contentedly atop her, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, Yunmeng Yao was instantly consumed by rage. She forcefully pushed him off her, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing onto the cold floor. With a dull thud, Bai Wuji jolted awake, rubbing his sore back, bewildered as he looked at Yunmeng Yao, who was seething with anger. "Master, what is the matter?" Yunmeng Yao hastily donned a sheer garment from the bedside, accentuating her delicate figure, exuding an alluring charm. She glared coldly at Bai Wuji, her voice laced with irritation. "Do not feign ignorance. Do you find satisfaction in bullying me like that?" "Of course I do," Bai Wuji instinctively replied, but upon meeting Yunmeng Yao's fierce gaze, he quickly corrected himself, shaking his head vigorously. No, master, I did not mean it that way. Not at all. I was merely concerned that the residual toxins in your body had not been cleared, and thus assisted you for a bit longer. Not satisfied?" Yunmeng Yao raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Yet you seize every opportunity to bully me? Do you truly believe I am without temper and easily subdued? Today, I shall thoroughly teach you the meaning of respecting one's master." With that, she made to rise from the bed, clearly incensed. Bai Wuji, witnessing this, quickly retreated, hastily defending himself. "Master, you cannot burn the bridge after crossing it. Had it not been for my help in detoxifying you, how could you have recovered your cultivation so swiftly and even broken through?" Yunmeng Yao retorted with a cold huff. "You may have helped me, but that does not grant you the right to bully me at will. I did not bully you. I merely regarded you as my woman. What wrong is there in cultivating with one's own woman?" Bai Wuji asserted with conviction. "Silence!" Yunmeng Yao exclaimed in indignation. "Who is your woman? Do not forget, I am your master." Bai Wuji remained unfazed, responding, "In public, you are my master, but within these walls, you are undeniably my woman. This is an indisputable fact. Be quiet." Yunmeng Yao, enraged and embarrassed, raised her hand to strike Bai Wuji. Yet, the force behind her strike was quite limited. Even though Bai Wuji was still in the early stages of foundation building, he would only endure a minor setback. It was clear she was all bark and no bite, unwilling to truly harm him. Bai Wuji met her strike head-on. When their palms connected, Yunmeng Yao felt a gentle yet compelling force emanating from him. She had not intended to truly injure Bai Wuji and had restrained much of her energy. Yet the next moment, she saw Bai Wuji's expression shift drastically as he let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground in a curled position, appearing to be in great pain. "Wuji, are you all right?" Yunmeng Yao's heart tightened, all her anger dissipating in an instant. She frantically scrambled off the bed, barefoot rushing to his side, anxiously checking if he was gravely injured. "I did not use much force." She had merely intended to give him a slight reprimand, hoping to curtail his audacity, never anticipating such an outcome. Witnessing Bai Wuji's profound anguish, her voice quivered with emotion, laden with guilt. "I am truly sorry, truly sorry. It was never my intention. Had I known, I would not have quarreled with you. As the saying goes, affection grows over time." Although each encounter was coerced, her heart had unwittingly succumbed to his charm. Bai Wuji coughed twice, his voice frail, as if he might faint at any moment. Master, are you concerned about me? At such a time, you still speak of this." Yin Mingyao exclaimed, both frustrated and anxious. She hastily produced a luminous healing pill and offered it to him, urging, "Please take the medicine. I will assist you in channeling your energy to heal. You will recover swiftly." Yet, Bai Wuji did not open his mouth. Instead, he gently grasped her wrist, gazing at her with deep affection. "Yao Yao, may I call you that from now on?" The way he uttered her name sent a shiver through Yun Mingyao, her cheeks instantly ablaze. She contemplated refusing, but, upon noticing his fragile, yet hopeful expression, found herself unable to. She could only nod gently. "As long as you recover, you may call me whatever you wish." Bai Wuji swallowed hard, his gaze fixed upon her lips. "Could you grant me a kiss?" Chapter 61. Complete conquest. Yun Mingyao was momentarily taken aback, her face burning hotter than before. Although they had kissed before, it was always under duress. However, to initiate such an act herself would utterly obliterate her master's dignity. Yet, seeing him in such a state, she could not bring herself to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned in and quickly brushed her lips against his, intending to rise immediately. But at that moment, Bai Wuji suddenly seized the back of her head, forcefully pulling her lips back to his. With a swift motion, he turned and pressed her beneath him. Yun Mingyao's eyes widened in shock as realization dawned upon her. She had been deceived. "You, how dare you trick me?" she exclaimed, a mix of anger and embarrassment flooding her. "If I do not act, how can I ascertain your true intentions?" Bai Wuji replied, burying his head into her neck, indulging in her warmth. Simultaneously, his hands began to roam restlessly, his warm breath caressing her ear with a fervent heat. Yun Mingyao shivered, hastily grasping his hands, her voice tinged with breathlessness and helplessness. "Did you not just?" Bai Wuji paused, a mischievous smile curling at his lips as he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Just? Yao Yao, you must be mistaken. That was all yesterday." Before she could finish her thought, he leaned down and captured her lips once more, silencing her entirely. After an intimate interlude, Bai Wuji lay on the ground, breathless. Despite his robust constitution, he felt a hint of fatigue after their exertions. Meanwhile, Yun Mingyao rested upon his broad chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her face still adorned with a lingering blush, utterly enchanting. Bai Wuji gently stroked her soft hair. At this moment, she resembled a delicate kitten. "Tomorrow is the newcomer competition. I must return to prepare, so I shall not seek you out tonight," he declared. Yun Mingyao, nestled against him, paused at his words, lifting her gaze to meet his. "You are participating in the newcomer competition?" "Indeed," Bai Wuji affirmed with a nod. "I have heard that the rewards for this competition are substantial. If I can claim the title of newcomer king, I shall gain entry to the Qingyun's secret realm, a place said to harbor numerous opportunities. I do not wish to miss out." Yun Mingyao frowned, her tone laced with concern. "Though you have established your foundation, the competition is rife with hidden talents. Many disciples are prodigies nurtured by the sect, and some from noble families possess secret treasures. Securing the title of newcomer king will be exceedingly challenging, and you may even suffer injuries. Perhaps you should reconsider." Bai Wuji gazed at her furrowed brow, a smile playing at his lips as he teased. "Yao Yao, are you worried about me?" Instantly, Yun Mingyao turned her face away, her ears betraying her embarrassment as they blushed. She retorted defiantly, "Who is worried about you? I merely fear that you may fall short, and should you lose disgracefully, it would tarnish the reputation of Xianxia. After all, you're my disciple." "Ah, I see," Bai Wuji said, playfully pinching her chin. "But I am not just your disciple, I am also your man. If I lack even this minimal capability, how can I protect you in the future? How could I ever be worthy of you?" His words made Yun Mingyao's heart race, her cheeks flushing even deeper. After a moment of silence, she removed her spatial ring and offered it to him. "Since you are determined to go, take this for your protection. It contains numerous treasures. Choose as you wish." Bai Wuji's eyes sparkled. Yun Mingyao was a Yuan-Ing powerhouse, and the treasures of Xianxia were all contained within her ring. As he accepted the ring and probed its contents with his consciousness, he was immediately awestruck. Mountains of spirit stones, various vials containing exquisite healing pills and body-tempering elixirs, and several ancient tomes, among which were 2 labeled with the term divine power. The collection of magical artifacts was beyond count, with more than a dozen spirit artifacts alone. "I shall take this one," Bai Wuji declared, selecting a silver-white spear intricately engraved with delicate patterns, faintly emanating spiritual energy. It was a premium magical artifact, perfectly suited to his current cultivation level. Should he select a spirit artifact, his foundational power would struggle to wield it effectively. Yun Mingyao looked at the spear in his hand, somewhat speechless. With so many splendid items, you choose merely a premium magical artifact? Shall I select another? Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I told you to choose freely. Do not say just one. 20 will be fine. Yin Mingyao waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. You said it. Do not regret it later. Bai Wuji chuckled, and with a flick of his consciousness, a white embroidered belly band suddenly appeared in his hand, made of thin fabric and carrying a faint scent belonging to Yun Mingyao. Yun Mingyao was momentarily stunned, her cheeks turning crimson in an instant, her ears aflame as she reached out to snatch it away. Give that back. You just said I could choose freely. You cannot backtrack now, Bai Wuji replied, tucking the belly band into his embrace, a triumphant smile on his face. This belly band is indeed a premium magical artifact, and it carries your fragrance, perfect for intimate keeping. Yun Mingyao, flustered and embarrassed, playfully struck him, yet she did not truly attempt to reclaim it. After a moment of silence, she retrieved the spatial ring once more, extracting a dark golden soft armor and presenting it to him. This is the King Kong armor, a defensive spirit artifact. Even against attacks from golden core cultivators, it can mitigate 30% of the damage. You should wear it. Bai Wuji gazed at the soft armor but did not take it. Instead, he leaned closer to her ear, his voice laced with seduction. If you wish for me to wear it, you must call me husband. Yun Mingyao's body stiffened, her lips moved hesitantly, and after a considerable internal struggle, she finally whispered. Her face burning, husband. Bai Wuji immediately responded with delight, his eyes crinkling in joy. Who would have thought that the exalted Yun Mingyao would willingly address him as her husband? He donned the King Kong armor swiftly, its soft form melding seamlessly with his body, leaving no trace. After gathering his belongings, Bai Wuji bid farewell to Yun Mingyao and, upon exiting the door, unexpectedly encountered Lu Rusi approaching him. Junior brother, you have finally emerged, Lu Rusi exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she hastened over. Is that new martial technique master taught you yesterday truly formidable? I heard the commotion. Bai Wuji recalled the absurdities of the previous night, clearing his throat. Indeed, it is quite powerful. It is a technique capable of creating life. Who would dare say otherwise? Lu Rusi's eyes sparkled even brighter as she grasped his arm, her face filled with anticipation. Then, junior brother, could you possibly demonstrate it? Or perhaps teach me? Shall we practice together? Bai Wuji faltered, pondering how to exhibit or teach such a technique. He could only find an excuse to decline. Senior sister, this martial technique is rather unique. It requires two individuals to cooperate effectively. Furthermore, I must prepare for the newcomer competition tomorrow, so I will need to return now. Perhaps I can teach you another time. Lu Rusi's face revealed a look of disappointment, quickly followed by a furrowed brow and a tone tinged with concern. The newcomer competition? Little junior brother, I have heard that this year there are quite a few formidable opponents, some of whom are mid-stage foundation establishment geniuses. What if you get hurt? Perhaps it would be wise not to participate. It's fine. The essence lies in participation. Bai Wuji patted her shoulder, for he was not there merely for participation, but rather for the coveted position in the Qingyun's secret realm for the newcomer king, as well as his bet with Lin Ruoshi. Once victorious, he would be eager to witness the true nature of that lofty Saintess. Chapter 62. The 10 Absolute Sword Techniques upon returning to his chamber. Bai Wuji retrieved the Jiucai Linglong Tower and entered it. Arriving at the second level, he activated the time formation. He then took out several spatial rings and storage bags, emptying their contents. Piles of spirit stones, a multitude of medicinal pills, and various martial arts techniques were laid out before him. These were spoils gathered from the Chun family's treasury. The spirit stones alone numbered over 100,000. Following this were an array of magical tools, elixirs, and artifacts. From his expedition to the Chun family, his total gains exceeded at least 250,000 spirit stones, a bountiful harvest indeed. Bai Wuji's gaze ultimately fell upon an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. This tome had been used by the Chun family to prop up a table. Its cover damaged, and the pages stained with oil, the writing obscured and all in archaic script, unworthy of second glance from the average person. However, Bai Wuji felt this tome held significance and casually brought it back. To facilitate the recognition of the indistinct characters, he forged a magnifying glass. Though hastily crafted, it could magnify fine details several dozen times. Deciphering the archaic script was inherently tedious, and with the text being unclear, each character required meticulous comparison to reconstruct. Fortunately, with the 100-fold time formation, it took him a month to restore all the characters. Another month was spent translating it into contemporary text. Eagerly, he began to examine it. And on the first page, 4 large characters boldly proclaimed, Shi, Ju, Jian, Fa. As he quickly leafed through, a growing astonishment gripped him. This Shi, Ju, Jian, Fa was capable of launching sword Qi from one's fingers. Yet even more astonishing was the requirement for the practitioner to master sword Qi of 10 different attributes through all 10 fingers. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang, and spiritual power. How could one possibly cultivate 10 attributes? Bai Wuji muttered to himself, his heart filled with awe. One must understand that the more spirit root attributes one possesses, the poorer their aptitude. A singular attribute is the strongest, known as a spiritual body. For instance, Yin Mingyao's Tying body and Li Lu's fire spiritual body. However, spiritual bodies are exceedingly rare, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Next comes the dual attribute spirit roots, which can also be considered talent. 3 attribute spirit roots are quite ordinary, while 4 attributes signify a lack of potential. Bai Wuji himself possessed 5 spirit roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, thus labeled as waste material. 5 spirit roots are even rarer than a single spirit root, but represent 2 opposing extremes. The requirement of 10 attributes for the Shi, Ju, Jian, Fa seemed utterly unattainable. As he continued reading, he discovered that the founder of this sword technique, the elder of the 10 absolutes, had only reached the 6th sword. In his attempt to break through to the 7th sword, he fell into madness due to internal attribute conflicts, regaining clarity only shortly before his death, leaving behind this ancient tome with a warning. This sword technique defies the heavens, and cultivation must be approached with utmost caution, avoiding greed and recklessness. Upon reaching this point, Bai Wuji's eyes suddenly brightened. I possess the 5 elemental spirit roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth within me. Previously, during my dual cultivation with Yun Mingyao, I absorbed a significant amount of yin attribute energy. If calculated, I now have 6 attributes, which means I might be able to cultivate the 6th sword and stand shoulder to shoulder with the elder of the 10 absolutes. He continued to peruse the notes on the sword technique, which stated, the more one masters the sword techniques, the greater the power. This is because condensing a singular sword Qi requires time. If one can simultaneously control multiple attributes of sword Qi, they can be seamlessly released and even layered, resulting in a geometric increase in power. This notion excited Bai Wuji immensely, and he immediately resolved to begin his cultivation. He decided to start with the tying sword from his right thumb, as the yin attribute energy within him was the most abundant, even surpassing his inherent 5 elemental attributes, making it potentially more efficient. Following the methods outlined in the tome, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his spiritual power. However, he soon encountered an obstruction. The yin attribute energy was chillingly domineering, and the meridian in his thumb was both delicate and fragile. As soon as the energy surged in, he felt a tearing pain. Ugh! Bai Wuji groaned softly, beads of cold sweat quickly forming on his forehead, the pain in his meridian intensifying as if countless fine needles were stabbing him. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to guide the energy forward, but in the next moment, with a splatter, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. The meridian in his right thumb had almost completely ruptured. What a powerful backlash! Bai Wuji's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly ceased his cultivation and swallowed a large recovery pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, its pure medicinal power circulating through his meridians, and with the aid of innate spiritual energy, the damaged meridian began to mend slowly. His first attempt at cultivation had failed, almost costing him a finger. Yet Bai Wuji did not yield. Once the meridian healed, he attempted again. Time and again, he faced failure, with his meridian repeatedly breaking and healing. Thus, he persisted, and on the 17th day, as he directed the yin attribute energy in his right thumb once more, the energy finally coalesced at his fingertip, revealing a slender, yet icy white sword chi. I did it. Bai Wuji's eyes sparkled with elation, although the sword chi was weak. It bore a chilling essence, precisely the nascent form of the Tying sword. He gazed at this sword chi, filled with excitement, with the foundation of the first sword established. Subsequent cultivation might proceed much more smoothly. Bai Wuji glanced outside, observing that it was already the morning of the next day, and the newcomer competition was about to commence. He exited the Jiucai Linglong Tower, but instead of hastening to the main peak, he stealthily made his way to Yun Mingyao's residence. Inside the room, Lu Rusi was seated in a bath. The previous night, with her master's assistance, she underwent a cleansing ritual, expelling many impurities from her body, and was now indulging in a bath. Since today was the day of the newcomer competition, Yun Mingyao had been summoned early in the morning by the sect leader for discussions. Upon entering, Bai Wuji immediately locked the door. Through the screen, he beheld a stunning silhouette bathing. Instantly, his blood raced. Although he had engaged in deep exchanges with his master multiple times, he had never experienced a co-bath. The prospect alone was exhilarating. Thus, he tiptoed forward. Lu Rusi sensed someone entering, but assumed it was her master and paid no mind. Bai Wuji circumvented the screen and was greeted by an exquisite sight. A straight back, snow-white and delicate, a graceful neck, and jade-like arms raised, with water droplets gliding down her flawless skin. Bai Wuji felt parched and, without a second thought, embraced her from behind. Chapter 63. How dare a clown make such noise? Lu Rusi was utterly taken aback, never expecting such an occurrence. As she stood there in shock, Bai Wuji's hand grasped her. An unprecedented tingling sensation surged through her entire being. Bai Wuji, unaware that the woman in his arms was Lu Rusi, instinctively bit her earlobe. It was only at that moment that Lu Rusi jolted awake. She hurriedly wriggled free from his embrace and turned to look. The two locked eyes, both stunned into silence. Second senior sister, how could it be you? Bai Wuji panicked, realizing the gravity of the blunder. He had just grasped and bitten her, and now it was a disaster. Lu Rusi, both embarrassed and angry, exclaimed, "Little junior brother, how could you treat me this way? Second senior sister, I apologize. I did not know it was you." Bai Wuji hurriedly offered, his mind racing as he pondered how to explain. "Shouldn't you leave quickly?" Lu Rusi demanded, infuriated. Bai Wuji finally came to his senses and hurriedly made his escape. Upon reaching the outside, he slapped himself across the face. Yet, the lingering fragrance on his palm intoxicated him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that his second senior sister would undoubtedly not let him off the hook later. After contemplating, he decided it would be wise to retreat from the spotlight and swiftly mounted his spiritual crane, heading toward the main peak. At the square of the main peak, the atmosphere was bustling, with a throng of people queuing at the registration desk, the air thick with excitement and tension. The Kinjianmen's grand competition for new disciples occurred only once a year, with stringent rules. Only those who had not yet established their foundation by this time last year were eligible to participate. Such restrictions, intended to ensure fairness, also bred a fair amount of cunning. For instance, disciples who could have established their foundation last year deliberately delayed their breakthroughs, waiting until after the examination to advance, thereby gaining an additional year to refine their cultivation and seize an advantage in the competition. As a result, every grand competition featured numerous foundation-building experts, and occasionally even mid-stage foundation-building cultivators, leading to fierce competition. Bai Wuji followed the flow of people toward the registration desk, just as he reached the end of the line. A few mocking voices rang out. "Oh, is that not the Holy Sun? What brings you to join the excitement of the new disciple competition?" Indeed, the Holy Sun is the partner of the Holy Maiden. Such a prestigious identity participating in our humble contest. Isn't he afraid of losing face? Surrounding disciples turned to gawk, laughter echoing around him. Bai Wuji frowned slightly, pondering, "Holy Sun? What does that mean? Don't you know? You are the Holy Maiden's husband, which makes you the Holy Sun." Bai Wuji understood but chose to disregard their jests. However, the more composed he appeared, the more the onlookers pressed forward. At that moment, 3 men clad in outer sect, disciple robes squeezed through, with the leader being Qin He, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. He pointed a finger at Bai Wuji, scolding, "Kid, you really think you're something just because we call you Holy Sun? Have you looked in a mirror? The Holy Maiden is destined for the Holy Sun. You are merely a petty thief who snatched someone else's partner, and you dare stand here? The crowd fell silent. For everyone knew that the Holy Son, Zhang Difu, had always regarded the Holy Maiden, Lin Ruoxi, as his possession. Bai Wuji's interference naturally made him a thorn in Zhang Difu's side. Not far away, on the viewing platform, Zhang Difu watched the scene coldly. These people are your arrangements, aren't they? Should be, Xie Jiang replied, lacking confidence, as he had given money to Zhang Chenglong and was unsure if these individuals were indeed his arrangements. What do you mean should be? Zhang Difu's gaze sharpened, causing Xie Jiang to tremble in fear. Holy Son, I entrusted the matter to Zhang Chenglong. These individuals were arranged by him, Xie Jiang hurriedly clarified. Zhang Difu's expression turned frigid. Useless. If you mess this up, beware of your head. Xie Jiang nodded eagerly, assuring. Rest assured, Holy Son, Bai Wuji is merely a waste. These three will be sufficient to deal with him. On the ground, Qin He, seeing Bai Wuji's lack of response, assumed he was intimidated and reached out to grab Bai Wuji's collar. Kid, lost your tongue? Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Kneel and apologize, or I will show you why the flowers are so red. As he spoke, his two lackeys surrounded Bai Wuji, ready to push him. The surrounding disciples erupted in cheers, some even taking out snacks, eager to witness Bai Wuji's humiliation. Just as Qin He's hand was about to touch Bai Wuji's collar, Bai Wuji moved. He swiftly twisted his wrist, expertly grasping Qin He's wrist, applying slight pressure. A crisp crack echoed, and Qin He's scream shattered the square. Ah, my hand is broken. Bai Wuji released his grip, and Qin He fell backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, Bai Wuji stood before him, looking down. You just said you would show me why the flowers are so red? Tears streaming from Qin He's eyes due to the pain. He stubbornly retorted, how dare you break my hand? What is there to fear? Bai Wuji scoffed, stepping his foot on Qin He's back, questioning. You dare to act so brazenly before me, a mere clown? The two lackeys, witnessing their leader being beaten, exchanged glances and charged forward. Fists raised, daring to hit our brother, you seek death. Bai Wuji sidestepped, countering with a slap that struck the face of the left lackey. The lackey spun thrice like a top, blood spurting from his mouth as he lost two teeth. The right lackey had yet to react when Bai Wuji delivered a kick to his knee, causing him to collapse with a thud, his kneecap shattering. In mere moments, all three lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Bai Wuji looked down coldly at the writhing trio, his voice as frigid as ice. Now, tell me, why the flowers so red? The three, in too much pain to speak, could only shake their heads in desperation, their eyes filled with terror. They had never anticipated that this so-called waste, the Holy Son, would possess such formidable strength. The entire venue fell silent, the previously raucous disciples now rendered speechless. No one had expected that what was meant to be a situation of many against one would turn into Bai Wuji's one-sided domination. Bai Wuji brushed off the dust from his clothing and turned toward the registration desk, presenting his disciple token. I wish to register. The elder in charge of registration was momentarily stunned, hurriedly taking the token to log it in and then handing him a numbered card. Your number is 37. The first match begins in half an hour. Please proceed to the east side, platform number 3, to wait. Bai Wuji accepted the numbered card and walked directly toward platform number 3. Only after his figure faded into the distance did the square erupt into chaos. My heavens! What was that speed? One punch for each, so satisfying. Qin He, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, had been incapacitated in a single move. What cultivation level does Bai Wuji possess? With such strength, he could likely place in the top 10 of the competition. On the viewing platform, Zhang Difu's expression darkened completely. He shot a fierce glare at Xie Jiang. Useless. You spent 5,000 spirit stones to find 3 worthless individuals? Get down there and clean up this mess. Terrified, Xie Jiang hurried off the platform, inwardly cursing Zhang Chenglong. Having given 200 spirit stones, he ended up with these 3 inept fools, truly infuriating. At the judging table, Yun Mingyao observed all of this unfold, though she found no surprise in it. Given Bai Wuji's current cultivation level, entering the top 10 of the competition was not an issue. The challenge lay in claiming victory. Standing beside Yun Mingyao, Lu Rusi glared at Bai Wuji through gritted teeth. She had always regarded Bai Wuji as a younger brother, Yet he had done something so unforgivable to her. Sensing something, Bai Wuji turned to meet Lu Ruxi's fiery gaze, his heart sinking with a chill. Chapter 64. Ruthless Words. Few spoken Xiejiang found Zhang Chenglong, the top disciple of the outer sect, in the crowd. What on earth are you doing? I gave you 200 spirit stones, and you found such worthless trash. They can't even handle a waste like him. I demand an explanation. Zhang Chenglong hurriedly forced a smile. Senior brother Xie, please calm down. I never anticipated Bai Wuji, this waste, would possess some strength. However, rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. That had better be the case. Don't blame me for warning you. This is the Holy Sun's directive. If you botch this, be prepared to face his wrath. Xiejiang coldly huffed before leaving. Zhang Chenglong then called over his brother, Zhang Qinghu, to question him about the worthless individuals he had found. Zhang Qinghu, looking aggrieved, replied, Big brother, this isn't my fault. You only gave me 100 spirit stones. I was dealing with the Holy Maiden's husband, a true disciple of Yunxia Peak. Finding those 3 fools was quite commendable. Zhang Chenglong felt a twinge of guilt, having pocketed half the funds, and said, I will find a way for you to face Bai Wuji later. Seize the opportunity to cripple him. Big brother, although Bai Wuji is a waste, he is still the Holy Maiden's husband, a true disciple of Yunxia Peak. If I cripple him, wouldn't the Holy Maiden or Yunxia Peak come after me? Zhang Qinghu expressed his concerns. Zhang Chenglong's face was filled with disdain as he remarked, Look at you. Such a coward. He is nothing but a waste. How could the Saintess ever take a liking to him? She is merely using him as a shield. As for Yangxia Feng, there is no need for concern. Yinming Xianzi only took him as a disciple out of pity, and he has become a laughingstock for the sect. I am certain she regrets her decision long ago. If you were to incapacitate him, Yinming Xianzi would not only be unperturbed, but she would also be grateful to you. Zhang Chenglong spoke with deceptive sincerity. Brother, are you telling the truth? You are not deceiving me, are you? Zhang Qinghu asked cautiously. But he is my own brother. I would never lie to you, Zhang Chenglong replied earnestly. In truth, he himself felt uncertain, yet this was a task assigned by the Holy Sun that must be fulfilled, rendering the truth irrelevant. The third elder glided gracefully, his toes lightly touching a floating sword as he ascended slowly to the center of the square. His gaze swept over the throngs below, and his deep voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the venue. Disciples, quiet down. I am here to announce the rules of the competition. Instantly, the square fell silent, all eyes focused on him. This competition will adopt a single elimination format. The victor advances while the defeated are eliminated. There are 8 platforms set up for simultaneous contests, with the winners from each platform ultimately vying for the title of New King. During the matches, the use of pills and forbidden techniques is strictly prohibited. Should one party concede, the other must cease all attacks. The match concludes immediately if a competitor concedes, falls unconscious, or is thrown off the platform. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification and severe penalties. As the third elder finished speaking, the square erupted into animated discussions, the disciples eagerly flexing their muscles, their eyes glued to the 8 platforms. Soon, the matchups for the first round were posted beside each platform. Before Platform 3, beside Bai Wuji's name, the name Do Su was boldly inscribed. It is Do Su. He is a talented, dual spiritual root disciple being heavily nurtured by the sect, and is said to have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. It's over for Bai Wuji. What does his previous victory over Qinhe mean? Qinhe is only at the 8th level of Qi refinement, whereas Do Su is a formidable opponent at the 9th level. Indeed, a 5 spiritual root waste against a dual spiritual root genius? It's clear who will triumph. Do Su strode confidently onto the platform, his robust stature and arrogant gaze fixed on Bai Wuji. You dare to compete for a woman with the Holy Sun? Anyone who incapacitates you will surely earn his favor. You are simply unlucky to have encountered me. Bai Wuji stood on the opposite side of the platform, not even raising an eyelid, as if he had not heard Do Su's words. You dare to ignore me? Do Su's expression darkened. I shall break your limbs and ensure you can never act so arrogantly again. Just then, the third elder announced the start of the match. Almost simultaneously, Bai Wuji sprang into action. In a flash, he closed the distance to Do Su and struck him with a resounding slap before anyone could react. The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout the square, and Do Su was sent flying as if struck by a heavy hammer. crashing to the ground outside the platform and losing consciousness, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The venue fell into a dead silence. The next instant, the square erupted with chaos. What just happened? Is that it? A sneak attack? How despicable. He didn't even give a warning before attacking. The 17th Elder, responsible for Platform 3, frowned with dissatisfaction. Bai Wuji, this is a friendly competition among comrades. You should have given him a heads up. Your actions are rather... Elder. Bai Wuji interrupted him, his tone indifferent. When facing an enemy, do they announce their intentions before attacking? The 17th Elder was rendered speechless. Very well. The match has been declared open. Dosu's lack of vigilance is not the fault of others. Bai Wuji is the victor of this round. On the judging panel, Lu Rusi appeared astonished. Master, when did our junior brother become so formidable? Yin Mengyao clenched her teeth in frustration. Bai Wuji's rapid rise in strength was largely due to her own contributions. Bai Wuji had taken her Yuan Yin, resulting in his explosive growth. After several rounds of dual cultivation with him, how could he be so powerful? Yet, Bai Wuji had the audacity to form a partnership with the Saintess behind her back, which was utterly infuriating. The first round concluded swiftly, with victors advancing and the defeated departing in disappointment. Bai Wuji sat on the stone steps beside the platform, eyes closed in meditation, utterly uninterested in the matches on the other platforms. With his perfected foundation establishment cultivation, these Qi refinement disciples, even those newly established, were simply beneath his notice. Before long, the list for the second round was announced, and beside Bai Wuji's name on Platform 3, Zhang Chenghu's name was displayed. Zhang Chenghu, the younger brother of Zhang Chenglong, the top disciple from the outer sect, and it is rumored he has already reached the peak of Qi refinement. This is going to be entertaining. Zhang Chenghu's strength far surpasses Do Su's, and it is said he is on the verge of foundation establishment, wielding a supreme magical artifact. In the stands, Xie Jiang leaned closer to Zhang Difu, ingratiatingly smiling. Holy Son, look! Zhang Chenghu is at the peak of Qi refinement and possesses a supreme magical artifact gifted by Zhang Chenglong. He will surely incapacitate Bai Wuji this time. Zhang Difu's face remained cold, his eyes sinister. It better be so. If there are any more mishaps, you shall take responsibility. Xie Jiang nodded quickly, inwardly sweating. At this moment, Zhang Chenghu had taken to the platform, wielding a large blade. His fierce gaze locked onto Bai Wuji. You only won against Do Su through a sneak attack. There is nothing to be proud of. Today, not only will I defeat you, but I will also shatter your dantian, ensuring you can never cultivate again. Bai Wuji slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet and stepping onto the platform, his tone still flat. A mere clown. Seeking death. Zhang Chenghu roared, charging forward with his large blade. The air slicing with a fierce wind aimed directly at Bai Wuji's chest. The blow was swift and vicious, clearly intended to deal a crushing blow. Chapter 65. Crushing all everyone expected Bai Wuji to evade, yet he stood his ground, unmoving. Just as the large blade was about to make contact, Bai Wuji suddenly raised his foot, landing a precise kick to Zhang Chenghu's abdomen. With a thud, Zhang Chenghu was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the platform, spewing a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. More alarmingly, his dantian area was visibly caved in, clearly shattered. My dantian is broken. Zhang Chenghu lay on the ground, his voice hoarse, his eyes filled with despair. The square once again fell into silence, only to be followed by an even more intense uproar. My heavens! He actually shattered Zhang Chenghu's dantian. How ruthless! His strength is astonishing. A peak Qi refinement disciple couldn't he withstand even a single strike? Among the crowd, Zhang Chenglong, witnessing his brother's plight, was instantly filled with rage, shouting at the 17th Elder. Elder, Bai Wuji's attack was excessively ruthless. He shattered my brother's dantian. Is that not akin to killing him? He must be severely punished. The 17th Elder's gaze fell upon Bai Wuji, his voice grave. Bai Wuji, your strength is evidently superior to Zhang Chenghu's. Teaching him a lesson is one thing. But why did you shatter his dantian? Bai Wuji looked up at the 17th Elder. He openly declared his intent to ruin my dantian. Should I simply stand there and allow him to act? His words were resolute and unwavering, leaving the 17th Elder momentarily speechless. while the rules emphasized moderation. Zhang Qinghu had threatened to cripple Bai Wuji first, making Bai Wuji's retaliation justifiable. Zhang Qinglong, however, was relentless, rushing to the edge of the platform and shouting, "My brother was merely speaking out of turn. He did not even harm you, yet you truly shattered his dantian. This is intentional harm. Elder, you must impose severe punishment on this villain." Others quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, in friendly competitions among comrades, how can one strike so lethally? What is the difference between him and a fiendish cultivator? How ruthless! He must be disqualified and also compensate for Zhang Qinghu's losses. Bai Wuji cast a scornful glance at the raucous crowd. A bunch of fools. Who are you calling a fool? A sudden wave of fury surged through the crowd as someone pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Wuji, exclaiming, "Elder, look! Not only has he harmed others, but he also insults his fellow disciples. If he is not severely punished, what becomes of our sect's regulations?" Elder Shiqi found himself in a predicament. He acknowledged that Bai Wuji had indeed been excessively forceful, yet the reputation of Yunxiao Peak for protecting its own was well known. With Yu Mingyao seated on the judging panel, punishing Bai Wuji might offend this peak's leader. Just then, Bai Wuji stepped forward, surveying the assembly with a piercing gaze. "I wish to ask you all, if someone approaches you wielding a knife with intent to kill, would you wait until the blade is at your throat, or would you act in self-defense?" His words resonated with many, and voices began to echo in agreement. Bai Shixiang is correct. It was Zhang Qinghu who instigated the conflict, threatening to cripple someone. He brought this upon himself. It is only reasonable. We cannot simply allow ourselves to be bullied. At the judging panel, Yu Mingyao finally spoke. Her tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Elder Shiqi, it is time to announce the results of the match." Startled, Elder Shiqi trembled, instantly recognizing this as a warning from Yu Mingyao. He dared not hesitate further and proclaimed loudly, "Zhang Qinghu initiated the provocation with the intent to cripple another's cultivation. Bai Wuji's retaliation falls within the realm of self-defense. In this round of competition, Bai Wuji is the victor." Zhang Qinglong attempted to contest the decision, but was silenced by a cold glare from Elder Shiqi, who would not dare to provoke Yin Mingyao again. From that moment onward, all disciples comprehended a significant truth. The once ridiculed Bai Wuji, deemed a five-spirit root failure, had transformed into a formidable force, an emerging star. Nevertheless, skepticism lingered among many, who whispered doubts. Even if he is powerful now, the shackles of his innate frailty remain. Achieving foundational cultivation will be an insurmountable challenge. As long as he fails to establish his foundation, he will ultimately remain worthless. Indeed, what does it matter how strong he is in the qi refinement stage? Establishing a foundation is the true dividing line for cultivators. He may never cross it in his lifetime. These jeers reached Bai Wuji's ears, yet he remained unfazed, for he had already attained the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. In the subsequent rounds of competition, Bai Wuji exhibited overwhelming prowess. Confronted with opponents at the peak of the qi refinement stage, he consistently restrained his cultivation level, yet still triumphed with a single strike, either sending his adversaries flying off the stage or forcing them to concede. The spectators perceived him merely as a monster within the qi refinement stage, never considering the possibility of his foundational status. Soon enough, the final champion of Arena 3 emerged. Bai Wuji advanced to the top 8 with an impeccable victory record, becoming the most surprising contender of this grand competition. In the stands, Zhang Difu's expression darkened to a point of dripping malice, glaring at Xiejiang as if he were prey. Terrified, Xiejiang trembled, hurriedly approaching, his voice tinged with desperation. "Saint's son, grant me one more chance." The next round is the quarterfinals, and it is highly likely that Bai Wuji will face Zhang Qinglong, who will undoubtedly seek revenge for his brother and will surely eliminate Bai Wuji. Zhang Difu's voice turned icy. "This is your last opportunity. If he survives today, it is your life that will be forfeit. Yes, I assure you, there will be no accidents this time." Xiejiang nodded repeatedly, his back already drenched in cold sweat. After a brief intermission, Elder San flew to the center of the square, announcing loudly, "The quarterfinals will now commence." The first match features Bai Wuji versus Feng Xiaoran. Feng Xiaoran quickly ascended the stage, her delicate features poised as she bowed respectfully to Bai Wuji. Her tone humble, Bai Shixiang, I am at the peak of the chi refinement stage and recognize my inferiority. Should I inadvertently offend, I ask for your leniency. Observing her respectful demeanor, unlike the provocations of previous opponents, Bai Wuji continued to suppress his cultivation, utilizing only the energy of the chi refinement peak. Please, proceed. Feng Xiaoran seized her politeness and lunged at Bai Wuji with her long sword, her movements agile yet straightforward. After several exchanges, she gradually discerned the disparity in their strengths. Bai Wuji's agility and power far surpassed her own. Recognizing her position, she sheathed her sword and bowed once more. Your strength far exceeds mine, I concede. You honor me. Bai Wuji acknowledged, watching her exit the arena. Shortly thereafter, the semi-finals commenced, and Bai Wuji's opponent was Cao Shangfeng. As Cao Shangfeng stepped onto the stage, he scrutinized Bai Wuji with disdain, sneering. You are merely a chi refinement waste. How dare you challenge someone of my foundational caliber? If you possess any sense, you will withdraw from the arena to avoid my wrath and the stigma of bullying a weaker opponent. Surrounding disciples chimed in. Cao Shixiang is a foundational master. No matter how formidable Bai Wuji may be, he remains in the chi refinement stage and cannot compete. Indeed, how could a chi refinement cultivator possibly defeat a foundational one? Bai Wuji should concede early to spare himself humiliation. Bai Wuji, disinterested in banter, simply cast a dismissive glance at Cao Shangfeng. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Spare me your trivial words. Seeking death, Cao Shangfeng's expression soured as he unleashed a casual palm strike, disregarding Bai Wuji entirely, utilizing only 30% of his strength. With a smirk, Bai Wuji retaliated with a punch. What? He intends to take that head on? Is he courting death? Liu Rusi leapt to her feet, panic evident in her eyes. Despite their previous encounter, her concern for his safety surged forth. With a resounding thud, Cao Shangfeng felt an overwhelming force far exceeding his own slam into him, sending him uncontrollably flying off the stage, where he crashed to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. The arena fell into stunned silence, every eye widening in disbelief. Bai Wuji, a chi refinement cultivator, had defeated Cao Shangfeng, a foundational stage practitioner, with a single blow? How could this be? Struggling to regain his footing, Cao Shangfeng, blood trickling from his lips, gazed at Bai Wuji with terror and disbelief, his trembling finger pointing at him as he shrieked. Impossible. How could I lose to an ant in the chi refinement stage? No, you're not in the chi refinement stage. You have established your foundation. His voice rose sharply, piercing through the stillness of the square. What? Bai Wuji has established his foundation? How can this be? He was a born failure. How could he have founded a cultivation base? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, whispers cascading among them, expressions filled with shock and incredulity. Some gaped in astonishment, unable to process the revelation, while others furrowed their brows in disbelief, shaking their heads as if to dismiss the reality before them. At that moment, Elder San rose, his expression complex as his voice resonated throughout the square. There is no need for speculation. What Bai Wuji exhibited just now is indeed foundational cultivation. At this declaration, the crowd reacted as though a boulder had been cast into a serene lake, ripples of astonishment sweeping through them. He, a born failure, has successfully established his foundation. This is utterly astonishing. The last time a born failure achieved foundational cultivation was over a millennium ago. What extraordinary fortune has befallen him to accomplish this at such a young age? Exclamations of awe and skepticism filled the air. Liu Rusi's face reflected disbelief. I never imagined my junior brother could be so exceptional, overcoming his innate limitations to establish his foundation in his 20s. He may not be the last, but he certainly is unprecedented. In stark contrast, Zhang Difu's face darkened ominously, his expression as foreboding as a storm cloud, as if he might devour someone at any moment. Clenching his fists, veins bulged on the back of his hands, his fury and resentment boiling over. Xiejiang, standing behind Zhang Difu, was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through. His legs trembled slightly as he silently prayed. Zhang Chenglong must eliminate Bai Wuji, otherwise, I am doomed. Elder San cleared his throat, announcing loudly, the finals will commence after a short interval. Both competitors should prepare themselves. During this brief pause, the square buzzed with excitement. Some astute disciples began to engage in wagering, setting up odds for who would claim the title of newcomer king. With the largest stakes being placed by Zhang Difu, betting on Zhang Qinglong's victory offered a return of 5-1, while wagering on Bai Wuji yielded 3-1. Once placed, the bets were final, and those who missed the opportunity would not get another chance. One disciple shouted enthusiastically, "From the perspective of odds, it is evident that the crowd favors Zhang Qinglong. Even though Bai Wuji has established his foundation, Zhang Qinglong, as a seasoned foundation-building practitioner, is driven by a deep desire for vengeance on behalf of his brother. His momentum is formidable, making his chances of victory significantly higher." While meandering through the crowd, Bai Wuji's attention was piqued when he overheard discussions of a betting scheme, and his eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Despite possessing a fortune of over 300,000 spirit stones, his training at the Jiokai Ling Long Tower required substantial resources. Merely maintaining the formation consumed hundreds of spirit stones daily, coupled with his personal training needs, which amounted to 200 to 300 spirit stones each day. Additionally, he was responsible for providing training resources for Xie Rong and Li Lu, resulting in daily expenditures exceeding 400 spirit stones. When calculated, even with over 300,000 spirit stones, his resources would not last long. Therefore, upon discovering a lucrative opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. Several parties were involved in the betting, and Bai Wuji made his way directly to the largest one. The host was Lu Ming, an inner sect disciple, though he was merely a front for Zhang Difu, who was orchestrating the scheme from behind the scenes. When Lu Ming spotted Bai Wuji, a mocking smile crept across his face as he taunted, "Oh, does the esteemed son-in-law wish to place a bet?" Bai Wuji, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with a question, "Is that not permissible?" Lu Ming's smile widened, tinged with sarcasm. "Of course, it is permissible. You could place a bet on Zhang Qinglong, and should he be defeated, at least you would earn some spirit stones to avoid starvation." The crowd erupted in laughter, with some echoing his sentiments. "What Brother Lu Ming says is accurate. Bet more to ensure you at least cover your medical expenses." Another added, "You could be clever. As soon as the match begins, you could kneel and concede, thus avoiding the risk of severe injury." Bai Wuji remained unfazed, seemingly impervious to the ridicule surrounding him, and inquired, "Is there a limit if I bet on Zhang Qinglong winning?" Lu Ming scoffed. "What difference does it make to you whether there's a limit? How many spirit stones do you possess?" Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow and queried, "What if I were to wager 100,000 spirit stones?" Lu Ming's eyes bulged in disbelief as he looked at Bai Wuji, then erupted into laughter, nearly in tears. "You dare to mention 100,000 spirit stones? Do you think spirit stones are mere pebbles lying by the roadside that you can casually accumulate?" Bai Wuji, calm and unhurried, responded, "What if I truly can present 100,000 spirit stones?" Lu Ming's laughter ceased abruptly. He stared at Bai Wuji, his mocking demeanor morphing into indignation as he shouted, "If you can produce them, I shall sever my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick." At this declaration, the surrounding chatter fell silent. Everyone knew Lu Ming was boasting, but such a wager was excessively bold, and all eyes gravitated toward Bai Wuji, intrigued about how he would respond. "You made this claim?" Bai Wuji's eyes glinted with a cold light, and without further ado, he waved his hand. A cacophony of sounds ensued, as countless spirit stones erupted from his spatial ring, accumulating on the betting table until they formed a small mountain. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their shock quickly overshadowed by greed, some unable to resist reaching out, yet hesitating due to Bai Wuji's formidable presence, fixating on a mountain of spirit stones while swallowing hard. Lu Ming's arrogance instantly crumbled, his pupils constricting as he gaped at the pile of spirit stones, his mouth agape in astonishment, unable to utter a single word for a long while. "I have produced 100,000 spirit stones." Bai Wuji's gaze locked onto Lu Ming, his tone flat yet laced with an undeniable chill. "Now, shall you sever your head?" Lu Ming's complexion turned ashen, his previous bravado evaporating as he staggered backward, his voice trembling. "Brother Bai, I was merely jesting. It was just a casual remark, not to be taken seriously." "Yet I have taken it seriously." Bai Wuji stepped forward, an oppressive aura enveloping Lu Ming. "Will you take it upon yourself to sever your head, or shall I assist you?" Chapter 67. The outrageous bet. Lu Ming, both alarmed and furious, found a semblance of defiance in his desperation, shouting defiantly, "Bai Wuji, do not push your luck. I am a disciple of the Holy Sun. Dare you lay a finger on me? Bai Wuji, disinterested in further banter, swiftly moved, delivering a sharp slap to Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming screamed in agony as his teeth, mingled with blood, flew from his mouth, his body rolling across the ground like a tattered sack. Before he could recover, Bai Wuji planted a foot on his back, applying pressure that elicited a howl of pain from Lu Ming. Simultaneously, Bai Wuji drew forth a long sword, the icy tip pressing against Lu Ming's throat. The arena fell into a hushed silence, all present rendered speechless, unable to fathom Bai Wuji's audacity to strike and threaten to behead Lu Ming. Those who had previously mocked Bai Wuji shrank back, silenced by fear. Lu Ming, terrified, felt a wave of dread wash over him as he instinctively wet himself, struggling to raise his head as he screamed towards the stands. Holy Sun, save me, please. In an instant, a figure dashed through like lightning, Zhang Difu appearing not far away, his powerful aura as a golden core cultivator overwhelming Bai Wuji. The air around them seemingly frozen. He glared at Bai Wuji with icy eyes. You dare lay a hand on my disciple? Such audacity! Although Bai Wuji had achieved the pinnacle of foundation building, he felt the pressure of Zhang Difu's aura, his chest tightening, yet he stood tall. He was the one who claimed that if I produced 100,000 spirit stones, he would sever his head to offer it to me. I was joking. Lu Ming cried out, his voice cracking. Whether you were joking or not, I did not care. Bai Wuji's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Zhang Difu, his tone resolute. I took it seriously. Zhang Difu regarded Bai Wuji with a scornful smile. With his holy son present, do you dare to lay a finger on him? Seeing the holy son's arrival, Lu Ming regained his confidence. Lifting his head defiantly, a mocking grin on his face, Bai Wuji. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Weren't you going to behead me? Now that the holy sun is here, let us see you try. Bai Wuji's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flickering within, his grip tightening around the sword's hilt. Sensing Bai Wuji's resolve, Lu Ming continued to provoke. What? Have you lost your nerve? You were so bold earlier. Now you cower like a coward? If you are a man, strike now, or I shall forever look down upon you. Confident that Bai Wuji would not dare to act, he became increasingly brazen in his taunts. As you wish, Bai Wuji's voice fell, and a long sword gleamed with a cold light, slicing through the air with a swish, severing Lu Ming's head from his neck in an instant, blood gushing forth and splattering the ground. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, the derision on his face frozen. Overwhelmed by the realization that Bai Wuji had indeed dared to kill him, the arena plunged into a profound silence, everyone frozen in shock, even forgetting to breathe. Moments later, the square erupted in chaos, the uproar reverberating. He really killed Lu Ming. Has he gone mad? Bai Wuji has lost his mind. Is he not afraid of the Holy Sun's revenge? Fear gripped the onlookers. It's over. He has utterly offended the Holy Sun. There will be no mercy. Zhang Difu was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Bai Wuji to dare act in his presence. Regaining his composure, he exploded in fury, his golden core aura surging violently, the air around him seemingly igniting. Bai Wuji, you dare defy this Holy Sun and kill my disciple. Who gave you the audacity? He begged me to sever his head. I bear no responsibility. Bai Wuji gripped his sword, facing Zhang Difu's wrath without flinching. You seek death, Zhang Difu roared, his figure vanishing as he unleashed a palm imbued with the terrifying power of a golden core cultivator towards Bai Wuji. The force of the palm was fierce, cracking the ground beneath them. The surrounding disciples retreated in fear, their faces pale with horror, aware that this strike could obliterate any foundation-building practitioner. Bai Wuji's expression turned grave as he tightened his grip on his long sword, the blade vibrating ominously, ready to fight to the death. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Mingyao at the judge's table abruptly rose, her spiritual energy surging as she prepared to intervene. Just then, a beam of cold light shot from the horizon, crashing with a thunderous sound into Zhang Difu's palm. The collision of two forces unleashed a terrifying shockwave that spread outward, shattering nearby tables and chairs, while the ground caved into a deep pit, sending several disciples flying. Simultaneously, a graceful figure descended from the sky, her pristine white dress fluttering in the wind. Her stunning beauty and ethereal presence captivating everyone's attention as if she were a celestial being. Zhang Difu, what skill is it to bully the weak? Lin Ruoxi stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Bai Wuji with a fierce tone. If you wish to fight, then fight me instead. Is it not shameful to pick on newcomers? Zhang Difu glared at Bai Wuji, his face darkening. He had faced Lin Ruoxi 3 times. In their first encounter, he had a slight upper hand. In the second, he barely managed to hold his ground. And in the third, he had been utterly outmatched. Reluctant to admit it, he knew that Lin Ruoxi's cultivation speed surpassed his own, and her current strength far exceeded his. Casting a fierce look at Bai Wuji, he turned to leave. Not so fast. Bai Wuji called out to him. Zhang Difu turned sharply, coldly replying, Bai Wuji, do not think that with the Saintess protecting you, you can act recklessly. She may shield you for a time, but not for a lifetime. If you dare to overstep again, I will surely kill you. Bai Wuji merely shook his finger. Saint's son, you misunderstand. I did not come here to quarrel. Rather, I wish to inquire whether your betting game is still open. Everyone is waiting to place their bets. Zhang Difu was taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. What? Knowing you cannot defeat Zhang Chenglong, do you wish to bet on him to win as a backup plan? Your calculations are amusing. Bet on him to win? Bai Wuji scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. If I am to place a wager, naturally it shall be on myself. A true man would not bolster another's confidence at the expense of his own reputation. Zhang Difu's interest was piqued, and he stepped forward, raising an eyebrow. Oh, pray tell, how much do you intend to wager? 150,000 spirit stones. Bai Wuji replied nonchalantly, as if you're discussing a mere 15 spirit stones. The classification of realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, unity. Great ascension, tribulation passing. The classification of martial skills: mortal level, spirit level, divine ability, supreme divine ability. The classification of magical artifacts: magical tools, spirit artifacts, doubt tools. Celestial artifacts, spiritual treasures. The classification of cultivation techniques: mortal level, spirit level, heavenly level, celestial level, saint level. Chapter 68. Instant kill, still instant kill. A collective gasp filled the arena as astonishment washed over the crowd. 150,000? Has he lost his mind? Such a sum could sustain a foundation establishment cultivator for 100 years. Had he become arrogant after winning a few rounds? Did he truly believe he could defeat the outer sect S number 1, Zhang Chenglong? Zhang Chenglong was in the mid-foundation establishment stage and wielded spirit-level martial skills. How could a mere novice hope to compete? This wager was clearly a waste. Whispers of ridicule and confusion erupted, even among those who had previously thought highly of Bai Wuji. Now, they believed he was blinded by his recent victories. Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brows, her voice laced with gravity. One must possess self-awareness. 150,000 spirit stones is enough for a century of cultivation. Why gamble it away? Bai Wuji, however, shook his head, his gaze resolute. I am fully aware of what I am doing. This wager is essential for me. Please do not dissuade me. Lin Ruoxi, seeing his stubbornness, felt a surge of anger. Fine. If you wish to gamble, then do so. Just do not regret it when you lose. Unfazed by her ire, Bai Wuji turned back to Zhang Difu, inquiring once more, Saint's son, I am placing 150,000 spirit stones on myself to win. Will you accept the wager? Of course. Why would I refuse? Zhang Difu grinned, his eyes narrowing in delight, as if envisioning Bai Wuji presenting the spirit stones on a silver platter. It would be unreasonable for this saint's son to turn it down. Excellent, Bai Wuji nodded, adding with a teasing tone, I recall the odds are 3 to 1, correct? Should I win, you owe me 450,000 spirit stones. I trust you can produce such an amount? Zhang Difu's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, raising his chin with arrogance. A mere few 100,000 spirit stones are nothing to me. I fear you may lack the ability to win and claim this sum. Very well, Bai Wuji chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery. You should prepare the spirit stones beforehand. I would hate for you to be unable to produce them when you lose, as it would tarnish the saint's son's reputation. With that, he turned and walked toward the resting area, leaving behind a crowd buzzing with speculation. Some deemed him arrogant, while others saw him as someone with nothing to lose. Yet, no one believed he could emerge victorious. Just as Bai Wuji departed, Xiejiang arrived with Zhang Chenglong. Zhang Difu regarded Zhang Chenglong coldly, instructing, during the competition, do not hold back, eliminate him without mercy. Zhang Chenglong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Rest assured, Saint's son, he has crippled my brother's Dantian. Killing him would be a favor to him. I will ensure he suffers before his demise. On the arena, the two stood opposite one another, the atmosphere tense and electric. Zhang Chenglong glared daggers at Bai Wuji, his voice dripping with malice. You have ruined my brother's Dantian, destroying his path to cultivation, condemning him to a life of helplessness. Today, I will avenge him, making you beg for mercy. Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. Is that so? You seek death. With a furious roar, Zhang Chenglong unleashed his mid-foundation establishment spiritual energy, the force of it scattering dust from the arena's edge. Bai Wuji, do not think your recent foundation establishment grants you any significance. I am in the mid-foundation establishment. Killing you is as simple as squashing an ant. Those who attempt to flaunt their prowess before me are numerous, Bai Wuji thought, arms crossed, his expression unperturbed. I advise you to remember, those who boast the loudest are often the most cowardly when it comes time to face the consequences. Zhang Chenglong's face turned ashen with rage. Yet he laughed maniacally. Very well. You are more arrogant than I imagined. I shall see whether you can still speak such bravado when I have shattered your limbs. Remember your current arrogance. Do not beg for mercy when the time comes. Likewise, Bai Wuji replied coolly. Just then, the voice of the third elder resonated throughout the arena. The finals commence. Bai Wuji versus Zhang Chenglong begin. Kill. Zhang Chenglong roared, flipping his right hand to reveal a pitch-black wolf fang mace, a top-tier magical artifact. The spikes along its shaft glinted ominously, indicating its formidable power. He gripped the mace with both hands and swung it fiercely at Bai Wuji, his movements swift and brutal, clearly aiming to incapacitate Bai Wuji from the outset. Gasps erupted from the audience. That is a top-tier magical artifact, the Wolf Fang Mace. Zhang Xixiang is going all out. Bai Wuji is finished. Even a foundation establishment novice cannot withstand such a blow. Yet, just as the Wolf Fang Mace was about to strike Bai Wuji, he executed a step of flowing light, vanishing from sight like a specter. What? Zhang Chenglong's pupils constricted, and the sudden emptiness left him disoriented. As he turned to locate Bai Wuji, a chilling glimmer caught his eye. In a flash, a sword arc sliced through the air, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Zhang Chenglong's entire right arm, which held the mace, was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The severed arm, still clutching the mace, thudded onto the arena with a gruesome finality. My arm! My arm! Zhang Chenglong writhed on the stage, clutching his bleeding wound, his face drained of color, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He never anticipated that he would be rendered armless without even brushing against Bai Wuji's clothing. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone frozen in shock, their eyes glued to the harrowing scene before them, breathless. In the next moment, the square erupted into chaos. What? How is this possible? Zhang Xixiang is in the mid-foundation establishment stage. What speed was that? I could barely catch a glimpse of the afterimage. Bai Wuji's strength has truly reached such heights? Is he genuinely just at the foundational stage? The disciples who previously mocked Bai Wuji for overestimating himself are now left speechless, their faces etched with shock and trepidation. If it were they who had taken the stage, they would likely fare even worse than Zhang Chenglong. On the judging panel, Lu Ruxi's eyes widened once more, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Yun Mingyao also slightly widened her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. She was aware of Bai Wuji's rapid progress, yet she had not anticipated it would reach a level capable of overwhelming those at the mid-foundational stage. In the stands, Zhang Difu's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep, his hands tightly clenched, knuckles turning white. He could not accept that his protege, Zhang Chenglong, had been unable to withstand even a single blow. Is this what you call foolproof? Zhang Difu's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. Xiejiang trembled in fear, his legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Saint, please quell your anger. I too did not foresee this fellow's rapid rise in strength. I implore you for one last opportunity. Tomorrow he will enter the secret realm, and I assure you he will perish therein. Chapter 69. Is it really appropriate during daylight? The grand competition for newcomers has concluded, with Bai Wuji emerging as the biggest dark horse, surprising everyone. He advanced through each challenge with overwhelming prowess, ultimately claiming victory and becoming this year's newcomer king. He possesses the 5 elements spirit root, a trait deemed inferior as the number of spirit root attributes increases, leading to a chaotic internal energy that earned him the title of the most abysmal talent in history. Prior to this, he had exhibited no remarkable abilities, appearing utterly unremarkable. Who would have thought he would rise to such astonishing heights? Lin Ruoshi appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart was tumultuous. Previously, she had wagered with Bai Wuji that if he could establish his foundation and become the newcomer king within a month, she would agree to be his true wife. At that time, she merely aimed to dissuade him, believing it an utterly impossible feat. To her astonishment, Bai Wuji accomplished what everyone deemed unattainable. This left her with a conflicted heart. Bai Wuji is her husband, and now that he is so exceptional, she ought to be pleased. Yet she felt no joy at all. As speculated by others, she had merely viewed Bai Wuji as a shield, never contemplating a genuine marital bond with him. But now, having lost the wager, she was at a loss for what to do. Bai Wuji promptly approached Zhang Difu. "Saint, have the spirit stones been prepared?" Xie Jiang barked angrily. "Bai Wuji, you possess great audacity to demand spirit stones from the saint." Bai Wuji scoffed. "What a good dog you are, eager to bark even before your master speaks. You dare to insult me as a dog." Xie Jiang fumed, his fury palpable. "What, do you wish to bite me?" Bai Wuji teased. Xie Jiang's anger contorted his features, and though he wished to strike, he feared he would not be a match for Bai Wuji. Moreover, with the Saintess present, he could only suppress his rage. Zhang Difu smirked coldly, then produced a storage bag and tossed it to Bai Wuji. "The item is rather hot. Take care to hold it properly." "Thank you for your concern, Saint. I am not afraid of the heat," Bai Wuji replied fearlessly. After all, he was a true disciple, protected by his master and wife. Even if Zhang Difu were furious, he would not dare to act recklessly against him. Next came the awarding ceremony. The 8 victors from the arenas, along with 2 selected from the defeated group, formed a total of 10 individuals who became the top 10 of this year's newcomer competition. All 10 received the qualification to enter the Qingyun secret realm, with the 3rd place additionally awarded an exceptional magical artifact, the 2nd place receiving both an exceptional magical artifact and a 3rd-grade cleansing pill, while the 1st place garnered an extra 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points are far more valuable than 10,000 spirit stones, as they can be exchanged for spirit stones, but not vice versa. Contribution points can be used to purchase techniques and abilities, which are often unattainable even with wealth. After receiving his reward, Bai Wuji intended to return with Lin Ruoshi to engage in some intimate activities. Previously, his cultivation was insufficient to breach barriers. But now that he had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, no barrier could withstand his might. However, upon his return, he found no trace of Lin Ruoshi in the crowd. His brow furrowed, and he scoffed internally. "Well, Lin Ruoshi, you think you can run after losing the wager? You may escape the monk, but you cannot escape the temple. Just wait for me. Tonight, I shall have my way with you." This declaration was not made lightly. He had long harbored thoughts of Lin Ruoshi, and now that he had won the wager, he was determined to fulfill the agreement, resolutely forging ahead. His desire extended beyond merely Lin Ruoshi's beauty. More importantly, he coveted her rare, Liuli divine body. This physique is on par with spirit bodies, perhaps even superior. If he could obtain her primordial Yin, it would provide immense support for his cultivation. Perhaps, with this power, he could directly break through to the golden core realm. The more he contemplated, the more fervent his desire grew. Zhang Difu kept a watchful eye on him, while Chen Pai from the Chen family lurked in the shadows, waiting to retaliate. Not to mention that the patriarch of the Chen family was also an elder of the sect. Once he learned that Bai Wuji had stripped the Chen family of its wealth, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Although he had Yun Mingyao and Lin Ruoshi to protect him, such protection could only last for a moment, not a lifetime. He must rapidly grow stronger and ascend to the golden core realm to truly secure his position. Yet, achieving the golden core is far from easy. It is at least tenfold more challenging than establishing a foundation. Among 10 foundational cultivators, only one might successfully form a golden core, which is exceedingly rare. The Qingyun sect has thousands of foundational disciples, yet there are only a handful of golden core cultivators. And given his naturally flawed 5 elements spirit root, the difficulty of reaching the golden core is doubled. Thus, he must seek external assistance. Lin Ruashi's Primordial Een is one avenue, and he also requires a spirit communication pill. The spirit communication pill is a 4th-grade elixir that, when consumed during the golden core breakthrough, aids in the transformation of true energy into spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the success rate. The pill hall surely possesses spirit communication pills. I wonder if my 10,000 contribution points will suffice to exchange for one. Bai Wuji made up his mind and turned towards the pill hall. Wuji, where are you headed? A cool voice suddenly called from behind. Bai Wuji halted his steps, turning to see Yun Mengyao standing not far away. Her pristine white dress accentuating her ethereal grace, accompanied by her second senior sister, Lu Rusi. Yao. Bai Wuji instinctively began to address her as Yao Yao. But remembering they were in the sect square, he quickly corrected himself, clasping his hands, respectfully reporting to my master. I wish to go to the pill hall to exchange for some elixirs. Yun Mengyao approached, her gaze fixed on his face, her tone laced with a hint of unnoticeable jealousy. Exchange for elixirs? I believe you're eager to find your beautiful wife instead. Lu Rusi was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. She sensed that her master's words brimmed with jealousy. Yet, as the head of Yunxia Peak, how could her master possibly feel envious of her disciple's romantic partner? Surely, she was overthinking it. Bai Wuji also panicked. He had indeed planned to find Lin Ruashi after exchanging the elixirs, but Yun Mengyao's jealousy was apparent, and he dared not speak the truth. He hurriedly explained, Master, you misunderstand. I truly intend to exchange for elixirs. As for the Saintess, our relationship is merely nominal. We have hardly spoken a few words. Yun Mengyao raised an eyebrow, clearly not fully convinced, yet she did not press further, simply stating, if you desire elixirs, why go to the pill hall? I have all sorts of elixirs. Come back with me. Thank you, Master. Bai Wuji expressed his gratitude eagerly. His 10,000 contribution points might not secure a gathering spirit pill, but now that he had a free opportunity, why not take advantage of it? As for Lin Ruashi, she could not escape. There would be ample opportunities to deal with her in the future. Lu Rusi followed behind, observing the two figures ahead, her heart a mix of emotions. At this moment, Bai Wuji deliberately lagged a few steps behind to approach Lu Rusi and whispered, Second senior sister, I must explain today's events to you. I genuinely did not know it was you. I thought it was Lulu. What a farce. How could Lulu possibly be in the Master's chamber? Lu Rusi retorted coldly. You are unaware, second senior sister. I intended for Lulu to become a disciple of the Master. Seeing the Master leave, I mistakenly believed it was Lulu inside. So, second senior sister, if you must, go ahead and strike me. If that does not satisfy you, hit me harder. I will not complain. Lu Rusi was initially quite furious, but upon witnessing Bai Wuji's earnestness, she recognized it as a misunderstanding. Very well, I forgive you, but this matter must not leave this place. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Rest assured, senior sister, I promise to keep it confidential. Bai Wuji hastily vowed, upon returning to Yunxiao Peak. Yun Mengyao led Bai Wuji into her room and closed the door. Master, is it really appropriate to do this in broad daylight? Bai Wuji felt a surge of nervousness, his palms clammy with sweat. Yun Mengyao's demeanor seemed off, suggesting she was not there to offer kindness but to settle accounts. She turned slightly, her tone laced with teasing. When you previously bullied me, you paid no mind to day or night. What is this? Are you now afraid to approach because you've grown tired of the game? Before she finished, she walked directly to the bedside, lay down, and gently lifted her skirt, revealing a slender, snow-white leg. Chapter 70. Entering the secret realm, Bai Wuji's gaze was instantly captivated, his throat involuntarily swallowing. How can that be? Master, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. Even if you let me indulge for a lifetime, I would never tire of it. As he spoke, he swiftly shed his outer garments and leaned down to press Yun Mengyao beneath him. Soon, sounds of rustling filled the room, garments strewn about. Lu Rusi happened to pass by the door and once again heard the noises from inside, her heart racing with anticipation. The master is truly biased, secretly instructing the junior disciple. When the time allows, I must have the junior disciple teach me as well. After a considerable time, calmness gradually returned. The two lay languidly on the bed, with Yun Mengyao resting against Bai Wuji's chest, her fingers lightly tracing his pectorals. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, "Who is more beautiful, I or Lin Ruoshi?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Wuji lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Of course. You are the more beautiful one. How could Lin Ruoshi compare to you?" These words were as sweet as honey, causing a smile to bloom on Yun Mingyao's lips as she lightly punched him, playfully retorting, "You do know how to flatter. By the way, you mentioned going to the Dan Hall to exchange for pills. What exactly do you intend to trade for?" "A tunneling Dan," Bai Wuji casually replied. "A tunneling Dan?" Yun Mingyao suddenly sat up, her eyes wide with astonishment. "That was a pill used for advancing to the Golden Core stage. Have you already achieved consummation in Foundation establishment?" Bai Wuji smiled and nodded, speaking lightly. "Yes, I just broke through a few days ago." Yun Mingyao was incredulous, immediately placing her hand on his dantian. The instant her spiritual energy probed in, her pupils constricted in shock. The true chi within Bai Wuji's dantian was astonishingly profound, its refinement far surpassing that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, indeed confirming he had reached consummation. "It's true. How can this be?" A tempest of emotions surged within Yun Mengyao, her fingers trembling. Bai Wuji, once a waste with 5 spiritual roots, achieving Foundation establishment was already beyond belief. Yet within just a month, he had soared to consummation? Such a cultivation speed could not even be matched by her at her peak. Bai Wuji pulled Yun Mingyao into his embrace, laughing, "This is all thanks to you, master. If you hadn't accompanied me every night to diligently cultivate together, how would have such strength today?" "Stop your flattery." Yun Mingyao's cheeks flushed instantly, and she playfully pinched his waist, chiding, "Cultivating together can enhance one's cultivation, but it cannot have such miraculous effects." Bai Wuji, knowing he could not keep it from her, casually brushed it aside. "I encountered some fortuitous events during my travels outside, and my physique has slightly changed, which is why my cultivation speed has increased." Yun Mingyao's understanding dawned, and she did not press further. She then took out a jade vial from her spatial ring, poured out a gleaming white pill, and handed it to Bai Wuji. "Since you have reached consummation in Foundation establishment, this tunneling Dan is yours." Bai Wuji took the pill, feeling its coolness and the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master. We are in such a relationship now. Why are you being so polite?" Yun Mingyao shot him a glance. "What kind of relationship are we in?" Bai Wuji teased, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "You know full well." Yun Mingyao huffed, though her ears subtly flushed red. "It's just a master-disciple relationship. Gratitude is still in order." Bai Wuji feigned seriousness. How could a disciple act against their master? Yun Mingyao poked his chest playfully. "Then next time, let you be on top. Does that mean I am above you?" Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, teasing her. "You get down this instant." Yun Mingyao, both angry and shy, raised her foot to kick him off the bed. Bai Wuji quickly grasped her ankle, laughing in surrender. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just joking. I merely wanted to make you smile." Seeing him relent, Yun Mingyao's anger dissipated somewhat, but her expression soon turned serious, her tone grave. "Today, you won over more than 400,000 spirit stones from Zhang Difu. He will surely not let this go easily. You must be cautious moving forward. Try not to leave the sect, and if anything arises, seek me out immediately." "Rest assured, master, I am well aware." Bai Wuji glanced outside, noting the dawn breaking. "Time is of the essence. The Qingyun secret realm is about to open, and I must hurry." "Wait." Yun Mingyao also sat up. "I will accompany you to ensure that Zhang Difu's people do not intentionally cause you trouble." The two quickly dressed, and as they opened the door, they saw Lu Rusi standing at the threshold, holding a food box filled with breakfast. Upon seeing Bai Wuji exit from Yun Mingyao's room, Lu Rusi's eyes went wide. "Junior brother? How did you come out of the Master's chamber? Did you spend the night there?" Yun Mingyao's heart leaped in her throat. Her cheeks flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, standing frozen in place, unable to speak. Bai Wuji, however, maintained his composure, stepping forward to take the food box and smilingly explained, "Yesterday, the master assisted me in refining my spiritual energy and guiding my cultivation. Before I knew it, it was already late into the night, so I simply stayed." Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyao's face reddened even more, secretly pinching Bai Wuji. This was clearly a fabricated tale of cultivation, yet he presented it so grandly. Lu Rusi, however, thought nothing of it, believing that the two had merely lost track of time in their earnest cultivation. So that is how it is. Junior brother, today the Qingyun's secret realm opens. Time is of the essence. Let us depart at once to avoid missing the moment. All right. Bai Wuji nodded, and the three of them soared into the air, heading toward the entrance of the secret realm on the back mountain. When they arrived at the entrance of the back mountain secret realm, the other 9 qualified disciples were already waiting there, including Zhang Chenglong, who had lost an arm. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with malice. The moment he saw Bai Wuji, his teeth ground together audibly, his murderous intent nearly spilling over. Bai Wuji did not even glance his way, directly ignoring him. If he did not provoke him, that was fine, but should he dare to instigate him again, Bai Wuji would not hesitate to retaliate, even taking off his head. Aside from that, the sect leader Zhao Jinsheng, the 3rd elder, the 5th elder, and the peak masters were all present, the atmosphere both solemn and expectant. Zhao Jinsheng surveyed the 10 individuals, speaking in a deep voice. Now that everyone is gathered, let us open the secret realm. The 3rd elder nodded in agreement, raising his hand to retrieve a jade tablet engraved with intricate patterns. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he waved it toward the void ahead. A brilliant beam of light shot forth, landing on the ground, instantly coalescing into a semi-transparent gate of light, behind which the misty scenery of the Qingyun's secret realm could be faintly seen. Within the secret realm lie rare treasures and ancestral legacies. Whether one can seize the opportunity depends entirely on your own fortune. Zhao Jinsheng's demeanor was grave as he earnestly cautioned, "You must remember, fortune often accompanies peril. Within the secret realm, there are not only demonic beasts, but also residual prohibitions from previous expeditions. Exercise caution and refrain from overreaching." He gestured towards the luminous portal, adding, "Step inside. After one day, the secret realm will automatically transport you back. Be vigilant." Yin Mingyao's voice was low, her eyes brimming with concern. Bai Wuji nodded in acknowledgement, no longer hesitating as he took the lead, stepping through the light, his figure vanishing amidst the mist. Shortly after, Zhang Qinglong followed suit with a darkened expression, and the remaining disciples entered in succession. Not far off, in the thicket, Zhang Difu concealed himself behind a tree. Watching the last individual enter the secret realm before turning to his companion, Xie and coldly inquired, "Is everything arranged?" Xie quickly nodded, bowing slightly, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "Rest assured, Holy Son, I have bribed 8 out of the 9, each receiving a premium magical artifact. We await the opportunity to encircle and eliminate Bai Wuji within the secret realm. Moreover, Zhang Chenglong possesses that spirit tool, the Pahun Dao, which you lent him. Even if Bai Wuji were to have 3 heads and 6 arms, he is bound to meet his demise this time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Difu's lips curled into a cruel smile, his gaze dark and menacing. "Excellent. Bai Wuji has stolen my woman, tarnished my reputation, and taken my spirit stones. This time, he must perish within the secret realm, leaving no trace behind." He paused for effect, then coldly added, "You will remain here to watch. If you see Bai Wuji emerge alive after the secret realm closes, do not bother coming to see me." A shiver ran through Xie, who hastily replied, "Yes, yes. Holy Son, please rest assured. I will keep a close watch and ensure Bai Wuji does not escape." Chapter 71. The might of the Taiyin soared the moment Bai Wuji stepped through the luminous portal. He felt a dizzying whirl, the surrounding light and shadow rushing past him. When he regained his footing, he found himself in a dense, ancient forest. Towering trees obscured the sun, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, mingled with the scent of demonic beasts. Clearly, upon the opening of the secret realm, everyone had been randomly transported to different areas, just as he focused on his surroundings. A low, menacing growl echoed nearby, and a gray shadow lunged towards him. It was a peak first-tier Qingwen wolf, its fangs bared and eyes blood-red, moving with astonishing speed. The chilling glimmer on its claws could shred the protective chi of ordinary chi refining cultivators. How dare this peak chi refining beast obstruct my path? Bai Wuji's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly struck the creature's skull with his palm. A resounding thud echoed as the Qingwen wolf's skull shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bai Wuji casually collected its corpse, fur, and fangs, all of which were materials for refining, though not particularly valuable, yet better than nothing. He proceeded toward the direction where the spiritual energy was most concentrated, and soon his eyes brightened. In a crevice of rock ahead, he spotted a luminescent purple spiritual herb, its leaves shimmering with a faint aura of spiritual energy. It was indeed the rare fourth-tier spiritual herb, Zi-Ling Chao. This herb was the primary ingredient for concocting the fourth-tier Tongling Dan, capable of fetching over 1,000 spirit stones, and was exceedingly rare. Often seldom seen, even in the sect's alchemy hall. Bai Wuji's heart surged with joy as he hurried forward, reaching out to pluck the herb. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to graze the Zi-Ling Chao, the ground trembled violently, and a massive shadow, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from the nearby bushes, its gaping maw aimed directly at him. It was a colossal python, its body covered in purple-black scales, its eyes glowing red like lanterns, and faint arcs of electricity flickering atop its head. This was the peak second-tier demonic beast, Zidian Mang, with a strength comparable to a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. The Zidian Mang possessed an incredibly robust body and formidable defenses, capable of unleashing innate skills. Typically, a foundation establishment cultivator would only be able to escape in disarray upon encountering such a beast. Bai Wuji's pupils constricted, instinctively sidestepping as the python's jaws narrowly missed his shoulder, a gust of foul wind brushing past him, carrying a lethal chill. That was close. Bai Wuji's heart raced as he swiftly drew the premium spirit tool spear he had received from Yunmeng Yao. The spear tip glinted coldly, targeting the Zidian Mang's left eye, one of its most vulnerable spots. The Zidian Mang responded with lightning speed, its massive head whipping around, its hardened scales colliding violently with the spear. A sharp clang resonated as Bai Wuji felt a tremendous force surge through him, his hand going numb as the spear was deflected several feet away. Before he could regain his balance, the Zidian Mang gathered a mass of purple electricity in its mouth, a crackling sound piercing the air as a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as an arm, shot straight at him. The speed of this attack was blindingly fast, leaving no room for evasion. Bai Wuji gritted his teeth, gripping the spear tightly, channeling his qi into it as its shaft radiated a layer of pearly light, thrusting it fiercely toward the purple lightning. Boom! The clash between the purple lightning and the spear unleashed a wave of terrifying energy that surged outward. Bai Wuji trembled as if countless needles were piercing his meridians. His palm burned painfully as the lightning singed it, the acrid smell of charred flesh filling the air. He was forced back repeatedly, his blood surging with a mix of shock and fury. This Zidian Mang's attack was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Relentless, the Zidian Mang twisted its massive form, its long tail whipping through the air with a howling wind, aiming to strike Bai Wuji. Should he be struck by that tail, even with protective spiritual energy, his bones would likely shatter. Bai Wuji executed the Liuguang step, evading like a wraith. The Zidian Mang's defenses were impregnable, its layered scales were incredibly tough, and the earlier spear thrust had left not a single mark. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate its defenses. Just the right opportunity to test my sword. Bai Wuji's gaze sharpened as he positioned his left hand behind his back, gripping the spear tightly in his right, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure the Zidian Mang into another attack. The Zidian Mang, predictably, took the bait, opening its massive jaws to lunge once more. At that moment, Bai Wuji raised his left hand sharply, a fine yet cold black sword energy coalescing at his fingertips. It was the Taiyin sword, which he had successfully cultivated within the Jiucai Linglong Tower. The Taiyin sword harbored a chilling and oppressive energy, although still in its nascent form. It was sufficient to breach the defenses of a second-tier demonic beast. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Wuji launched the sword energy like a shooting star, striking precisely into the Zidian Mang's open mouth, piercing its throat. Hiss! The Zidian Mang emitted a piercing scream, its massive body thrashing violently, crimson blood gushing from its mouth and splattering the ground. After struggling for a moment, its colossal form lay still, the electric glow atop its head gradually fading. Remarkable! Bai Wuji was astonished. This 10 absolute sword technique was indeed formidable, surpassing many spirit-level martial skills. It was a pity he had only mastered one sword technique. If he could cultivate several more, he would be able to contend even with golden core cultivators. Bai Wuji stowed the spear and approached the Zidian Mang's carcass. Its scales were excellent materials for refining spirit tools, and its gallbladder was a prized item for tempering the body. Particularly, the electrical energy contained within could potentially serve as a foundation for practicing the Thunder Sword within the 10 Absolute Sword technique. Just as Bai Wuji secured the gallbladder, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. 3 figures formed a triangular formation, blocking his path. The leader, clad in a green disciple's robe with a sinister countenance, was Fang Qishan, who had placed 3rd in the recent newcomer competition, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The 2 companions behind him were also early foundation establishment cultivators, wielding premium magical artifacts that shimmered with spiritual light. Brother Bai, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Fang Qishan smirked mockingly. Bai Wuji tightened his grip on the spear, scanning the trio with cold eyes. What do you intend by obstructing me? What do we want? Fang Qishan scoffed, his derision unabashed. We are here to take your life. You dare to covet the Holy Sun's woman and seize his spirit stones, thinking yourself above the law. Today, we are here to clear the Holy Sun's path and teach you the consequences of offending him. One of Fang Qishan's companions stepped forward, brandishing a long knife at Bai Wuji. Listen, kid, if you are wise, surrender and die quickly, and we might leave you with a whole corpse. If you dare to resist, we will ensure you suffer endlessly until your soul is scattered. Chapter 72. The terrifying stone coffin. Is it merely the 3 of you? Bai Wuji scoffed as if he had heard the grandest of jokes, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 1 practitioner at the mid-foundation stage and 2 at the early stage, armed with mere trifles of magical artifacts, dared to declare their intent to kill me? Truly, they are deluded. This proclamation ignited a fury within Fang Qishan. Though he had suffered defeat to Zhang Chenglong in the grand tournament, he was nonetheless a formidable figure at the mid-foundation stage, wielding the exquisite Qingfeng sword bestowed by the Holy Sun. He believed that together, they could easily overpower even a practitioner at the late foundation stage, and would not tolerate Bai Wuji's contempt. Very well, Fang Qishan laughed in anger, raising his long sword, which hummed with a chilling azure light. Since you refuse to heed our warning, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Brothers, attack. Kill him, and the Holy Sun will surely reward us handsomely. Before his words had even faded, the 3 launched their assault simultaneously. Fang Qishan thrust his sword directly at Bai Wuji's heart. The other 2 encircled him from either side, one swinging a blade towards his waist, while the other wielded a staff aimed at his head. The 3 exquisite magical artifacts surged with power, sending a wave of energy that caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. If it had been an ordinary practitioner at the peak of the foundation stage, they might have found themselves in dire straits against such an onslaught. However, Bai Wuji was not only well-versed in his cultivation, but also possessed the Liuguang step, granting him a ghostly agility. With a swift motion, he sidestepped Fang Qishan's sword, while his spear struck like a viper, its tip glinting coldly as it precisely pierced the chest of the practitioner on his left. Blood gushed forth, and the unfortunate cultivator fell silently, his blade clattering to the ground. The one on the right, wielding the staff, watched in horror as his comrade fell, his pupils dilating in shock, his hands trembling, slowing his attack. Bai Wuji, however, would not afford him a moment to react. He swept his spear horizontally, the weapon slicing through the air with a fierce wind, severing the man's neck and painting the ground in crimson. In the blink of an eye, 2 early foundation stage practitioners lay dead before him. Fang Qishan, sword raised in midair, felt his rage evaporate, replaced by sheer terror. He stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, disbelief etched upon his face. He could not fathom that his carefully orchestrated ambush had been so effortlessly dismantled, resulting in the swift demise of 2 of his companions. How is this possible? Fang Qishan's voice trembled, his fingers turning white around the hilt of his sword. How could your strength be so formidable? What is your cultivation level? Late foundation stage? Or perhaps the dead have no need to know such things. Bai Wuji slowly raised his spear, its tip aimed at Fang Qishan, his gaze frigid and devoid of warmth. Fang Qishan's legs buckled in terror, and he collapsed to the ground, his previous bravado entirely vanished, replaced by desperation. Senior Brother Bai, I was wrong. I realized my mistake. I should not have listened to the Holy Sun and sought to kill you. I beg you, spare my life. I will never dare to cross you again. Bai Wuji did not halt his advance, continuing forward with an unyielding demeanor, his tone flat. I ask and you answer. Fang Qishan nodded vigorously, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Senior brother Bai, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything, leaving no detail unspoken. Besides the three of you, who else did Zhang Difu send to kill me? Bai Wuji inquired. There are 5 more. Fang Qishan replied hastily. Aside from Li Churen, the rest have accepted the Holy Sun's benefits. Where are they now? Bai Wuji pressed further. The teleportation is random. I do not know their precise locations. Fang Qishan explained, desperate to clarify. However, the secret realm is not vast, so it should not be difficult for you to find them. Bai Wuji scrutinized him for a moment. Noting his evasive gaze, yet sensing no deception, he retracted his spear. Fang Qishan thought he had narrowly escaped death, breathing a sigh of relief as he prepared to plead further. Suddenly, Bai Wuji raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing through the center of his brow. In your next life, do not provoke me again. As Bai Wuji's voice fell, Fang Qishan's body crumpled heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment and fear. Bai Wuji collected the exquisite magical artifacts and storage bags dropped by the three, his gaze turning towards the depths of the secret realm. Since Zhang Difu sought to eliminate him, he would take it upon himself to eradicate all of these threats, demonstrating that he, Bai Wuji, was not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. After dealing with Fang Qishan's corpse, Bai Wuji continued deeper into the realm. Upon reaching the base of a precipice, he suddenly noticed a half-human-sized opening in the cliff face. The entrance was covered in a thick layer of cobwebs, beneath which lay dark purple vines entwined with menacing thorns that glimmered with a sinister light, indicating their poisonous nature. Though he had intended to avoid unnecessary trouble, the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within the cave hinted at the possibility of hidden treasures. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Wuji drew his spear, severing the webs and cutting through the toxic vines, bending down to enter the cave. Inside, darkness enveloped him, lit only by the faint glow seeping through the crevices of the rock walls. The stench of decay intensified, mingled with a chilling aura that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. He produced a night pearl, using its faint light to navigate forward. After walking for approximately 100 steps, he found himself in a vast underground palace, where a colossal stone coffin sat solitary at its center. The coffin was entirely black, adorned with twisted runes, and between the grooves of the runes lay dark red markings, reminiscent of dried blood. Even more bizarre was the ancient tome resting atop the coffin, its cover devoid of any inscription, yet radiating a soft spiritual glow, the very source of the energy he had sensed. However, before Bai Wuji could approach, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the stone coffin, constricting his chest and rendering his breaths labored. With each step forward, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, and the spiritual energy within him trembled violently, threatening to dissipate at any moment. More alarmingly, the pressure bore down on his soul, causing it to quiver, while fragmented whispers echoed in his ears as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting, or ancient curses reverberated in the air. What is entombed within this coffin? Bai Wuji gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as his gaze fell upon the ancient tome. The book's radiance seemed to provide a modicum of resistance against the oppressive force, indicating that it was no ordinary item. With a deep breath, he steeled himself against the soul-rending agony and advanced step by step toward the coffin. As he drew within 3 steps of the stone coffin, the runes upon it suddenly glowed with a dark red light, and an even more terrifying aura surged toward him. Bai Wuji coughed up a mouthful of blood, his knees buckling uncontrollably as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He could distinctly sense that something dreadful was stirring within the coffin, a horror surpassing any beast he had encountered, far more fearsome than Yuan Ing's stage cultivator Yin Mengyao. There was no time to waste. A fierce determination flashed in Bai Wuji's eyes as he summoned his strength, lunging forward in a sudden burst, reaching for the ancient tome. As his fingertips grazed the book, a crack resounded from the coffin, splitting open to release a wisp of black mist, within which distorted faces writhed. Bai Wuji was paralyzed with terror, daring not to glance back as he seized the tome and fled. Behind him, a thunderous roar erupted. As if the stone coffin were collapsing, the terrifying pressure advancing closer, and the whispers growing ever clearer, as if something was pursuing him. Chapter 73. The Indestructible Golden Body Technique. He stumbled out of the cave, rolling and crawling until he had traversed several miles, only stopping beneath a large tree to collapse. Gasping for breath, it was then that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat, and his hand, gripping the tome, trembled uncontrollably. Each moment spent within that stone chamber felt like a brush with death. He was oblivious to what lay within the coffin, nor did he wish to know. The mere recollection of the experience sent chills down his spine. After a considerable period, he gradually steadied his mind and opened the ancient tome in his hands. Whereupon he was greeted by 4 prominent ancient characters inscribed on the first page, Bumi Jinshinju. As he turned the pages, he discovered a detailed account of body refinement techniques, ranging from the refinement of qi to the ultimate state of immortality, with each level of cultivation clearly delineated. Bai Wuji was both astonished and elated. The fear he had just experienced was swiftly overshadowed by the revelation of this extraordinary technique, a method capable of rendering one's physical form indestructible. He dared not linger, fearful that the entity within the stone coffin might pursue him. Soon, he located a concealed cave, moved a massive boulder to block the entrance, and took out the Jiokai Linglong Tower, stepping inside and activating the 100-fold time array, eagerly commencing his study of this technique. The preface of the method stated, the indestructible golden body consists of 15 stages, with the first stage for body refinement, the second for bone tempering, culminating in the 15th stage of an immortal physical form, capable of rebirth through blood. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became. Despite his rapid ascension and cultivation, his physical form had always been a shortcoming. This technique was perfectly suited to remedy that flaw, potentially granting him an invincible body among his peers. Although the level of this body refinement technique remained unclear, it was at least of heavenly grade, and perhaps even of the legendary celestial grade. However, according to the technique's description, cultivating the indestructible golden body required vast amounts of energy and time to repeatedly refine the body. A typical person would require 1 year and 10,000 spirit stones to cultivate the first stage, 10 years and 100,000 spirit stones for the second stage, with the time needed escalating tenfold for each subsequent level. Those of exceptional talent could potentially have the time required. Nonetheless, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to reach profound realms in cultivation. After all, reaching the 5th stage would take at least 5,000 years. While foundational cultivators had a lifespan of merely 300 years, 500 for Golden Core practitioners, and around 1,000 for Yuan Ying, with only transformation of God practitioners enjoying a lifespan of 2,000 years. Only those who had reached the refinement of Void Realm could hope for 5,000 years of life. This implied that only those in the refinement of Void Realm might cultivate the Bumi Jinshin Ju to the 5th stage. As for the 6th stage, it would require 50,000 years, a duration only barely achievable by tribulation period experts. The 7th stage, it seemed, could only be attained by celestial beings. After perusing the description, Bai Wuji felt an even greater surge of excitement. This technique was tailor-made for him, as time was the one resource he possessed in abundance. With the time array of the Jiokai Linglong Tower, as long as he had sufficient energy supply, he could experience time at a 100-fold rate. Moreover, as his cultivation advanced, he could unlock arrays yielding even 1,000 or 10,000 times the flow of time. Furthermore, as the master of the Jiokai Linglong Tower, the time array would not affect his original lifespan. Thus, with ample spirit stones, he could cultivate the Bumi Jinshin Ju to unprecedented heights. He eagerly retrieved a substantial amount of spirit stones, settled into a cross-legged position, and activated the Bumi Jinshin Ju, allowing the innate spiritual energy to surge into his body like a tidal wave, cleansing his limbs and bones. Each refining session was accompanied by excruciating pain, bones cracking, and flesh being repeatedly reshaped by the spiritual energy. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered under the 100-fold time flow. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes once more, a faint golden aura enveloped him. His skin as resilient as fine iron, he had successfully achieved the first stage of the Bumi Jinshin Ju. Although it was merely the first stage, He could distinctly feel the transformation of his physical form. Ordinary artifacts could scarcely harm him, and his strength had increased severalfold. Given his qualifications, it would typically take at least a year to accomplish the first stage, but with the enhancement of innate spiritual energy, his efficiency had soared. Bai Wuji stretched, his bones cracking audibly, and was just about to stow away the Ling Long Tower when a sudden cacophony of footsteps and a woman's cries erupted from outside the cave. He cautiously shifted a corner of the boulder and peered out, only to witness 5 men surrounding a woman clad in a pink dress. The leader, missing an arm, his right arm, severed by Bai Wuji, was Zhang Chenglong. The surrounded woman was strikingly beautiful, her garments stained with blood. She was Li Churen, the only female disciple among the top 10 of the competition, and the sole one who had not been bribed by Zhang Difu. At that moment, with an injured arm and a pale complexion, she was being forced to retreat by the men. Junior sisterly, since you've overheard what you Shun-Ti have, don't even think about escaping. Zhang Chenglong sneered, his remaining left arm gripping the Pahun Dao, its tip aimed threateningly at Li Churen. However, if you're wise, remove your clothing and entertain us brothers. Perhaps we'll grant you a swift death. Shameless. Li Churen's eyes brimmed with humiliation and rage. She had unintentionally overheard their plot to ambush Bai Wuji and, to her dismay, had been discovered and hunted down. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed, she declared, raising her long sword in an attempt to take her own life, only for Zhang Chenglong to sever her weapon with a wave of sword energy, sending the blade clattering to the ground. Want to die? Not so easily. A stout cultivator behind Zhang Chenglong stepped forward, seizing Li Churen's wrist, his coarse fingers groping her arm. Such a beautiful little lady, what a pity to die. Why not let us brothers take good care of you? We promise you'll feel like a celestial being. Another tall, lean man leaned in, tugging at Li Churen's dress, his tone lewd. Exactly. Look at your delicate skin. Softer than the girls in brothels. It's your fortune to accompany us brothers today. The 5 men closed in on Li Churen, some tugging at her collar, others pulling her hair, their vile words mingling in a repulsive chorus, eliciting a wave of nausea. Li Churen struggled desperately, but her injuries left her weak. Her collar had been torn, exposing a large expanse of her fair skin, her eyes filled with tears of despair. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed through the air. The massive boulder blocking the cave entrance suddenly shattered, dust swirling into the air as a tall figure emerged from the haze, enveloped in a chilling aura of murderous intent. Resembling a Shura returned from the depths of hell. Who? Zhang Chenglong and his companions were startled by the deafening noise, halting their actions and turning to face the figure with wary gazes. The other 4 cultivators instinctively tightened their grips on their artifacts, fearing a beast from the secret realm had intruded. As the dust settled, Bai Wuji, armed with a spear, cast a sharp glance at the group, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon recognizing Bai Wuji, Zhang Chenglong paused in shock, only to be replaced by a wild glee. The wound at his severed arm seemed to fade. Bai Wuji, it's you. What a stroke of luck, finding you here without effort. Today, I shall repay you tenfold for the injury to my arm. The other 4 also regained their composure, swiftly encircling Bai Wuji, their eyes gleaming with greed. Killing Bai Wuji would not only earn them favor with the Holy Sun, but would also allow them to seize the treasures on his person. Truly a double victory. They disregarded Li Churen, focusing solely on subduing Bai Wuji first. Seizing the opportunity, Li Churen scrambled to her feet, gazing at Bai Wuji, gratitude swelling within her. Yet she understood that remaining here would only heighten her peril. Gritting her teeth, she picked up the long sword from the ground and staggered deeper into the forest. She knew that should Zhang Chenglong and his companions kill Bai Wuji, they would inevitably return to hunt her down. Thus, the farther she fled, the better. Only when the secret realm closed and she was teleported away would she truly be safe. Surrounded by 5 foes, Bai Wuji remained calm and collected, sneering. You mere clowns believe you can kill me? How utterly ludicrous. You're seeking death. Zhang Chenglong roared, raising his black blade. Bai Wuji, I know you are formidable. But look at this. This is the low-grade spirit tool, Pahun Dao, bestowed upon me by the Holy Sun. Even if you are at the late stage of Foundation establishment, today you shall meet your demise. Indeed, a nearby cultivator brandished his premium magic sword. We all possess premium artifacts gifted by the Holy Sun. Together, even at the late stage of Foundation establishment, you will be forced to submit. Is that so? Bai Wuji's derision deepened, his spear vibrating slightly, emitting a crisp hum. Still daring to be arrogant? Kill him. Zhang Chenglong took the initiative to strike. The Pasol blade, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Bai Wuji's head. The blade's wind carried an eerie chill, attempting to disturb his very soul. Simultaneously, the other 4 participants launched their attacks, wielding their magical swords, iron rods, and battle axes with great fervor, their true energy surging forth in a grand display. Yet Bai Wuji merely smiled faintly, his feet gliding gracefully as he evaded all assaults like a wraith. At the same time, his spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from a sea, crashing with a thunderous sound as its tip accurately struck the Pasol blade. Zhang Chenglong felt an immense force surge through him, his left hand's grip fracturing, the Pasol blade nearly slipping from his grasp as he was forced to stagger backward. Before he could regain his footing, Bai Wuji's spear swept out, the shaft accompanied by a fierce gust, piercing through the chest of the cultivator to his left in a swift motion. In a heartbeat, he flickered, the spear thrusting repeatedly with impeccable precision, either piercing hearts or severing throats. In mere moments, 4 foundational stage cultivators lay dead in pools of blood, their bodies cold. Only Zhang Chenglong remained, staring at the carnage around him, terror-stricken, his hands trembling uncontrollably around the Pasol blade, completely stripped of his earlier arrogance. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice cracking. "Senior Brother Bai, I was wrong. I should not have listened to the Saint's son's orders to kill you. Please spare my life. I shall never dare again." Bai Wuji approached him slowly, his gaze frigid, devoid of any compassion. "Perhaps in your next life." Before the words had fully left his lips, the spear plunged forcefully into Zhang Chenglong's neck, blood gushing forth, the plea for mercy left unspoken as he succumbed to death. Bai Wuji retracted his spear and began collecting his spoils. For exquisite magical artifacts, 1 inferior spiritual item, the Pasol blade, less than 10,000 spirit stones, along with some healing pills and low-tier spiritual herbs. Among these, the Pasol blade was the most valuable, though merely an inferior spiritual item. It was worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones, and possessed a lethality far surpassing that of exquisite magical artifacts. After disposing of the bodies, he gazed toward the direction where Li Chuan had fled, his eyes turning icy in an instant. During this expedition into the secret realm, apart from himself and Li Chuan, the other 8 had all perished at his hands. Should Li Chuan escape and disclose this to the sect, even as a true disciple, he would find it difficult to evade the sect's punishment. Bai Wuji soared into the air, pursuing the path left by Li Chuan. Already injured, Li Chuan's escape was slow, and it wasn't long before Bai Wuji caught up to her. Seeing him blocking her path, Li Chuan trembled in fear, forcing herself to appear calm as she spoke. "Senior Brother Bai, why are you here? I killed Zhang Chenglong and the others." Bai Wuji's tone remained flat, yet his gaze exuded pressure. Li Chuan's pupils constricted, her face filled with shock, and she hurriedly added, "Senior Brother Bai, you truly are the rookie king, defeating 5 with ease. I admire you greatly. May I ask why you are blocking my way? Aside from you, the others who entered the secret realm have all perished." Bai Wuji's words struck like thunder, causing Li Chuan's face to turn pale. She finally grasped the danger, her legs trembling as she nearly collapsed. "Senior Brother Bai, those people were all wicked. They deserve their fate. I swear by my Tao heart that I will never speak of today's events. Please spare my life." "Swearing by your Tao heart? I do not believe in such things." Bai Wuji shook his head, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. "I may spare you, but you must acknowledge me as your master and allow me to plant a spiritual mark within your soul sea." Planting a spiritual mark in the soul sea meant she would be completely under Bai Wuji's control. In the future, he could easily shatter her soul with a mere thought or inflict excruciating pain upon her. Li Chuan's face blanched in fear, yet upon meeting Bai Wuji's icy gaze, she understood there was no choice left. It was either death or becoming his puppet. I agree." Li Chuan closed her eyes, despair evident in her voice. Bai Wuji bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto her forehead, a subtle stream of spiritual energy flowing with the blood into her soul sea, successfully planting the spiritual mark. Just then, a radiant white light illuminated the sky, an invisible force enveloping the two and pulling them upwards with great force. Bai Wuji realized that the time for the secret realm's closure had arrived, and they were about to be transported out. He looked at the ashen-faced Li Chuan beside him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From this moment onward, Li Chuan would be his most loyal pawn, and he would no longer need to worry about secrets being revealed. The next instant, their figures vanished from the secret realm, leaving behind an empty forest and pools of still fresh blood. Chapter 75. Young Lady Zhao Yuyan as the white light dissipated. Bai Wuji and Li Chuan appeared in a clearing outside the entrance of the secret realm. The waiting crowd immediately surrounded them, and upon seeing only the two, their expressions shifted. Out of the 10 who should have emerged, only 2 had returned. The sect leader, Zhao Jinsheng, stepped forward first, his brow furrowed, and his tone heavy with concern. Why are there only the 2 of you? Where are the others? The teleportation array of the secret realm only recognized the sect's token, inscribed with the spiritual marks of the disciples. Once a disciple perished, their mark would dissipate, and the array would be unable to sense their presence. With the other 8 not emerging, the implication was almost too evident. Li Chuan, already anxious, became even more flustered under Zhao Jinsheng's questioning, her hands gripping her clothes tightly, her lips moving without sound. Bai Wuji stepped forward calmly, explaining, reporting to the sect leader, we encountered a peak second-tier Xidian python deep within the secret realm. The beast was far too powerful. The others could not escape and were all devoured. Li Chuan, as if awakening from a dream, quickly nodded in agreement, her voice trembling with residual fear. That's right. The Xidian python was enormous and could unleash purple lightning. We fought with all our might to escape, but the others indeed did not survive. Xidian python? Zhao Jinsheng's expression darkened, for such a beast had never been recorded in the secret realm. How could it suddenly appear? The third elder quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands. Sect leader, perhaps a previous disciple, inadvertently brought a juvenile snake into the secret realm. After many years, nurtured by the realm's spiritual energy, it has grown into the current menace. Zhao Jinsheng pondered for a moment before nodding. That must be the case. Third elder, immediately lead a team into the secret realm for investigation. Meticulously search every corner and eliminate any potential hazards to prevent further incidents. Yes. The third elder accepted the order and departed. Zhao Jinsheng asked no further questions and turned to leave. From the sect's perspective, Bai Wuji's potential far exceeded that of the other disciples. As long as he remained unharmed, the lives of the others were merely a matter of unfortunate luck. The cultivation world is inherently a cruel place where the fittest survive, and there was no need to probe into the fate of a few ordinary disciples. The various peak leaders and elders gradually dispersed, none doubting Bai Wuji's account, particularly with Li Chuan as a witness. Seeing this, Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly cupped her hands to Bai Wuji. Senior brother Bai, I shall return to my residence to heal. Bai Wuji nodded slightly, offering her a reassuring glance. Only then did Li Chuan turn and hasten away, not daring to linger. Wuji, let us return as well. Yun Mingyao stepped forward, her tones softening, the worry in her eyes gradually dissipating. Bai Wuji nodded and soared into the sky alongside Yun Mingyao and Lu Rusi, heading towards Yanshao Peak. As soon as they landed, Lu Rusi eagerly grasped Bai Wuji's arm, her face alight with curiosity. Junior brother, the gains from this expedition into the secret realm must have been substantial, right? Did you find any rare spiritual herbs or legacies left by predecessors, or formidable martial techniques? Indeed, the harvest was quite satisfactory. I discovered several 4th-grade spiritual herbs and acquired some magical artifacts. Bai Wuji replied with a smile, deliberately omitting any mention of the indestructible golden body technique and the stone coffin. This particular technique was far too extraordinary and related to the unknown entity within the coffin. Until he understood more, he did not wish anyone, not even Yun Mingyao or Lu Rusi, to know. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Rusi's eyes, yet she maintained her smile. Having spiritual herbs and magical artifacts is already wonderful. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Perhaps next time we could uncover a legacy. Rusi, you may withdraw for now. I have something to discuss privately with your junior brother. Yun Mingyao suddenly spoke, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lu Rusi acknowledged her command and turned to leave. Once Lu Rusi had distanced herself, Bai Wuji unexpectedly reached out, wrapping his arms around Yun Mengyao's waist. Startled and blushing, she protested, "What are you doing? Put me down. We are in public." "And what of it? You are my master and my woman. Do I need to be concerned about the setting?" Bai Wuji chuckled softly into her ear, continuing his stride directly toward her chamber. "Do you still not comprehend my intentions?" Before Yun Mengyao could retort, he had pushed open the door, gently setting her upon the bed, leaning down to kiss her. The room soon echoed with heavy breaths, garments strewn across the floor, and an atmosphere thick with intimacy. For Bai Wuji, the act of dual cultivation had transcended mere indulgence. The yin energy within Yun Mengyao was vital for his cultivation of the Tine Sword, and each encounter refined his yin energy further. The following day, Yun Mengyao languidly leaned against Bai Wuji, her skin glistening with perspiration, her cheeks still flushed. She poked his chest playfully, reproaching, "You wicked disciple. How have you grown even stronger? Surely, you haven't resorted to using forbidden drugs? I am naturally formidable." "No need for such substances," Bai Wuji replied, playfully pinching her chin. He refrained from mentioning his training of the immortal body technique, shifting the topic instead. "Besides, with your exceptional assistance, it would be laughable if my progress were slow." Yun Mengyao's cheeks reddened, and she refrained from pressing further, only to suddenly adopt a serious tone. "Zhang Chenglong and the others, you were the one who killed them, weren't you?" Bai Wuji paused, then nodded candidly. "How did you deduce that? You are at the peak of Foundation establishment. Eliminating a few early to mid-stage disciples is hardly a challenge." Yun Mengyao sighed. "Moreover, Zhang Chenglong held a grudge against you. I fail to understand why you would harm others who bore you no ill will. They are not as innocent as they appear." Bai Wuji's expression turned icy as he recounted how Zhang Defu had bribed 8 individuals to ambush him in the secret realm. "If I do not eliminate them, my life will be forfeit." Yun Mengyao trembled with fury, sitting upright. "That Zhang Defu, how dare he be so arrogant? I shall confront him and make him aware that we, from Yun Shao Peak, are not to be trifled with." "Do not go." Bai Wuji grasped her hand. "You lack evidence. He would certainly deny it. Moreover, he is the Holy Sun. Can you truly bring yourself to kill him?" Yun Mengyao bit her lip, ultimately suppressing her wrath. "Shall we let this matter rest?" "Certainly not." Bai Wuji's eyes glinted with determination. "I shall remember this grievance, and when I possess sufficient strength, I will reclaim what is owed." Seeing his resolute gaze softened her heart, and she nestled back into his embrace. "Very well, I trust you. Just be cautious and do not act impulsively." At that moment, a transmission jade at Bai Wuji's waist vibrated. He retrieved the jade, and Elder Jin's voice resonated. "Silver-masked young master, in half a month, the finals of the alchemist competition will commence. Will you join us in Chudu?" Bai Wuji suddenly remembered his registration for the competition and promptly responded, "No need. I shall make my way there alone and will contact you upon arrival." Yun Mengyao gazed at him puzzled. "Silver-masked young master? Is that your alias? And since when did you become an alchemist?" "During my training in Hao City, I happened to learn a bit of alchemy and even secured the championship in the regional competition." Bai Wuji explained, a hint of pride in his voice. "I am quite multi-talented. There is much you are yet unaware of." "You are impressive. That much is clear." Yun Mengyao rolled her eyes at him, her expression filled with admiration. "When you go to Chudu for the competition, be sure to exercise caution. The outside world is far more complex than the sect." "Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits," Bai Wuji assured her. The next morning, Bai Wuji departed Yunshao Peak with Li Lu. Riding a spirit crane toward Chu, he brought Li Lu along to continually motivate her, fostering mutual growth. Simultaneously, within the hall of the Holy Son of Qing Yun sect, Xie Yang knelt trembling, too fearful to raise his head. He had repeatedly failed to execute Zhang Defu's orders and feared that the Holy Sun might slay him in a fit of rage. Zhang Defu sat upon the main seat, his countenance darkened, and a chilling murderous aura enveloped him. Just then, a graceful figure entered. The woman donned a pink dress, her beauty striking, though not surpassing Yun Mengyao or Lin Ruoxi. Yet, she was still a rare beauty, her demeanor hinting at a certain petulance. "Oh dear, which blind fool has provoked our esteemed Holy Sun to such a degree?" she teased, stepping forward with a playful tone. Upon seeing her, Zhang Defu's murderous intent diminished significantly, his tone softening. "Zhao Shermei, what brings you here today?" "Xie Ji and Hastili Boet." Greetings, young miss. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Yuyin, the sole daughter of Zhao Jinsheng, the sect master of Qingyan sect. Not only was she the sect master's daughter, but also a core disciple, her prowess second only to Lin Ruoxi. Had Lin Ruoxi not emerged, the position of Saintess would have rightfully belonged to her. Zhao Yuyin cast a glance at Xie Jiyang on the ground, a smirk of mockery gracing her lips. Xie Jiyang, you look rather pathetic. I presume you have once again botched the Holy Sun's orders? Xie Jiyang dared not respond, and merely buried his head lower. Zhang Defu frowned, his voice tinged with exasperation. Let's not speak of him. It would only dampen your spirits. Did you come here today for a specific purpose? Zhao Yuyin smiled sweetly. I know you wish to eliminate Bai Wuji. I can assist you in that endeavor. Merely, Bai Wuji? I hardly regard him as a threat. Zhang Defu scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. He is but a fledgling at the foundation stage. Were it not for the sect's regulations, I could crush him with a single finger. Though your strength could indeed dispose of him within the sect, you are powerless against him. Moreover, he is exceedingly cautious whenever he ventures outside. For instance, this time, he has already left the sect, and you likely remain unaware. Zhao Yuyin remarked. Zhang Defu's expression shifted, glancing sharply at Xie Jiyang. Xie Jiyang, did you not say you had people monitoring Yin Shao Peak? Why did you not report his departure from the sect? Xie Jiyang trembled in fear, hastily bowing his head. Odison, I truly assigned several individuals to watch over Yin Shao Peak, rotating day and night, yet I did not see Bai Wuji leave. Ah, that is precisely his cunning. Zhao Yuyin smirked coldly. He stealthily departed from the back mountain before dawn. Zhang Defu furrowed his brow, turning to Zhao Yuyin. If he is so cautious that even my people fail to notice him, how did you come to know? Zhao Yuyin casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone dripping with self-satisfaction. Have you forgotten? I possess the ability to communicate with animals. The spirit cranes of the sect's back mountain and the creatures in the forest serve as my eyes and ears. There is nothing I cannot uncover. Zhang Defu recalled her unique talent, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes, only to be replaced by caution. Zhao Shimei, you typically do not involve yourself in such matters. Your visit today to share this information must have ulterior motives. Zhao Yuyin shot a glance at Xie Jiyang, remaining silent yet clearly hinting at her intent to dismiss him. Xie Jiyang, ever astute, immediately stood and bowed. Holy Sun, young miss, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. As he exited the hall in haste, the door closed behind him. Zhao Yuyan's smile faded, her tone turning frigid. I will assist you in eliminating Bai Wuji, but in return, you must help me rid myself of that little wretch Lin Ruoxi. What? Zhang Defu sprang to his feet, astonished. Zhao Shimei, you cannot be serious. Lin Ruoxi is a saintess. If she is slain, the sect will never rest easy. I am not jesting. Zhao Yiyin's gaze was fierce, her fingertips white from clenching. She usurped my position as the saintess and has consistently overshadowed me. I have endured enough over the years. If I do not eliminate her, my wrath shall remain unquenched. Zhang Defu gradually concealed his surprise, his expression turning grave. Zhao Yuyin observed him with a hint of mockery in her tone. What? You cannot bear to part with her? The woman who has already been touched by Bai Wuji? Zhang Defu fell silent for a moment, then nodded candidly. To be honest, I truly cannot bear it. What is so special about her? Zhao Yuyin raised her voice, her eyes filled with confusion. Let us not forget she is already Bai Wuji's woman, now but a wilted flower. As the Holy Sun, what kind of woman do you not have? Why cling to her? Upon hearing the phrase wilted flower, Zhang Defu's expression darkened instantly. When Lin Ruoxi became Bai Wuji's partner, everyone believed Bai Wuji was merely a shield she had summoned. After all, Lin Ruoxi excelled in both martial and physical prowess, while Bai Wuji was merely a waste during the qi refining stage. Even if Lin Ruoxi wished to, she could not break through that barrier. However, during the grand competition, Bai Wuji astonished all, revealing that he had been concealing his strength and had already established his foundation. Consequently, breaking through Lin Ruoxi's defenses was no longer a challenge, and given Bai Wuji's displayed talent, the two of them truly made a fitting pair. The possibility of Lin Ruoxi remaining untouched had significantly diminished. Yet despite this, he still could not let go, or rather, he was unwilling to accept it. Throughout his life, he had acquired everything he desired, including women. Lin Ruoxi was the only one who had humbled him. Even if she was no longer pure, he still sought to possess her, to ravage her, and to make her aware of the consequences of rejecting him. Zhao Yuyin seemed to see through his thoughts and soften her tone. Holy Son, there are plenty of beautiful women. Why be so fixated on Lin Ruoxi? Allow me to eliminate Bai Wuji for you, and you will help me eliminate her. It is mutually beneficial, is it not? Zhang Difu gazed at Zhao Yuyin for a long time, then suddenly smiled. Very well, I can agree to this. However, I have one condition. Zhao Yuyin's heart tightened, and she inquired, what condition? You must become my woman. Zhang Difu rose and approached her, his gaze somewhat predatory. Once you agree, our combined strength will secure the entirety of Qinjiamen for us. Zhao Yuyin was momentarily stunned, her fingers instinctively curling. She recognized Zhang Difu's excellence, but was acutely aware of his character. He was lecherous and perverse. Lin Ruoxi had turned against him because he had toyed with Lin Ruoxi's close friend, ultimately leading to her demise. Yet, upon thinking of Lin Ruoxi's exalted visage and her own years of humiliation, she gritted her teeth and looked up at Zhang Difu. Fine. As long as you assist me in eliminating Lin Ruoxi, I shall agree. A pleasant collaboration. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Difu's face as he reached out to touch Zhao Yuyin's cheek. Zhao Yuyin instinctively flinched but ultimately restrained herself. In his eyes, Zhao Yuyin, both in appearance and cultivation talent, was only slightly inferior to Lin Ruoxi. More importantly, she was the sole daughter of the sect master, a status Lin Ruoxi could never hope to match. He had previously wished to possess Zhao Yuyin, yet she had always evaded him. Now that he could finally fulfill his desire, he was elated. Zhao Yuyin stepped back, avoiding his touch, her tone cool. You wait here for my good news. I will first assist you in eliminating Bai Wuji. Then I shall await your favorable tidings. Zhang Difu's smile was amiable, although he had not secured Lin Ruoxi. Winning over Zhao Yuyin was a worthy consolation. Furthermore, although he had agreed to Zhao Yuyin's request to eliminate Lin Ruoxi, he had not specified how she would be eliminated. Playing with her could also suffice. Chapter 77. Illusory emotions. The spirit crane flapped its wings, soaring above the clouds, the outline of Chudu faintly visible in the distance. Bai Wuji sat atop the crane, instructing Li Lu in alchemy when he suddenly heard a sharp sound slicing through the air ahead. A pink figure descended on a sword. Like an arrow released from a bow, blocking the path of the spirit crane, her aura radiating with the oppressive force of the Golden Core stage, shaking the very clouds apart. Halt! The cold voice echoed as Zhao Yuyin hovered on her sword, her gaze slicing through Bai Wuji and Li Lu. Bai Wuji frowned, not recognizing the woman before him and wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. He promptly patted the spirit crane's neck, intending to bypass her and continue on. However, as the spirit crane prepared to change direction, Zhao Yuyin merely whistled, and the spirit crane suddenly lost control, emitting a piercing cry as it flew uncontrollably towards her. Regardless of Bai Wuji's attempts to steer it, this is not good. Bai Wuji's heart sank, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. He immediately pulled Li Lu and leapt off the spirit crane's back. As they landed and steadied themselves, Zhao Yuyin had already descended on her sword, hovering before them and looking down with disdain. Who are you? What do you want? Bai Wuji asked, warily watching Zhao Yuyin, ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Yuyin's lips curled into a cold smile. I am the one who will kill you. Before her words had fully settled, her flying sword shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Bai Wuji's heart. The sword moved with astonishing speed. Before Bai Wuji could fully react, the tip was nearly upon him. Clang! At the critical moment, Bai Wuji hastily drew the broken soul blade to block. A deafening clang resonated as a surge of terrifying power coursed through the blade. Bai Wuji felt his hands tremble as blood gushed from his mouth, his body sent flying several zhang away, his chi surging uncontrollably. Had he not cultivated the undying golden body technique, his physical form would have far surpassed that of his peers, and this blow would have shattered his meridians, leaving him grievously injured. Even so, he felt a heaviness in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly sustaining light injuries. A golden core powerhouse, and certainly not one at the initial stage. Bai Wuji's heart raced. The ease with which she had struck him so thoroughly indicated her strength was at least mid-golden core, if not stronger. Zhao Yuyin regarded him, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Oh? You were able to withstand my casual strike? Bai Wuji gritted his teeth and stood up, enduring the pain. Seizing the moment Zhao Yuyin spoke, he subtly transmitted to Li Lu, "I will draw her away. You find the opportunity to escape." Li Lu's face turned pale, yet she understood that remaining here would only hinder him. She quickly nodded, clutching her clothing tightly. "Ever ready to flee? I have no grievances with you. Why are you intent on killing me?" Bai Wuji fixed his gaze on Zhao Yuyin, attempting to buy time while secretly circulating his qi to mend his injured meridians. Dead men need not know too much. Zhao Yuyin, uninterested in further conversation, raised her hand once more. The flying sword circled in the air, now infused with a more lethal aura as it slashed towards Bai Wuji. This time, she held nothing back, the sword's wind carrying the oppressive force of the mid-golden core, causing the air around them to feel suffocating. Bai Wuji dared not be careless, pouring all his qi into the broken soul blade, which glimmered with a black halo, preparing to withstand the blow once again. Boom! An even more terrifying force struck, sending Bai Wuji hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a great tree, which splintered upon impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his hand gripping the blade, trembling uncontrollably. Yet Zhao Yuyin did not rush to deliver the finishing blow, like a cat playing with a mouse. She observed Bai Wuji struggle to rise, amusement dancing in her eyes. "What is this? Were you not quite formidable just a moment ago? Why not try standing up again?" Bai Wuji's heart sank. He realized that if this continued, he would eventually be worn down and must quickly devise an escape plan. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a dense ancient forest not far away, and an idea struck him. Seizing the moment Zhao Yuyin relaxed her guard, Bai Wuji summoned the last remnants of his qi, condensing a strand of black sword energy at his fingertips. This was the Taiyin sword. After several days of dual cultivation with Yunmeng Yao, his Yin attribute energy had become increasingly refined, and the power of the Taiyin sword had multiplied several times, sufficient to annihilate any foundation establishment cultivator. With a whoosh, the sword qi shot toward Zhao Yuyin like a shooting star, astonishingly swift. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhao Yuyin's eyes. She had not anticipated that Bai Wuji harbored such a deadly move, and she hurriedly manipulated her flying sword to block. With a clang, the sword qi was shattered by the flying sword, but that brief moment was enough for Bai Wuji to escape. Thinking of fleeing? It would not be so simple. Zhao Yuyin quickly regained her composure, sneering coldly as her flying sword transformed into a streak of light, pursuing Bai Wuji. There was a stark chasm between the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Even if Bai Wuji executed the Liuguang step to perfection, his speed could not match that of Zhao Yuyin, who soared through the air on her sword. The distance between them continued to close, with the sword qi behind Bai Wuji nearly poised to pierce his back. Just then, Bai Wuji's eyes brightened as he spotted the ancient forest ahead. Without a second thought, he dashed into the woods, utilizing the dense foliage for cover, constantly changing direction in an attempt to evade Zhao Yuyin's pursuit. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Zhao Yuyin gazed at the dense trees with a hint of scornful amusement. Did he truly believe hiding in the woods would be effective? She hovered above the treetops, slowly closing her eyes as her consciousness, characteristic of a mid-golden core cultivator, instantly expanded, enveloping an area of 100 miles. In her perception, every blade of grass, every tree, every bird and beast in the forest was vividly clear, yet there was no trace of Bai Wuji. Zhao Yuyin abruptly opened her eyes, her expression freezing in disbelief. How could this be? In such a short span of time, he could not possibly have escaped my consciousness. How could he have vanished? Undeterred, she released her consciousness again, meticulously scanning every inch of the forest floor, even delving 3 feet underground, yet still found nothing. As if Bai Wuji had simply ceased to exist. What she did not know was that, at that moment, Bai Wuji had long since entered the Jiucai Linglong Tower and had deliberately activated the invisibility formation within. This Jiucai Linglong Tower was a congenital spiritual treasure. Once the invisibility formation was engaged, not even a golden core cultivator's consciousness, let alone that of a nascent soul or transformation stage expert, could perceive it. Inside the tower, Bai Wuji panted heavily, quickly retrieving several healing pills to ingest, channeling his true qi to mend his injuries. Once the excruciating pain within him subsided slightly, Bai Wuji opened his eyes and raised his hand to activate the time acceleration formation within the tower. Where did this woman come from? Could she be someone Zhang Difu found? Or perhaps a member of the Chun family? Bai Wuji was utterly perplexed. Despite his precautions, how could he still be targeted? Since he could not fathom it, he decided to dismiss the thought altogether. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve his immediate predicament. He sensed that the woman outside had not departed, and he could not ascertain when she might leave. Under different circumstances, he would have ample time to wait. But he still needed to participate in the alchemist competition finals in Chudu. According to Elder Jin, the champion would receive a vial of Lu Yang divine water. The Lu Yang divine water was of unparalleled purity and vitality, essential for the refinement of many medicinal pills. Furthermore, it was a treasure for body tempering. In acquiring it would greatly aid his cultivation of the immortal golden body technique. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Huanshou Lu. Bai Wuji's eyes lit up. Huanshou Lu was a secret potion recorded in the Tunshinju. Anyone who consumed this potion would fall into an illusion, perceiving the opposite sex as their most beloved. Conveniently, he had all the necessary materials to concoct Huanshou Lu. Without delay, he began rummaging through the materials within the Jiucai Linglong Tower. Previously, he had not only plundered the Chun family's treasury, but also collected a vast array of spoils from his adventures in the secret realm, amassing a mountain of various spiritual herbs and ores. Remarkably, he found that he had all the required ingredients for Huanshou Lu, including the Meidai flower, Ixen grass, and several auxiliary materials. Without hesitation, he retrieved the alchemy furnace and carefully measured and combined the materials. Given that Huanshou Lu possessed a potent nature, merely a trace of its essence could trigger the illusion. He deliberately isolated the scent with his true qi, fully concentrating on controlling the heat. After half an hour, a wisp of light pink mist wafted from the furnace, condensing into 3 crystalline droplets of Huanshou Lu. He carefully stored the potion in a specially crafted jade vial. Immediately exiting the Linglong Tower and, taking advantage of the forest winds, flung the droplets into the air. The light pink mist swiftly mingled with the atmosphere, emitting a faint yet alluring fragrance. Having completed this task, he returned to the tower, waiting patiently for the potion's effects to manifest. Zhao Yuyan, hovering above the treetops, quickly sensed the disturbance, descending on her sword. However, after scanning her surroundings, she did not even catch a glimpse of Bai Wuji's shadow. Frowning slightly, she noticed the faint fragrance lingering in the air, attributing it to the wildflowers in the forest, and paid it no mind. Just as she prepared to release her consciousness once more, her gaze gradually became dazed, and her spiritual energy began to dissipate. Bai Wuji, sensing her unstable aura from within the tower, knew the potion's effect had taken hold, and thus he exited the Jiucai Linglong Tower. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yin not only refrained from attacking, but also swayed slightly. Her eyes glazed as she softly inquired, "Who are you?" Bai Wuji stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I am your husband." "Husband?" Zhao Yun echoed softly, a blush blooming on her cheeks as her gaze softened entirely. The previous murderous intent replaced by an air of shyness. Under the influence of the drug, she held no suspicion towards Bai Wuji's words. "What is your name? Where are you from?" Bai Wuji gently asked. "I am Zhao Yuyan, from Qinjiamen. My father is Zhao Jinsheng." Bai Wuji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the woman before him was the daughter of the sect leader. "What is your purpose in coming out this time?" Bai Wuji pressed further. "I have a pact with Zhang Difu. He will help me kill Lin Ruoxi, and in return, I will assist him in eliminating Bai Wuji and become his woman." "Why do you wish to kill Lin Ruoxi?" Bai Wuji continued to inquire. "She stole the position of the holy maiden that rightfully belonged to me," Zhao Yuyan replied. Her words ignited a surge of anger within Bai Wuji. This Zhao Yuyan was truly ruthless. Not only seeking to kill him, but also plotting against his wife. She deserved to die. Slowly, Bai Wuji's hand moved toward her head, and just as he was about to strike her down, he suddenly froze. Upon making contact with her head, he sensed an extraordinarily pure stream of golden attribute energy, devoid of any impurities. "Ah, Jin Ling Ti, you are a rare Jin Ling Ti." The golden attribute spiritual energy was crucial for mastering the 10 absolute sword techniques, particularly the Broken Sky Sword, and a Jinling Tea cultivator could provide the most refined golden attribute energy, making her an invaluable treasure to him. Bai Wuji's heart surged with joy, his gaze turning fervent. After a moment's hesitation, He leaned down and pressed Zhao Yuyin to the ground, kissing her lips. As the ancient said, "Do not let a good woman slip away. Do not waste a wicked one." Though this woman was despicable, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, possessing the rare Jinling tea. Killing her would indeed be a great pity. Bai Wuji had always believed that wastefulness was shameful. Utilizing resources to their fullest was a deeply ingrained conviction. Her lips were soft and sweet, and he became utterly entranced. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her legs long and straight, her neck graceful, and her figure exquisite. Bai Wuji found himself captivated, reveling in the moment. After a muffled groan, the yin and yang merged, becoming one. Bai Wuji successfully absorbed her yuan yin and a substantial amount of golden attribute spiritual energy within just half an hour. The intent of the broken sky sword had begun to take form within him, and this was merely the beginning. For a considerable time thereafter, Bai Wuji behaved like an indefatigable machine, continuously absorbing the golden attribute spiritual energy from her. The intent of the broken sky sword grew increasingly refined. Bai Wuji even contemplated using the Tunshin Ju to drain her completely. However, upon regaining his composure, he promptly dismissed this notion. To drain her completely would be akin to killing the goose that laid the golden egg, an unwise course of action. The optimal course of action, undoubtedly, is to retain her and gradually extract her value, as this pertains to whether his Po Qiongjian can reach its pinnacle. Aside from cultivating the Po Qiongjian, Bai Wuji has not neglected another crucial endeavor, which is to break through to the Jindan realm. He retrieved the Tongling Dan and consumed it, then harnessed the Yuan Yin he had just absorbed to launch an assault on the Jindan stage. However, he soon encountered a difficult choice, converting the true energy within his body into spiritual power and subsequently condensing the Jindan, which constitutes the entire process of breaking through to the Jindan. The energy is divided into numerous attributes, and typically, an individual possesses only 2 or 3 types of spiritual roots, thus opting to condense their most robust attribute into a Jindan, which will then devour energies of other attributes. Yet, the energy attributes within him are a chaotic mix, encompassing not only the 5 elemental energies, but also the yin energy obtained from Yun Meng Yao. While helping Lin Ruoshi refine pills, he also absorbs some thunder attribute energy. In total, there are 7 types, with the strongest being yin and metal attributes, followed by fire, while the remaining attributes are relatively equal. Thus, he found himself at a loss regarding which to choose. Suddenly, a wild thought surged in his mind. What if I condense each type of energy into a separate Jindan? This was a bold and reckless notion, as there have been precedents of individuals attempting similar feats, yet the utmost was for a genius with dual attributes to condense 2 Jindan. However, such cases are exceedingly rare, for 2 Jindan necessitate absorbing double the energy, requiring more resources and time, given that cultivators have limited lifespans and race against the clock. A faster cultivation pace is preferable. Otherwise, they may exhaust their lifespan before breaking through to the next realm. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one would typically condense a single Jindan. Now, he aspired to condense 7 Jindan, 1 for each attribute, which transcended mere boldness into sheer madness. However, compared to others, he possessed a significant advantage, the Jiokai Ling Long Tower. Within it, not only are there time formations, but also innate spiritual energy, rendering time in abundance. It merely required a greater expenditure of resources. Without hesitation, Bai Wuji summoned the Jiokai Ling Long Tower, and with a thought, he and Zhao Yuyin entered the 2nd level, activating the time formation and exerting all effort to breach the Jindan realm. Chapter 79, Breakrog, Jindan. He first aimed to condense the yin attribute Jindan, thus sealing away the energies of other attributes, channeling all his strength to compress the yin spiritual power until it formed a Jindan. Time became an indistinct measure, and after enduring immense hardship, a black Jindan gradually took shape, swirling furiously within his dantian, exuding a formidable suction that voraciously absorbed all available energy. He had long been prepared, amassing a substantial quantity of spirit stones nearby, which he converted into innate spiritual energy with a mere thought. The Jindan slowly expanded, and after what felt like an eternity, it finally ceased its tumultuous motion, gently rotating within his dantian. Despite this, the Jin Dan continued to absorb energy, albeit at a sluggish pace. Sensing the incessantly spinning black Jin Dan radiating a chilling aura within his dantian, Bai Wuji's heart raced, filled with uncontainable elation. Jin Dan, he had finally stepped into the Jin Dan realm. One must understand that countless foundation-building cultivators spend their lives ensnared at a bottleneck, never even brushing against the threshold of Jin Dan, let alone he, a seemingly useless, innate five-element root. This breakthrough not only shattered societal prejudices, but also solidified his standing in the perilous realm of cultivation. Yet, Bai Wuji quickly regained his composure. The Yin attribute Jin Dan was merely the beginning, as he still had the metal attribute, fire attribute, and 5 other energies awaiting condensation. After a brief moment of recuperation, he unsealed the metal attribute energy, simultaneously placing a hand upon Zhao Yin's shoulder, drawing upon their connection to continuously extract the pure metal attribute energy from her. While the metal attribute energy was slightly inferior to the Yin attribute, the challenge of condensing the Jin Dan was greater. The pure metal spiritual power surged within his dantian, compressing and rolling, nearly dissipating several times. Yet the Jokai Ling Long Tower managed to convert spirit stones into innate spiritual energy in real time, compensating for the consumption. After an indeterminate passage of time, a low hum resonated from within his dantian as a coldly gleaming golden Jin Dan gradually took form. Spinning alongside the black Yin attribute Jin Dan, their energies, distinct yet equally formidable, counterbalancing each other and subtly creating a wondrous resonance. Tu Jin Dan. Bai Wuji felt the surging power within him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. However, when he intended to continue condensing the fire attribute Jin Dan, he discovered that the remaining energies of fire, water, wood, earth, and thunder, both in purity and total amount, were woefully insufficient to support the condensation of a Jin Dan. More troubling was that the 2 Jin Dan acted like bottomless pits, continuously emitting a pulling force. If he did not promptly seal away the remaining energies, they would likely be devoured and refined outright. Bai Wuji dared not hesitate, immediately activating his technique to layer upon layer seal the 5 energies in the corners of his dantian, stabilizing the balance within. At this moment, a day had passed within the tower. Though this day appeared fleeting, it was in reality quite protracted. The continuous condensation of 2 Jin Dan had nearly drained his mental and physical reserves. With a deep, rumbling growl, all gradually returned to tranquility. After a brief respite, Bai Wuji rose, adjusting his attire, and carried the unconscious Zhao Yin in his arms, departing the Jokai Ling Long Tower with steady steps. An indeterminate time later, Zhao Yin slowly regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she sensed something amiss with her body, looking down to discover herself entirely unclothed. Her pupils constricted suddenly, and a sharp scream shattered the silence. "Ah, cease your shrieking, you're giving me a headache." Bai Wuji's voice was as frigid as ice as he casually tossed her clothing over. Zhao Yin hurriedly grasped the garments, hastily attempting to clothe herself while glaring fiercely at Bai Wuji, her voice seething with anger. "What have you done to me?" Bai Wuji leaned against a nearby tree trunk, arms crossed, his gaze filled with derision. "Did you not already sense it? Why feign ignorance? You despicable scoundrel! You've ruined my purity with such vile means." Zhao Yin retorted, her emotions surging as she stood abruptly, her chest heaving with fervor, her eyes nearly ablaze with rage. "Despicable," Bai Wuji scoffed, stepping forward, an aura of coldness enveloping him. "You and Zhang Difu have colluded in secret, conspiring to take my life and that of my wife. Such insidious treachery far surpasses my supposed depravity." Zhao Yin's countenance blanched, instinctively retreating a step, disbelief flooding her eyes. You know everything? You revealed it all yourself." Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "Not only did you divulge your plot, but I also know about your bedwetting until the age of 6 and your clandestine self-soothing at 15. You lie." Zhao Yin, consumed by indignation, erupted, her fury threatening to burst forth. She pointed at Bai Wuji, her voice a fierce shriek. "You scoundrel, I will have 1,000 cuts inflicted upon you, tearing your body to shreds to assuage my hatred." No sooner had she spoken than her wrist twisted, and a flying sword shot forth from her spatial ring. The blade gleamed with a chilling silver light, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, akin to a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Bai Wuji's face. This strike was swift and ruthless, channeling all her accumulated wrath. The air itself seemed to part under its force. In the past, Bai Wuji would have found it impossible to withstand such an assault, but now he was no longer the same. With a focused gaze, he swiftly drew the Pahun Dao, his wrist slightly sinking as the blade, imbued with 1,000 pounds of force, swept horizontally in a flash, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. The clash of metal rang out like thunder, shaking the surrounding foliage loose, sparks erupting between them, illuminating the scene with a dazzling radiance. Zhao Yin's flying sword trembled violently under the force of a single strike, subsequently hurtling uncontrollably backward and embedding itself with a resounding thud into a distant rock, its blade still humming ominously. Zhao Yin's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes wide with disbelief, her face etched with shock. How is this possible? How could your power have surged so dramatically? Just before my unconsciousness, you were easily subdued, yet within mere hours, you have undergone a staggering transformation. A reality she found utterly incomprehensible. Bai Wuji flashed a wicked smile, his tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of pride. Thanks to you. Had I not borrowed your Yuan, I would not have been able to break through to the golden core so swiftly. You beast! I will kill you. Zhao Yin trembled with rage, her hands forming seals as the sword embedded in the rock rose instantly, its brilliance intensifying as it transformed into 3 sword shadows, each aimed at Bai Wuji's vital points, his throat, heart, and dantian. During their dual cultivation, she had received his pure yang energy in return, propelling her cultivation towards the late stages of the golden core. Now, channeling her spiritual energy with full force, the sword shadows sliced through the air, as if tearing apart the very fabric of space. Bai Wuji's expression hardened, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. He dared not underestimate her. Though he had broken through to the golden core and possessed 2 cores and practiced a top-tier technique, he had only just entered this realm, making it difficult to completely bridge the vast gap in their levels. He gripped the Pahun Dao tightly, the blade drawing an impenetrable arc of light in front of him, each swing perfectly intercepting the approaching sword shadows. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sounds of their clashes echoed, sparks flying between them, as the ground beneath was pockmarked by the shockwaves. Zhao Yin's sword shadows grew increasingly fierce, yet each time they were narrowly deflected by Bai Wuji, never managing to inflict a scratch upon him. Filled with both fury and astonishment, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. She suddenly recalled the 3 sword shadows, which circled in the air before returning to her grasp, transforming instantly into a long sword over 3 feet in length. Golden light radiated from the sword. A terrifying aura surgit forte. Bai Wuji sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sword, his pupils narrowing slightly, yet he remained unperturbed. He slowly sheathed the Pahun Dao, raising his left thumb, where a visible wisp of golden energy began to coalesce, growing denser as the surrounding air seemed to be drawn towards his thumb. Lingxi Liantian sword. Zhao Yin cried out, raising her long sword high. A golden sword energy, over 5 zhang long, surged forth from the blade, embodying the might to rend heaven and earth, descending upon Bai Wuji with devastating force, carving a deep chasm into the ground below. Just as the sword shadow was about to land upon Bai Wuji's head, his eyes glinted with cold light, and he thrust his thumb forward, uttering softly, "Puqiong sword." In an instant, the golden energy on his thumb erupted, transforming into a golden beam as thick as an arm, hurtling towards the golden sword shadow at lightning speed. Boom! The 2 formidable forces collided with a thunderous roar that resounded through the forest, uprooting trees and causing the ground to sink into a massive pit. The golden sword shadow dissipated rapidly under the impact of the golden beam, akin to snow melting away, yet the beam continued unabated toward Zhao Yin. Her complexion paled, and as she attempted to evade, it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the golden beam struck her chest. A tremendous force surged through her, her spiritual energy instantly thrown into disarray, causing her to taste blood in her throat as she violently coughed it up, her body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching her chest, disbelief filled her eyes. I actually lost. How is this possible? Bai Wuji approached her, looking down from a height, then slowly crouched to meet her gaze, gripping her chin to force her to look up into his eyes. Now, do you still wish to kill me? Zhao Yuyin's chin was painfully pinched, yet she dared not struggle, suppressing the hatred within as she gritted her teeth and asked, "What martial technique did you just employ? How could it be so powerful?" The might of that golden beam still left her trembling with fear. Bai Wuji's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You, a dying person, need not concern yourself with such matters. You wish to kill me?" Zhao Yuyin's pupils constricted in terror. If someone were to deliberately plot your demise, only to find themselves captured by you, what would you do? Bai Wuji countered with a question. Her heart tightened at his words, and she hurriedly raised her gaze. Her voice tinged with urgent threat. "My father is the sect leader. If you dare to kill me, he will undoubtedly not let you off, and will seek vengeance by tearing you to shreds. Are you foolish?" Bai Wuji scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the dense forest and the distant echoes of beastly roars. "Do you not realize where you are? If I were to kill you, there would be no need to dispose of the body. In less than half an hour, the mountain beasts would devour you to the bones. By then, who would know that I killed you? No, no." Zhao Yuyin was utterly panicked, her hatred replaced by fear. Her voice quivering as she pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. Spare my life, and I promise I will never dare to oppose you again." "Not killing you?" Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. "Are you waiting to return and seek reinforcements to take revenge on me later? I won tea. Absolutely not." Zhao Yuyin shook her head vigorously, terrified that Bai Wuji might act on his threat. "It was I who colluded with Zhang Difu first, attempting to harm you and your wife. You took my purity, and we are even now. I swear, I will never trouble you again. Do you think I would believe your nonsense?" Bai Wuji's gaze turned cold, murderous intent surging forth. Zhao Yuyin was on the verge of tears, hastily adding, "I can swear by my Dao heart. If I ever become your enemy again or reveal today's events, may my Dao heart shatter, my cultivation be obliterated, and may I die a miserable death. Spare me your theatrics." Bai Wuji was unimpressed, his tone commanding and uncompromising. "I may consider letting you go, but you must agree to one condition. Allow me to plant a mental mark in your soul's sea, and from this day forth, you shall be my female servant." "This is impossible." Zhao Yuyin's expression changed abruptly, her refusal immediate. "Do not push your luck." She understood all too well that once the mental mark was planted in her soul's sea, she would become Bai Wuji's puppet forever at his mercy, unable to seek revenge or even control her own fate. "Since you are unwilling, then you shall die." Bai Wuji's tone turned icy, and before his words had faded, he suddenly reached out with his right hand, grasping Zhao Yuyin's head, a faint spiritual energy coalescing in his palm, clearly preparing to strike. "No, don't do it." Zhao Yuyin was terrified, her spirit shattered as she begged desperately, tears finally streaming down her face. I agree. I will be your female servant. Please don't kill me. Now you're being obedient." A satisfied smile spread across Bai Wuji's face as he released her head, gently patting her cheek. The gesture seemed tender, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. He then raised his left hand, biting his fingertip to draw a drop of crimson blood, which he promptly pressed against Zhao Yuyin's forehead. Zhao Yuyin froze, acutely aware of the warm stream that flowed from that drop of blood, coursing into her soul sea, rooting itself deep within, forming an invisible mark. She closed her eyes, her face filled with despair and dejection. She understood that her life was irrevocably altered. From this moment on, she would likely become a tool for his whims, stripped of all dignity. Observing Zhao Yuyin's disheartened demeanor, Bai Wuji remarked, "There is no need for such despondency. One day you will come to realize that being my female servant is not without its merits." Zhao Yuyin's lips curled into a bitter smile. Once the cherished jewel of the Qinjianmen, she had now been reduced to a mere slave, devoid of any semblance of fortune. What could disbelief accomplish when the mark of the soul sea had already taken root, leaving her without even the right to resist? Bai Wuji seemed to perceive her thoughts, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "Since you are now my slave, I, as your master, must not be too stingy." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, a faint glow beginning to swirl within it. Now, let me bestow upon you a fortuitous gift. Before his words had fully settled, his hand gently pressed against Zhao Yuyin's chest. Zhao Yuyin's body stiffened, and as she attempted to lift her gaze in inquiry, she felt a warm yet vibrant aura flow from his palm into her body. This essence was pure and devoid of any impurities, far richer than any spiritual energy she had previously encountered. Was this the innate spiritual energy? Zhao Yuyin's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. Growing up in Qinjianmen, she had heard tales of this legendary energy, a treasure left over from the dawn of creation. Capable of cleansing marrow and meridians, facilitating breakthroughs for cultivators, and considered a rarity even among grand sections. The fact that Bai Wuji would willingly grant her such precious innate spiritual energy, in quantities far beyond her expectations, was utterly astonishing. The warm aura coursed through her meridians, not only repairing the damage done to her dantian during battle, but also quietly nurturing her foundational spiritual power. With this innate spiritual energy, it won't be long before you can steadily advance to the late stage of the Golden Core. Bai Wuji withdrew his hand, observing Zhao Yuyin's shocked expression. His tone was casual. As long as you diligently follow my lead and remain compliant, I shall ensure you are well treated. Zhao Yuyin had anticipated Bai Wuji would take pleasure in humiliating her. Yet, to her surprise, he had instead granted her such an immense boon. Eventually, she suppressed all her complex emotions and lowered her head. Thank you for your generosity, master. The former arrogance had vanished without a trace, replaced by the respect and restraint of a slave. Chapter 81. The Third Golden Core. All right, you may return to the sect now, Bai Wuji said. Zhao Yuyin obediently complied, turning to fly toward the Qinjianmen on her sword. Once her figure disappeared into the horizon, Bai Wuji soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward Chudu. As the capital of the Chu Kingdom, Chudu far surpassed Haoyue City in scale. With towering walls reaching the clouds and broad, neat streets bustling with cultivators, the sounds of vendors filling the air in a lively commotion. The rich spiritual energy and abundant resources here made it common to encounter foundational cultivators, and even Golden Core experts could often be seen. Upon entering the city, Bai Wuji took out a communication jade to contact Elder Jin. I have arrived in Chudu. Where shall we meet? Moments later, Elder Jin's voice responded. At the third-floor private room of the Zue Xianlu in the east of the city. Miss Li Lu is also there. Shortly after, Bai Wuji arrived at the Zue Xianlu. As soon as he stepped into the private room on the third floor, a figure rushed forward to greet him. It was Li Lu. Young master, I am so relieved that you are safe. Li Lu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice filled with genuine concern. Her devotion to Bai Wuji was sincere and heartfelt. Bai Wuji smiled and nodded. It was a close call. It seems I must be more cautious in the future. It is my fault for being of no help, Li Lu said, her gaze downcast, filled with self-reproach. If you wish to assist me, focus on your cultivation and enhance your abilities. Bai Wuji gently ruffled her hair. You have been at the peak of your foundation establishment for some time, have you not? Yes. I was planning to break through to the Golden Core in a few days, Li Lu replied, looking up. There is no need to wait. I will help you form your Golden Core now. A glimmer of mirth danced in Bai Wuji's eyes. Li Lu blinked in surprise. Curiosity piqued. Young master, how will you assist me? Without further ado, Bai Wuji swept her into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom within the private room. Li Lu's cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled against him, utterly unprepared for such a form of assistance. Once in the bedroom, Bai Wuji gently placed Li Lu on the bed and explained, you possess a fire spirit body with energy that is singularly pure, thus requiring no conversion. Coupled with the innate spiritual energy and mutual cultivation, forming the Golden Core will be effortless. His words are not mere flattery. The advantages of her fire spirit body were now evident. His ulterior motive was to utilize the pure fire spiritual power within Li Lu to aid her breakthrough, while simultaneously forming his third fire attribute Golden Core and nourishing the intent of the Burning Heaven Sword. Li Lu offered no resistance, willingly cooperating. Her fiery enthusiasm resonated with the fire spiritual power within her, and amidst the harmony of yin and yang, the two powers surged and intertwined within their bodies. Before long, an intense wave of spiritual energy erupted from within Li Lu. where a faint red light flickered at her dantian. Her golden core had formed. She felt a surge of new power coursing through her, her eyes filled with joy and gratitude. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wuji directed the fire spiritual power to flow into himself. The fire attribute energy within his dantian rapidly compressed and coalesced under the nurturing of the innate spiritual energy. After an indeterminate period, a crimson golden core gradually took shape, rotating in a triangular formation with the two existing golden cores, their energies merging to unleash a terrifying force far exceeding that of a single golden core. The third golden core had been successfully formed. Bai Wuji's heart soared with elation. Although his realm remained at the early stage of the golden core, his true strength was now comparable to that of the late stage, and this was without even employing the 10 absolute sword technique. As the tremors subsided, Li Lu lay quietly against Bai Wuji's chest, her voice soft and sweet. "Young master, thank you. Without you, it would have taken me at least 2 years to break through. You are my personal maid. I naturally wish to treat you well." Bai Wuji playfully pinched her cheek. "If you truly wish to thank me, how about another round?" Li Lu's cheeks flushed deeper as she lightly punched him, feigning annoyance. "Young master, you are too mischievous." Bai Wuji flipped over, pinning her down, and soon the room was filled with intimate sounds as a new round of mutual assistance commenced. After their passionate encounter, Bai Wuji brought Li Lu into the Jiucai Linglong Tower. He instructed her to cultivate on the second level while he ascended to the third. This was his first visit to the third level, and, as he had anticipated, the space was somewhat smaller than the second level, yet still ample for his needs. He retrieved an abundant supply of spirit stones and activated the time formation, accelerating the flow of time 1,000-fold, rendering everything outside seemingly frozen in time. After a brief moment of rest, Bai Wuji sat cross-legged to practice the Burning Heaven Sword from the 10 Absolute Sword Technique. The Burning Heaven Sword required the meridians of the left ring finger to be unblocked, a step that demanded utmost caution. A single misstep could cripple the finger. It took him a full 2 hours to successfully clear several minor meridians. Once unblocked, the fire's spiritual power surged through the meridians, shooting from his left ring finger directly into the surrounding chaos, dissipating into the void. At his current cultivation level, he could not disturb the chaos. So testing the power of the Burning Heaven Sword would have to wait until he was outside. However, he was in no hurry to verify its might, for he had an even more pressing task: cultivating the indestructible golden body. According to the records in the Indestructible Golden Body Sutra, an ordinary person would need 100,000 spirit stones and 10 years to attain the second layer. With 600,000 spirit stones in hand, he had no concerns there. As for time, with the 1,000-fold time formation, 10 years within would equate to only 3 or 4 days outside. He promptly took out a large quantity of spirit stones, and with a thought, the Jiucai Linglong Tower converted the stones into innate spiritual energy. Following this, Bai Wuji began absorbing the energy according to the technique to repeatedly temper his body. The second layer primarily focused on refining bones, and during this process, his bones would repeatedly shatter and heal. The agony was unimaginable. Even Bai Wuji, with his extraordinary willpower, nearly reached a breaking point. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 8 years had passed. Bai Wuji radiated a brilliant golden light, and upon introspection, one could discern that each bone within his body shimmered like gold, as if forged from the finest metal, boasting an unimaginable hardness that rivaled the most exquisite magical artifacts. Moreover, with continued refinement in the future, his strength would only amplify. Bai Wuji gradually concluded his training, having finally perfected the second layer of the indestructible golden body. Clenching his fists, he felt a substantial surge in power. At this moment, he could easily sweep aside foundational cultivators without even resorting to his spiritual prowess. The second layer was already so formidable, one could only imagine the extent of his power upon achieving the third layer. Would he be capable of overpowering Golden Core experts? Given the current circumstances, such a conclusion seemed plausible. Regrettably, mastering the third layer would require a century, even with the time acceleration formation amplifying time 1,000-fold. It would still take over a month. With merely 10 days remaining until the alchemist competition finals, he simply lacked the time. Of course, the most pressing concern was the matter of spirit stones. Cultivating the third layer required 1 million spirit stones, yet he currently possessed only 500,000, leaving him half short. Bai Wuji rose and stretched lazily before ascending to the second floor. Li Lu was wholeheartedly immersed in her cultivation. Although the flow rate on the second floor was only 100-fold, she had been there for over half a year. Li Lu had thoroughly stabilized her Golden Core realm and was steadily progressing towards the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Sensing someone approaching, she immediately halted her cultivation. "Young master, my cultivation has improved significantly. I cannot thank you enough." Li Lu expressed her gratitude with a beaming face. Although she possessed extraordinary talent, she had lacked resources. However, since following Bai Wuji, not only had she gained ample resources, but she also benefited from innate spiritual energy and the miraculous time formation. In such a short period, her cultivation had ascended an entire realm, something she had never dared to dream of before. Bai Wuji gently caressed her cheek, smiling as he said, "As long as you diligently follow my lead, you shall soar to great heights and ascend above the clouds." All right, we have been cultivating for so long. Let us step outside for a leisurely stroll, Bai Wuji suggested. Upon exiting the Zui Xianlu, the bustling atmosphere of Chu-Du enveloped them. Shops lined the streets, with the sounds of haggling and lively banter echoing all around. Suddenly, a figure rushed past and collided forcefully with Bai Wuji's shoulder. Before Bai Wuji could utter a word, the other party retaliated, cursing, "Are you blind? Watch where you're walking." Chapter 82, The Arrogant Bear. Bai Wuji's brow furrowed instantly. The audacity of the individual who had recklessly bumped into him was astounding. "Young Master Liang?" Li Lu recognized the person and took a half-step back in astonishment. The man, upon hearing her voice, looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Lu. A complex array of emotions washed over his face as he hurried forward, attempting to grasp Li Lu's shoulder. "Lulu, it truly is you. I've searched high and low for you these past days. Where have you been? Thank the heavens, I have finally found you." Lilu sivifti sidestepit, her gaze evasive. Unable to meet his eyes, Bai Wuji observed the scene unfold, fully aware that their past connection was undoubtedly significant. Liang Xiong's hand froze in midair before awkwardly retracting. His attention then shifted to Bai Wuji, and upon seeing the two standing side by side, his expression darkened. "Who is he? Why are you with him?" Li Lu's lips moved, but she struggled to find the right words. Once, she and Liang Xiong had mutual feelings, having reached the stage of discussing marriage. She had even declared she would marry no one but him. Yet, after her family had suffered a tragic massacre, she fled to Haoyue City and ultimately became Bai Wuji's personal attendant. This shift in identity left her unsure of how to address her former acquaintance. "She is my personal attendant," Bai Wuji interjected, stepping forward to naturally embrace Li Lu, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable possessiveness. "Remove your filthy hands." Liang Xiong roared in anger, his early golden core cultivation erupting as he launched a punch, infused with a fierce wind, directly towards Bai Wuji's face. "Stop!" Li Lu cried out in alarm, instinctively raising her hand to meet his attack. Bang! The two palms collided, causing Liang Xiong to stagger back half a step. He looked at Li Lu, disbelief etched across his features. "Lulu, had you broken through to the Golden Core?" Li Lu nodded slightly, her voice barely a whisper, thanks to young Master's assistance. After the shock subsided, Liang Xiong's fury intensified. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Lu, his voice filled with a mixture of heartbreak and anger. "Lulu, you promised to marry me. How can you be with another man, and even serve as his personal attendant? Young Master Liang, I am truly sorry. I have wronged you, but this has nothing to do with him. You cannot harm him." Li Lu's voice carried a note of pleading. Liang Xiong's chest heaved violently as he took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Bai Wuji. "Kid, hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? Do you dare to face me in a life-or-death duel outside the city? Why would I shy away?" Bai Wuji brushed past Li Lu, stepping forward with a cold demeanor. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." "Young master, no." Li Lu quickly grasped his sleeve. Bai Wuji turned to her, irritation creeping into his voice. "If you truly still have feelings for him, you can leave with him right now. I will not stand in your way." "Young master, you misunderstand." Li Lu hurriedly clarified, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Once I did have feelings for him, but now my heart belongs solely to you. I'm already yours. I'm just worried he may harm you. With him, He poses no threat to me. Bai Wuji reassured her, his tone resolute. Seeing her pleas fall on deaf ears, Li Lu turned to Liang Xiong, earnestly imploring, young Master Liang. It is truly impossible for us now. Please stand down. Perhaps we can still be friends in the future. Friends? Liang Xiong scoffed, his gaze resolute. You belong to me. Anyone who dares to take you from me shall face death. Today I must kill him. Before long. The group found themselves in a secluded area outside the city, a perfect place for confrontation. Liang Xiong produced a gleaming spirit artifact sword from his spatial ring. Its tip angled towards the ground as he looked disdainfully at Bai Wuji. Kid, draw your weapon. I will give you 3 chances to avoid accusations of bullying. As you wish, Bai Wuji replied, flipping his wrist to reveal the Pahun Dao in his hand. This lower-grade spirit artifact had been confiscated from Zhang Chenglong, and it felt somewhat unwieldy to him. He had just stepped into the Jin Dan realm, and had yet to gather the materials to refine his innate magical treasure. So he could only make do for now. Liang Xiong cast a disdainful glance at the Pahun Dao, his contempt intensifying. He beckoned with his fingers, his tone brimming with arrogance. Kid, feel free to come at me. Today, I will let you understand the vast chasm that separates a genius like me from a waste like you. Bai Wuji, uninterested in idle chatter, executed the Liuguang step and instantly appeared before Liang Xiong, the golden energy of his Jin Dan surging violently before he struck down with his blade. Chapter 83. The Child of Fortune. The golden blade aura sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and before it reached him, Liang Xiong felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, leaving him breathless. Although he discerned that Bai Wuji was merely at the initial stage of Jin Dan, he felt no fear. The Jin Dan within him spun rapidly, his veins bulging as he raised his sword to defend, attempting to withstand the blow. Clang! The clash of metal rang out deafeningly. Liang Xiong felt a force as powerful as a mountain torrent surge through his body, causing his palm to split and blood to flow freely, nearly dropping his sword. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps until his back collided with the stone wall. Stabilizing himself, disbelief etched in his eyes. Xianxia, this kid's techniques and physical strength are extraordinary. He is by no means an ordinary initial stage Jin Dan. The voice of Sword Elder echoed with rare seriousness in his mind. Liang Xiong gritted his teeth, ready to channel his spiritual energy to calm his surging blood. But Bai Wuji's figure was already upon him, like a shadow. The Pahun Dao rose once more, its blade gleaming coldly as he unleashed another fierce strike. This time, Bai Wuji didn't even allow Liang Xiong a moment to catch his breath. The assault was even more ferocious than before. Liang Xiong roared in fury, drawing upon his spiritual power to block the strike. However, he could no longer withstand it. His legs buckled, and he felt his knees, the impact echoing heavily against the ground. Before he could recover from the pain and humiliation, Bai Wuji raised his foot and kicked him squarely in the face. With a resounding bang, Liang Xiong flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, several bloodied teeth flying out, and his cheeks swelling instantly. I will kill you. Liang Xiong was thoroughly enraged, struggling to rise, his eyes bloodshot. His spiritual power surged violently, the long sword humming with energy, a condensed blue sword aura gathering at its tip. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. Witness my superior spiritual level martial skill, sword breaking the firmament. The sword aura tore through the air, carrying with it a devastating might that rushed toward Bai Wuji, carving shallow grooves into the ground as it passed. Li Lu gasped in shock, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Bai Wuji's gaze sharpened, yet showed no sign of fear. He flipped his wrist, sheathing the Pahun Dao, and extended his left thumb, where a brilliant golden spiritual light instantly coalesced at his fingertip. The power of Jin Dan surged through his meridians into his fingertip, causing the surrounding air to ripple with this concentrated force. Break the firmament sword, go. As the words left his mouth, a dazzling golden sword aura shot forth from his fingertip, imbued with a might to pierce the heavens, striking like lightning and leaving a deafening shriek in its wake. With a thunderous explosion, the 2 sword auras collided midair, and the blue sword aura shattered like paper, while the golden sword aura continued unabated, piercing sharply into Liang Xiong's shoulder. Liang Xiong let out a pained scream as blood gushed forth, sending him flying backward once more, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to prop himself up, The searing pain in his shoulder made him tremble, yet he glared fiercely at Bai Wuji. Impossible. I practice both martial and spiritual arts. How could I lose to a nameless nobody like you? The resentment and unwillingness in his eyes were palpable. Bai Wuji approached slowly, his gaze as cold as ice, clearly intent on leaving no survivors. Young master, please show mercy. Li Lu rushed forward, kneeling before Bai Wuji with an urgent tone. For my sake, spare him once. He is gravely injured and will not dare to provoke you again. Bai Wuji replied, Very well, in light of your prior efforts. I shall grant you this favor, but it shall not happen again. Li Lu hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master. She then turned to Liang Xiong, urging him anxiously, Young Master Liang, he has agreed to spare your life. You must leave at once. Liang Xiong struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth. His gaze fixed on Bai Wuji with reluctance. Today, I concede defeat, but it is not because you are exceptionally powerful. It is merely because you are a few years older and have trained longer. 30 years on the east of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate the youth. 30 years on the east of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuji's heart skipped a beat. As a transmigrator, he was all too familiar with this phrase. Could it be that this fellow is a child of fortune? Bai Wuji scrutinized Liang Xiong closely. At the age of 18 or 19, he exuded a maturity beyond his years, his face marked by stubbornness, increasingly resembling the protagonist of legend, one destined for great fortune. Perhaps there was an old spirit residing within his soul sea. The thought ignited a new wave of murderous intent within him. If he were an ordinary person, sparing him would pose no issue. But if he were indeed a child of fortune, allowing him to escape would surely lead to endless troubles in the future. Li Lu, sensing the coldness in Bai Wuji's eyes, quickly grasped his arm, pleading, Young master, you promised me you wouldn't kill him. Bai Wuji's gaze remained resolute. I did promise you, but I have since changed my mind. Young master, I beg you, please spare him this once. Li Lu's eyes glistened with tears. I assure you there will be no next time. Should he dare provoke you again, I will personally deal with him. But Bai Wuji remained unmoved. Liang Xiong was too great a threat, and he must be eradicated. Seeing this, Liang Xiong spoke defiantly, Lu, you need not plead for him. He cannot kill me. Is that so? Bai Wuji revealed a cold smile, immediately channeling the energy of his two Jin Dan, preparing for a decisive strike. Liang Xiong sensed the terrifying aura surging from Bai Wuji, and his face changed dramatically as he hastily called out in his heart, Sword Elder. I can only rely on you now. Very well. I will expend my vitality to help you deal with this little brat. An ancient voice echoed in Liang Xiong's mind. Almost simultaneously, his aura began to soar dramatically, several times stronger than before. Soul body. Bai Wuji keenly sensed a powerful soul fluctuation and was taken aback. He had indeed guessed correctly. This fellow was most likely a child of fortune. Liang Xiong wore a triumphant smile. Kid, I initially intended to let you live a while longer, but since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Before his words had fully left his lips, Liang Xiong swung his sword, unleashing a blue sword aura that surged toward Bai Wuji's face. Young master, be careful, Li Lu exclaimed in alarm. Bai Wuji, however, remained unfazed, instead revealing a cold smile as he summoned his third Jin Dan, his aura surging once more. He extended his left hand, aligning his thumb with his ring finger, and two sword auras, one golden and one crimson, shot forth simultaneously, instantly filling the air with a tempest of sword energy and searing heat, as if to obliterate everything before him. Chapter 84. The most beautiful woman in Chudu. With a thunderous roar, the blue sword aura exploded, and the terrifying energy wave sent Liang Xiong flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Xiong'erun, this kid is too sinister. The weak voice of Sword Elder echoed in his mind, clearly indicating that the previous attack had drained him significantly. For the first time, Liang Xiong felt a deep-seated fear, struggling to rise and turning to flee into the distance. Trying to escape? It wouldn't be that easy. Bai Wuji was determined not to let the tiger return to the mountain and immediately activated his movement technique to pursue. However, the next scene left him utterly astonished. Liang Xiong stepped into the void, moving with lightning speed, far surpassing his Liuguang step. Clearly, this was an exceptionally powerful movement technique. Bai Wuji was momentarily dumbfounded. How was he to catch up? However, he soon found solace. Although luck may be ethereal and elusive, it undeniably exists. As a progeny of fortune, Liang Xiong must possess some hidden trump cards. To vanquish a child of fate, one must first seize their fortune. Li Lu, who should have been destined for Liang Xiong's opportunities, had now intercepted them, theoretically robbing him of his luck. Having just defeated him, this too could be counted as a share of it. If he could manage to strike him every time they met, the ebb and flow would eventually render Liang Xiong incapacitated, making it effortless to eliminate him thereafter. Young master, what transpired just now? How did both of you suddenly become so formidable? Li Lu inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. Bai Wuji withdrew his gaze and replied nonchalantly, "That fellow harbors a powerful soul within him. It was that spirit that acted just now. As for me, that remains a secret. You shall know when the time is right." After this incident, Bai Wuji lost interest in continuing his stroll and chose to return to their lodging with Li Lu. Upon arriving at the entrance, they encountered Old Jin, who had been waiting there. Upon seeing Bai Wuji, Old Jin's face lit up with excitement as he approached and said, "Young Master Bai, you have finally returned. I was just about to look for you." "What do you need me for, Old Jin?" Bai Wuji asked. Old Jin hastily explained, "The third princess is hosting a literary poetry gathering, and I would like to take you along." "I have no interest," Bai Wuji refused without a moment's hesitation. "This is a world of cultivation. Poetry is but a trivial endeavor, whereas cultivation is the true path." Yet Old Jin persisted, urgently advising young Master Bai, "Please do not be so hasty in your refusal. Allow me to finish. The third princess is the emperor's most cherished daughter and serves as the chief judge for this year's alchemist competition. When two contestants are equally matched, her decision is crucial. I wish to take you there in hopes of familiarizing you with her." Old Jin leaned closer and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. The third princess is the most beautiful woman in Chu City. Do you not wish to meet her?" Bai Wuji acknowledged the good intentions, but remained unmoved, stating, "I truly have no interest. I would rather devote my time to refining alchemy." Now that he had reached the golden core stage, given some time, advancing to a fourth-grade alchemist would be far from difficult. As for the most beautiful woman in Chu City, as a normal man, it would be impossible not to be intrigued. However, he was self-aware. A person of royal stature like a princess was not someone ordinary individuals could aspire to. Hence, it would be better not to meet. Old Jin's face displayed a hint of regret as he gently shook his head, saying, "What a pity. I had hoped to show you the Kongming Stone." "What? The Kongming Stone?" Bai Wuji's eyes instantly sparkled. "This stone is no ordinary material. It is an exceedingly rare high-grade treasure in the cultivation world. Its most remarkable feature is its exceptional compatibility, allowing it to perfectly merge materials with conflicting properties, thus preventing potential fractures during the refining process. Furthermore, it serves as an energy vessel, capable of storing vast amounts of spiritual power. Most critically, incorporating this stone when refining a personal magical artifact can significantly enhance its growth potential, allowing it to evolve alongside its owner as cultivation, far surpassing ordinary artifacts. Just like the supreme cultivator's personal weapons, they often attain their formidable status due to the infusion of such miraculous materials. Unfortunately, the Kongming Stone is exceedingly rare. Even when it occasionally appears in large markets, its price is staggering, often reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Bai Wuji had only read about it in ancient texts and had never imagined he would have the chance to see it in person. "Where can I find a Kongming Stone?" he asked eagerly. Old Jin, witnessing his excitement, transformed his earlier regret into an understanding smile. "The highest reward for this poetry gathering hosted by the third princess is a Kongming Stone. If one can emerge victorious and claim the title, they can take this treasure home. Is that so?" Bai Wuji stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with determination. In that case, attending this poetry gathering had become imperative. Old Jin, stroking his beard with a smile, remarked, "It seems young Master Bai is also quite interested in the Kongming Stone. Who would not be interested in such a treasure that could determine the potential of one's magical artifact?" Bai Wuji candidly admitted. Indeed, Old Jin nodded in agreement. "The value of this treasure is astronomical. Once word gets out, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of eager participants, leading to fierce competition. Yet, It is unfortunate that both of us are mere practitioners prioritizing cultivation, utterly uninformed in matters of poetry. We might only be spectators there. That may not be the case. Bai Wuji smiled enigmatically. Old Jin's eyes flashed with surprise as he cupped his hands and inquired, "Could it be that young Master Bai has some knowledge of poetry?" "I understand a thing or two," Bai Wuji replied with a confident smile. While he may not match others in martial prowess for the time being, as a time traveler, he could effortlessly recite a couple of Tang or song poems and easily claim the top spot. Old Jin chuckled. "Then I wish you success in your endeavors." With that, the trio ceased further conversation and set off towards the Wenshuan Pavilion. Meanwhile, in a private chamber on the top floor of the Wenshuan Pavilion, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, soothing the senses. A young woman clad in a flowing cloud-pleated skirt was seated before a guqin. Her silken hair was elegantly secured with a jade hairpin. Her fair complexion rivaled that of freshly fallen snow, and her delicate features radiated grace. With a pair of bright, lively phoenix eyes, she exuded an air of regal elegance befitting a daughter of nobility. She was none other than the third princess of the state of Chu Yu. As her fingers danced across the strings, a melodious and ethereal tune flowed forth, enchanting all who heard it. At that moment, a maid entered quietly, bowing respectfully, "Your Highness. Young Master Liang has arrived." Chapter 85. The third princess, Chu Yu. Chu Yu, the most cherished daughter of the Emperor of Chu, at merely 20 years of age, had already garnered a reputation as a talented individual in the capital, excelling in poetry, music, and all forms of art. More impressively, she was well-rounded, having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and poised to enter the Golden Core realm, while also possessing the rare water spirit body constitution. Upon hearing of Liang Xiong's arrival, she immediately ceased her playing, rose to adjust her attire, and with barely concealed anticipation in her voice, said, "Please invite him in." It was evident that young Master Liang held significant importance to her. The maid complied and soon returned, escorting a man into the chamber. The newcomer was none other than Liang Xiong, who had recently fled in disgrace from Bai Wuji. Upon seeing him, Chu Yu was taken aback by his pale complexion, his left shoulder torn and bloodied, with wounds that continued to bleed. She hurriedly approached, alarm etched across her features. "Brother Xiong, you are injured. Is it serious?" Liang Xiong weakly leaned back against the chair, gasping for breath as he replied, "I am indeed gravely injured. The external wounds are manageable, but my internal organs have sustained a significant shock, and my vitality is severely depleted. This could adversely affect my foundation. Do not worry, Brother Xiong." Chu et Galim, her eyes reddening with urgency. "I will summon the royal alchemist immediately to treat you." Liang Xiong smiled wryly and shook his head. "I have already consumed a 4th-grade healing elixir, but its effects are less than ideal. It appears that healing solely through medicine will not suffice. What should we do then?" Chu Yu's voice trembled with emotion, her heart racing with anxiety. Liang Xiong regarded her, seemingly hesitating before slowly speaking. "Actually, I know of a method that can not only fully heal my injuries, but also elevate my cultivation to new heights." "What is this method? Please tell me," Chu Yu urged, her eyes filled with urgency. Liang Xiong lowered his voice and feigned difficulty as he said, "The cultivation technique I practice is rather unique. If I were to engage in dual cultivation with a spirit body woman, I could harness the spirit's power to achieve a harmonious balance of yin and yang, thereby repairing my injuries and advancing my cultivation." Chu Yu's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, her gaze averted in panic. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a method. Upon witnessing this, Liang Xiong felt an inner joy, yet a bitter smile appeared on his face as he sighed. In truth, this method is akin to saying nothing at all. A spirit body woman is a rarity in this world, and even if one truly exists, I could never betray you. In this lifetime, aside from you, I shall never touch another woman. These words struck deep within Chu Yu's heart, leaving her profoundly moved. She lifted her gaze towards Liang Xiong, her eyes reflecting both shyness and determination. "Brother Xiong, I am indeed a spirit body, a water spirit body." "What? You are a water spirit body?" Liang Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. Of course, this was merely an act, for he had long known about Chu Yu's constitution. "Xiong, your acting skills have grown ever more exquisite," the voice of Jian Lao echoed in his mind. tinged with a hint of mockery. With just a few words, he had charmed the young girl to the point of tears. She would likely soon offer herself willingly. Once you absorb her essence, your cultivation will surely break through to the mid-stage of Jindan. Liang Xiong felt an immense sense of pride within. Born of humble origins, his current status was achieved through cunning. If he could secure the affection of the emperor's most cherished daughter, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Basking in the vast skies, unaware of his ulterior motives, Chuyu felt a mix of pride and bashfulness at his astonishment and gently nodded. However, Liang Xiong quickly masked his surprise, his brow furrowing as he spoke with resolute conviction. No, even if you are a water spirit body capable of healing my wounds, I cannot sacrifice your purity. I cannot be so selfish. Chuyu promptly grasped his hand, her gaze earnest and sincere. Brother Xiong, I am willing. Your injuries cannot be delayed. My purity pales in comparison to your foundation. To assist you, I would do so willingly. Liang Xiong felt a profound sense of pleasure as he held her hand in return, declaring earnestly, You can rest assured, I shall never betray you in this life. Should I harbor any doubts, may I be struck down by divine retribution. Brother Xiong, please do not say such things. Chuyu hastily pressed her delicate finger against his lips, her eyes filled with trust. I believe in you. There is no need for oaths. You are truly wonderful, you are. Liang Xiong's heart fluttered, and he instinctively leaned in to kiss her. Yet, Chuyu gently turned her head aside. A flicker of irritation crossed Liang Xiong's eyes, but he quickly concealed it, feigning disappointment. If you are unwilling, it is perfectly fine. After all, my wounds are not fatal. I can simply retreat for a few years to recuperate. Brother Xiong, you misunderstand me. Chuyu hurriedly clarified. It is not that I am unwilling. It is just that I must attend the poetry gathering shortly. This poetry gathering was specifically arranged by me. I pleaded with Father for quite some time before he agreed to provide the Kongming stone as the grand prize. Liang Xiong slapped his forehead, pretending to realize. How could I forget such an important matter? The poetry gathering is indeed crucial. Seeing him no longer disheartened, Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief and softly inquired, Brother Xiong, do you truly have confidence in winning? Liang Xiong's lips curled into a self-assured smile as he responded, rest assured, in the realm of poetry. If I claim second place, none would dare claim first. That is true. Chuyu nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with admiration. Your poems, Jing Yi Xin Min Nong, are timeless masterpieces. With your poetic talent, indeed no one can rival you. Once you secure the top position, not only will the Kongming stone be yours, but I shall also be yours. Liang Xiong's heart soared with joy, his pride and ecstasy nearly overwhelming him, and he unconsciously exclaimed, Yoshi,